I'm really a villain. Chapter 1 to Chapter 87. My sweetheart is an unparalleled protagonist. One day, he will wear a golden armor and ride on colorful clouds. He will come to kill me in front of everyone. The Yuanyang continent was a world of martial arts. It was said that there was a mysterious force in ancient times that divided the continent into 5 parts. Zhenwu Xingzong, a behemoth that ruled thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, was located in the far west of the eastern continent. In Zhenwu Xingzong, white cranes cried, auspicious clouds fell from the sky, and a majestic spiritual spring gushed into the sky like a sea. Some cultivators rode on swords and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Some brawny men waved their fists, and dark iron and martial stones exploded into pieces in the sky. Yannan Peak was located in the center of Zhenwu Xingzong. The peak was thousands of feet tall and towered into the clouds. White clouds drifted on the peak, and fog swirled around it. Su Zimo was dressed in a white robe that was whiter than snow. His hair danced in the cold wind, and his eyes were deep and bottomless. His thin figure stood on the edge of the cliff, and the breeze blew his white robe. Am I reborn? Su Zimo was stunned. He was silent for 3 minutes, and then another 3 minutes. Shouldn't rebirth be the plot of a protagonist? But my F***king setting is a villain. Su Zimo began to check his body. His current situation was like a soul transmigration. His body was unimaginably weak. He was sure that he had returned to the time when he was 15 years old, when he was just about to start practicing martial arts. But this time, he not only had all the memories of his previous life, but also, in his abdomen, a sphere condensed from the laws floated quietly. The sphere's light was restrained, and its surface looked ordinary. But if one looked carefully, they would find that the sphere was a self-contained space. There were rays of light, grass, and the rising sun. The inside of the sphere was changing endlessly. Just a trace of the power it emitted seemed to be able to flatten the mountain under its feet. Su Zimo felt a familiar aura from the sphere. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had thought of something incredible. The sphere was something he had obtained by accident in his previous life. He didn't know what it was used for, but it was useful for tearing space. Su Zimo still remembered the day he was defeated. He had fused all of his divine vein realm cultivation into the bead, wanting to rely on the bead to tear through space and escape. Unexpectedly, he was reborn as a teenager. He finally understood why he felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at the bead. Wasn't the energy within the bead the divine vein realm cultivation that he had integrated into it in his previous life? Su Zimo was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was confident that he would be able to borrow this energy to return to the divine vein realm within a year. The path of martial arts, it was as difficult as ascending to the sky, every step of the way. Humans began to cultivate from the mortal realm, tempering their flesh and blood, polishing their bones, and tempering their skin. Of the body. After the body was polished, it was time to open the meridians in the body, connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and enter the spiritual pulse realm. Mortal realm, spiritual pulse, condensed pulse, true pulse, void pulse, Zun pulse, emperor pulse, holy pulse, and divine pulse. These 9 realms were called the 9 heaven ascending meridians. Su Zimo looked at the distant horizon. He could now manipulate the energy in the sphere at will. He could even complete the refinement of the mortal realm and reach the spiritual pulse realm with just a thought. It would be easy for him to absorb all the energy in a year and reach the divine pulse realm again. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Firstly, he was in Zhenwu Xingzong now. His father was very concerned about his cultivation. He didn't want others to find out about his abnormality. Secondly, Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation. He enjoyed the current atmosphere. Everything was still there. Everything could be salvaged. His father, Ruhu, Xiao Tian, and that girl by the Willow River. She stood in the wind with tears streaming down her face and told him that she wanted to live an ordinary life with him. In the end, he failed everyone. After a narrow escape, he was defeated by the sword of the protagonist, Chu Yang. Su Zimo looked into the distance. His white robe merged with the fog. The wind seemed to be getting stronger. His smile was a little crazy. Chu Yang, I was just a slightly bigger stone on your path to the peak in your previous life. Samsara, the protagonist's golden finger, I was just an insignificant chess piece on your chessboard. But in this life, I will jump out of the chessboard. I will control all the chess pieces. I will use all living beings as chess pieces. Heaven and earth as my chessboard. I will control all eternity. Su Zimo's courtyard was in the middle of Yannan Peak. Along the way, there were herbs blooming on both sides. Purple stripes intertwined with blue rainbows. There were auspicious beasts running into the distance. The bright fruits on both sides of the spiritual trees would be fought over by ordinary people in the outside world. But here, they were just ornaments that adorned the scenery. Su Zimo came to the courtyard. Guard Zhang Zhongtian was already waiting at the door. Young master, the vice sect leader just sent a message. He said that if you have nothing to do, you should go to his place. He has something to tell you. Zhang Zhongtian said respectfully. Got it. Su Zimo nodded. Accompanied by Zhang Zhongtian, he walked towards the peak of Qingshan Peak. 3 years ago, the current sect leader of Zhenwu Xingzong had reached the peak of the Saint Pulse realm. He was searching for the last hope of entering the Divine Pulse realm. He passed the power to the vice sect leader, Su Qingshan. He went to the mortal world alone. He wanted to find a breakthrough in the ordinary world. Since then, the vice sect leader, Su Qingshan, became the person with the most power in Zhenwu Xingzong. And Su Zimo was Su Qingshan's only son. It could be said that he was the crown prince of the entire Zhenwu Xingzong. Su Zimo knew that at this time, his father should be looking for him to talk about cultivation. He was only 15 years old. It was just the right time for him to enter the basic threshold of cultivation. Before the age of 15, the meridians and internal organs in the human body had not yet formed. They were relatively weak and difficult to cultivate. Basically, everyone in the Yuanyang continent started cultivating at the age of 15. Su Zimo came to the peak of Qingshan Peak. As the place where the most powerful person in Zhenwu Xingzong lived, there were not many magnificent buildings. There was only an ordinary wooden house, a slow and clear river, and a middle-aged man in a green robe sitting on the ground by the river. Su Zimo stood by the river and looked at his father quietly. He did not speak. Su Qingshan did not speak either. The father and son had an unusual tacit understanding. After a long while, a gust of wind seemed to break the rare silence. Su Qingshan slowly raised his head. This was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He wore a simple green robe and did not have a frightening aura. He was just like any other ordinary person in this world. He had an ordinary face and long hair that hung loosely behind his back. His hair was slightly tied in a knot on the top of his head, and there were white hairs at his temples. The only thing that caught people's attention was his eyes. They seemed to contain Zhou Tianchen. With just one look, guard Zhang Zhongtian felt as if his soul was being frozen. He was a true pulse realm expert, but he was still so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was truly a step into the blue sky. You've grown up, Su Qingshan said with gratification. Su Qingshan was a little surprised that his son could be so quiet for so long. A strong person had to be able to endure loneliness. Father, you've grown old, Su Zimo said with a trembling voice as he looked at the white hairs at his father's temples. In an instant, it was as if all his emotions were gushing out. In his previous life, he and the protagonist Chu Yang made a 3-year promise to fight at the hidden dragon stream. In the end, he was defeated and fell into the abyss. In order to avenge him, his father used the entire sect's power to hunt down Chu Yang. However, he didn't expect Chu Yang to grow so quickly. Chu Yang escaped from the pursuit time and time again, and then became stronger and stronger. In the end, he personally killed Zhenwu Xingzong with a 3-foot-long sword. It was said that the battle caused the clouds to move and the sky to darken. Mountains and rivers were shattered. In the end, his father was defeated by Chu Yang's sword. If the sect leader didn't suddenly appear to save the situation and settle the matter, his father's life would have been in danger. However, because of that matter, his father couldn't bear the blow and his hair turned white overnight. Since then, he had lived in seclusion in the mountains, and there was no news of him anymore. However, no one would have thought that after falling into the hidden dragon stream, he didn't fall to his death. Instead, he obtained some opportunities. At that time, he began to cultivate seriously and was eager to increase his strength. In the end, he broke through to the divine pulse realm and wanted to seek revenge on Yang. However, he didn't expect Yang to be so heaven-defying that he couldn't compare to him. Yang had so many trump cards. That battle completely destroyed all of Su Zimo's pride. Thinking back to the present, Su Qingshan handed a token to Su Zimo and said softly, "You've reached the age of cultivation now. Go to the Sutra Depository and choose a suitable cultivation method for yourself. This token can lead you to the highest point of the scripture pavilion. There are 4 true inheritances of the great emperors there. As for which one you choose, it's all up to you." Su Zimo took the token and nodded. In fact, he had already seen the 4 great emperors' true techniques in his previous life. But there was no other way. There were many things that he had to put on an act. He could not tell the secret of his rebirth. Even now, Su Zimo did not know how to use the bead. "I don't want to interfere with your cultivation. As for which cultivation method you want to cultivate, it's all up to your interest. In fact, everyone has to walk their own path in the end." Su Qingshan was silent for a moment before he explained, "You're now like a carriage driving on a cliff. All I can do is remind you not to let the carriage fall off the cliff. As for whether the front of the carriage should go east or west, or north or south, it's all up to you." Su Zimo nodded. He could understand what his father meant. In fact, whether it was a cultivation method left behind by a great emperor or an ordinary cultivation method, there was no difference in the end. Everyone had to walk their own martial path. No matter how strong the things left behind by others were, they belonged to others and would not be 100% compatible with you. Go, your mother recently went back to your grandfather's house. I heard that their family's 10-vein fruit is about to ripen. Your mother wants to get one for you. Su Qingshan said with a smile, "Cultivate well. Don't let me down." "Are you disappointed?" Su Zimo murmured, then nodded his head heavily. In his previous life, he did let his father down. At least before he was beaten down by Yang into the nether dragon stream, he basically did not think about cultivating well. He was addicted to wine and women. In the virtual world that he created for himself, he was the crown prince of Xinwu. Many people had to be like a pug when they saw him, wagging their tails. He did not lack anything. He could obviously live a better life. Why did he have to cultivate so hard? Later on, he understood that there was no such thing as a peaceful life in this world. There was only someone carrying the burden for you. After leaving his father's green mountain peak, Su Zimo went straight to the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Yao Zhenwu looked at the huge building shrouded in celestial fog. This was a sect with too many legends. Zhenwu Xingzong was not an ordinary sect. It was an imperial lineage with 4 emperors. In the long history of Zhenwu Xingzong, which had been boundless for tens of thousands of years, there had been 4 great emperors. What was a great emperor? The most powerful person of an era. Legend had it that in every era, heaven and earth would give birth to a heavenly mandate. The one who could stand out from tens of thousands of people and bear the heavenly mandate would be a great emperor. 100,000 years ago, the Yuanyang continent was still in the desolation era. At that time, humans were as weak as ants, as insignificant as dust, and as lowly as death. On that day, a man named Zhenwu set out on a journey with a sword in his hand. After a near-death experience, he lit the divine fire, condensed the throne, and bore the heavenly mandate. In the end, the man shouted at the top of the sky, "The heavenly mandate is mine." Since then, the desolation era had come to an end, and humans had ushered in the unprecedented era of emperors. Zhenwu the Great was the first great emperor of the era of emperors. He was the one who opened the curtain of this magnificent and soul-stirring era. "We are willing to respect you as the strongest," countless people shouted loudly, prostrating themselves on the ground under the power of Zhenwu the Great. Zhenwu the Great carried the heavenly mandate and finally came to the westernmost land of the eastern continent, where he established Zhenwu Xingzong. On the day Zhenwu Xingzong was established, people from all over the world came to congratulate and worship. Countless people racked their brains to join this sect. Countless sects also fought to become affiliated with Zhenwu Xingzong. Since then, the mountains and rivers of the westernmost land were divided under the rule of Zhenwu Xingzong, and it has been so ever since. Thousands of years later, another man walked out of Xianxia. The man's name had long been forgotten by the world. What made everyone tremble in the depths of their memories was the 3 long swords on his back. Immortal Slayer, Demon Slayer, True Self. The man held the 3 blades and suppressed the era that belonged to him. He was the 7th great emperor of the era of emperors, and the 2nd great emperor of Xianxia. Great Emperor Sandao. After another 10,000 years, Xianxuxi's 3rd great emperor appeared. Divine Travel Great Emperor. Among so many great emperors since ancient times, the Divine Travel Great Emperor was not the most outstanding one. However, his speed was one of the best among all the great emperors. In the later years of the Divine Travel Great Emperor's era, this man's eyes were deep as he looked at the end of the world. He only left one sentence: I want to use my feet to travel through the mountains and rivers, to see the prosperity of life, and to swim to the peak of the sun and the moon. Then, he left. What he left for the world was the back of a man who carried too many legends with him. The resources that the 3 great emperors left for Xianxia brought Xianxia to an unprecedented golden age. However, everything in the world had its own rules of development. Once it reached its peak, it would decline. For tens of thousands of years, Xianxia did not have another great emperor. Although it was still a colossus, it could not help but gradually decline from its golden age. Until 3,000 years ago, when a girl appeared and broke the deadlock. The girl lived in an ordinary small village in the mountains and rivers under Xianxuxi's rule. She lived an ordinary life for 15 years until one day, when 2 void pulse experts were fighting in the sky above the small village and were seen by the girl. The seed of a door to a new world was thus planted in that young heart of his. The girl came to Xianxuxi's because of its reputation. However, she was eliminated in the aptitude test because her foundation was ordinary. However, the girl refused to give up. She knelt on the bluestone steps outside the sect for a total of 7 days. She was battered by the wind and rain. She did not drink a single drop of water or eat a single bite of rice. At that time, she was just an ordinary person, but she managed to endure this kind of torture. His consciousness was blurred, but he did not lose consciousness. His willpower was so strong that it was shocking. Later on, an outer sect elder in Xianxuxi's took pity on her and took her in as an in-name disciple. She was like a frog at the bottom of a well that longed to jump out, unwilling to stay in a corner. She was also like an ant that crawled between heaven and earth. Just like that, she crawled and crawled. Until one day, this crawling ant suddenly stood up. At that time, people realized that at an unknown time, this ant had grown to the same level as the heavens. In the girl's era, there were too many stunning geniuses. However, in the end, no one expected that a girl with ordinary aptitude would sweep through that era. Empress Hong Tian. This was the girl's title back then. Empress Hong Tian was definitely the most dazzling among all the great emperors. Not only was she dazzling in her own era, but even the eras of the great emperors after her were deeply influenced by her. Empress Hong Tian led Xianxuxi's to another golden age. Thinking back to Xianxuxi's history, Su Zimo's eyes were deep. He hoped that one day, his name would also appear in this epic starry sky. They arrived at the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion was located at the core of Xianxuxi's. It contained all the cultivation methods and meridian skills that had been collected since the establishment of the sect. The atmosphere around the scripture depository was quite relaxed, unlike the majestic atmosphere that most people imagined. Ancient trees covered the sky, spirit grasses paved the ground, and Tao flowers competed in their beauty. Colorful butterflies danced in the air, and rare alchemy fells patrolled the area to loosen the soil, fertilize the plants, and catch insects. The scripture pavilion had a total of 18 floors. Standing at the entrance, a simple and unadorned aura could be felt. It stood there quietly, as if it was telling people about its tens of thousands of years of history. The pavilion's color was green and light yellow. It was a jade palace with jade tiles and vermilion eaves. All kinds of strange beasts were carved on both sides of the eaves. There were eagles spreading their wings, birds soaring in the sky, cheetahs hissing, and lions glaring. There was no one guarding the entrance, but Su Zimo could feel a heart-palpitating aura from the surroundings. There was a high-level formation here. Once an intruder was discovered, the formation would activate. Even a Saint bloodline expert wouldn't be able to easily escape. Su Zimo placed the token his father gave him on the card slot at the entrance. An elder guarding the scripture depository would appraise this token and give him the authority to use it. The light barrier disappeared, and Su Zimo directly entered the scripture depository. The layout of the first floor was very simple. Tens of thousands of bookcases were arranged in an orderly manner. The meridian skills and merit laws on each bookcase were covered by a faint light barrier. At the front of the bookcases was a small sign with the corresponding book's name, purpose, and rank. Su Zimo didn't stay for long. He went all the way to the highest floor of the scripture depository, the 18th floor. The 18th floor was slightly dim. There were only 4 statues on it. Each of the 4 statues seemed to exist in a unique space. Su Zimo stood in front of the statues and looked from left to right. The first statue was a man with long hair that reached his shoulders. The man's aura was majestic, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. His demeanor of a monarch was subduing. This was a man who stepped on mountains and rivers and shouldered the heavens. The second statue was also a man. He gave off an extreme feeling. It was as if he had given up everything just to pursue the end of something. He was proud and arrogant. He carried 3 strange long sabers on his back. The moment one saw the sabers, one would understand that this was a pure saber user. He had worked hard all his life to reach the peak of the saber Tao. Live by the saber, die by the saber. The third statue only had a back view. He gave off a very ethereal feeling. It was as if he was right in front of you, but also as far away as the horizon. He walked between reality and the void just to pursue the ultimate meaning of speed. The fourth statue was a woman. Her long hair was draped behind her, and a thin veil covered her beautiful face. Her style was different and changeable. At first glance, she gave off a feeling of innocence and liveliness. It reminded one of a girl next door with a ponytail. That was the feeling of first love. At second glance, she seemed to be a charming fairy. At third glance, she seemed to be a female war god who killed without blinking. She was firm in her beliefs and unparalleled in her aura. At fourth glance, she seemed to be an empress who ruled over everything. It was as if all living things were just ants in front of her. Under her gaze, the prosperity of the world was not worth mentioning. Su Zimo looked at the statues of the 4 greatest emperors in the history of Xinwu Xingzong. His heart was in awe. In fact, he didn't intend to cultivate other people's techniques because he had already walked on his own path of martial arts in his previous life. However, in order to cover up and not let his secret be exposed, Su Zimo still chose Emperor Sandao's technique. He admired Emperor Sandao's extreme saber Dao. It was a good transition. Su Zimo placed his hand on the statue, then closed his eyes. He emptied his mind and tried to comprehend it. The white fog covered everything, and Su Zimo could clearly feel that there was a memory that had merged with his own. It was Emperor Sandao's technique, Nirvana art. Everything started with Nirvana and ended with Nirvana. It started with Nirvana and ended with Nirvana. After getting the technique he wanted, Su Zimo was ready to leave. Before he left, he subconsciously glanced at the corner of the sutra depository. He then shook his head and smiled to himself. He turned around and left happily. Not long after Su Zimo left, an old voice suddenly came from the corner. "Did this little guy notice me just now?" "That's impossible." Su Zimo walked to the first floor of the scripture pavilion and took out a yellow rank meridian technique. The cultivation techniques and meridian techniques of the Yuanyang continent were also divided into 8 levels. Universe, Ian, Star, Chen, Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow. Universe was the highest, while yellow rank was the lowest. The meridian technique Su Zimo took out was called sword drawing technique. It was a very simple meridian technique with only one move, which was to draw the sword. The meridian technique was simple and crude: draw the sword and cut the head off. As long as your horse was fast enough, even a great emperor would not be able to catch up to you. It was terrifying. As long as you drew the sword fast enough, even a great emperor's head could be cut off. Su Zimo left the scripture pavilion and began to communicate with the bead in his body, using the divine pulse realm energy stored inside to temper his body. His internal organs and meridians were strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Creaking sounds came from Su Zimo's body from time to time. His realm also began to soar in an instant. First level of the mortal realm. Second level of the mortal realm. Ninth level of the mortal realm. His realm rose all the way to the ninth level of the mortal realm and stopped when he was about to open the first meridian. Suzimo was not in a hurry to enter the spirit pulse realm. This sudden growth made his foundation a little unstable. One had to know that a great building started from the ground. He decided to temper himself before entering the spirit pulse realm. In Jinwu Xingzong, there was a gravity tower for disciples to temper their bodies. There were a total of 10 levels in the gravity tower, and the gravity on each level was almost 10 times stronger. While Suzimo was on his way to the gravity tower, someone suddenly called out to him. "Brother Zimo, wait for me." Not far away, a little fatty ran over, panting. The little fatty had short hair and was chewing on a candy with snot hanging from the corner of his mouth. "Brother Zimo, why are you here? No wonder I couldn't find you the entire day." Little fatty asked as he flicked his nose and licked a candy in satisfaction. "Ruhu, long time no see." Suzimo looked at the young man in front of him and greeted him with a nostalgic tone. The little fatty's full name was Lin Ruhu. He was the grandson of the third elder of Jinwu Xingzong. He was also one of Jinwu Xingzong's bad friends who had caused trouble with him since they were young. From a young age, Lin Ruhu had been his follower and listened to his every word. In his previous life, he had always played the role of a supporting character by Suzimo's side. In fact, his cultivation talent was not any weaker than Suzimo's. In fact, he was even stronger. At that time, Suzimo thought that it was his domineering aura and his heaven-defying charm that deeply attracted Lin Ruhu, causing him to worship him endlessly. In the later part of the battle, Lin Ruhu stepped forward bravely and used his body to block the fatal sword of the protagonist Xu Yang. He hugged the young man in his arms who was already soaked in blood and shouted, "Why, why?" At that time, the young man who was on the verge of death told him the truth about following him. When the two of them were 10 years old, they sneaked out of the sect to play and suddenly met a white tiger with slanted eyes. At that time, he protected Lin Ruhu behind him and blocked the white tiger alone so that he could escape first. Lin Ruhu asked himself, "Why do I have to protect him?" Because he could have completely left him behind and escaped alone. At that time, he only replied in a very calm manner, "Because we are brothers. I am the elder brother and you are the younger brother. Brother, the elder brother is in front and the younger brother is behind. Naturally, I have to protect you." From that moment on, even Suzimo himself did not know that this chubby young man secretly swore in his heart. "In this life, I have to protect myself as a follower. Even if the sun and moon rotate, even if the sea turns into mulberry fields, I have to protect myself." Hearing Suzimo's words, Lin Ruhu was a little puzzled. "What long time no see? Didn't we just meet yesterday?" It's okay, Suzimo shook his head with a smile and said, "I'm going to the gravity tower to cultivate. Do you want to come with me?" Lin Ruhu's age was about the same as Suzimo's. Calculating the time, it should be the right age for him to cultivate. Okay, Lin Ruhu nodded innocently. It seemed that in his eyes, as long as Suzimo asked him to do something, he would almost never refuse. The two of them walked all the way to the gravity tower. Suzimo looked at Lin Ruhu's external appearance. There was snot hanging from the corner of his mouth, and it was often snot everywhere. From time to time, there would be a candy in his mouth. This was as low as it could get. Suzimo thought about it and reminded him, "Ruhu, can you eat less candy? Wipe your snot clean and pay attention to your image." "What's wrong with my image?" Lin Ruhu asked, puzzled. Suzimo felt that as a young man, at this time, who had just experienced the first awakening of love, he was probably very concerned about the opinions of girls his age. He tried to persuade him in this direction, "You should have a girl you like, right? How can anyone like you like this? Listen to Brother Zimo and clean yourself up. This way, you might be able to win the girl's heart." "Why should I win her heart?" Lin Ruhu asked again, puzzled. "Love is a matter between two people. Both parties are willing. You can't have one-sided love, right?" Suzimo said. "No, I can force myself on her," Lin Ruhu replied. "You can't force a melon to be sweet." "I know, but it quenches my thirst." Damn, you're a freaking genius, aren't you? Suzimo stopped in his tracks, a little messy in the wind. Why is it that when you talk nonsense with such a serious face, I somehow feel that it makes sense and I can't refute it? The two of them came to the gravity tower. The exterior of the tower was oval, and the design of the building was a little similar to a pagoda. The two of them walked in, and there were already many disciples cultivating inside. Of course, the cultivation in the gravity tower was not free. The disciples had to complete missions to earn contribution points, and then use the contribution points to exchange for time to cultivate in the tower. However, with Suzimo and Lin Ruhu's status, they definitely did not lack contribution points. The first level of the gravity tower increased the gravity by 2 times. Then, going up, the gravity increased by almost 10 times. At this moment, there were disciples sitting cross-legged in the gravity tower, circulating their cultivation techniques with difficulty. Some disciples were swinging their sledgehammers vigorously, while others were leaping around with huge rocks on their backs. Suzimo and Lu Ryu had just walked in when they felt a huge force surging towards them from all directions. Suzimo was fine. This force only slowed down his movements slightly, but it was not a hindrance. However, for Lin Ruhu, it was as if he had been hit by a speeding carriage. He was pressed to the ground and almost couldn't breathe. Don't think about using your body to resist the gravity. Suzimo reminded him, take a deep breath and let your body adapt to this gravity. Then, relax your mind and look for the trajectory of gravity. Integrate your body with the gravity. Hearing Suzimo's words, Lin Ruhu quickly closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths before he slowly adapted to the gravity. Not long after Suzimo used gravity to temper his foundation, a group of disciples surrounded him. The leader of this group of people was a young girl. Like a moon surrounded by stars, she walked up to Suzimo with her head held high and asked, Suzimo, Lin Ruhu, what are you two doing here? Are you trying to cause trouble again? Suzimo glanced at the young girl. She was Jinwu Xingzong's granddaughter, Liao Ruyan. What does it have to do with you? Suzimo replied indifferently. That's right. Women like to meddle in other people's business. Brother Zimo won't marry you in the future. Lin Ruhu also shouted at the side. The great elder and deputy sect master Su Qingshan had always been at odds. When the sect master left, the great elder had always hoped to hand over the power to him. However, he did not expect that in the end, Su Qingshan would be the one to take the power. The great elder had always held a grudge against him. In recent years, 2 forces had naturally emerged in Jinwu Xingzong. One was the young faction led by vice sect leader Su Qingshan, and the other was the elders faction led by the great elder. At this time, Liao Ruyan heard Suzimo's words and said angrily, Suzimo, if you have the ability, let's have a competition. Not interested. Suzimo yawned and waved his hand. Go play somewhere else. Don't disturb my cultivation. If you're afraid, just say it. As long as you admit defeat, I'll let you go, Liao Ruyan said proudly. Suzimo shook his head helplessly. She was like a spoiled little princess, that's right, who wouldn't try their best to curry favor with the granddaughter of the great elder. What's the difference between this and my previous life, he said slowly, I'm not afraid. It's just that there's usually a bet in a competition. Can you take out a bet that I'm satisfied with? Liao Ruyan pondered for a moment and then said, if you win, I'll tell you a secret. That won't do. Suzimo quickly shook his head and said, who knows if the secret will be useful to me? What if you tell me that you've always been secretly in love with me? After hearing Suzimo's words, the youths present all burst into laughter. You're shameless. Liao Ruyan's face turned red as she angrily pointed at Suzimo and said, if you win, I'll tell you that my grandfather's alchemy Dao sacred chicken gave birth to 2 chicks a few days ago. Do you want to compete? Suzimo's forehead was full of black lines as he quietly said, I'm suddenly not interested in your secret anymore. How about we switch secrets? On the side, Lin Ruhu's eyes widened after hearing the words alchemy Dao sacred chicken. He licked his lips and rolled his eyes as if he was thinking about something. The alchemy Dao sacred chicken was a rare species of bird. It was extremely difficult to find in the outside world. They were very good at taking care of the spirit herbs in the immortal fields. They could fertilize, loosen the soil, and catch insects. They were the perfect gardeners. Moreover, the Alchemy Dao Sacred Chicken was the best among the Alchemy Dao Sacred Chickens. It was just like the overlords of beggars. Although it was still a beggar, it was on a completely different level compared to the other lowly animals. Alchemy sacred fowls grew up eating spirit medicines from a young age. Every piece of meat and drop of blood in their bodies contained dense spirit energy. It was said that the first time a mortal ate an Alchemy Dao Sacred Chicken, one chicken could increase their lifespan by 1 year. Liao Rian hesitantly asked, "Then what do you want to bet?" Su Zimo chuckled and asked, "I heard that your grandfather's mount, the dark heavenly tiger, had an affair with a samsara longhorn beetle and gave birth to a litter of chicks. What do you want to do?" Liao Rian asked cautiously. "My grandfather said that he wanted to give these chicks away as gifts. I don't dare to touch them." "I want 2 dark heavenly tiger chicks," Su Zimo said directly. "If you don't agree, then forget it. There's no need to compete. Moreover, you've always been your grandfather's treasure. Secretly taking 2 dark heavenly tiger chicks shouldn't be a big deal. Are you not as important as the 2 chicks in your grandfather's eyes?" "Who said that?" Liao Rian hurriedly replied. "My grandfather dotes on me a lot." Okay, I agree. That's good. What do you want to compete in?" Su Zimo asked with interest. "It's very simple. Let's compete. The winner and loser will be clear at a glance," Liao Rian replied with a smile. "That's not fair." Lin Ruha shouted. "You started tempering your body half a year ago. Brother. Zimo just started cultivating. How can he be your opponent? Then what do you want to compete in?" Liao Rian glared at Lin Ruhu and said, showing her canine teeth. "I have an idea. I don't know if I can be the judge." At this moment, a voice came from the 2nd floor of the gravity tower. Everyone looked up and saw a man slowly walking down from the upper floor. The man was wearing a long blue robe. He had a determined face and a high-nose bridge. His long hair was tied to the top of his head and there was a green sword hanging from his waist. "Senior brother Xianxia." Liao Rian ran over happily when she saw the man. "Junior sister, the people outside are sinister. Try not to interact with those who have bad intentions," Xianxia replied with a smile. Su Zimo looked at him. He was the first elder's direct disciple and was known as the Flowing Light Swordsman. When the surrounding disciples saw Xianxia, they quickly went up to greet him. They didn't care whether they knew him or not. They just wanted to be familiar with him. "What idea do you have?" Su Zimo asked calmly. "No hurry." Xianxia smiled and shook his head. "Just now, Rian promised you that if you win, she will give you 2 dark sky tiger cubs. But what if you lose? You haven't said what you want to bet." "If I lose, I will unconditionally fulfill one thing that I can do." "How about that?" Su Zimo replied. "Okay, if you lose, I won't make things difficult for you. You just have to learn how to bark 3 times in the sect." "How about that?" Xianxia said with a smile. "You're already an adult, why are you still so childish?" Su Zimo shook his head helplessly and looked at Xianxia with a smile. "Okay, I promise you." He could understand the other party's thoughts. His father was the deputy sect leader, and to a certain extent, he was also embarrassing his father. "I have a yellow rank meridian technique here," Xianxia said lightly. "You 2 can each learn it for 30 minutes. At that time, whoever has better comprehension and is more proficient in using the meridian technique will be the winner." "Okay, I have no objections." Su Zimo and Liao Rian both nodded. Then Xianxia took out the meridian technique from the storage ring. This yellow rank meridian technique was called Flying Swallow Saber technique. Liao Rian's eyes lit up when she saw the meridian technique. In fact, she had been cultivating this meridian technique since she started to temper her body and cultivate to the mortal realm half a year ago. Just some time ago, she finally cultivated this meridian technique to the nuance level. In the Yuanyang continent, each meridian technique was divided into 4 levels: nuance, mystery, nirvana, and perfection. And the meridian technique that Liao Rian cultivated was this Flying Swallow Saber technique. Xianxia smiled vaguely at Liao Rian and then said, "If you don't have any objections, you can start cultivating now. No need to be so troublesome." Suzimo shook his head and took the meridian technique and flipped through it casually. "Let me borrow your saber," he said to the disciple who was watching the show. Clang, the long saber was pulled out from the scabbard. Suzimo held the saber hilt and gently slashed in the air. Everyone only felt a mysterious feeling pass before their eyes, and the long saber actually burst out a 1-meter-long saber chi. Everyone only felt as if there was a light cry of a swallow in their ears, and the saber chi in front of them actually transformed into a swallow in the air. A white mark was split in the air, and then the swallow disappeared. Suzimo returned the saber to the disciple next to him and smiled at Liao Ruyan. "Come, please start your performance." The atmosphere was quiet for a while, and after a long time, someone muttered uncertainly. "Was that martial Dao true intent just now? Could it be that he has already cultivated the flying swallow saber technique to perfection?" Everyone was in an uproar. Only a meridian technique at the Great Circle stage could evolve into a martial Dao true intent. Looking at Suzimo, Liao Ruyan was speechless for a long time. "You've already reached the complete realm. How can I, a mere refinement realm cultivator, compare to you? If you think that the time it takes for an incense stick to burn is too short, I will give you 1 day. As long as you can comprehend more than me, you win." Suzimo smiled and said to the stunned Xianxia, "Senior brother Zhong, what do you think?" "Ah." Xianxia quickly regained his senses and forced a smile. "It's pretty good. But I feel that the competition focuses on the process. What everyone gains from the competition is not that important." "Bullshit, if the result is not important, then the competition itself is meaningless." Suzimo didn't show any mercy, he shook his head and sighed. "Senior martial brother Zhong, you are the chief disciple of the Great Elder, but you don't even understand such a simple principle. I don't know if it's because of your stupidity or because the Great Elder's teaching method is too rigid. The master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual," Xianxia replied coldly. "Junior martial brother Zimo, if you have any problems, you can come at me. You have no right to insult my master." "Whatever you say." Suzimo shook his head and smiled. "I'm only concerned about my 2 dark heavenly tiger cubs. When will they be sent over?" Xianxia was silent for a while, then he looked at Liao Ruyan. The dark heavenly tiger was an emperor beast. There weren't many of them in the entire Zhenwu zone. The Great Elder had already planned to give the cubs to some people as a favor. Therefore, Xianxia didn't dare to make a decision on this matter. "If you can't do it, just say so. I don't care." Suzimo smiled faintly and replied, "It's just that some people shouldn't play if they can't afford to. Otherwise, they will embarrass our Zhenwu zone. Thinking back to the glory of the Zhenwu Great Emperor, although we can't surpass the glory of our ancestors, please don't disgrace us." "That's right. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Don't waste other people's time and energy." Lin Ruhu assisted from the side. "A great emperor once said that time is money and time is life. Wasting other people's time is killing for money. You don't have to make oblique remarks. I admit defeat. I won't go back on my promise to you." Liao Ruyan's face was red as she shouted. Then, she turned and ran away. "Brother Zimo, aren't we going overboard?" Lin Ruha tugged at Suzimo's shoulder as he looked in the direction where Liao Ruyan left and asked quietly. "Did we go overboard?" Suzimo smiled and shook his head. Firstly, he didn't want to cause trouble. It was Liao Ruyan who provoked him in order to humiliate him. Secondly, Liao Ruyan had already learned the flying swallow saber technique. Wasn't Xianxia going overboard by using such a dirty method? Thirdly, he was a villain. If he glared at him, he would kill his entire family. So what if he went overboard? Xianxia gave Suzimo a deep look, then hurriedly chased after him. "Bullying a girl, what kind of ability is that?" At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the crowd. The voice was very soft. As there were too many disciples gathered here, Suzimo couldn't tell who it was. "Who's gossiping behind our backs?" Lin Ruhu stared at the many youths in the field and asked. The youths looked at each other and shook their heads in tacit understanding. "I hate it when people gossip behind our backs. If you have something to say it face to face like a man." Suzimo smiled and walked forward. He said to the crowd, "I know that some of you must have heard who said it just now. How about this? If anyone tells me who that gossiper is, you can follow me. From now on, you can work for me. You're one of my people. My man? Pfft, why does it sound so easy to misunderstand? You'll be my underling. Yes, underling, lackey. Just as Su Zimo finished speaking, he saw someone raise his hand. Brother Zimo, I want to report him. He was the one who gossiped. Yes, he was the one who gossiped. I heard it clearly. That's right. He and I have a good relationship. He often criticizes you. I guarantee it with my character and integrity. At this moment, the youths in the field were in an uproar. Each of them seemed to have transformed into a little prince of detectives. All the spearheads were pointed at the disciple in the white robe in the field. The youth who was reported was dumbfounded. He only dared to say a few words because there were so many of them. He didn't expect there to be such a trick. In order to be Su Zimo's lackey, these people all turned into bootlickers. A bootlicker would end up with nothing in the end. The young man looked at the others with disdain, his face full of indifference. Who are you? Su Zimo walked up and asked. My name is Cui Yuan. My grandfather is an inner sect elder, Cui Yaoguang, the young man said proudly. Lin Ruhu slapped the back of the young man's head and shouted, My grandfather is the third elder. I didn't even say anything. When did the grandson of an inner sect elder become so awesome? In Jinwu Xingzong, ever since the sect master left, the vice sect master, Su Qingshan, had the most power. Then it was the 7 elders, followed by the inner sect elders and outer sect elders. What right do you have to hit me? Cui Yuan said unconvinced. If you have the ability, then let's fight. You want to compete with me? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Then what do you have to bet that I'm satisfied with? Yes, let's fight directly. We won't compete on comprehension, Cui Yuan said. He had started cultivating a year ago and had already opened his first meridian and reached the spiritual pulse realm. He was an outer sect disciple of Jinwu Xingzong. If you win, I can give you this dragon ball as collateral. Cui Yuan took out a dark yellow ball from his storage ring. There were many patterns on the ball and it looked very messy. Su Zimo didn't care at first, but when he saw the ball, he was stunned. In my previous life, I searched high and low for it, but in this life, I found it without any effort. Su Zimo grabbed the ball and looked at it excitedly for a while before confirming it. He looked at Cui Yuan and asked, Where did you get this pearl? Su Zimo's burning gaze scared Cui Yuan. The young man stammered, I picked it up when I was playing by the river behind the mountain. Very good. Su Zimo nodded with satisfaction. This pearl is now mine. But we haven't competed yet, Cui Yuan hurriedly said. What's there to compete? Brother Zimo wants your things because he thinks highly of you. Lin Ruhu stared at him with wide eyes as he spoke. You guys are bullying me. Cui Yuan was so scared that he took a step back and said with grievance. Get lost. Su Zimo waved his hand and looked at Cui Yuan. Go play somewhere else. Otherwise, I'll beat you up later. Just you wait. Cui Yuan instantly burst into tears and ran out of the gravity tower while sobbing. Su Zimo wasn't afraid. This was a matter between children. As long as it wasn't too excessive or life-threatening, adults generally wouldn't interfere. Furthermore, as a qualified villain, going back on his words and robbing things were a common occurrence. You expect a villain to play fair with you? UF** King Shit, the suppressing hell pearl. Perhaps no one knew the secret of this pearl, but Su Zimo was very clear about it. As one of the strongest trump cards of the main character Chu Yang in the previous life, he had suffered greatly from it. After keeping the suppressing hell pearl, Su Zimo cultivated in the gravity tower for an entire day. The double gravity of the first level was no longer enough to satisfy him. Su Zimo directly went up to the second level. Because the second level's gravity was 20 times, the difference between the two levels was too great. The sect was afraid that some disciples wouldn't be able to withstand such a strong gravity. Thus, they increased the gravity on the stairs from the first level to the second level. From 3 times, 4 times, all the way to 19 times. Coincidentally, the second level's gravity was 20 times. Su Zimo sat on the stairs from the first level to the second level, where the gravity was 10 times. Just like that, he cultivated for an entire day. When the sun set, Suzimo let out a long sigh of relief. The foundation in his body became more solid. He let out a long breath and prepared to enter the spiritual pulse realm in the next few days. It was already late. After Suzimo bid farewell to Lin Ruhu, he didn't return to Yannan Peak. Instead, he went to Zhenwu Xingzong's divine weapon pavilion accompanied by Zhang Zhongtian. He wanted to choose a weapon of his own. Swords, spears, staffs, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, 18 types of weapons. Suzimo still remembered what his father had told him back then. Any weapon has a soul. Never treat it as a cold tool. In fact, many powerful people's weapons have been with them since the moment they first stepped on the path of martial arts. The relationship between a spiritual pulse cultivator and a weapon is a mutual fate. You chose it, and it chose you. It is your companion on the path of martial arts, not a tool to kill. A true spiritual pulse cultivator can activate the weapon's spirituality and make the weapon's spirituality acknowledge you. Only then can you be considered to have your own weapon. The Divine Weapon Pavilion had a total of 10 levels. On the Yuanyang continent, the grades of weapons were actually the same as spiritual pulse techniques and cultivation techniques. They were divided into 8 levels: universe, star, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The first level of the Divine Weapon Pavilion was filled with ordinary weapons made of good materials. Many disciples were puzzled. The materials were clearly of good quality and could be made into earth-grade weapons, or even heaven-grade weapons. Why would the blacksmith forcefully lower the quality of the weapons to ordinary? Many disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong didn't understand this question. Therefore, when they chose their weapons, they would start from the second level of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. From the second to the 9th level of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, there were 8 levels of weapons: universe, star, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. On the 10th level of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, there were Emperor True weapons left behind by the great emperors after their ascension. Emperor True weapons followed the great emperors throughout their lives. When the great emperors inherited the mandate of heaven, their weapons were also tempered by the mandate of heaven. The power of these weapons was much stronger than universe-grade weapons. Suzimo didn't choose the weapons with grades. Instead, he went directly to the first level where the ordinary weapons were placed. Young master, the weapons here are all ordinary weapons that haven't been tempered by spirit energy. Why did you choose them? Guard Zhang Zhongtian asked doubtfully. It's because they are in their most natural state that I chose them. Suzimo explained with a smile. A piece of unpolished jade that hasn't been formed yet. If I let you polish it, whether it will be discarded or become a priceless gem, it will all depend on the skills of the polisher and the engraver. Suzimo sighed. A priceless work of art. The people of the world loved those high-grade weapons of the universe and Ian grade. In fact, many weapons had evolved bit by bit from ordinary weapons. They didn't accompany these weapons when they were weak, so how could these high-level weapons acknowledge them? Suzimo knew a blacksmith in his previous life. That old man only forged ordinary weapons his entire life. He never forged weapons with grades. He told Suzimo that if a weapon was a universe-grade weapon from the moment it was forged, it would be destined to be incomplete if it didn't go through the stages of ordinary, yellow, and black grade. The weapons on the first floor of the God Weapon Pavilion looked ordinary. They didn't shine brightly, nor did they show off their abilities. They were just placed there normally. Suzimo walked in. There was a faint smell of rust in the air. Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples rarely came here to pick weapons. Hence, many of the ordinary weapons on the first floor were covered in dust because of their age. At the entrance of the first floor, an old man was sleeping on a chair. He looked at Suzimo and Zhenwu Xingzong with interest. Then, he said, "You can pick any weapon inside. Each person can only pick one. Just let me know when you're leaving." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. "What's with your attitude?" Zhang Zhongtian said angrily. "It's okay." Suzimo shook his head and looked at the old man deeply. Then, he walked in. He didn't choose too much and walked directly to the corner of the room. The wall there was densely packed with weapons. Swords, spears, rods, and sticks. Ordinary people rarely heard of him. In short, there were all kinds of weapons. Su Zimo's gaze was attracted by an inconspicuous saber in the lower left corner among the many weapons. The saber was 5 feet long, and the blade looked very sharp. There was a slight curve to the blade. It weighed more than 10 kilograms in his hand. The hilt was separated by layers of checkered ripples. It was very heavy in his hand. "I'll take this." Su Zimo picked up the blade and walked towards the old man under Zhang Zhongtian's surprised gaze. The old man was woken up and seemed a little reluctant. He looked at the scimitar that Su Zimo had chosen and said, "All right, it's yours now. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb this old man's sleep." Su Zimo nodded and didn't say much. He wrapped the scabbard around his back and left. "Oh yes, its name is Tyrannical Shadow." The old man's voice suddenly came from behind. "He Gemined Shadow, of course I know." The corner of Su Zimo's mouth curled up into a smile. Without turning back, his figure gradually disappeared into the breeze. Su Zimo was sure that he would remember his father's words for the rest of his life. A true swordsman is someone who can awaken the spirituality within the saber and gain its recognition. In his previous life, Su Zimo did not pay much attention to this sentence. In his opinion, any weapon was just a tool for killing. There was no need to give it any other meaning. Until the battle at the Hidden Dragon Stream, when the tyrannical shadow was cut in half by the weapon of the protagonist Xu. The moment the saber broke, Su Zimo truly felt the mournful cry of the weapon. Only then did he realize the truth, but it was too late. After that, Su Zimo returned to his small courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In his previous life, the first thing he cultivated was Emperor Sandao's Nirvana art. It was only after cultivating all the way to the Emperor Vane realm that Su Zimo could be considered to have stepped onto his own heavenly martial path. He abandoned the Nirvana art and began to research, deduce, and create a brand new martial art that belonged to him. Su Zimo named his martial art Solipsistic Freedom Art. This martial art focused on the past, present, and future. Once it was completed, one could trace back to the origin of time and establish a connection with his past and future eras, spanning across several spacetimes. Unfortunately, in his previous life, when this martial art was deduced to the Divine Vane realm, Su Zimo realized that he had a knot in his heart and could not advance to the next level no matter what. That was why he went to find Xu to resolve the knot in his heart. However, he did not expect to lose so badly. However, this rebirth gave Su Zimo a flash of inspiration. He had more inspiration for the future and the past. He believed that he could definitely perfect this martial art and step into the realm above the Divine Vane realm. Deducing one's own martial art was the path that every Divine Vane cultivator had to take in the end. No matter how strong the martial art left by others was, it could only be used as a reference. It could not be 100% compatible with you. Just like that, Su Zimo deduced and cultivated until dawn. He stood up and stretched. Although he did not sleep for the entire night, he still felt full of energy. This was the benefit of cultivation. He was now at the 9th level of the mortal realm. Even if he did not sleep for 7 days and 7 nights, he would only feel a little tired at most. The sky was bright. Lin Ruhu arrived at Yannan Peak early to play with Su Zimo. He carried a big sack on his back and had a sneaky expression. He looked back twice with every step, as if secretly guarding against something. "Ruhu, what's wrong with you?" Su Zimo asked curiously after washing up. "Brother Zimo, let me show you something good." Lin Ruhu chuckled and opened the sack on his back. 2 unconscious chicks were quietly placed inside. The 2 chicks were golden yellow with a deep purple comb. Their feathers were neatly arranged and there was a touch of bright red on their tails. The chicks' beaks were like jade, transparent and pure. At first glance, the 2 chicks gave off an extraordinary feeling. "Divine alchemy chicken?" Su Zimo asked in surprise, "Where did you get them?" "Ah, I went to the Great Elder's Xianxia Peak to play with Liao Rian in the morning. Then, I saw these 2 chicks abandoned on the ground and felt pity for them, so I took them out." Lin Ruhu opened his big innocent eyes and said with a twinkle. "You stole them, right?" Su Zimo asked suspiciously. "How can you call it stealing when it's a scholar's business?" Lin Ruhu argued indignantly. "I just picked it up along the way. I don't care. They are the Great Elder's favorite pets anyway. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and said to Lin Ruhu, I heard that the divine alchemy chicken grew up eating spirit herbs. Every piece of their meat contains dense spirit energy. Coincidentally, there are two here. One is braised and the other is steamed. Okay. Lin Ruhu licked his lips and said excitedly. It's a waste to use ordinary firewood to braise this divine alchemy chicken. Su Zimo thought for a while and said to the guard, Zhang Zhongtian, go to the ancient medicine peak and cut down some spirit tree branches. Young master, those spirit trees and ancient herbs are the second elder's favorite. Zhang Zhongtian said with difficulty, if the second elder knows that I cut down his branches, he will definitely skin me alive. He won't. Su Zimo explained, at this time, the second elder should be peeking at the female disciples bathing in the outer sect. He won't find you. Zhang Zhongtian hesitated for a moment and said, young master, if something really happens, you have to help me. I'm your man now. Don't worry, there won't be a problem with me here. Su Zimo promised, also, you're my guard, not my man. Be clear about our relationship. It's easy for others to misunderstand. After Zhang Zhongtian left, Su Zimo and Lin Ruhu also began their preparations. They boiled water, killed the chicken, plucked the feathers, and prepared seasonings. When Zhang Zhongtian sneakily returned with a large pile of spirit tree branches, Su Zimo and Zhang Zhongtian had also finished their preparations. What took you so long? Su Zimo asked curiously. I watched for a while. Zhang Zhongtian smiled and said. Yesterday, the second elder went to peek at the female disciples bathing and was discovered. The second elder had an idea and transformed into his eldest disciple, Xianxia. Now, Xianxia is being chased by all the female disciples in the sect. Senior brother Xiao is unlucky to have such a master, Lin Ruhu said with a smile. Su Zimo lit up the spirit tree branches and set up a grill. He placed an alchemy sage chicken on top of it and barbecued it. The other pot was steaming. In addition to the alchemy sage chicken, there were other supplementary ingredients such as dragon spirit grass, heaven's heart flower, and refreshing mint. When the spirit tree branches were lit up, a faint fragrance came from inside. The water also started to boil. At this moment, the maid, Chun Xiao, walked over and said, young master, the first elder's granddaughter, Liao Ruyan, is here. She has something to discuss with you. In Su Zimo's courtyard on Yannan Peak, other than him and his guard, Zhang Zhongtian, there were also two maids who took care of his daily life. Chun Xiao and Xiaqiu. Let her in, Su Zimo said. After a while, Liao Ruyan walked over with a dark heavenly tiger cub in each hand. She grabbed the dark heavenly tiger cub's neck with both hands and lifted them up. The two cubs looked like they had nothing left to live for. I brought the bet that I promised you. From now on, we're even, Liao Ruyan said. Her eyes were a little red as if she had just cried. She looked very dejected. Who bullied you? Lin Ruhu asked curiously. The two chicks that my family's alchemy sage chicken gave birth to went missing. Liao Ruyan said with grievance, I even played with them yesterday. Lin Ruhu looked at the barbecue grill and the pot of boiling water. After a moment of silence, he looked up at the sky. Seeing that Liao Ruyan was about to cry, Su Zimo sighed and said, Ruyan, I thought you were a girl with extraordinary wisdom. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. What do you mean? Liao Ruyan opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Every living creature has their own path to take. Su Zimo shook his head and said, chickens will eventually die, either by braising or steaming. But no matter why it died, as long as it died a worthy death, its death was meaningful and worth it. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. Liao Ruyan nodded in confusion and said, then I won't look for it? After searching for it for thousands of times in the crowd, when you suddenly look back, it's right where the lights are waning. Su Zimo said, there are some things that you can't find the more you look for it. When you stop looking for it, it might just appear on its own. Liao Ruyan nodded seriously and said, I understand. Ruhu, let's each take one of these two dark heavenly tiger cubs, Su Zimo said to Lin Ruhu. At this time, the dark heavenly tiger was still young. It was the size of a house cat and even looked very similar to a cat. The only difference was that it had two pairs of thin wings. Its entire body was dark and full of checkered stripes. It looked very cute. At this time, one of the dark heavenly tigers was rolling on the ground and acting cute, while the other was biting Suzumo's shoelaces ferociously. It was said that watching a creature grow up could tell its personality when it grew up from its behavior when it was young. This dark heavenly tiger that was rolling on the ground and acting cute didn't have much of a future. As for the other one that was biting the shoelaces, it would definitely be very fierce when it grew up. It would be a powerful mount. Therefore, Suzumo wisely chose the one that was rolling on the ground and acting cute. Dark heavenly tiger. Mother ****. Brother Zimo, why don't you give these two cubs a name? Lin Ruhu suggested. As the descendants of emperor bloodline demonic beasts, they will definitely bear the glory of their ancestors. One day, their names will spread throughout the 4 seas, shaking the universe and sweeping through the 8 wastelands. Therefore, we must give them a domineering name. Suzumo looked at the distant horizon and said in a solemn tone, from today onwards, the 2 of you will be called, Jugetsuehua, Situguden, Lin Ruhu, Liao Ruyan, the 2 dark heavenly tigers? Wonderful, wonderful. Lin Ruhu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and praised, although there are only a few words in this name, the grammar is strict, the words used are neat, the structure is ingenious, and it is easy to read. It aptly expressed the namer's blessings and deep feelings for the little animals. It was concise and shocking, and each word was priceless. Every word touched the heart and made people cry. From this, it could be seen that the author had a solid foundation in writing, as well as his writing skills that were at his fingertips, as well as his ability to innovate. In addition, the exclamation mark at the end is really the finishing touch. It's wonderful and profound. It reflects the previous text and sublimates the main theme. It vividly expresses the namer's feelings. It makes people feel infinitely touched and melancholy. It's really the best of names and the best of blessings. After Lin Ruha finished speaking, he saw everyone's shocked expression and asked, "Am I wrong?" Suzumo finally understood what it meant to be shameless people are invincible in the world. Yes, you're right. The others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, the alchemy sage chicken on the grill had been roasted to a golden color and was making crackling sounds. The oil on top was dripping down, so Suzumo quickly sprinkled the seasoning on it. A particularly tempting fragrance floated around, and the 4 people subconsciously licked their lips. "Oh, right, little sister Ruyan, are you in a better mood now?" Suzumo asked. "Much better." Liao Ruyan stared at the roasted chicken as her stomach grumbled. "Then if you don't have anything else to do, you can leave first. We're still busy, so we won't entertain you." Lin Ruha laughed and said. "I don't have anything to do. I'm idle anyway, so there's no point in going back." Liao Ruyan didn't care and said, "I haven't eaten yet. You don't mind if I freeload, right? Are we close to you?" Lin Ruha curled his lips and said. "If you don't let me eat, I'll report you to the second elder." Liao Ruyan coldly snorted and said, "Don't think I can't see that the branches you're burning are from the 7 stars heavenly radiance tree. Only when this tree is burning will the stars explode." "Oh, my bad temper." Suzumo stood up and said, "I'm someone who can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you beg me nicely, maybe I'll agree." "Are you threatening me?" "Ruhu, close the door and let Gooden and Suehua out." "Brother Zimo, just give me some food, sob sob sob." Liao Ruyan quickly acted coquettishly when she saw this. "Be a bootlicker and praise me until I'm happy, then I'll agree." Suzumo coldly snorted and said. "I refuse. People like me will not bend over for food. I definitely won't lie through my teeth." Liao Ruyan looked seriously at Suzumo and said word by word, "I've always thought that words are the most charming thing in the world. However, your handsomeness cannot be described with words. It's as if looking at you is a blasphemy. Oh no, it's the feeling of being moved. Hurry up and turn around. Don't let me see your handsome face. My heart will race. I'm afraid my heart will race too fast and die." "What are you talking about?" Suzumo looked at Liao Ruyan reproachfully and said, "I'll reward you with a drumstick later." At the side, Lin Ruhu and Zhang Zhongtian silently said in their hearts, "Shameless. One really dares to praise, and the other dares to accept it with a clear conscience. Everyone put out the fire. And then brought the 2 chickens over. The braised alchemy saint chicken was already golden yellow and looked very appetizing. As for the steamed alchemy saint chicken, once the lid was opened, a thick spirit chi rushed out. It was as if all the essence was concentrated in the pale white soup. "Come, let's drink this bowl of chicken soup." Suzimo raised the bowl and said loudly. When the chicken entered his stomach, Suzimo could clearly feel a warm feeling in his body. There was a very thick spirit chi circulating in his body. He almost couldn't suppress his cultivation and was about to break through to the spirit vein realm. After eating, they felt their bodies trembling with energy. It was as if they had endless energy. It was as if they had become immortals. "Where did you buy this chicken? It's so delicious. When we go back, I'll ask my grandfather to buy it for me too," Liao Ruyan asked while eating the drumstick. "Don't talk. Can't eating shut your mouth?" Suzimo shouted back. It was at this moment that a woman flew over from the green peak where Su Qingshan was, landing on the top of the green peak. The woman was dressed in a purple robe, and her graceful figure could be seen at a glance. Her long hair was tied up behind her head with a blue hairband. Her face was delicate, and her body carried a cold and domineering aura that made people not dare to look at her directly. "Sixth Elder, what's the matter?" Su Qingshan turned around and asked. This woman was the 6th elder of Zhenwu Xingzong. People called her Fairy Haoyu. Her real name was Xiaoyuexian. In Zhenwu Xingzong, from the 1st elder to the 5th elder, these 5 elders had all cultivated for thousands of years to reach the saint bloodline realm. Coupled with their high aptitude and hard work, they had been promoted to the position of one of the 7 elders. On the other hand, the 6th elder, the 7th elder, and vice sect master Su Qingshan were all exceptionally talented. They had only cultivated for 100 years before they managed to enter the saint bloodline realm. They had relied on their great strength and impressive talent to obtain their current positions. It could be said that they had worked hard to obtain their current positions. "Vice sect master, I might have to leave the sect soon," Xiaoyuexian said coldly. "Before I started cultivating, I used to rely on an elder sister. But later on, I wanted to step onto the path of martial arts and join Zhenwu Xingzong, so I accidentally lost contact with her. Now that I've made some progress in cultivation, I miss her every night, so I want to leave the sect to look for her." "It's fine. Go ahead," Su Qingshan waved his hand and said. Zhenwu Xingzong had strict management. Normally, disciples had to report when they left the sect. When the inner and outer elders left, they had to ask for instructions from their superiors. As for the 7 core elders, they would usually report to the sect master or vice sect master directly. Of course, Su Qingshan would not deliberately make things difficult for them and prevent them from leaving. After all, it was just a formality. The sect was a place of belonging in many people's hearts, but it was also a small group with rules. It was impossible to come and go as one wished. Unless one day, one could ignore the rules. After Xiaoyuexian left Zhenwu Xingzong, she headed east. She walked in the air, her eyes bright and deep. Her purple robe fluttered slightly in the wind, and her body was surrounded by an imposing aura. When she passed by a forest, the monsters below all trembled. On Yannan Peak, Su Zimo stood on top of the mountain and looked towards the east. "Chu Yang, at this time, you should also be about to embark on the path of cultivation, right?" The corner of Su Zimo's mouth hooked up into a strange smile. The main character has appeared, and the female lead is also about to pull the curtain on this vast and mighty story. He looked at the horizon, and his thoughts seemed to have returned to the past that he could not bear to look back on. Bai Li Xiao, you lied to me for so long in the previous life. After you used me, you kicked me into the abyss and turned me into the heroine. In this life, let's start over. The power of this game is now in my hands." Su Zimo laughed and walked down Yannan Peak, all the way to his father's green peak. In fact, he was not worried about anything. Instead, he felt a fresh sense of excitement. Every story had a protagonist and a villain. The protagonists were always blessed by the heavens, and had an aura of immortality, adventure, and charm. In short, they were like cockroaches that could not be killed. They could always turn misfortunes into blessings. Even if they fell off a cliff, they would not die. They would also pick up some secret books or meet some old grandpa to teach them martial arts. They never lacked girls around them. As long as they were good-looking, they would be accepted into the harem. They were obedient to the protagonists. Moreover, these girls had terrifying family backgrounds. As for the villains, they were always miserable characters. They had a good hand but played it badly. In the end, their families were ruined and they became a stepping stone for the protagonists. Suzimo felt that the reason why the protagonist was able to rise was because the villain's setting was too brainless. They could have killed the protagonists directly with absolute power, but they liked to send some passers-by to give experience. If the protagonists were fed well, by the time the villains started to pay attention to them, the protagonists would have already grown wings and begun to rise. Suzimo chuckled. Wasn't I one of those stupid villains in the previous life? Suzimo now knew all of the protagonist Chu Yang's trump cards, including the small village Chu Yang was in. He knew where it was. If Suzimo wanted to kill Chu Yang, now was the best opportunity. He did not need to send any subordinates. Suzimo could directly ask his father, Su Qingshan. If a Holy Pulse Realm Master personally made a move, not to mention Chu Yang, the protagonist, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. The protagonist's luck would protect him, but there was a limit to this protection. If there was no limit to the protection, the protagonist could have directly gone to those big sects to seek death in the early stages. Anyway, he would not die with the protection of luck. Why would he need to cultivate from the bottom and then advance step by step to a higher level? Even if the old grandpa Samsara was there, he could not escape the attack of a Holy Pulse Realm Master. Xingyang village was located in the east of the land of the far west. It was in the mountains and rivers under Zhenwu Xingzong's rule. The sun rose from the east, and the sky was slightly bright. At this time, in the square in front of Xingyang village, a large group of youths had woken up early. Under the leadership of the strongest person in the village, Instructor Mo, they began their morning training. Instructor Mo was the strongest person in Xingyang village, and the only person in the village who was at the 9th level of the spiritual pulse realm. He had a strong back and a strong waist, and his muscles were bulging. He wore a black vest, and his hair was all messy on top of his head. At this moment, he stood in front of these youths and said loudly, "You have to understand that you are not the children of those big clans. You don't have good techniques, and you don't have all kinds of elixirs to help you from the beginning. The only thing you can rely on is yourself, and the only thing you can do is work hard. Other than hard work, there is still hard work. A strong person is shaped by 99% hard work and 1% talent. Do you understand?" Understood, all the youths shouted in unison. At this moment, they were in the horse stance. Their faces were all red, but their eyes were full of hope and desire for the future and martial arts. In the last row of these youths, there was also a youth who looked much thinner than the others. At this moment, this youth was clenching his teeth. His face was pale, and he persisted in the horse stance for a long time, unwilling to give up easily. The youth was wearing a coarse white shirt with patches. His face was delicate, and from the side, he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His eyes were firm, and there was a stubbornness that did not match his peers. Next to this youth stood a girl. The girl's long hair was draped over her back, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, and her nose was high. Especially those eyes, which were like a pool of clear water. When she looked at them, it could make everything pale in comparison. Although the girl was wearing a cheap white shirt, it still could not hide her stunning appearance. She was still young, but she was already slim and graceful. "Brother Chu Yang, are you okay?" The girl looked at the youth in front of her who was stubbornly persisting and could not help but feel sorry for him. "Xiao don't worry, I'm fine," the youth called. Chu Yang forced a smile and shook his head. However, as soon as the youth finished speaking, his body suddenly went limp and he fell to the ground. "Brother Chu Yang, you should rest for a while." The young girl quickly helped Chu Yang to a nearby tree and sat down. At this moment, when the youths in the field saw this scene, their hearts were filled with envy. I also don't understand why Bai Li Xiao, who has such good conditions, would fancy a trash like Chu Yang. A young man beside him complained in a low voice. After all, this girl called Bai Li Xiao was the goddess in the hearts of all the youths in the Green Sun village. But, she only had eyes for Chu Yang. She turned a blind eye to the other youths. That's right. A young man at the side continued, if she follows me, I'll have several cows at home and won't have to worry about food for the rest of my life. As for Chu Yang, both his parents died when he was young. Even his survival was due to the help of the villagers. Moreover, he has been a medicine jar since he was a child. His body is weak and he is a typical waste. The youths in the field immediately started discussing. Coach Mo, who was beside them, frowned slightly as he looked at the chaotic scene in the field. His voice secretly contained spiritual energy as he shouted, "What are all of you arguing about? Isn't it too easy? Everyone, run 10 laps around the village later." Hearing Coach Mo's words, the youths in the field suddenly quieted down. Each and every one of them had a bitter face. Next, I will show you a set of fierce tiger fist. All of you, watch carefully. This fierce tiger fist is a yellow level meridian technique. I will only show it once, Coach Mo said proudly. He knew that for these youths who had just come into contact with martial arts, not only did he have to let them understand the difficulties of martial arts cultivation, but he also had to give them appropriate expectations and temptations. Under the surprised and curious gazes of all the youths, Coach Mo raised his head and chest. He clenched his right fist and the spiritual energy in his body surged. His entire aura seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger. His fist was shrouded in a pale yellow light. Then, he shouted softly. His whole body soared into the air and fiercely hit the stone beside him. Boom! The stone was torn apart by the sound of the explosion, and dust flew everywhere. Coach Mo exhaled a long breath. He walked to the front proudly and said, if any of you finish tempering your body first and advance to the spiritual pulse realm, I will teach him this fierce tiger fist. Hearing this, the youths in the field were boiling. Each of them had high aspirations. Their eyes were burning with a flame of competition. At this moment, a youth pointed to the sky and said, Coach Mo, someone is flying in the sky. Stop fooling around. Coach Mo glared at the youth. A pulse realm cultivator who could fly in the air was at least a void pulse realm expert. When Coach Mo was young, he worked in Xianyuan City. He was the city patrol of Xianyuan City. At that time, he was awe-inspiring. No matter where he went, the peddlers would run away when they saw him. They were scared witless. Well, the city patrol also had another name. It was called urban management. He was also a person who had seen the world. Even in Xianyuan City, the strongest person was only at the true pulse realm. It was still a big level away from the void pulse realm. The void pulse realm was an existence he had never seen in his life. The youth said with grievance, it's true. I didn't lie to you. Coach Mo was about to teach the youth a lesson when he suddenly felt a strong pressure coming from above. He quickly turned around and felt his scalp go numb. He saw a woman slowly descending from the sky. The woman's aura was surging. In his perception, it seemed to be boundless and unfathomable. May I know what business you have in our Qingyang village? Coach Mo quickly went up to greet her. This is Qingyang village? Xianxia asked uncertainly. Yes, yes. Coach Mo quickly nodded. Then do you know a woman named Xianxia? Xianxia asked with a cold voice and some expectation. Xianxia. It sounds familiar, Coach Mo said thoughtfully. You should have an impression of her, right? She has been living here since a few decades ago, Xianxia quickly said. Oh, I remember now. Coach Mo patted his head and suddenly realized. Where is she? Xianxia asked anxiously. She's dead, Coach Mo said quietly. Dead. Xianxia was a little absent-minded. Her body trembled and took a step back. Her face was pale. How could she be dead? Oh, right. She has a daughter who stayed, Coach Mo suddenly said. Can you make it clear in one go? Xianxia glared at Coach Mo. Her aura was strong. Yes, yes, Instructor Mo nodded quickly and said to the girl who was resting under the tree, Bai Li Xiao, come here quickly. Someone's looking for you. The girl was a little timid. She looked at the young man beside her and walked forward under his encouraging gaze. Bai Li Xiao. Her surname is Bai. Sister, you still can't forget that man, Xianxia whispered. You look so much alike. She looked at the girl walking in front of her and asked with concern, is your mother called Xianxia? Are you Aunt Xian? Bai Xiao thought for a moment and asked in realization. You know me? Did your mother mention me when she was alive? Xianxia nodded quickly and asked excitedly. My mother often mentioned you before she passed away. She said she missed you very much. Bai Xiao nodded and replied softly. Your mother and I lost our parents when we were young. We relied on each other for survival. However, at that time, I was focused on martial arts and always wanted to join Jinwu Xingzong. So, I stubbornly left Qingyang village and cut off all contact with her. Xiao Yueshuan's eyes were a little wet. She looked at the girl's coarse gauze and said firmly, now that Aunt has succeeded in her cultivation and is the sixth elder of Jinwu Xingzong, she can protect you. Are you willing to go to Jinwu Xingzong with me? Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment. She looked at the young man beside her and her eyes were full of struggle. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and say yes, Instructor Mo urged anxiously. These boys and girls were still young and did not know what Jinwu Xingzong meant. However, they knew that this was a great opportunity for them to reach the heavens in a single bound. Jinwu Xingzong was the absolute overlord of the land of the far west. It ruled over thousands of miles of mountains and rivers here. It was one of the top forces even in the Yuanyang continent. Moreover, it seemed that the other party's position in Jinwu Xingzong was not low. It's okay, shower. Chu Yang's face was a little pale, but he still forced himself to encourage her. After going to Jinwu Xingzong, you must cultivate well. When I have time, I will come and find you. Brother Chu Yang, then you must come and find me. The young girl's voice sounded like she was about to cry. There was even a trace of pleading in her voice. Don't worry, I will. The young man's voice was firm, giving people an irresistible feeling. Bai Xiao nodded, then turned to Xiao Yuxian and said, Auntie, I'm willing to go with you. Good. Xiao Yuxian smiled with satisfaction. She looked at the young man beside her and asked with interest, You're called Chu Yang? Yes, senior, Chu Yang nodded and replied somewhat nervously. This bottle of medicinal pills is for you. Xiao Yuxian took out a small bottle of medicinal pills from her storage ring and handed it over to Chu Yang. There were a total of 3 pills in the bottle. All of them were sparkling and translucent. They looked especially good. Senior, what do you mean by this? Chu Yang didn't take the pills. Instead, he frowned and asked. He was disgusted by this behavior. What was this? Was this charity? Don't think too much. I'm not belittling you, nor am I looking down on you. I'm just stating an objective fact. Xiao Yuxian said softly, Shower will leave Qingyang village and follow me back to Jinwu Xingzong. It's a world that you can't imagine. To put it bluntly, you won't be people of the same world in the future. I can see that she has feelings for you. If you want to come to Jinwu Xingzong to find her, you must have a certain amount of capital. This medicinal pill has the effect of cleansing the marrow and tempering the body. It can be considered a meeting gift from me as an elder. If you can really achieve something in the future and come to Jinwu Xingzong to find her, I won't object. Hearing Xiao Yueshuan's words, Chu Yang was obviously silent for a moment. He knew that although the other party's words sounded nice, she just didn't want to hurt his self-esteem. In the end, she still looked down on him and felt that he wouldn't be worthy of Xiao in the future. At this time, Chu Yang really wanted to shout at the other party, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young for being poor. But in the end, he remained silent. He didn't shout. The reason was very simple. Based on what qualifications did he have to shout this sentence? He wasn't the main character of this world. He didn't have an old grandpa, he didn't have a golden finger. He was just an orphan whose parents had passed away. He was just a very ordinary young man in this ordinary small mountain village. When he shouted this sentence with this kind of identity, others wouldn't look at him in a new light. Instead, they would think that he was childish, immature, and even ridiculous. Brother Chu Yang, just take it, Bai Xiao persuaded from the side. She knew that Chu Yang's body wasn't good since he was young. These medicinal pills might be able to let him be reborn. Okay, Chu Yang finally raised his head and squeezed out a smile at the girl. He slowly took the medicinal pills. Xiao Yuxian smiled with satisfaction. She didn't think highly of the young man in front of her. The reason why she did this was to leave a good impression on Bai Li Xiao. After all, the two of them had never met before. Such a sudden encounter would make them feel a little distant. As for this young man named Chu Yang, she didn't care at all. She would wait for Bai Li Xiao to go to Zhenwu Xingzong. After seeing the wider world and getting to know more outstanding young talents, she would understand that everything she was holding on to now was meaningless. Outstanding people would always be together with outstanding people. Xiao Yuxian had always believed in one sentence: people will change. She looked at Instructor Imo beside her. With a wave of her right hand, a pile of medicinal pills and books appeared on the ground. These cultivation methods, meridian techniques, and medicinal pills are my thanks to Qingyang village, Xiao Yuxian said calmly. Thank you, Instructor Imo thanked her excitedly. He looked at the pile of medicinal pills on the ground and felt excited. He was now at the 9th level of the spiritual meridian stage. He knew that there was hope for him to reach the meridian condensing stage. Although he hadn't seen these medicinal pills, Instructor Imo knew that with the other party's status, she definitely wouldn't give out ordinary medicinal pills. Xiao Yuxian grabbed Bai Li Xiao's arm and directly rose into the air. Her clothes fluttered as she flew towards Zhenwu Xingzong. Brother Chu Yang, I'll wait for you, the girl's shout echoed in the air. Chu Yang only felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something precious. He looked at the girl's back in a daze. His mind was full of the scenes of the girl's smiling face in the past. It started to drizzle. Chu Yang raised his head and looked at the suddenly hazy sky. He walked home in a daze. Every time it rained, the shabby wooden house would leak water everywhere. He sat on the bed in the room in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Throughout the ages, only I am invincible, an old voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Who? Who's talking? Chu Yang was shocked and quickly looked around the room. Kid, there's no need to look for me. I'm in the ring you're wearing, the old voice said. Ring? Chu Yang was shocked. He quickly looked at the ring in his hand and saw that the ancient ring was emitting a light blue light. This ring was left behind by his mother before she passed away. She only told him that it was a family heirloom and didn't say what it was used for. Thus, Chu Yang always kept the ring by his side as a way of missing his parents. Chu Yang looked at the ring in surprise and asked, Who are you? He didn't panic. He knew that he was just an ordinary person and had nothing that was worth others scheming against him. You can call me Elder Mo, the voice from the ring said emotionally. Zhenwu Xingzong, the sect that Zhenwu founded back then, is indeed quite impressive. Elder Mo, Chu Yang pondered for a while and asked, Why are you hiding in the ring? This isn't something you should know now, Elder Mo said. Do you want to be above others? Do you want to be with your childhood sweetheart forever? I can help you. How can you help me? Chu Yang asked nervously. The old man smiled and didn't say anything. A light blue book flew out from the ring. This book looked a little old and worn. The corners of the book were slightly curled up and a few big words were written on the yellowed cover. Celestial Art of Combat. What is this? Chu Yang only felt a surge of fighting spirit bursting out from those big characters. It seemed as if a picture was being reflected in front of his eyes. A man stood at the top of the sky, fighting the heavens and the earth, killing gods and demons. Behind him was a sky full of yellow sand and piles of white bones. Celestial Art of Combat, the cultivation technique cultivated by the 37th Great Emperor of the Era of Emperors, Great Emperor Buzhan. Elder Mo's voice carried a courageous aura as he replied seriously. The young man looked at the book in front of him and his eyes suddenly widened. His mind went blank and he only felt a domineering aura surging in his heart. On Yannan Peak, Su Zimo received a report from a servant that his mother, Wenren Yun, had returned to Zhenwu Xingzong and asked him to go to Qingshan Peak. His mother's clan, the Wenren clan, was not located in the eastern continent. Instead, it was located in the northern continent, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. The Wenren family was also a particularly large family with a transcendent status in the northern continent. They were only slightly inferior to Zhenwu Xingzong. This time, his mother had gone back to her family to beg for the 10 lineage fruit for his sake. It must not have been easy. The 10 vein fruit was an Aeon spirit fruit. It took 1,000 years to bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and another 1,000 years to mature. It would take a full 3,000 years to taste it, and a fruit tree would only bear 10 fruits at most. Su Zimo came to Green Mountain Peak again. Besides his father, Su Qingshan, there was another woman on the peak. The woman was wearing a bright red robe. The red robe hung on the ground and slowly spread out like a fan. Her jet black hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, adorned with small and exquisite jewelry. Even though his mother was already a few hundred years old, there were still no signs of aging. Her face was as white as snow, but when she saw Su Zimo arrive, her expression became more affectionate. "Amour, come to mother's side." Wenren hugged Su Zimo and kissed him on the cheek. She asked with a smile, "Mother hasn't been here for a few days. Did you miss me?" "Mother, I'm already 15 years old. Can you stop kissing me in the future?" Su Zimo replied helplessly. "What? Are you shy?" Wenren eyes were smiling. "Let me tell you, no matter how old you are, you will always be my son." Su Zimo was speechless at his mother's answer, which was a jack of all trades. "This is the 10 vein fruit that mother asked for with great difficulty. It will be of great help to your cultivation." Wenren handed a fruit to Su Zimo as she spoke. This fruit was the size of a fist and looked sparkling and translucent. There was a peculiar energy circulating inside. The 10 vein fruit would not directly increase one's strength, but its effect was coveted by many people. As everyone knew, there were 12 hidden meridians in the human body. Once all 12 meridians were opened, one could complete the sublimation of one's body and break free from the shackles of the species. One would have an unimaginable lifespan and strength. The so-called cultivation was, in fact, to continuously open up the meridians and thus embark on a path of transcendence. The opening of the meridian gate was difficult, especially in the later stages, where it was even more difficult to open. The 10 vein fruit's effect was to help creatures open the meridians more easily. After eating the 10 vein fruit, the energy contained in it would be divided into 10 portions and then hidden around the first 10 meridians of the human body. When one needed to open the meridians, the hidden energy would instantly erupt and open the surrounding meridians, allowing one to have more energy to open the meridians. Of course, the power of the 10 vein fruit could only be used on the first 10 meridians. The last 2 meridians were too profound and could not be taken into account. The human body had many destinies. These 12 meridians were hidden in various parts of the human body. Their names were Luan Quan, Mystic Skeleton, Chowing Feng; Kuan Hai, Huan Shui, Mu Huan Song; Lin Ke, Qing'an, Body Breaking Void; Bai Yuan, Qiming, Xian Duan Kong. Su Zimo took the 10 vein fruit and nodded heavily. He thought of his previous life. After he was sent to the Nether Dragon Stream, his mother, like his father, fell into the devil's path in order to avenge him. Her ending was regrettable. "Father, I have something to tell you." Su Zimo was silent for a moment, then interrupted his thoughts and said, "What is it?" Su Qingshan raised his head slightly and asked, "I heard that there is a family in Heaven Sword City called the Chang family. This family has been established in Heaven Sword City for 500 years. It can be said to be deeply rooted, but the people of this family are arrogant and despotic. They plunder the wealth of the people and can be said to be committing all kinds of evil. The power of the city lord sent by the imperial court has been taken away. Even the branch established by Zhenwu Xingzong there is not in their eyes. You usually don't leave the sect. Where did you hear this news?" Su Qingshan asked in surprise, "Did this Chang family offend you?" "Offend me?" Su Zimo shook his head. In this life, he had never met anyone from that family, so how could he offend them? But what about his previous life? Moreover, even if he put aside the grudges between him and that family, there was something in that family that he had to obtain. Zhenwu Xingzong rules over the mountains and rivers in the far west. In other words, the people in these mountains and rivers are our people. Now that so many people are being bullied by this family, I feel that there is a need to punish them." Su Zimo thought for a moment and said, "Bulj*t, Su Qingshan said sternly, "You don't even leave your house. Where did you get this information from? Even if you want to punish him, you need evidence. It's because our Zhenwu Xingzong is the ruler of the far west that we should set an example. We can't give others the impression that we're using our power to oppress others. Su Qingshan was furious. He didn't want his son to become a hedonistic son who relied on himself to do whatever he wanted outside. Mother, my father is fierce to me. Su Zimo saw that he couldn't get past his father, so he quickly looked at his mother pitifully. Can't you talk nicely? Why are you fierce to your son? Wen Renyan walked up and grabbed Su Qingshan's ear. She said without hesitation, it's just a small family. If you're afraid of ruining your reputation, I'll destroy them myself. Didn't you say you'll give me face outside? Let go of me. Su Qingshan quickly stood up and complained, what does a woman like you know? Oh, you're despising me? Wen Renyan instantly got angry and started crying. Now you despise me. Why did you chase me back then? I don't know who it was that sneakily stayed in front of my house all day just to see me. Don't think I don't know. If it wasn't for your sincerity, why would I be with you? Stop talking. Our son is here. Can't we talk when we get back? Su Qingshan quickly covered Wen Renyan's mouth and begged anxiously. Don't worry about me. I want to talk. Wen Renyan slapped Su Qingshan's hand away. The more she cried, the more wrong she felt. Now that you've gotten me, you're despising me. Humph, men are all pigs. Su Qingshan saw that things were getting out of control, so he decided to forcefully stabilize the situation. He hugged Wen Renyan's head with both hands and kissed her fiercely. Then, Wen Renyan, who was making a ruckus a moment ago, quieted down instantly. The two of them started kissing. Su Zimo's face was full of black lines. Hey, two big shots, there's still a living person here. Can you consider my feelings? Hurry up and scram. What kind of trash clan is this? When the time comes, I'll get the black guards to take care of it with you. Su Qingshan did not even turn his head as he waved his hand impatiently and asked him to leave. Then, Su Zimo saw his mother raise her right hand slightly and wave at him. F***ck, who was the one who said that everything had to be based on evidence and that we had to take into account the influence of the sect? How did it change so quickly in the blink of an eye? Su Zimo left Green Peak with a depressed feeling of being forced into a mouth of dog food. Heh, men. After returning to Yannan Peak, Su Zimo continued to cultivate. He immediately consumed the 10-vein fruit that his mother had given him and prepared to break through to the spiritual pulse realm. The standard for breaking through to the spiritual pulse realm was to open the first meridian in the body, the Luan spring. After Su Zimo consumed the 10-vein fruit, he felt a special warm energy flowing in his body and then it began to hibernate in every part of his body. The first meridian, the Luan spring, was located on the back of everyone's left hand. Opening the meridian was not difficult for Su Zimo at all. He directly mobilized the energy in the mysterious bead. With the growth of his spiritual pulse realm cultivation, it was as if he was unstoppable. Along with the energy of the 10-vein fruit, the Luan spring was directly opened. Su Zimo only felt a sense of emptiness in his body, as if his mind was much clearer. The spirit energy in his body surged and a pattern similar to Tai Chi appeared on his left hand. However, this pattern was transparent and didn't have the black and whites. Outside the pattern was a small light blue circle and inside was a light spot. When he used the energy, there was a bang sound as his meridian opened. A pattern also appeared in the air a few centimeters away from the back of his left hand. This pattern was exactly the same as the one on the back of his hand, but it was slightly enlarged. This was the phenomenon of opening the meridian. After opening the Luan spring and entering the first level of the spiritual pulse realm, Su Zimo didn't stop immediately. He continued to circulate the energy and directly pushed his realm up again. First level of the spiritual pulse realm. Second level of the spiritual pulse realm. Ninth level of the spiritual pulse realm. He didn't stop until he was about to enter the meridian condensation realm. This rocket-like speed of advancement was also the reason why Su Zimo was confident that he could enter the spiritual pulse realm within a year. In the next period of time, he would start to polish his foundation again and stabilize this rapid growth. Then, he would prepare to enter the meridian condensation realm. Early the next morning, Lin Ruhu also came to Yannan Peak. Yesterday, with the help of his grandfather, he began to temper his body. Su Zimo glanced at Lin Ruhu, who was still chewing on a candy and snot. He asked helplessly, "What technique did you choose at the sutra depository yesterday?" "My grandfather chose it for me." "It's the Jinwu Great Emperor's true martial sword technique," Lin Ruhu replied. "That technique doesn't suit you," Su Zimo said as he shook his head. Because of his experience in his previous life, he knew which path was most suitable for Lin Ruhu. Lin Ruhu was more suited to walk the path of strength. It was the kind of cultivation method that was simple, crude, and more tyrannical in physical combat. The true martial sword technique was too light and didn't suit him. "Then I'll go back and change?" Lin Ruhu asked. "No need. Jinwu Xingzong doesn't have a suitable Great Emperor's technique for you at the moment." Su Zimo shook his head and said, "I do have a technique that suits you, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone about it. You are not allowed to tell anyone about the origin of this cultivation method. Even if your grandfather asks, you can just say that it was your own destiny and you are not allowed to tell me." "Don't worry, Brother Zimo," Lin Ruhu said firmly. Su Zimo nodded. In fact, he trusted Lin Ruhu a lot. He said this to remind him, just in case. He didn't want to tell anyone about his rebirth. Su Zimo picked up a pen and wrote a long line of words on a piece of paper. He wrote it based on the memories of his previous life. The name of the technique was very simple. It was just 2 words, strength technique. The creator of strength technique was Emperor Ba. Emperor Ba was the 6th great emperor of the emperor's era. At the same time, he was also the first great emperor of the beast race. His original form was a brown bear with the bloodline of the desolate wilderness. During that era, he relied on his iron fists to fight his way to the top of the sky. In his words, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be solved with 1 punch. If there was, then 2 punches would be enough. In the end, he carried the mandate of heaven and became a great emperor. As for the strength mantra that it cultivated, it became a technique that countless strength cultivators sought after like a flock of ducks. Lin Ruhu looked at the cultivation technique that Su Zimo had written down, and after reading it once, his eyes lit up. He felt that this cultivation method was suitable for him. Previously, he was not interested in cultivation, and even the cultivation method was chosen for him by his grandfather. But now that he saw the cultivation method that Su Zimo had given him, his heart actually began to stir. The cultivation of strength technique required the blood of countless demon beasts to fuse into the body, and these demon beasts had to be strong. At noon, a bald man dressed in black came to Su Zimo's courtyard. "Subordinate Black 13, under the orders of the Vice Sect Master, will go to Heaven Sword City with young master," the bald man said. He was dressed in black and had a tall and sturdy figure. There was a very obvious scar on his face, and coupled with his bald head, he gave off a particularly fierce feeling. Black 13, he should be one of father's black guards. Su Zimo pondered. Then he said to Lin Ruhu, "Ruhu, go to the mission hall and post a mission. As for the content of the mission, write that you will accompany me to Heaven Sword City. The mission reward is 10 spirit crystals per person, and at most 3 people, and their cultivation must be at or above the meridian condensation stage. We will set off in 3 hours." "Okay." Lin Ruhu nodded and went to the mission hall. Su Zimo looked at Black 13 in front of him and asked with interest, "What is your cultivation level?" "Subordinate is at the Void Meridian realm." Black 13 touched his bald head and said foolishly. Su Zimo touched his chin, "If there are no accidents, then the strongest person in the Chang family is only at the True Meridian realm and has opened 3 meridians." In the afternoon, Lin Ruhu returned from the mission hall with 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman, one of them was at the meridian condensation stage, and the other man in a green robe was at the True Meridian realm. "Junior Brother Zimo." The 3 of them hurriedly greeted when they saw each other, and then introduced themselves. The man and woman were called Tang Huayuan and Xiaoyu respectively. The other True Pulse young man was called Feng Buyu. "Thank you for your help this time," Su Zimo said with a smile. They hurriedly waved their hands, saying that they didn't dare. After that, the group of people went to the Imperial Beast Pavilion of the sect and hired a few rank 1 demonic beasts, flying desert horses. They headed towards the Heaven Sword City in a majestic manner. Among them, only He-Shur-san had reached the Void Meridian realm and was able to fly freely. The others had to ride on demonic beasts. When they left the sect, Su Zimo sensed something and looked up at the sky. Sixth Elder Xiao Yuexian flew over with a young girl. The young girl seemed to have sensed something and lowered her head to look at Su Zimo. Oh, the plot is about to begin. Su Zimo smiled. Bailey Xiao, welcome to Zhenwu Xingzong. After a while, they arrived at a small village in the evening and prepared to stay for the night. 100 Desolation Village. Su Zimo looked at the name on the stone tablet in front of the village and said with a smile, interesting, really interesting. The person who received them was the village chief, a middle-aged man wearing a vest made of black animal skin. I am the village chief of this 100 Desolation Village. You can call me Wang Tao, the middle-aged man said boldly. Then, he led Su Zimo and the others to his house. In front of the houses on both sides of the street, many villagers looked curiously at these outsiders. After declining the dinner prepared by Wang Tao for everyone, the group returned to their rooms. I always feel that this village is strange, Feng Buyu frowned and said first. What's strange? Lin Ruhu asked curiously. I also feel that something is wrong, but I can't say for a while, the only woman in the team, Xiaoyu, also said. Don't think so much, go to sleep early, Su Zimo chuckled and then walked out of the house. Brother Zimo, where are you going? Lin Ruhu asked curiously. I'm going out for a walk, Su Zimo turned his head and said to Black 13, don't follow me, I'm sure of my safety. After leaving the room, Su Zimo walked all the way to the west of the village. Walking on the cobblestone path, a breeze blew gently, and there were scattered lights in the houses on both sides. Su Zimo came all the way to the west of the village. There was a small shop here. A yellow flag was inserted on the wooden board of the door, and a few black words were written on the flag. Shirley Blacksmith Shop. At this time, the sky was dark, and the light bulb in the shop was emitting a dark yellow halo. A man in a black shirt was still busy in the shop. His figure was not burly, but a little thin. He was holding an unfinished long sword in his left hand and a hammer in his other hand. Every time the hammer fell heavily, it would make a bang sound. The man kept hammering like this, as if he did not know fatigue. If someone watched for a long time, they would find that every time the man hammered, there seemed to be a pattern. Su Zimo sat on the stone block outside the blacksmith shop and looked at the man with interest. The man's speed was very simple. He put the finished model in the furnace and burned it. After a long time, he didn't bring anything with him. He just took out the iron sword that was already red from the heat. He blew a few times, and then put the iron sword into the water tank next to him. There was a puff 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 sound, and a burst of white smoke rose from the water. The water around the iron sword began to boil with a gugugu sound. Do you want to learn? The blacksmith suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Zimo. You can't teach me, Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. The man did not argue. He took out the iron sword that was soaked in the water and walked into the house. Even if you are a sword saint, you still can't, Su Zimo's voice suddenly sounded. The man's footsteps stopped, and he slowly turned around. His eyes seemed to have countless long swords exploding in them. Sword chi filled the air, and his aura was slowly increasing. He stared at Su Zimo. I'm very curious. Why did the sword saint of the past, 10 miles long sky, live in seclusion in such a small village and be an ordinary blacksmith? Su Zimo did not seem to feel the pressure coming from the other side. It has nothing to do with you, 10 miles long sky said with a magnetic voice. I think I can help you, Su Zimo said. He knew that 10 miles long sky was very confused because he had already opened 5 meridians and reached the sword saint realm. The next step was to carve out a path of martial arts that belonged to him, but he was stuck at this step. He was hesitant about the path of the sword that he had been obsessed with for half his life. He did not know which path to choose, or which path was most suitable for him. How can I help? 10 miles long sky asked calmly. I have the heavenly Yin sword technique that great Emperor Yin Tian cultivated. I also have the tripartite sword formation that great Emperor 3 talents left behind, Su Zimo said. 10 miles long sky's current state was that he lacked experience. He didn't have any reference left behind by his predecessors. Although Su Zimo could casually mention a few great emperor cultivation techniques, the value of these techniques was unimaginable. At the very least, someone at 10 miles long sky's level had never come into contact with any great emperor cultivation techniques. This also proved the old saying, working hard for 10 years is not as good as being reincarnated into a good family. What are your conditions? 10 miles long sky naturally knew that there was no free lunch in this world. I'm preparing to form a faction. I would like you to manage it, Suzimo said. Impossible. I won't be your subordinate. 10 miles long sky shook his head resolutely. My sword path is indomitable. If I really live under someone else's roof, my heart won't be able to clear it. How can I talk about the sword path? A swordsman should have the sharpness to rather bend than break. However, he should also have the restraint to return to his scabbard, Suzimo said with a smile. It's just like how a person should be. Sometimes, you have to raise your head high. Sometimes, you have to bow and smile. Looking at 10 miles long sky's contemplative expression, Suzimo continued, perhaps some people's martial path is really about advancing courageously and not retreating. Just like great Emperor Three Blades in the past. He walked to an extreme. To him, there was no such thing as defense. Even if he was defeated by someone else's blade, he would never retreat. His blade would never cower. However, you are definitely not an extreme person like great Emperor Three Blades. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hiding in this small village and be willing to be a blacksmith. Your sword should be able to advance and retreat freely. When unsheathed, it should have the sharpness to shatter the heavens. When returning to the scabbard, it should also conceal its strength and bide its time, returning to its original state. Hearing Suzimo's words, 10 miles long sky's heart wavered. He fell into deep thought for a long time. He felt as if he had grasped something. However, he also felt even more lost. I'll be leaving tomorrow. You'll have to grasp the opportunity yourself. For me, a venerable Vane stage martial artist isn't too rare. I just happen to be passing by here and appreciate talent. Suzimo stood up and slowly walked towards the house he was staying in. But for you, this kind of opportunity doesn't come often. Even if someone can take out a great emperor's cultivation technique, it might not be more suitable for you than these 2 books. Looking at Suzimo's departing back, 10 miles long sky's frown deepened. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Late at night, 10 miles long sky stood up resolutely. He picked up the iron sword he had just forged and walked towards the village. The strong wind blew up the dust in the air, and his figure gradually disappeared in the wind. The famous sword venerable seemed to have returned. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, the sun shone down quietly. Suzimo cultivated for an entire night and felt full of energy. That's strange. Nothing happened last night, Fengbuyu said. Do you want us to encounter danger? Suzimo replied with a smile. He stretched his body and walked out of the house with everyone. As soon as they walked out of the house, everyone felt that something was wrong. Quiet, too quiet. The entire 100 Desolation village had fallen into a dead silence. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Fengbuyu kicked open the doors of the houses on both sides of the street. A particularly choking smell of blood came out from inside. All the villagers were killed in their sleep last night. Even the village chief, Wang Tao, was lying in a pool of blood on the bed. Everyone is dead. Fengbuyu was silent for a moment and said. I finally know what is wrong, Xiaoyu shouted. We haven't seen any old people, children, or women since we came here last night. All the villagers are young and strong. Everyone reacted when they heard Xiaoyu's words. These people are definitely not ordinary villagers, Fengbuyu frowned and pondered, but who killed them? 10 miles in the sky, looks like you've made your choice. Suzimo's face was calm throughout. Even when he saw the entire village being slaughtered, he was not surprised at all. He went to the well in the village and fetched a bucket of water. Then, he washed his face and rinsed his mouth. Junior brother Zimo, do you know something? Fengbuyu asked doubtfully. He felt that Suzimo was too calm. Even when he saw so many people die, he did not frown. What's the point of tangling with these things? It's not important and meaningless. Suzimo smiled and shook his head, then walked out of the village. Let's hurry up and try to reach the Heaven Sword City by noon. They all had their own thoughts as they rode the flying desert horse slowly out of the village. Just as they were about to reach the entrance of the village, a man suddenly ran out from the house next to them. Save me," the man was seriously injured and kept vomiting blood. He was already on the verge of death. Suzimo walked down from the horse and slowly came in front of the man. Looking at the man's pleading eyes, he picked up the scimitar behind him. Tyrannical shadow. With one slash, the man's head was separated. Before the man died, his eyes were still pleading. Feng Buyu wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and remained silent in the end. He felt that Suzimo was too cold-blooded. If he saved the man at this time, he might be able to find out who slaughtered the village. Suzimo killed the only survivor, and the clues were cut off. Or were these villagers all killed by Suzimo? But last night, Suzimo had been in the room and did not go out. Suzimo looked at the tyrannical shadow that drank blood for the first time and inserted it into the scabbard. Then he rode the flying desert horse and quickly went out of the village. Feng Buyu was not the only one who didn't understand. Even Xiaoyu and Tang Huayuan were puzzled. He 13 quietly followed Suzimo. He didn't care about these things. His duty was to protect Suzimo's safety. As for Lin Ruhu, he continued to be an onlooker as usual. This guy had a big heart. He had absolute faith in Suzimo. In his opinion, Suzimo was reasonable no matter what he did. If he wanted to say something, he would tell him. If he didn't want to say something, he wouldn't ask. They saw a man waiting for them as soon as they came out of the 100 Desolation village. 10 miles long, was wearing a white robe and riding a splitting desert horse. There was a golden sword hanging on his waist. His black hair was draped behind his back, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. His sharpness was hard to block, and no one dared to look at him directly. From afar, he looked quite elegant. "The people in this village are all bandits," 10 miles long Sky calmly explained. "It doesn't matter to me who they are." Suzimo shook his head and said, "I just want to see the results." Suzimo admitted that he was not a bad person, but he was definitely not a good person either. He did not care about how the world looked at him, nor did he care about the feelings of others. Everything he did was based on his heart. When he was in a good mood, he could save people he did not know. When he was in a bad mood, he could even slaughter a city he had nothing to do with. Suzimo had heard a story before. An angel asked the demon, "Why did so many people blame me when I only killed one person? On the other hand, all you did was save a single person, yet there are so many people praising your merits." The demon said, "Because you saved many people before. Now that you've killed one person, others can't stand the difference. And I used to be an executioner with blood on my hands. Now that I suddenly saved someone, they will naturally be happy and praise me for my change." This was a sarcastic story. If a good person wanted to become a Buddha, they had to go through countless trials and hardships. And a bad person? Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The moment 10 miles long Sky appeared, Black 13 felt a strong sense of oppression. This is an expert. He held the long sword at his waist with both hands. He was tense and vigilant against the other party. "He's one of us, don't be so nervous," Suzimo said to everyone. Then, everyone rode out together. Feng Buyu and the others felt that Suzimo was too mysterious. They could not see through this incident at all. And who was this man who suddenly appeared? At noon, the floating white clouds covered half of the hot sun. The weather was slightly cooler, and they finally arrived at Heaven Sword City. This ancient city, which had a history of nearly 1,000 years, was like a huge monster sitting here. From afar, Heaven Sword City gave people the feeling of a sharp sword soaring into the sky. It was very shocking. The brown city wall was dozens of meters high. Standing under the city wall, a wave of pressure hit them in the face. The silent city wall seemed to be telling of its past glory. Although Zhenwu Xingzong was the overlord of the far west, he rarely managed these cities. Most of the time, Zhenwu Xingzong was more like a supervisor. Looking down at all of this from high above, there were two particularly large empires in the far west. The Xiang Empire and the Qingmu Empire. And this Heavenly Sword City was one of the cities under the management of the Purple Sun Empire. The few of them walked into the city. The streets paved with green granite seemed a little crowded. Both sides of the street were hawking their wares with all their might. There were steaming buns that had just come out of the steamer. In a nearby restaurant, the aroma of freshly fried demonic beast meat permeated the entire street. There were also people selling all kinds of cultivation techniques, weapons, and pills. When Suzimo came out this time, he brought the 2 dark sky tiger cubs with him. Suzimo and Lin Ruhu each carried a cub. Stroking the cub in their arms, Suzimo smiled and said, "Let's find an inn first. Junior brother Zimo, Zhenwu Xingzong has a branch in every city." "We can go directly to the branch," said Feng Buyu. "The branch in the Heavenly Sword City is just a facade." Suzimo smiled and said, "Let's go to the branch then." Just as the few of them were about to set off, they suddenly heard the sound of a horse not far away. Suzimo looked up and saw a luxurious carriage charging towards them from the city gate. The Class 2 demonic beast pulling the carriage, the snow-treading Hummer, seemed to have lost control and charged forward crazily. It even killed a few passers-by along the way. Seeing that the carriage was about to crash into Suzimo and the rest, the coachman hurriedly shouted, "Move aside, move aside." Feng Buyu's expression froze. With 3 bangs, all 3 of his meridian gates were opened. Luan Quan, Bone Sage, Chowing Feng. Feng Buyu stood at the front with a serious expression. His hands were covered in a layer of yellow light as he made the first move. Meridian Technique, Mixed Essence Prajna Palm. He looked at the snow-treading Hummer that was charging towards them crazily. He took half a step back with his right foot and grabbed the reins on both sides of the horse. He moved his body slightly to the side and dissipated a lot of the force coming towards him. Then, he pushed the horse, causing it to twist its body and run to the right. Due to inertia, the horse fell to the ground. The coachman was also thrown out. The carriage behind him crashed to the ground and broke into pieces. "Miss, are you okay?" A group of guards in black armor hurried over. The leader of the guards was an old man. He was wearing a black robe that covered his entire body. "Ouch, I fell to my death." A woman's cry came from the broken carriage. "Who tripped this young lady's snow-treading Hummer?" A woman climbed out of the carriage. This woman looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She had a ponytail and wore a white brocade robe. She looked very unruly. Feng Buyu explained calmly, "It was your BMW that went crazy and crashed into us first. I'll give you 2 choices." The woman sized up Suzimo and the rest. When she saw the dark sky tiger in Suzimo's arms, her eyes lit up. She said, "Either you compensate me with that little tiger, or I'll get someone to chop you up and feed you to the dogs." What big words. Feng Buyu snorted and said, "Sky Sword City has its own rules and regulations. Is the city lord's mansion incompetent to let you kill people as you wish?" Suzimo glanced at Feng Buyu. He felt that this guy must only know how to cultivate and didn't know anything about the dangers of the outside world. If you were just an ordinary person and offended someone, even if they couldn't kill you openly, so what if they secretly killed you in the middle of the night, city lord's mansion? The woman chuckled and said, "Do you know who I am? You're from the city lord's mansion?" Feng Buyu looked around at the black armored guards that had surrounded them. Only then did he come to his senses. At this moment, the surrounding peddlers and residents hurriedly distanced themselves as they discussed among themselves. These people should be unfamiliar faces. They don't look like people from our Skysword City. They're dressed well. It's a pity that they offended the city lord's daughter. Who doesn't know that Zhong Linger is a famous unruly princess? The woman placed her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, "Since you know my background, you should know what to do. If you hand over the 2 tiger cubs, I can consider letting you live." Feng Buyu looked at Suzimo and waited for his orders. "Alright, what's the point of arguing with a little girl? Let's go find a place to stay first." Suzimo smiled and turned to leave. "Hey, did I say you can leave?" Zhong Linger saw that Suzimo and the others were about to leave and hurriedly panicked. "Little girl, you have to understand when to stop." Suzimo turned his head and said indifferently, "I don't want to argue with you. Otherwise, not to mention your father is the city lord, even if the Purple Sun Empire's monarch came, it would be useless." Zhong Linger's voice froze. She was actually frightened by Suzimo's words. She hurriedly turned to look at the black-robed old man and said, "Uncle Liang, this guy bullied me. The black-robed old man shook his head slightly at Zhong Ling. He looked at the backs of Su Zimo and the others as they left and pondered. At this moment, the pair of guards had already surrounded Su Zimo and the others. When Su Zimo left, he was blocked by the guards. "Move aside," Su Zimo said indifferently. The guards were indifferent and only looked at Zhong Ling. Without the young lady's orders, they would not let them go. At this moment, a gorgeous saber light flashed through the air. No one even saw Su Zimo draw his saber. The heads of the guards had already rolled to the ground. Feng Buyu's pupils constricted. Sword drawing technique. Although it was only a yellow rank meridian technique, even he did not see Su Zimo's action of drawing his sword. Looking at the backs of Su Zimo and the others leaving, Zhong Ling stomped her feet angrily. She looked at the old man and said, "Uncle Liang, why didn't you let me stop them just now? There are a few people in there that even I can't see through." The old man called Uncle Liang pondered and said, "We don't know the identities of these people for now. It's better not to act rashly." Just now, the other party's tone was somewhat contemptuous of the entire Purple Sun Empire. This kind of person is either pretending or has a great background. "Then what should we do?" Zhong Ling asked. Uncle Liang said to the guard next to him, "Follow them secretly and see where they will settle down." Then, he said to Zhong Ling, "Miss, don't be anxious. In any case, they are in the Heaven Sword City. They won't be able to escape for a while." Su Zimo and his group arrived at the Heaven Sword City branch. The person in charge of this branch was called Guanzhenhai. Generally speaking, the disciples who were assigned by Zhenwu Xingzong to different cities were those with low innate talents. Guanzhenhai was in his 40s, but he was still stuck at the peak of the pulse condensation stage, unable to break through. According to Zhenwu Xingzong's rules, one had to break through to the true meridian realm before the age of 40. Otherwise, one would be assigned to a branch in each city. When Guanzhenhai received news that Su Zimo and the others had arrived, he hurriedly ran out with a smile. "Junior brothers, you came from afar, but you didn't know to inform senior brothers in advance." He smiled and said to everyone, "If there's any neglect, please forgive me. It's fine. We were also passing by Heaven Sword City and came to take a look on the spur of the moment," Su Zimo said, shaking his head. "Then everyone, quickly come in and have a seat. I'll order someone to prepare a meal to welcome all of you, junior brothers," Guanzhenhai said to Su Zimo politely. Su Zimo and the others wandered around the branch hall. Most of the people who were assigned to the branch hall were in a state of being half abandoned by the sect. These disciples seemed to know this as well. All of them looked like they were just idling around. They did not have the vigor and sharpness of a martial artist at all. Su Zimo shook his head. No one's innate talent could be determined. This depended on your luck when you were born, or if there was an expert who changed your fate for you. However, if your innate talent was not enough, you could work hard. Empress Hong Tian was a clear example. However, if there was a problem with a person's attitude and thoughts towards martial arts, then they could only be mediocre for the rest of their lives. Guanzhenhai quickly arranged the meal at the best restaurant in Heaven Sword City, Bright Moon Restaurant. This Bright Moon Restaurant was extremely famous in the entire Heaven Sword City. It was said that the dishes inside were all top-notch. The private rooms inside were already full. After asking for Su Zimo's opinion, Guanzhenhai booked a seat by the window. Everyone took their seats. Guanzhenhai's words were just right to their hearts, so everyone chatted happily. But not long after, a young man walked up to the second floor. This young man was wearing a brocade robe. He was hugging two beautiful women on his left and right, and there was a servant following behind him. The young man walked up the stairs, ignoring the other guests who were eating, and shouted to the boss of the Bright Moon Restaurant, "Shopkeeper, I'll book this Bright Moon Restaurant today. Clear everyone out in half an hour. Young Master Chong, don't make things difficult for me." The shopkeeper said, "There are some people who I can't afford to offend today." "Who is it? How dare you not give my Chong family face?" The young man said indifferently. "Someone from the Zhenwu Xingzong branch." The shopkeeper pointed at Su Zimo's table and said. Only then did the young man see Guanzhenhai. He hurriedly walked forward with a smile and said, "Uncle Guan, you're here too. A few days ago, my father was still talking about you coming over for a meal." "Xiao Wei." Guan Zhenhai smiled and said, I'm here to have a meal with a few of my senior and junior brothers. Uncle Guan, can I discuss something with you? The young man said in a low voice, the third prince of the Purple Sun Empire. Just came to my Chang family recently. Today, I want to celebrate with the third prince in this Bright Moon restaurant. If it's convenient for Uncle Guan, you can come to my Chang family and catch up with my father. How about you let me have this Bright Moon restaurant today? The young man had been talking to Guan Zhenhai the entire time. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Su Zimo and the others. In his eyes, how could someone like Guan Zhenhai, who was assigned to a branch, know any important friends? He reckoned that they were all disciples with low talent like him. Xiaowei, I'm afraid I can't do it today. I also want to hold a feast for my senior and junior brothers. Guan Zhenhai said as he frantically winked at the young man. Damn it, Su Zimo is the son of the vice-sect leader of Zhenwu Xingzong. He's the real crown prince. If this young man can get along with Su Zimo, the third prince of the Purple Sun Empire will be trash, okay? However, the young man didn't understand Guan Zhenhai's gaze. Instead, he smiled and said to Su Zimo and the others, senior and junior brothers of Zhenwu Xingzong, can you make it convenient for us? In the future, everyone will be guests of the Chang family. You're Chang Wei? Su Zimo asked with interest. The young man quickly nodded. Then, do you know someone called Lai Fu? Su Zimo asked. Why are you looking for me? The servant behind Chang Wei asked curiously. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. Senior and junior brothers, what do you think? Chang Wei asked. You really think you're a local tyrant, Lin Ruhe replied impatiently. Scram. Brat, how can you speak to my young master like that? Before Tsun Takashi could speak, the servant behind him couldn't help but stand up. Su Zimo gave Black 13 a look. Everyone heard a clang and a line of blood shot out from Lai Fu's neck. Lai Fu's body fell heavily to the ground. You killed him, Tsun Takashi said in shock as he took a few steps back. Junior brother, Guan Zhenhai also felt that something was wrong. Killing someone just because of a disagreement, that was too violent. Go back and tell your father that I will personally visit your Chang family tomorrow afternoon, Su Zimo said with a faint smile. You. Tsun Takashi pointed at Su Zimo and was speechless for a long time. In the end, he nodded and said, all right, our Chang family will wait for you. Looking at Tsun Takashi's leaving figure, Guan Zhenhai frowned slightly and asked Su Zimo, junior brother, why? Senior brother, eat more. This dish is not bad. Su Zimo smiled and didn't say anything. He just picked up a piece of beef and shouted as he ate, shopkeeper, clean up this corpse so that it won't be an eyesore. Okay, I'll clean it up right away. The shopkeeper of the Bright Moon restaurant hurriedly came downstairs and led 2 servants to carry the corpse away. Then, he smiled at Su Zimo and said, if there's anything you don't like about the food today, feel free to say it. This meal will be my treat. I'll eat as much as I want. I don't have the habit of eating without paying, Su Zimo shook his head and said with a smile. After the few of them finished eating, Su Zimo smiled and asked Guan Zhenhai, senior brother Guan, is there a brothel in our Sky Sword City? What brothel? Guan Zhenhai hurriedly shook his head and said, but in our Sky Sword City, there's a place that many outstanding talents often go to. I can take you there. You're talking about the Union Pavilion, right? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and asked. Looks like junior brother Zimo likes this as well. Guan Zhenhai quickly nodded. It's a pity that the women of Union Pavilion only sell their skills and not their bodies. If junior martial brother really has the ability to make the women there follow you willingly, it would be a good story. Let's go take a look, Su Zimo said with a smile. Tang Huayuan, Xiao Yu, and Feng Buyu didn't want to go to such places, so they went back to the branch. As for Su Zimo and the other 3, they went to the Union Pavilion. The Misty Cloud Pavilion was located beside the moat of the Heaven Sword City. It was a 3-story pavilion that was built using azure cloud bamboo. At this moment, the spring breeze was caressing his face, and the river was rippling. The weeping willows on both sides were swaying in the wind, looking very comfortable. In front of the Union Pavilion, the entrance was as busy as a marketplace. 2 delicate and elegant ladies were welcoming guests at the entrance. There were elegant and graceful scholars, and there were also martial artists who licked blood from their blades. On the sails of the boats on the river, beautiful women accompanied the gifted scholars as they recited poems and made couplets. Su Zimo and the rest walked into the Union Pavilion. The place inside was very spacious. Both sides were filled with guests, and in the middle, there were 5 graceful ladies playing music and dancing. Lin Ruhu, on the other hand, had an extravagant look on his face. He threw a spirit crystal on the table and shouted, "Madam, call out the best girl you have here, the top hostess." "Oh, this young master looks unfamiliar." The madam of the Union Pavilion was a charming woman. She twisted her voluptuous figure and walked over with a smile. "Why do you have so much to say?" "Call out your top hostess," Lin Ruhu said with the appearance of a hedonistic young master. "Young master, why are you in such a hurry? Our best lady here, Miss Baiyu, is not receiving guests today." The madam touched Lin Ruhu's chest and said reproachfully, "Why don't I find a few new ladies for you? I guarantee that you will have a good time." "Why is she not receiving guests? Is it because I'm not handsome enough, or is the money not enough?" Lin Ruhu shook his snot and asked. "It has nothing to do with that. I don't care about Miss Baiu's matters either. However, if this young master really wants to see Miss Baiyu, there is a way." The procuress paused for a moment before saying, "Miss Baiyu once left behind a painting. She said that if someone can answer the question on the painting, she can fulfill a request of that young master. Is it that exciting?" Lin Ruhu smiled and said, "Bring me to see the painting." Su Zimo, who was at the side, asked with interest, "What's the full name of your lady Baiyu?" "Her surname is Ji, and her full name is Ji Baiyu." The madam smiled and explained. "Sword Immortal Dance, Ji Baiyu." Su Zimo muttered to himself and then smiled. The madam brought everyone to a side hall. At this time, many scholars were gathered here. There was a painting on the wall opposite. It was a lifelike white crane. The white crane was in a quagmire full of filth. It stood on the quagmire with one foot and raised the other foot slightly. It was a picture of a golden rooster standing on one leg. Miss Baiu's question is why this white crane is standing on the quagmire in such a position, the madam said with a smile. "Because the white crane likes to be clean and doesn't want the quagmire to dirty itself," Lin Ruhu answered tentatively. "This answer is very close, but this is not the answer that Miss Baiu wants." The madam smiled and shook her head. Some scholars at the side also began to guess and answer. "Because this white crane is practicing a special martial art? This white crane is standing in such a position to show its arrogance. This white crane is pooping." Everyone fought to be the first to answer, but the madam only shook her head calmly. Some people had already been here several times, but they still could not answer the question. They could only sigh, their faces full of pity and disappointment. "All of you are called distinguished scholars in vain, but you don't understand a woman's thoughts." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "Brother, why are you laughing at us? We are all the same." Someone at the side looked at Su Zimo and said, "Could it be that you know the answer? What's so difficult about that?" Su Zimo shook his head and said, "Actually, Ruhu has already answered half of the question. The white crane is standing on one leg because it doesn't want to be dirty by the quagmire. This Miss Baiu is actually comparing the white crane to herself. Even though she is in this place of fireworks, she is still like the white crane. She has to try her best to raise one leg out of the quagmire without being stained, clean without being a demon." Hearing Su Zimo's explanation, everyone present seemed to have a flash of inspiration. The doubts in their minds instantly cleared up. "Sir, please wait for a moment. I will go and ask Miss Baiu." The madam's eyes flashed with surprise as she quickly said. Looking at the madam's back view as she left, everyone present seemed to be in an uproar. All of them asked Su Zimo's name. However, Su Zimo only shook his head and said to Shirley Zhongkong in a low voice, "Follow me up later. This woman is not a simple brothel girl. I don't have the habit of disturbing others." 10 miles long Sky sat at the side and drank a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "What if I offend the beauty? This woman is not simple. Be careful not to fail miserably." Su Zimo warned and did not say anything else. After about 3 minutes, the brothel keeper walked over with a smile. She smiled and said to Suzimo, Miss Baiyu said that if you don't mind, can you go to her room and see her? Let's go. Suzimo smiled and said to 10 miles long sky. Then, under the envious eyes of everyone, the two of them went up to the second floor. 10 miles long sky did not follow Suzimo in. Instead, he waited outside the door. Suzimo opened the door. A delicate fragrance came from inside. It was similar to the fragrance of roses and peonies. This room was separated into an inner room and an outer room. Suzimo casually walked in. The outer room's decoration was very simple. The walls inside were pink and there were many women's accessories hanging on the walls. The surroundings were covered by colorful cloth. The melodious sound of a zither came from the inner room. The zither music was like a small bridge and flowing water. It made one's heart happy. The small door that led from the outer room to the inner room was covered by a thin layer of pink silk. Suzimo could faintly see a graceful figure sitting inside, playing the zither. These women, they all like to pay attention to appearances. Suzimo smiled and walked in. He lifted the silk and walked into the inner room. It was obviously a woman's room. There was a soft pink bed and a dressing table by the window to the left. Right in front of Suzimo was a table made of sandalwood. The woman was sitting on the other side of the table. Her slender jade-like hands were playing the zither as she looked at Suzimo's arrival with a smile on her face. The zither music stopped. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Mister, you are really interesting. When I meet other people, they are all attracted by my beauty. But when young master came in, the first thing he did was to size up my room. I see some things with my eyes, but I see some people with my heart. Suzimo smiled and then looked at the woman in front of him. She was wearing a white embroidered dress that wrapped tightly around her breasts and a white gauze jacket. She looked a little like the women from the western regions, and her facial features were especially beautiful. She had willowy eyebrows, a high nose bridge, a pair of big black eyes, and a small cherry mouth. Her hair was draped over her shoulders and tied into a bow with a pink ribbon. Young master, what do you think of my zither playing? Ji Baiyu asked with a smile. Your service attitude is not good. You don't even know how to pour water for me. Suzimo sat on the floor and poured himself a cup of tea. Then, he slowly asked, do you know how to play those songs of golden spears and iron horses, the kind that makes one's blood boil? I can't appreciate such gentle and elegant songs, and I can't comment on them. Ji Baiyu looked at Suzimo seriously and pursed her red lips, saying, Young master, you are really different from others. What's the difference? We all have one mouth and two eyes. Do you think I have 3 heads and 6 arms? Suzimo replied with a smile. Young master, you have a unique temperament. I can't say that you are charming, but I feel that you are a maverick. Ji Baiyu thought for a while and said. Not really. I just don't depend on others. Suzimo shook his head with a smile. What do you think of me? Ji Baiyu asked. What do you mean? Suzimo asked in return. I am just a woman from a brothel. Do you think that I am fickle and look down on me? Ji Baiyu said with a sad look. Her tone was soft and weak. Coupled with her sad and pitiful look, it made people want to hug her and protect her. Of course not. Suzimo put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Ji Baiyu with a smile, saying, If I look down on the founder of the Union Pavilion, the dancing sword fairy, one of the 24 sword fairies, then who else in the world will be worthy of my attention? Ji Baiyu's expression froze for a moment. Then she said with a smile, So young master already knew. She sat up straight. She was no longer as pitiful as before. Instead, she looked natural and graceful. I should have played along with your performance, but I turned a blind eye. Suzimo smiled. What business do you have with me, young master? Ji Baiyu asked, If the Union Pavilion has offended you in any way, young master, please tell me. Suzimo smiled but didn't say anything. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He exhaled deeply and said, Good tea. If young master likes it, I can give you some. This tea is made with my secret recipe. You can't drink it anywhere else, Ji Baiyu replied with a smile. Is that so? Suzimo's eyes were filled with reminiscence. He said slowly, I remember drinking this tea a long time ago. I think there's a place called Linyan City in the northern continent. Don't you think it's a coincidence? There's a small family there with the same surname as you. I heard that the people in that family are the descendants of Emperor Featherflight, but they've declined. Su Zimo clicked his tongue and said with a regretful tone. However, Ji Baiyu's expression changed drastically. She stared at Su Zimo and her body trembled. Her face was a little pale. She forced a smile and said, "What do you want to say, young master?" "Nothing. I just think it's a coincidence. I heard that the family was suddenly annihilated a few decades ago. Hundreds of people in the family died in the battle." Su Zimo said regretfully. Later on, there was a rumor that the daughter of the Ji families had escaped with the inheritance of Emperor Featherflight. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? That girl who escaped is also called Ji Baiyu. As soon as Su Zimo finished speaking, Ji Baiyu's expression changed drastically. Bam, 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 bam. 4 of her meridians were opened, and the absolute strength of the void pulse realm erupted. Spirit energy surrounded her like a long dragon. What's wrong? I'm just telling a story. Do you have to be so nervous? Su Zimo smiled calmly. Who are you? Ji Baiyu's voice was trembling as she stared at Su Zimo. My father is Zhenwu Xingzong's deputy sect master. In a sense, I'm considered the second generation of an official, Su Zimo replied with a faint smile. Zhenwu Xingzong? Suddenly, an old voice sounded behind Su Zimo. An old man in a black robe suddenly appeared behind Su Zimo silently. Kid, what's your purpose here? The old man pondered for a while. Then, he looked at Su Zimo and gradually suppressed Su Zimo with his aura. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Su Zimo looked at the old man as if he didn't feel the aura that was getting stronger and stronger. You know me? The old man looked at Su Zimo in confusion. Back then, Emperor Feiyu had 9 great generals under him. Rumor has it that the 4th general of the 9 great generals had once accepted a disciple when he was nearing the end of his lifespan. He passed down everything he had learned in his life to that disciple. Su Zimo said with a faint smile. After that disciple obtained the inheritance of the 4th general, he had once made a name for himself in the northern continent with his bare hands. People later gave him the nickname of Old Man Blackwood. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the old man smiled in surprise and said, I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be someone who remembers my name. Then, he narrowed his eyes at Su Zimo and said, Kid, you know our origins very well. What is your goal? I have no interest in you. Su Zimo said, to be more precise, I am interested in something in your hands. What do you want? Ji Baiyu asked. The Emperor's blood left behind by Emperor Featherflight. Su Zimo looked at Ji Baiyu and said word by word. Impossible. Ji Baiyu's expression changed and he quickly shook his head. That means the Emperor's blood is indeed in your hands. Su Zimo smiled. He didn't dare to confirm it before, but now, seeing Ji Baiyu's reaction, he had a conclusion in his heart. This Emperor's blood is for the descendants of the Ji family to reforge their bloodline. We can't give it all to you, Old Man Blackwood said. I didn't say I want all of it. I only want 1 drop, Su Zimo said. What will you give in exchange? Old Man Blackwood asked curiously. A promise, Su Zimo said confidently. In the future, when I inherit the mandate of heaven and become an emperor, I can give you a promise. In my era, I will protect your Ji family and let you return to the glory of your ancestors. Become an emperor? You? Ji Baiyu sneered and said, Why should we believe you? You want our sovereign bloodline just because of a meaningless promise. You don't have a choice. You can only trust me, Su Zimo said calmly. Or I can kill all of you and personally take the emperor blood. Either you believe in my promise and cooperate for a win-win situation. Kill us all? Old Man Heimu chuckled. You, a brat who just stepped into the spiritual pulse realm, dares to spout such arrogant words. Just as Old Man Heimu finished speaking, a beautiful sword light slashed in from the outside. That sword light was as fast as lightning, as if it had the power of 10,000 caddies. Old Man Heimu's face turned serious. He reached out his right hand that was hidden in his sleeve. His right hand was like a withered old tree root, and a deathly still black chi wrapped around his hand. Light flashed in his eyes as he grabbed the incoming sword light. The sword light was annihilated in the black gas. 10 miles long Sky walked in with his sword on his back. He smiled and said, "It's really lively here." Old man Heimu stared at 10 miles long Sky. His expression changed slightly as he said, "Is this your trump card?" He shook his head. A few bangs sounded as 5 of the old man's meridians opened at the same time. This old man was also a Zune Pulse realm expert. "If this is your trump card," old man Heimu's aura surged as he said calmly, "it's not enough." 10 miles vast Sky was also an exalted pulse expert. Both of them were at the same level. Even if 10 miles vast Sky was slightly stronger, if this old man wanted to escape, Suzimo would not be able to do anything. "Wait a moment," Suzimo said to the old man. Then, he looked down at his storage ring and started searching. Not long after, he took out a silver jade and smiled. "This jade was given to me by my father. He told me to open it when I was in danger. His avatar is inside. Although this avatar is not as strong as his main body, it still has the strength of a half-step Saint Pulse realm expert. Do you want to try?" Su Qingshan was worried about Suzimo's safety, so he gave this jade to him a long time ago. Suzimo was not lying. The avatar in this jade indeed had the strength of a half-step Saint Pulse realm expert. However, this jade was extremely precious, so Suzimo did not want to use it easily. Back then, Su Qingshan had split off a part of his avatar and fused it into this jade. Su Qingshan had been heavily injured because of this and had to cultivate for a year to recover. Old man Heimu looked at the jade. There were many complicated runes carved on it. These runes were difficult to understand, and even a Zune Pulse realm expert like him could not understand them. Old man Heimu pondered for a long time before saying, "I can agree to give you the sovereign blood, but you have to promise me one more thing." "No." Suzimo shook his head. Don't you want to hear what the condition is?" Old man Heimu asked in confusion. "Tell me." "I don't like people haggling with me," Suzimo said. "I want Baiyu to join Jinwu Xingzong," old man Heimu said. "Grandpa Heimu, why?" Ji Baiyu asked in confusion. Old man Heimu shook his head and looked at Suzimo. "What do you think? What's so good about joining Jinwu Xingzong? Why don't you just let her be my maid? Her future is limitless. When I inherit the mandate of heaven, I can make her my war god," Suzimo said with a smile. "No need. Although my Baiyu status is ordinary, she won't be manipulated by others." Old man Heimu shook his head. "Alright. Don't regret it in the future if you don't seize the opportunity." Suzimo smiled and said casually, "Jinwu Xingzong will open its doors soon and accept disciples. When the time comes, just tell her my name. I'll let her know in advance." "Okay. Remember what you said today." Old man Heimu nodded. Ji Baiyu then took out a small bottle from his storage ring. The outside of the bottle seemed to be inlaid with stars, and it was very bright. There were 3 drops of blood in the bottle, and they were clearly separated. From the outside, the 3 drops of blood looked ordinary, as if they were no different from ordinary blood. However, when Ji Baiyu opened the bottle, strange things happened. There was the rising sun, the round moon, the towering trees, and the chirping of birds. Countless strange things started to appear at the mouth of the bottle. This drop of Emperor's blood weighs millions of kilograms. Ordinary containers can't hold it at all. It must be stored in the nebula bottle. Ji Baiyu took out a new bottle from his storage ring. She poured 1 drop of Emperor's blood into the bottle and reluctantly handed it to Suzimo. Suzimo took the nebula bottle and looked at it in his hand. Then, with a smile on his face, he put it into his storage ring. "If there's nothing else, young master, you can leave first." "I'm a bit tired," Ji Baiyu said calmly. "Didn't you just say I was special and had a unique temperament? Why are you complaining now?" Suzimo smiled and said, "Ha, women. You can't judge a book by its cover," Ji Baiyu said calmly. "Then let's get to know each other better when we have time." Suzimo looked at Ji Baiyu's angry expression and laughed as he left with 10 miles long Sky. Seeing Suzimo leave, Ji Baiyu angrily asked, "Grandpa Heimu, do you really believe he can carry the mandate of heaven? Emperors are the strongest people of an era. How can anyone carry the mandate of heaven?" Old man Heimu shook his head. Then why did you tell me to give him the emperor blood? Ji Baiyu asked curiously. If he had opened the jade tablet, I might have been able to escape. But what about you? Old man Heimu said helplessly. Don't be fooled by his smile. I can see that this kind of person is very decisive. He will definitely kill you and snatch the sovereign blood. Despicable. Ji Baiyu looked in the direction Su Zimo left and said hatefully. On the other side, 10 miles long Sky asked curiously, is that really emperor blood? Do you want to try it? One drop and you can become an immortal, Su Zimo said with a smile. Not interested. So what if it's emperor blood? I have to walk my own martial path. No matter how strong an external force is, it's just a support, 10 miles long Sky said arrogantly. When the two of them went downstairs, they saw Lin Ruhu and Guan Jinhai sitting in a private room. Guan Jinhai was hugging a few girls and was having a lot of fun. As for Lin Ruhu, he was wolfing down the food and wine. He was not interested in the girls at all. Senior brother Guan, you can have fun by yourself. We're going back first, Su Zimo said with a smile. Ah, junior brother Zimo, you came down so quickly? Guan Jinhai looked at Su Zimo with a flirtatious gaze and said, Junior brother, you need to nourish yourself more. Having a weak kidney is a big problem. Scram, Su Zimo said with a smile and left with the others. At the same time, the Chong family head, Chong Tianxiong was listening to his son Chong Wei and thinking. He was tall and sturdy and wore a light green robe with white clouds embroidered on the sleeves and collar. His expression was rough, but his thoughts were meticulous. He had a large beard and asked, did that disciple say anything about his background? He didn't. Soon Takashi shook his head and said, what kind of status could Guan Jinhai's senior and junior brother have? Birds of the same feather flock together. Don't let your guard down. If it's just an ordinary inner disciple, we have some connections in the true martial sacred sect, Chong Tianxiong said thoughtfully. However, if it's an elite inner disciple or a true disciple, it'll be troublesome. What should we do then? Soon Takashi was also a little scared. He said, I also want to invite His Highness to my side. I want to book the entire Bright Moon restaurant for him. Have the people we asked about from the Zhenwu Xingzong branch returned? Chong Tianxiong asked, Guan Jinhai has received a lot of help from us. He should be of some use now. Chong Wei shook his head and said, the people we sent to the branch were all chased out. We didn't even see Guan Jinhai's face. Then we'll wait for him to come and see what kind of monster he is. Chong Tianxiong snorted and said, let the third prince know about this. It's best if we can drag the royal family down with us. I understand. Chong Wei nodded. In the afternoon, Chong Wei was beaten 100 times by the family head in front of many elders and clansmen. It was said that Chong Wei wanted to invite the third prince to the Bright Moon restaurant but got into a conflict with Zhenwu Xingzong's disciple. This news spread like wildfire in the Chong family. The night was getting darker and a crescent moon hung in the sky. In a room in the backyard of the Chong family, a young man and an old man were standing by the window of the room. The young man was handsome and wore a blue and white robe. He had a domineering aura about him as if he was born to be a king. The old man kept a low profile. If you did not pay attention, you would not even notice his existence. He wore a gray robe and his eyes were as deep as a black hole. His black hair was mixed with white and he looked like an old man past his prime. What do you think about the news that's spreading like wildfire outside, Your Highness? The old man asked. The Chong family offended Zhenwu Xingzong and wants to drag me down with them. The young man chuckled and replied, however, this Zhenwu Xingzong is too much. All of his disciples are very arrogant. Your Highness, please be careful with your words. There are some things that we can't discuss. The old man shook his head and warned. Is this Zhenwu Xingzong really that powerful? The young man asked doubtfully. He was the third prince of the Purple Sun Empire. Their Purple Sun Empire was one of the two largest empires in the far west. His father was an emperor meridian powerhouse. There were close to 100 venerable meridian powerhouses in the empire and countless void meridian powerhouses. However, this Zhenwu Xingzong was like a mountain that was pressing down on them. Everyone bowed down to Zhenwu Xingzong. The young man was not convinced. Your Highness, let alone you, even if the emperor came here personally, he would have to respect Xinwu Xingzong. The old man said emotionally, "Do you know why your family can become the ruler of the Purple Sun Empire? Isn't it because our family's ancestors fought for this empire step by step?" The young man asked doubtfully. The Purple Sun Empire has existed for close to 10,000 years. There have been many rulers during this period. The previous ruler of the Purple Sun Empire was not surnamed An. That ruler was too arrogant and obeyed Xinwu Xingzong's orders. The old man shook his head and said slowly, "Later on, an old man walked out of Xinwu Xingzong. Within a day, the ruler of that generation, including his family, and everyone related to him were killed from this world. Since then, he never appeared again. Your family was only appointed as the new ruler after passing a test. Do you know that power, empires, and the throne are just a joke in front of those absolute powers?" "I understand. I don't want to have a conflict with Xinwu Xingzong's people." The young man nodded and said, "But this time, my brothers and I came all the way to the Chang family to fight for the position of the crown prince. However, the people of the Chang family have been delaying our proposal and are not willing to make up their minds. If we can help them solve their problem this time, we might be able to rope them in and make them a big help to us. Let's see who comes tomorrow." The old man thought for a while and said, "If it's an ordinary disciple, it's fine. However, if it's a true disciple, it's useless even if we show up." After returning to the branch hall, Su Zimo also began to cultivate. Night fell, and the darkness was like a giant beast that swallowed everything. A bright moon hung in the sky. The moon was above the willow branches. Su Zimo was currently cultivating the great Emperor Sandao's Nirvana art. After cultivating the Nirvana art successfully, a Nirvana aura would be born in one's body. Su Zimo had cultivated this cultivation technique in his previous life, so everything came naturally to him. He was familiar with it and there was no difficulty at all. The most important thing for him now was to deduce his own cultivation technique, the only self-freedom technique. In his previous life, this cultivation technique had already been deduced to the level of the divine pulse realm. After that, it was difficult to advance. However, this rebirth gave him a deeper understanding of the future and the past. Su Zimo believed that it wouldn't be long before he could deduce a cultivation technique above the divine pulse realm. After a night of silence, Su Zimo woke up early the next morning. The meridian technique he was currently cultivating was the sword drawing technique. Su Zimo was confident that even a meridian condensation or true meridian realm martial artist would not be able to react to his current speed of drawing his sword. However, he felt that it was still not enough. There was no limit to speed. Furthermore, he could also integrate the Nirvana aura into the sword drawing technique. His strength and speed would increase by a lot. Su Zimo also set himself a daily cultivation goal. Every morning and evening, he would practice drawing his sword 1,000 times and swinging it 1,000 times. As the saying goes, diligence makes up for stupidity. Even though he was reborn, he could not slack off. Hard work was indispensable on the path to becoming a powerhouse. After breakfast, Su Zimo finally stopped after a busy morning. He had to go to the Chang clan at noon. Su Zimo's lips curled into a smile. "I should gather that item as soon as possible." With Guan Zhenhai accompanying them, they headed to the Chang clan in a grandiose manner. As the overlord of Heaven Sword City, the Chang clan's residence was naturally in the most prosperous area of the central street. Standing at the entrance of the Chang clan's residence, two servants stopped everyone, saying that they would only be allowed in after reporting. Su Zimo didn't hold back. He was here to cause trouble, so there was no need for him to be courteous. Lin Ruhe kicked the two servants to the ground, and then walked in while shouting. The entire Chang clan's residence looked very imposing and magnificent. There were pavilions, artificial mountains, courtyards, lotus flowers, and flowing water. It was magnificent and majestic. I wonder which young talent from Xinwu Xingzong has come to visit my Chang clan. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Chang Tianxiong, dressed in a green robe, walked out laughing with an awe-inspiring aura. Behind him, the 5 elders of the Chang clan and the other clans followed closely behind. Xinwu Xingzong's elite inner disciple, Feng Buyu. Feng Buyu took out his identity token and replied calmly. At this moment, Chang Tianxiong's heart skipped a beat. Elite inner sect disciples were all at the True Meridian realm. They were comparable to the Chang family's highest combat power. Moreover, he could tell that Feng Buyu wasn't the main character in this group. The real leader was the young man in purple robes at the front. Things seemed to have gone beyond my expectations. Chang Tianxiong frowned slightly. The other party's status was higher than he had imagined. The geniuses of the sage sect have come to my Chang clan because of my useless son? Chang Tianxiong pondered for a moment, then waved his right hand. Chang Wei was dragged out by the servants with his hands tied behind his back. Chang Tianxiong said in a loud and firm voice, "My Chang clan has always followed the sage sect's footsteps closely. We swear to uphold the sage sect's authority. If my son has offended any of you geniuses, my Chang clan will not cover for him. Today, I will hand him over to you geniuses. You can do whatever you want with him. My Chang clan will not complain at all." Su Zimo smiled as he watched Chang Tianxiong's self-directed performance. He sighed to himself, as expected, this person is still the same as in my previous life. He's a ruthless person. As the head of the Chang clan, Chang Tianxiong was an overlord in the entire Sky Sword City. However, he wasn't a frog at the bottom of a well. He knew how big the world outside was, and he knew how to judge his own strength. When it was time to be tough, he wouldn't give in. When it was time to be soft, he would be a coward. Even if he had to sacrifice his own son, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Su Zimo knew that the other party had dug a hole for him. Chang Tianxiong first mentioned how loyal the Chang clan was to Zhenwu Xingzong. Then, his attitude was proper. He didn't quibble or plead for mercy, and he directly tied his son up. If Su Zimo really killed Chang Wei because of a small conflict, what would outsiders think of Zhenwu Xingzong? What are you saying, Master Chang? It's normal for young people to have conflicts with each other. However, no one will take it to heart. I've already forgotten about yesterday's conflict. Su Zimo smiled and said, "I'm here today because I heard from Senior Brother Guan that the Sky Sword City's prosperity today can't be attributed to the Chang clan's help. I'm just here to visit." Originally, Su Zimo wanted to cause trouble directly. However, he changed his mind at the last minute. The other party wasn't a brainless villain who would fight with him if he didn't agree with him. It was indeed a little inappropriate to do that. As a villain with professional ethics, Su Zimo felt that it was better to convince the other party and make them do it willingly. You geniuses are much more broad-minded than my useless son. Chang Tianxiong's gaze was stern as he kicked Chang Wei to the ground. He said, "Why aren't you going to the backyard to reflect? Don't ruin everyone's mood here." "Yes, yes." Chang Wei quickly nodded and left in a panic with the help of his servants. He knew that his father was protecting him. He wanted him to leave quickly and put an end to this matter. It's not easy for you geniuses to come to the Chang clan. How can you stand outside? Please come in. I've already asked someone to prepare a meal. Chang Tianxiong hurriedly smiled. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. He walked in with Lin Ruhu and the rest. Chang Tianxiong's gaze was deep as he frowned and pondered. The moment Su Zimo forgave Chang Wei, Chang Tianxiong knew that things were not simple. Su Zimo's purpose in coming to the Chang clan was not because of his son. Or rather, Su Zimo's target in coming to the Sky Sword City was the Chang clan from the beginning. Even if his son didn't clash with him, he would still come to the Chang clan. However, Chang Tianxiong couldn't figure out how the Chang clan had offended Su Zimo. Or did they have something that attracted him? He pondered for a moment in his mind, and more or less guessed the intentions of Su Zimo and his party. During the meal, Chang Tianxiong kept probing. However, Su Zimo only smiled and ate. He didn't mention the purpose of his visit at all. Finally, after 5 rounds of wine, Su Zimo and the rest were almost done eating. He then smiled and said, "I heard from others that your Chang clan's ancestor was originally an ordinary villager in a small mountain village. Later on, he obtained some opportunities and embarked on the path of martial arts cultivation. He established the Chang clan's current prosperity. How can you believe the words of a commoner so easily?" Chang Tianxiong smiled and said, "Our Chang clan's ancestor did obtain some cultivation methods, but he was from a wealthy family. How could he be a villager? But I heard that your Chang clan's ancestor did not only obtain some cultivation methods," Su Zimo said with a smile. Chang Tianxiong's hand that was holding the wine glass suddenly paused. He smiled and said, rumors will definitely become more and more exaggerated as they spread. You can't take them seriously. I heard that your Chang clan's ancestor also obtained a heavenly jewel, Su Zimo said with a smile. Since I can say this, I must have some certainty. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Chang Tianxiong's thoughts instantly became clear. Su Zimo came for the heavenly jewel, but it was something from hundreds of years ago. Other than the Chang clan's clan master of each generation, no one else would know about it. How did Su Zimo know about it? Their Chang clan's ancestor had always left behind an ancestral teaching, saying that in a few hundred years, a destined person would come. When the time came, the Chang clan would give the heavenly jewel to the destined person, and then the entire clan would go to him. The destined person would one day become the great emperor, and their Chang clan would also shine in this era. Chang Tianxiong did not know whether Su Zimo was the destined person or not, and he had a feeling that Su Zimo was not the person they were waiting for. What is the heavenly jewel that Child Su is talking about? I really don't know, Chang Tianxiong shook his head and said. Why are you so stubborn, Clan Master Chang? Su Zimo smiled and said, although the heavenly jewel is good, you still need to be alive to take it. Don't ruin your Chang clan's hundreds of years of foundation because of an insignificant thing. What do you mean, young master? Are you saying that Jinwu Xingzong will destroy our Chang clan just because of a randomly made-up heavenly jewel? The Chang clan's great elder said, our Chang clan has always supported sage sect. If we end up like this, because of a groundless accusation, this old man will definitely announce this matter to the world, and let everyone comment on what Glory sect has done. Or rather, this has nothing to do with the sage sect. It's just your personal decision. Su Zimo heard it clearly. He had no justification for his actions, but the Chang clan was fearless. They even wanted to use the name of righteousness as a shield. You've misunderstood. Our Glory sect rules over thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the far west. You people in the far west are all Glory sect's people. We don't even have time to protect you, so how can we hurt you? Su Zimo said with a smile. What did Child Su mean by that? Chang Tianxiong asked. I don't mean anything. I just don't know if Patriarch Chang has ever thought of such a situation. Su Zimo drank a cup of wine and said with a smile, today, I came to visit the Chang family. We had a good chat and then I left the Chang family. At night, a man in black suddenly came and wiped out your Chang family. Then, he took the Zi jewel. This matter has nothing to do with my Glory sect. If anyone says that this matter was ordered by me, show me evidence. Otherwise, it's slander. After a while, I caught the black-clothed man and took the heavenly jewel back. In the end, the Zi jewel will return to me. It's just that the process is a little complicated. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Chang Tianxiong's face changed slightly. He was not afraid of hypocrites or villains. He was afraid of people who held great power but did not follow the rules of the game. This was a threat, a naked threat. If he did not hand over the Zi jewel today, the man in black would wipe out the Chang family at night. Chang Tianxiong did not expect the other party to say it so blatantly. Moreover, he could not say that it was done by the Glory sect. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything, even despicable and shameless, and he was especially confident. This was Chang Tianxiong's impression of Su Zimo. Child Su, what is the meaning of this? Chang Tianxiong asked with an ugly expression. It's nothing, it's nothing. Thank you for your hospitality, Patriarch Chang. I'm full and should leave. Su Zimo stood up and said to Feng Buyu, Senior Brother Feng, go and inform the people of the city lord's mansion that no one is allowed to leave Heaven Sword City tonight. Close the city gates and wait until tomorrow morning. Seeing that Su Zimo was about to leave, Chang Tianxiong instantly panicked. He stood up and hurriedly said, Child Su, I suddenly remember that our Chang family seems to have a bead, but I don't know if it's the one you're looking for. If you need it, I'll go get it for you. Is that so? Patriarch Chang, don't force yourself. I can't take away someone's love. Su Zimo said with a smile. No, wait for me. I'll go get it for you right now. Chang Tianxiong said and hurriedly walked out. He was currently panicking. The moment Su Zimo left, he suddenly had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall him. Although the ancestral teachings left behind by his ancestors were very important, He could not let the Chang family be destroyed in his hands. This way, he would be the sinner of the entire Chang family. Not long after Chang Tianxiong left, he walked in with a box. The box looked ancient, and there was a picture of an armor drawn on it. The color of the box was dark black. Chang Tianxiong handed the box over to Su Zimo and said, "Child Su, take a look, is this the one you want?" Su Zimo opened the box. Inside was a dark yellow bead. The surface of the bead was engraved with countless messy patterns. Lin Ruha looked at the bead and asked curiously, "Why does this bead look so familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere before." Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything, and kept the bead. Of course it was familiar, because this bead's real name was Suppressing Hell Bead. Before, when Su Zimo was in the gravity tower, he took a Suppressing Hell bead from Cui Yuan. This was the second one. Su Zimo nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, thank you very much, Patriarch Chang." "No problem, no problem." Chang Tianxiong quickly shook his head and smiled. "This bead has been in my Chang family for hundreds of years, and no one knew what it was used for. Now that it has fallen into the hands of young master, it might be able to shine." Then Su Zimo said goodbye to Chang Tianxiong and left the Chang family with a group of people. Chang Tianxiong looked at their backs and slammed his hand on the table next to him. With a bang sound, the table was torn apart, and the teacups on top were smashed into pieces. Chang Tianxiong's face was gloomy and scary. After leaving the Chang family, Su Zimo was in a good mood. This kind of thing was very important to him, and now he was about to get it. He said to Black 13, "Before the sun rises tomorrow morning, I don't want to see the Chang family still in this world." Hearing Su Zimo's words, the surrounding people were shocked. "Junior brother Zimo, didn't the Chang family give you the heavenly jewel? Why do you still want to destroy them?" Guan Zhenhai asked hesitantly. "Yes, but when did I say that I wouldn't kill them if they gave me the heavenly jewels?" Su Zimo retorted. Guan Zhenhai was dumbfounded. "I don't think you said that." "That's right," Su Zimo replied. "So what if I said that? I'm going back on my words now, can't I?" Yes, Guan Zhenhai paused for a moment and nodded. Everyone present felt that Su Zimo had refreshed their worldview. Words like going back on one's words could be said in such a righteous manner and in such a serious manner. The three of them could only sigh. They had never seen such a shameless person before. Their Zhenwu Xingzong was also a righteous sect and an imperial lineage. Their vice-sect leader was also a formidable person who had opened 7 meridians at a young age and stepped into the Saint Meridian realm. They did not expect their son to be so black-bellied and not play by the rules. As the night deepened, the sound of dogs barking could be heard on the streets. The entire Heaven Sword City had fallen into a deep slumber. Only the Chang family was brightly lit. In the meeting hall, several powerful figures of the family were present. "This Zhenwu Xingzong is too much. He doesn't put our Chang family in his eyes at all," the first elder said angrily with a white beard. "Why should he put you in his eyes? Any elite inner sect disciple can easily wipe out our Chang family." The fifth elder said softly. "I think we should protest against Glory sect. I know an outer sect elder in Glory sect." The second elder said. "What's the use of being an outer sect elder? He can't control an inner sect disciple." The fifth elder said weakly. "Fifth elder, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Chang Tianxiong looked at the fifth elder and said lightly. "That's right, we're already full of anger. Can't we vent it?" The third elder snorted coldly. "Everyone, stop arguing. I think we can talk about it when we go to hell." A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone present was stunned and quickly looked in the direction of the door. A man in black slowly walked in with a sword in his hand. There was still blood dripping from the sword. It seemed that all the servants outside had been killed. "Who are you?" Chang Tianxiong frowned slightly as 3 of his meridians opened. The other elders in the hall also looked at the newcomer with vigilance. The aura on their bodies faintly linked together and pressured the newcomer. "Luan Quan, Bone Sage, Chowing Feng." The black-cloaked man's tone was very light. With every step he took, a pulse opened in his body. Then, he took the 4th step, and the 4th meridian gate, Kuan Hai, was also opened. His powerful aura was like a huge wave that covered the sky. Wave after wave, it pressed down on everyone in the hall, making it hard for them to breathe. Luan Quan's pulse was located on the back of his left hand. The Bone Sage's pulse is on the back of his right hand. Towards Yingfeng's chest. Kuan Hai was facing his chest, and his pulse was located on his back. When all four meridians were opened, the expressions of everyone in the Chang family changed. They cried out in shock, "Empty pulse realm." The black-clothed man slowly raised his sword and pointed the blade at his chest. His right wrist shook slightly, and a sword light shot out. The first elder at the side did not even have time to react before he was torn apart by the sword light. "Everyone, don't panic. Attack together and hold him back. I'll go to the city lord's mansion to get reinforcements." Chang Tianxiong shouted and immediately fled. The black-cloaked man's sword light shot out again. This time, the sword light was shaped like a cross. Chang Tianxiong did not even have the chance to react. The sword light was already magnified in front of his eyes and was about to imprint into his chest. The fifth elder suddenly rushed in front of Chang Tianxiong and blocked the fatal sword for him. "Family head, run. Our Chang family can't be lost like this." The fifth elder spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. "Although you're usually a talkative person, you're still the most reliable at critical moments," Chang Tianxiong said sadly. The black-clothed man held the sword in his left hand while fireballs gathered in the palm of his right hand. These fireballs were thrown into the Chang family, and the buildings along the way collapsed and began to burn. The sky was filled with flames and raging smoke slowly rose into the sky above the Chang residence, covering the sky and the sun. In the backyard of the Chang family, the third prince and the old man immediately realized that something was wrong. The old man wanted to protect the third prince and escape, but he was stopped by the black-clothed man. "Sir, this is the third prince of the kingdom of Ziyang. He definitely has nothing to do with the Chang family. Besides, we've always been the supporters of Glory sect," the old man hurriedly explained. He stood in the air, and 4 meridians in his body were opened. He was actually a void meridian powerhouse. "What Glory sect? I'm just an ordinary rogue cultivator. I don't like what the Chang family has done, so I want to get rid of him. This has nothing to do with Glory sect," the black-clothed man said calmly. Yes. This has nothing to do with Glory sect. Your chivalrous heart is admirable," the old man hurriedly said. "Go. You won't see anything tonight," the black-clothed man said. The old man hurriedly thanked him, and left with the third prince and the old man. Su Zimo sat in the courtyard of the branch hall. While admiring the bright moon, he also looked at the distant sky that was illuminated by the flames. In his previous life, the Chang family was the first to submit to him. They even gave him the suppressing hell pearl. Although the Chang family was pitifully weak to him now, Su Zimo still did not want to leave behind any future troubles. "You're Zhenwu Xingzong's man." Chang Tianxiong looked at the destroyed family and gritted his teeth. "Why? I've already handed over the heavenly pearl. Why are you still doing this? Does the death of a weakling need a reason?" the black-clothed man said calmly. "I don't understand. How did the Chang family offend him?" Chang Tianxiong looked around tragically. 500 years of wind and rain, the result of generations of hard work, were all destroyed in his own hands. He still remembered the day his father passed on the position of clan head to him. "Xiong you must find the destined person and bring the family to a new era. Don't let the Heaven Sword City cage restrain the wings of our family." He slowly picked up the sword in his hand. The cries of the children, the screams of the family, and the remains of the Chang family's 500 years of glory. He picked up the sword and looked up at the hazy sky. His hair had already fallen. His long hair fell down. With a tragic roar, he picked up the sword and slit his own neck. Ding! The sword fell to the ground. Chang Tianxiong half knelt on the ground. Fresh blood spurted out from his neck, and his vision became blurry. Finally, his body collapsed. Early the next morning, a piece of news that shook Heaven Sword City began to spread. The Chang clan has been destroyed. This was something no one had expected. In one night, a clan with 500 years of history was gone just like that. The guards of the city lord's mansion surrounded the entire Chong clan. The raging fire had burned for the entire night, and even now, there were still small flames left. City Lord Zhong Yening stood in the middle of the ruins, feeling sad for the death of a rabbit. Clean up this place. This matter ends here, and don't investigate anymore. Zhong Yening said to the guards. Lord, the people that miss and I met that day should be them. The old man called Uncle Liang said. They are from the Glory sect, and their status is not low. Zhong Yening pondered, then said, Tell Ling or not to go out for the next few days. I don't know why they came to Heaven Sword City. The old man nodded and left. At this time, Su Zimo was practicing his sword in the courtyard when he suddenly received a report that a man who called himself the third prince of the kingdom of Ziyang was looking for him. Su Zimo recalled in his heart that he seemed to be a tragic character in his previous life. Let him in. Su Zimo said. Then, a young man with a determined expression walked in. The young man wore a white robe and had a long sword at his waist. Child Su, I am the third prince of the kingdom of Ziyang, and Yifeng. Please forgive me for coming uninvited. The young man said with a smile. Why are you looking for me? Su Zimo asked. My kingdom of Ziyang is under the control of the Glory sect. I am preparing to return to the capital tomorrow. This time, I heard that young master was here, so I wanted to pay you a visit. And Yifeng said. You came to Heaven Sword City to rope in the Chong clan and fight for the position of crown prince, right? Su Zimo said with a smile. And Yifeng was silent for a moment, then said, Since Child Su already knows, I won't hide it anymore. Originally, I wanted to rope in the Chong clan, but unfortunately, I met a hero. I have been out for so long, so I should return to the capital. And Yifeng smiled bitterly. Do you have an older brother called an Yiheng? Su Zimo asked, rubbing his chin. That's my second brother. And Yifeng nodded. Do you want to be the crown prince? Su Zimo suddenly asked. And Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why, but his heart suddenly beat much faster. He swallowed hard, looked at Su Zimo with burning eyes, and nodded. All right, I'll give you a chance. Su Zimo smiled and said, As long as I hear news of an Yiheng's death, I'll guarantee that you'll become the future emperor of the kingdom of Ziyang. And Yifeng was stunned. You want me to kill Big Brother? He looked conflicted, not knowing how to respond. Was the throne more important, or was his half-brother more important? All right, don't worry about it. Go back and think about it. My promise is still valid. Su Zimo waved his hand and said, But I can remind you that without my help, you won't be able to become the crown prince. Su Zimo wasn't lying. In his previous life, an Yifeng's older brother, an Yiheng, was the future crown prince. The protagonist, Chu Yang, rose from Qingyang village, then came to Heaven Sword City and conquered the Chong clan. Finally, he went to the capital and met the second prince, an Yiheng. The two became best friends, and with Chu Yang's help, an Yiheng successfully became the crown prince. As for an Yifeng, he was just a pitiful worm in the end. All seriously. Consider it. An Yifeng nodded and left. Then, Su Zimo called Black 13 over. 13, I have a task for you. Don't mess it up. Young master, please give me your orders. Black 13 nodded solemnly. In the morning of Qingyang village, as usual, Instructor Mo led the teenagers to start their morning exercise. Ever since he took the elixir that Xianxia left for Qingyang village, he had successfully broken through to the meridian's condensing stage. His spiritual energy was surging, which was the result of his years of accumulation. The teenagers and the teen were all in the horse stance. Their faces were all red, and they had been in it for more than 2 hours. But only the last row, the teenager named Xu Yang, had a determined look on his face. He was as steady as a pine tree, as if he didn't feel tired at all. Ever since he practiced the celestial art of fighting that Elder Mo gave him and took the elixir left by Xiaoyuexian, Xu Yang's body had been tempered several times and reached the 9th level of the mortal realm. This level of training was child's play for him. After a morning of exercise, all the teenagers were so tired that they couldn't straighten their backs. Only Chu Yang was relaxed. Instructor Mo walked over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Keep it up. Maybe your achievements in the future will be much higher than mine." Yang smiled, and then nodded resolutely. After breakfast, Yang came to a forest outside Qingyang village. In this forest, there was an especially large canyon. A river gathered above the canyon, falling from the sky like a waterfall, stirring up waves on the ground. Below the river was a small pool. There were golden carp swimming in the pool. On the smooth stones on both sides, there was a turtle lying quietly on top of them, basking in the sun. Yang came to the side of the pool. Elder Mo's voice sounded from the ring. "Little Yang, sit under the waterfall. Use the pressure of the waterfall to try to open your first meridian today and break through to the spirit meridian's realm." The waterfall fell 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way was falling from the 9 heavens. Yang raised his head and looked at the waterfall that was like a giant dragon. He gritted his teeth and slowly sat on it. Just as he sat under the waterfall, he could feel the pressure of the water rushing down. All the muscles in his body felt like they were being torn apart. He felt the blood in his body flowing in reverse, as if his blood vessels were about to burst. He couldn't help but roar to the sky. "Hold on," Elder Mo's voice sounded from the side. "Use the footwork battle celestial art to repair your body bit by bit. Then slowly get used to the pressure." Yang nodded with difficulty and gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Gradually, his body became numb and his consciousness began to blur. "You can't sleep. Break through to the spirit meridian's realm in one go at this time. Otherwise, it will damage your foundation," Elder Samsara shouted from the side. Yang opened his eyes in a daze and muttered to himself, "Yes, I can't sleep. I still have to find shower." He remembered the day the girl left and how he felt powerless. His eyes suddenly flashed. With a bang, it was as if a shackle in his body had been opened. Countless waterfalls shot out. Yang excitedly looked at the changes in his body. Then, he suddenly saw that behind the waterfall, there seemed to be a cave hidden inside. "That is?" Yang looked at the cave in surprise. This cave was hidden in a very secluded place. It happened to be blocked by the waterfall that fell from above. The entrance of the cave was filled with vines and weeds. Yang had been cultivating here for several days, but he did not notice it. He decided to take a look and stood at the bottom of the waterfall. Ever since he opened his first meridian and advanced to the spirit vein realm, the impact of these waterfalls on him was not as great. He leaped up, and the spiritual energy around him temporarily dispersed the waterfall. Then, he jumped into the cave halfway up. There was a faint fragrance of flowers in the cave. It was not turbid because it had been covered for a long time and the air could not circulate. The cave was a little dark. Yang was careful. "I don't know what dangers there are in here." He didn't even know how deep the cave was. After walking for a long time, Yang suddenly saw a ray of light in front of him. His vision also widened. At the front of the cave, there was a moon-shaped groove. The light came from this groove. There was a dark yellow bead embedded in the groove. If Su Zimo was here, he would realize that this bead was exactly the same as the one he snatched from Cui Yuan and the one from the Cheng clan. The light shone down from the groove and shone on the corner of the cave. There was a pile of hay in the corner, and on top of the hay was a silver-white sword. The scabbard emitted a silver-white light, and there was a dragon carved on it. This is... Yang's gaze was completely attracted by the sword. Elder Mo's gaze was focused on the bead. "This is a mortal weapon, but the material used to forge it is heaven-earth black iron." "Amazing," Elder Mo praised. "A mortal weapon," Yang was a little disappointed. "Little Yang, it's because it's a mortal weapon that I praise it. If it's an earth-grade weapon, I wouldn't think highly of it," Elder Mo said. "Any weapon has to evolve from its most basic form. Those weapons that are born earth-grade and heaven-grade have limited potential." Hearing this, Yang was a little happy. He held the sword in his hand and pulled it out bit by bit. The moment the sword was pulled out, it was as if a silver dragon was roaring, and a sword light flashed. The sword was 3 feet long, and the entire sword was crafted very carefully. The blade was suffused with a cold light, and there were 3 words engraved on it. "Swimming Dragon Sword," Yang recited happily. "Little Yang, take out the bead in the round groove for me to see," Elder Mo said very seriously. Qi Yang nodded, and took out the dark yellow bead. The inside of the bead was a little muddy, and its surface was covered with veined patterns. What's the use of this pearl? Qi Yang asked curiously. Elder Mo pondered for a long time before slowly asking, have you heard of the legend of the 100 battle body? What 100 battle physiques? Qi Yang looked puzzled. The era we are in now has experienced 3 eras. They are the current era of emperors, the desolation era, and the even more distant era of legends. Elder Mo slowly explained, legend has it that in the era of legends, which is the beginning of the era, 100 great battle bodies descended from the heavens and earth. Anyone who can fuse with the 100 battle body will obtain a sublimation of their life essence. Their innate talents will be extraordinary and extremely powerful. So powerful? Then, how can I have a battle constitution? Qi Yang asked in surprise. They are scattered in the world, and no one knows where these battle constitutions are. Elder Mo said, even the battle constitution ranked at the bottom of the 100th rank is something that many great emperors yearn for. Since ancient times, more than 70 of these battle constitutions have been discovered. However, there are still more than 20 left in the world, causing many people to scramble for them. However, what's strange is that there is more or less news about these other battle constitutions. Only the top 3 battle constitutions are still unknown. Many people even suspect that the top 3 battle constitutions don't exist at all. There are also wise people who once predicted that these 3 battle constitutions won't appear easily. However, once they appear, they will definitely appear together and create an incomparably glorious era. Elder Mo, do you know where there are battle constitutions? Qi Yang asked. I don't know, but I once read an ancient book from the era of legends. It was recorded that the top 3 battle constitutions are different from the other battle constitutions. Elder Mo said slowly, the other battle constitutions are all one. As for the top 3 battle constitutions, they are divided into 3 parts and scattered in the world. Only by gathering all 3 parts can one fuse the battle constitution. Elder Mo, you mean that this pearl is one of the 3 parts of the top 3 battle constitutions? Qi Yang asked. The first battle constitution is called the Hell-Suppressing Divine Physique, the second is called the Broken Ex-Emperor Physique, and the third is called the Crimson Flame Emperor Physique. Elder Mo nodded and said, however, I'm not sure which of the top 3 battle constitutions this pearl in your hand belongs to. Keep it first. When there is a chance in the future, I might be able to gather all 3, Qi Yang said excitedly. At this moment, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Who is it? Qi Yang was shocked. He hurriedly pulled out his sword and looked in the direction of the cave entrance. He saw a black-clothed man slowly walk in. He looked at Qi Yang and said indifferently, hand over the item. What is it? Qi Yang took a step back and asked doubtfully. He felt the strong aura from the other party. It was not something that a spirit pulse realm cultivator like him could defeat. And the black-clothed man snorted coldly. The sword in his hand flashed. Qi Yang did not even have time to react before he felt the flesh on his chest split open. Blood flowed down instantly and dyed his chest red. Who are you? Qi Yang endured the pain. He did not expect that he would be targeted right after he got the opportunity. The black-cloaked man did not answer and walked towards Qi Yang step by step. If it was not for Su Zimo's order, Black 13 would have killed Qi Yang. As early as a few days ago, after receiving Su Zimo's order, he rushed to Qingyang village without stopping. Instead of alerting the enemy, he had been lurking around the Qingyang village and following Qi Yang. Until today, when Qi Yang accidentally found the cave in the waterfall, Black 13 knew that his mission was about to be completed. The 3 hell-suppressing pearls that Su Zimo wanted to collect were the 3 parts of the first battle constitution, the hell-suppressing divine physique. In his previous life, Qi Yang had already collected the hell-suppressing divine physique. It was also one of his biggest trump cards. According to his previous life's experience, Su Zimo only knew that there were 3 hell-suppressing pearls. He did not know the location of one of them. The other one was in the Chang clan and the other one was in Qingyang village. As for where he got it in Qingyang village, Su Zimo did not know. He did not expect that he would accidentally get the hell-suppressing pearl from Cui Yuan and then the Chang clan's hell-suppressing pearl. Because Suzimo did not know the location of the health-suppressing pearl in Qingyang village. So he let Black 13 follow Qiyang. After all, the protagonist would definitely get the health-suppressing pearl with the help of the miracle aura. Suzimo guessed that Cui Yuan must have been an experience giver in his previous life. After being killed by Qiyang obtained the last suppressing hell pearl, so he didn't know where it came from. And in this life, he actually inadvertently snatched the suppressing hell pearl from Cui Yuan's hands. It could only be said that fate made fools of people. Seeing Black 13 walking towards him step by step, Qiyang hurriedly retreated. He only felt a burning pain in his chest. Because of the large amount of blood loss, his head was also a little dizzy. Am I going to die just like this? Qiyang thought unwillingly. He had Elder Mo's guidance, he practiced the Great Emperor's technique, and he still had to find Xiao. He wasn't willing to die here, he wasn't willing to. Little Yang, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. Elder Mo's voice came from the ring. Elder Mo, you. Qiyang looked at the ring doubtfully. He saw an old man's shadow slowly reflected from the ring. The moment the old man appeared, it was as if the whole world was silent. The sun and the moon rotated, but samsara didn't stop. An invisible aura condensed on the old man's body. He had his hands behind his back, his hair was white, and he was wearing a green robe. He sighed, his aura shook the surroundings. He slowly stretched out his right hand, as if the whole time and space had frozen and stopped. This is. Black 13 looked at the old man's figure solemnly. When I was at my peak, even a saint bloodline expert was nothing in my eyes. A mere void bloodline and dared to kill the person I chose. The old man said lightly. You said it yourself that you were at your peak. Now, how much strength do you have left? Black 13 said as he slowly took out a jade tablet. This jade tablet was given to him by Suzimo. Inside it was Su Qingshan's avatar. As long as he opened it, he could burst out with the strength of a half-step saint bloodline expert. Not good. The old man saw the use of the jade tablet at a glance. He didn't expect the other party to come prepared. He just started to show off, how could he encounter such a troublesome situation? He waved his right hand and a cage fell from the sky, enveloping Black 13. Then he grabbed Xianx's shoulder and shouted, let's go. This ordinary cage couldn't control Black 13 at all. It could be said that the old man used all the power he had accumulated over the years to take Qiyang away. In a dense forest, the old man slowly put Qiyang down. At this time, his shadow was already somewhat dim, as if it would dissipate at any time. Elder Mo, are you all right? Qiyang shouted anxiously. It's fine, don't worry. Elder Mo said with a smile, it's just that I used too much soul power just now. I'll be fine after recuperating for a while. If there are any spirit herbs in the future, remember to keep an eye out for me. After Elder Mo finished speaking, he entered the ring. Qiyang nodded, and took a deep breath. The blood on his chest had already stopped flowing. However, his head still hurt slightly. He leaned against a big tree and wanted to rest for a while. Another sound of footsteps was heard. Qiyang was startled. Is that person chasing after me? He turned his head and saw a man carrying a long sword slowly walking over. The man was dressed in white and looked elegant with a smile on his face. Just as Qiyang was about to speak, he felt a strong aura pressing down on him. He groaned and felt that he couldn't move at all. The swordsman gave him the feeling that he was even stronger than the black-cloaked man. The swordsman walked in front of him and slowly bent down, taking out the suppressing hell pearl from Qiyang's chest. Who are you? Qiyang's eyes were like torches as he looked at the other party and asked. 10 miles of sky. The man replied with a smile and left with the suppressing hell pearl. After the man left, Qiyang felt his whole body relax. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. Elder Mo, Qiyang called out tentatively. The person just now was very strong. I didn't dare to come out. He was at least at the Venerable Vein realm. Elder Mo said solemnly. Why do I feel that I was clearly arranged by someone, as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything? Qiyang said thoughtfully. Who exactly are these people? Don't think so much. Cultivate well. Elder Mo said, "You are still too weak now. When you are strong, one day you will get back all of this. It's just a pity about that." Pearl. Chu Yang nodded heavily, his eyes shining. Su Zimo took the last suppressing hell pearl that 10 miles of sky brought over. He suppressed the joy in his heart and said, "Not bad. You have worked hard. Why didn't you let me kill him?" 10 miles of sky asked doubtfully. "Don't you think that it's a sad thing to not have a true opponent in this world?" Su Zimo smiled and said, "I want to give him unlimited hope and then ruthlessly make him despair. It's only interesting this way." "Then what about the thing you promised me?" 10 miles of sky asked. Su Zimo smiled and sent 2 secret manuals to 10 miles of sky. These 2 secret manuals were Heavenly Chant Sword Technique and Tripartite Sword Formation. "Don't worry. How can I go back on my word?" Su Zimo smiled. 10 miles of sky glanced at Su Zimo and didn't say anything. He suddenly felt that being friends with Su Zimo was far better than being enemies. The next morning, the few of them left Heaven Sword City. Before leaving, Su Zimo warned Guanjinhai, "Some things should stop before going too far." "I understand." Guanjinhai quickly nodded. He knew that Su Zimo was referring to the fact that he had used Jinwu Xingzong's name to seek personal gains with the Chang clan. Su Zimo didn't care too much about Guanjinhai's matter. He knew that this world was a mixture of black and white. There was no need to separate black and white so clearly. There was no such thing as an absolute good person, and no such thing as an absolute bad person. As long as some things stopped before going too far, within the scope of the game, it wasn't a big deal. These few days were the busiest time for Jinwu Xingzong. The sect was about to open its gates and accept disciples. In this extremely small territory, who knew how many youths were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, eager to enter this holy land in the hearts of countless people. Even some of the smaller sects wanted to send their talented disciples to Jinwu Xingzong. That was a wider world, with more opportunities and better resources. At the front of the sect, there were 188 steps. All the youths who wanted to enter Jinwu Xingzong had to pass these steps. This could be considered the first test. The first 100 steps had twice the gravity, the middle 80 steps had 5 times the gravity, and the last 8 steps had 10 times the gravity. This test tested the disciples' willpower. It had nothing to do with a person's strength. No matter how strong you were, the gravity wouldn't change. Those who could pass these 188 steps could only rely on their own willpower. Su Zimo returned to Jinwu Xingzong, but 10 miles of sky didn't follow him. He was going to establish a force for Su Zimo, an intelligence force. It didn't need to be very powerful, but it had to be timely and accurate. The scope of the force had to cover the entire Yuanyang continent. He had to be informed of all major events in the continent. This was a long process that couldn't be completed in a day. But Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry. He could wait, and he didn't lack the money to establish a force. Not to mention his identity, just the things that he had looted from the Chang family when he had destroyed them were enough to take Su Zimo a long time. The wealth of a clan for 500 years was unimaginable. After returning to Yannan Peak, Su Zimo went to the peak alone. The peak was thousands of feet high, with rugged rocks, rugged paths, and overgrown weeds. Su Zimo slowly took out the 3 suppressing hell pearls. The breeze blew his hair into a mess. Suppressing hell godly physique, the first physique of all time. Su Zimo sighed. Even he didn't know all the secrets of this physique. In his previous life, he had only seen it with regret and envy. He slowly channeled his spiritual energy into the 3 orbs of suppressing hell. His long robe flapped in the wind. Suddenly, the 3 suppressing hell pearls cracked. The sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Silver dragon-like lightning shuttled through the dark clouds. The thunder rumbled as if the whole world was about to collapse. A ball of light flew out from each of the 3 suppressing hell pearls. The 3 balls of light formed a triangle and entangled with each other. In the sky, the thunder and lightning seemed to be getting louder and louder. The whole sky seemed to be angry. The dark clouds piled up together, but it didn't rain. There was a faint moisture in the air. The 3 balls of light suddenly shone brightly, and a set of white bones flew out from them. One of the balls of light had 2 arms, another 2 legs, and the last one was the head and torso. When the skeleton completely fused together, demonic chi suddenly surged in the world. Black fog appeared on the skeleton, and countless scriptures crawled around the skeleton like ants. Whitebone's eyes were emitting pure black gas. It turned its head mechanically and charged towards Suzimo. Seeing that Whitebone was about to enter Suzimo's body, Suzimo hurriedly took out Emperor Featherflight's sovereign blood. He dripped the Emperor's blood on the Whitebone, and the entire Whitebone suddenly trembled. Then, it turned into a ray of light and flew into Suzimo's body. Suzimo only felt that the bones in his body seemed to be fusing with something. It was a pain that penetrated deep into his soul, and he almost fainted. His heartbeat sped up, and his originally red blood started to turn black. Suzimo only felt that his mind was incomparably clear, as if there were no distracting thoughts. His hair was all curled up like an afro and had turned fiery red. Countless veined patterns appeared on his face. They were all purple and black, and some kind of power flowed through the veined patterns. Suzimo's entire body was emitting wisps of black gas. He half knelt on the ground and gritted his teeth to endure the pain that was transforming his entire body. In a place very, very far away on the Yuanyang continent, the sky was covered by demonic chi. Even the scorching sun couldn't penetrate this demonic chi. There was no such thing as day or night here, as it was always shrouded in darkness. At the very center of this world, there was a pillar that had been sealed away. This pillar was about 10,000 feet tall, and it had been silent for thousands of years. Suddenly, the dust on the pillar began to fall, and streaks of red light began to flash on its surface. Finally, someone spoke in this world that had been deathly silent for thousands of years. The soaring spear has sensed its master's power. The demon master has been resurrected. Where is he? Should we go and find him? We don't know. Or rather, no one knows where the demon master is. It's because no one knows that the demon master can safely grow up and live. One day, that man will come here again. All we need to do is to wait patiently. But the path to the primordial devil cave has been sealed. Ordinary creatures can't enter. The demon master is not an ordinary creature, a gentle female voice slowly said. He will follow the soaring spear's call, as if listening to a war song from the distant heavens. He will chant in a low voice as he walks towards his weapon, the soaring spear. Nothing can stop him because he is the strongest creature in the world. Someone beside her laughed maniacally. Their laughter was filled with madness and excitement. Welcome back, demon master. The moment the hell-suppressing godly body merged, Suzimo's second meridian was opened. The opening of the mystic skeleton also meant that Suzimo had directly advanced to the pulse condensation realm. With the support of the round pearl's divine pulse realm power, his cultivation level was also gradually increasing. Pulse condensation first level. Pulse condensation second level. Pulse condensation ninth level. His realm stopped at pulse condensation. Ninth level. Suzimo let out a long sigh of relief. What made him even more surprised was the state he was in. His hair was completely red, and his face was covered in purplish-black lines. At that moment, Suzimo felt as if the Demon King had descended. His strength was unimaginable. Is this the power of the hell-suppressing godly body? Suzimo was surprised. He had seen Chu Yang use the hell-suppressing godly body in his previous life, but it was different from his own. Perhaps everyone had their own path to walk, so it was normal for it to be different. The increase in strength caused Suzimo's body to crackle. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, but in the end, no rain fell. The sun was shining brightly. On the peak of Green Mountain, Su Qingshan looked at the strange scene just now, his eyes full of doubt. Great misfortune, I don't know if it's good or bad. Su Qingshan didn't know where the misfortune came from, so he could only shake his head and stop thinking about it. After that, Suzimo went to find Lin Ruhu. Today was Zhenwu Xingzong's disciple recruitment day. Suzimo wanted to participate and watch the fun. According to Zhenwu Xingzong's rules, Suzimo hadn't been cultivating for long. He hadn't passed the entrance examination, so he wasn't considered a disciple of Zhenwu Xingzong. At most, he could only be a family member of Zhenwu Xingzong's deputy sovereign. According to the rules, Su Zimo had to pass the examination with the others today to be considered a true disciple of the sage sect. But there was no absolute fairness in this world. Those with power could do whatever they wanted. With Su Qingshan here, the rules didn't matter. The rules were made for the weak. The strong were responsible for making the rules, but they didn't take it seriously. When Su Zimo and Lin Ruhu arrived at the entrance of the sect, the trial for the recruitment of new disciples had already begun. The 188 steps were already filled with disciples. At the top of the steps, there were 2 outer sect elders and 1 inner sect elder in charge of the assessment. The inner sect elder was from the Great Elders faction. When he saw Su Zimo arrive, he just snorted lightly and ignored him. However, one of the outer sect elders was a member of Su Qingshan's faction, and he was extremely enthusiastic. "Nephew Zimo, you're here," the elder said with a smile. "Hello, Elder Jean." Su Zimo smiled and said, "How was the new disciple trial this year? Were there any good seedlings?" The inner sect elder ignored Su Zimo, and Su Zimo couldn't be bothered with him. He directly started chatting with Elder Jean. "There were a few good ones," Elder Jean replied. "Look at the disciples on the first 8 steps. They are considered to be more outstanding." There were 188 steps in front of Zhenwu Xingzong. The last 100 steps had twice the gravity, the middle 80 steps had 5 times the gravity, and the first 8 steps had 10 times the gravity. Su Zimo took a look and saw that Bai Li Xiao was among them. He asked, "Wasn't that girl brought back by the 6th elder? Why is she participating in the trial?" "She requested it herself." "We can't possibly reject her," Elder Jean said with a smile. Su Zimo smiled and didn't say anything. This girl was much more mature than he had imagined. She had undergone a drastic change from an ordinary village girl to the niece of the 6th elder of Zhenwu Xingzong. However, she didn't lose herself in it. Instead, she was able to maintain her sense of self. Su Zimo's lips curled into a smile as he muttered to himself, as expected of the successor chosen by the Empress. "Nephew Zimo, if you want to rope in forces, you can try these few." Then, Elder Jean began to introduce the talented disciples to Su Zimo. The disciple standing at the front of the 8 steps was a young man in a white robe with a long sword on his back. The young man exuded a sharp aura. Although the gravity on the stairs was astonishing, it was difficult for him to even take a step forward. However, his expression remained calm and he had no intention of backing down. "He's a disciple of the Huang family in the northwest city," Elder Jean said. "His name is Xue Bu Hui, and he's considered to be the most talented one in this batch." "Why would a disciple of the Huang clan come to our Zhenwu Xingzong?" Lin Ruhu asked curiously. Although the Huang family could not be compared to Zhenwu Xingzong, they were still a big family in the northwest city. The founder of the Huang family was the sword god, an expert of the same generation as Great Emperor Yin Tian. It was said that he had once competed with Great Emperor Yin Tian for the Heaven's Will, although he ultimately lost. However, how could someone who was qualified to compete with a great emperor for the Heavens Will be mediocre? The disciples of the Huang family who came to Zhenwu Xingzong definitely did not have any special privileges. They were just like ordinary disciples. If they wanted good cultivation resources, they had to fight for it themselves. In that case, they might as well stay in the Huang family. He's a bastard son of the Huang family. His mother is just a lowly servant girl. His birth was also an accident. Elder Jean explained, he won't be able to obtain good resources in the Huang family. Instead, he'll be targeted everywhere. His name is Yan Bu Hui, and he took his mother's surname. He's not bad. Su Zimo recalled the memories of his previous life and said with a smile, "One day, he'll inherit the glory of his ancestors and pass down the glory of the sword god." "Nephew Zimo, do you think so highly of him?" An inner sect elder said disdainfully. Su Zimo glanced at the inner sect elder and said calmly, "The Rain Maiden has nothing to do with her." The inner sect elder's expression turned ugly. He snorted coldly and ignored him. "I won't say much about that girl called Bai Li Xiao. I heard that the 6th elder dotes on her a lot. Her talent is probably not bad," Elder Jean continued. Further down the steps, the 2 girls are twins. One is called Xue Qianxia, and the other is Xue Mengmeng. They're locals of Little Yang Town under Glory Sect. The previous head of the Xue family was an inner sect elder of Glory Sect. Before they came, the head of the Shui family came looking for me, hoping that I could take care of them. They're twins, and I heard that they've cultivated a joint attack technique. When the two of them use it together, the power of the technique can be doubled. Originally, with their strength, it would be very difficult for them to reach the top 8 steps. However, because of the joint attack technique, their talent can be considered passable. Su Zimo smiled. He still had an impression of the twins. If he remembered correctly, the two of them later became Bai Li Zhao's servant girls. It could be said that they had limitless glory. Further down, the big guy is called Gao Xiong, Elder Jin continued. He comes from an ordinary mountain village in the 100,000 mountains. His cultivation level can be said to be the lowest among these people. He's only at the 9th level of the mortal realm. He hasn't even entered the spirit pulse realm. However, his body has the most potential I've seen in all these years. He relied purely on his physical strength to reach the top 8 steps. After listening to Elder Jin's introduction, Su Zimo said to Lin Ruhu, "Ruhu, let's go participate in the trial as well. Otherwise, others will gossip." Okay, Lin Ruhu nodded indifferently. The two walked down the mountain, starting from the first step and moving forward step by step. There weren't too many strict requirements for walking up these steps. They weren't allowed to use defensive spirit weapons, and they had to walk one step at a time. Even if you could climb several steps at once, it wasn't allowed. When Su Zimo stepped on the steps, he felt gravity coming from all directions. His cultivation level, which was originally a little unstable after entering the 9th level of the meridian condensation realm, was gradually stabilizing, and the spirit energy in his body became more and more condensed. "Ruhu, don't resist the gravity. Try to become one with it," Su Zimo warned. "Not only can you reduce the weight of the gravity, but you can also temper your body better." Lin Ruhu nodded. His talent wasn't inferior to Su Zimo's. Especially after cultivating the strength technique, the muscles on his body became more and more obvious. There were already signs of bulging. It was estimated that he would become a muscular man in the future. Su Zimo had a satisfied expression on his face. He walked up the steps step by step, tempering his body while integrating himself with the gravity. He walked for more than 10 minutes and walked unhurriedly through the last 100 steps with double gravity. After that, it was the 80th step with 5 times the gravity. Su Zimo stood on top of the steps and adjusted the gravity slightly. Then, he walked up casually. Lin Ruhu didn't want to be outdone. Although it was still a little difficult, he was still able to keep up with Su Zimo's pace. Finally, the two of them walked up the 80th step and arrived at the last 8 steps. According to Zhenwu Xingzong's rules, as long as one could walk up the steps with 10 times the gravity, they would be considered to have passed. However, in Zhenwu Xingzong, the outer sect disciples were also divided into ordinary and elite disciples. Those who could climb the 8 steps with 10 times the gravity were considered ordinary outer sect disciples. And if one could complete all 8 steps, then one could become an elite disciple. Elite disciples definitely had more resources. On the path of cultivation, wealth, companions, techniques, and land were indispensable. Therefore, every year, there would be many new students who wanted to challenge this and directly become an elite disciple, leaving behind a beautiful story. Su Zimo walked up the steps with 10 times the gravity. The gravity was getting stronger and stronger. He moved his body a little and let out a long breath. He walked up the first step and saw the twin sisters standing on it. Su Zimo lowered his head and sized them up. His gaze stopped at the position of their soft breasts. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" The younger sister, Shui Mengmeng, showed her canine teeth and stared at Su Zimo. "I live on Yannan Peak." Su Zimo patted their shoulders 3 times, then laughed and walked up the second step. "What does he mean?" Shui Mengmeng looked at her sister in confusion. Shui Qianshui gritted her teeth and said angrily, "He told us where he lives and even patted our shoulders 3 times. He wants us to go to Yannan Peak to find him at midnight." "Shameless." Shui Mengmeng looked at Su Zimo's back and clenched her fists. Her face was red. Su Zimo stepped onto the 3rd step and looked at the tall and sturdy youth named Gao Xiong in front of him with a smile. "My name is Gao Xiong. Nice to meet you." The young man named Gao Xiong touched the back of his head and smiled. My mother said that when I was young, I could fight head-on with the brown bears in the forest. My strength was not weak at all. Therefore, she named me Gao Xiong, the little prince of hand-to-hand combat. Su Zimo smiled and said, young man, I have high hopes for you. Do you want to follow me? What's in it for me? Gao Xiong asked curiously. When I inherit the mandate of heaven and become a great emperor, I will make you my second general. What do you think? Su Zimo smiled. As for the first general position, it had already been reserved by Lin Ruhu. But I also want to be a great emperor. Gao Xiong smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. If you want to compete with me for the heaven's will, I can only kill you when the time comes, Su Zimo said. Maybe I can kill him instead, Gao Xiong smiled and replied nonchalantly. Haha, interesting, very interesting. Su Zimo laughed heartily. Then, he looked at Gao Xiong in confusion and said, you have the bloodline of the ancient strength bearer. You do have the qualifications to compete for the heaven's will. Unfortunately, you were born in the same era as me. Gao Xiong's expression changed as he looked at Su Zimo with bright eyes. His ancient power bear bloodline had always been his secret. How did the other party know about it? Leaving behind Gao Xiong, who was deep in thought, Su Zimo walked up to the fifth step. He looked at the young girl in front of him. Bai Lixia was also looking at him. Their eyes met. I really regret my stupid actions back then, Su Zimo said calmly. The young girl looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. The gentle breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. The branches of the willow trees on both sides swayed in the wind. A few birds flew over from afar, flapping their wings and chirping softly. The game has begun. But this time I am the one in charge. Su Zimo suddenly smiled and ignored the young girl. He stepped into the air and was in high spirits. Yan Buhui stood with his sword in his arms. His body was tall and straight, like an unsheathed sword. The sword aura on his body was awe-inspiring. His white robe fluttered in the wind. His long hair was tied up in a bun. His slanted fringe covered half of his eyebrows and danced in the wind. Do you want to take revenge? Su Zimo stepped onto the steps and looked ahead with the young boy. If you help me destroy the Huang family, my life is yours. Yan Buhui turned his head. His eyes seemed to be shining with a sharp sword. He looked at Su Zimo with a burning gaze. Enemies are things. Shouldn't you destroy them with your own hands to be satisfied? Su Zimo smiled and ignored the young boy's shocked gaze. He stepped onto the last step. His aura was like a rainbow. Spiritual energy surged around his body like a river. His purple robe was draped behind him. He turned around and looked at the countless young boys who were still climbing under the gravity. Su Zimo could not help but think of Zhenwu the great emperor. Back then, that man had shouldered the mandate of heaven and stood at the peak of the sky. In front of everyone in the world, he had shouted out the words, "The mandate of heaven is mine alone." How bold must he have been? Nephew Zimo is really talented. The inner sect elder said in a strange tone. As expected of the vice sect leader's nurturing. What this inner sect elder meant was that Su Zimo was able to suppress the other freshmen because his father was the vice sect leader, and he was able to do so by using the best resources. Leave a way out when you do things. Don't give yourself a chance to beg for mercy in the future. Su Zimo indifferently glanced at the inner sect elder and said. The inner sect elder's face changed. He looked deeply at Su Zimo and did not say anything else. After Su Zimo reached the 188th step, Lin Ruhu also struggled for a long time before he reached the top. Yan Buhui's body was surrounded by sword aura. It was as if he was going to soar into the clouds. The sound of a sword rang out. He finally reached the top. Although Bailey Zhao's performance wasn't too breathtaking, she had still managed to walk up step by step. Everyone thought that it was impossible. She gritted her teeth and finally reached the top despite the fact that her bones were about to be crushed by the gravity. After that, no other disciple was able to reach the 188th step. However, there were still many disciples who managed to reach the 8 steps. Zhenwu Xingzong's trial was divided into 3 stages. When all 3 stages were completed, everyone's score would be added up. The top 100 disciples would be able to join Zhenwu Xingzong and become outer sect disciples. As for the second stage, it was to test one's aptitude. To a martial artist, aptitude was extremely important. Even Empress Han Tian, a girl with an ordinary aptitude, had to find things to improve her aptitude step by step on the road to becoming an emperor. Zhenwu Xingzong divided aptitude into 9 levels. Level 1 was the strongest and level 9 was the worst. If one's aptitude was above level 4, they would be considered qualified. Su Zimo did not participate in this stage. After merging the Aeon First body and the hell-suppressing immortal body, Su Zimo was quite confident in his own aptitude. In this stage, Gao Xiong and Yan Buhui were both level 1 aptitude. Bai Li Xiao was level 2 aptitude and the twins were level 3 aptitude. There was a special enlightenment stone used to test aptitude. The enlightenment stone was a special stone. After being modified, it was specially used to test aptitude. The aptitude test for the Tao Comprehension Stone was still ongoing. Most of the disciples who came to Zhenwu Xingzong had 3rd grade or 4th grade aptitude. There were also many 1st grade and 2nd grade aptitude. The aptitude test was about to come to an end when a young man in a black robe placed his hand on the Tao Comprehension Stone. Tao patterns suddenly appeared on the Tao Comprehension Stone. The Tao patterns shone brightly and shot into the sky. King-level aptitude, the outer sect elder beside him said excitedly. I remember that the last time someone with king-level aptitude appeared was 10 years ago, the inner sect elder said with a smile. King-level aptitude was not considered rare in Zhenwu Xingzong, but it was definitely worth nurturing. King-level aptitude was 1 level higher than 1st grade aptitude. The young man seemed to have known about his aptitude and was not surprised at all. Instead, he proudly enjoyed the envious gazes of the surrounding youths. What's your name? The inner sect elder walked up and asked. Disciple's name is Yu Bo, the young man hurriedly replied respectfully. Are you willing to be my direct disciple? The inner sect elder asked. As long as you agree, even if you don't pass this test, I can accept you as my disciple. Thank you, master. I am willing. Yu Bo did not stand on ceremony and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. The youths at the side were envious. Yu Bo just came to Zhenwu Xingzong, and he's already a disciple of an inner sect elder. His future is limitless. Seeing your brother use talent is unparalleled. How can you mortals compare to him? A sharp-eyed disciple at the side had already started to flatter him. Brother Zimo, do you want to recruit him? Lin Ruha looked at Yu Bo and asked. He's just a clown. Su Zimo shook his head. In his previous life, Yu Bo was indeed in the limelight. However, it was only because of his high aptitude that his Tao heart was unstable. In the end, he became a commoner. As a martial artist, if one's aptitude was low, they could slowly improve. There would always be a way. However, if there was a problem with his Tao heart, he would not be able to achieve much in this lifetime. Therefore, there was a saying among martial artists, if you have an invincible Tao heart, then you have the qualifications to become a strong martial artist. After the second test, everyone rested for half an hour before proceeding to the third test. The third test tested one's Tao heart. Zhenwu Xingzong would create an illusion. Whoever could maintain a clear mind for the longest time after entering the illusion would score the highest in this round. If you can maintain your consciousness until the end of the illusion, you will get full marks. Generally speaking, there were 2 types of situations where one could maintain a clear mind. One was when one's mind had not fallen into the illusion ever since one entered it. This type of person's Tao heart could be said to be tenacious. There was also another type of person who had fallen into the illusion but managed to break free from the temptation of the illusion at the last moment and walked out of the illusion. Although this type of person's Tao heart had some flaws, they had endless potential and could also get full marks. After resting for half an hour, a young man walked out of Glory Sect. The young man was wearing a blue robe specially made by Zhenwu Xingzong. His face was firm, and his eyes seemed to have some kind of magic. If one looked at them for too long, they would lose themselves. Zhenwu Xingzong's 7th elder was an array master. He had 5 direct disciples under him. They were called the 10,000 Formation 5. The 10,000 Formation 5 were all good at different arrays. Some were good at killing arrays, some were good at defense arrays, and some were good at support arrays. The young man in front of them was called Qiao Shan. He was the one who was best at illusion arrays. I will set the topic for the third test. Xiao looked at the youths in front of him and said calmly, I will set up a 7 emotions 6 desires array. From the name, you should be able to guess the use of this array. I won't explain too much. Spiritual qi surged in Xiao hands. His hands began to form seals. One by one, thumb-sized array seals were formed by his spiritual qi. His speed was extremely fast. Within a few breaths, 100 array seals had been formed. Arrays were also strictly divided into levels, just like the levels of meridians. According to the number of array seals, 10 array seals would be a level 1 array, and 100 array seals would be a level 2 array. When the 100 array seals landed on the ground according to the position of the array, they were arranged in order and merged into the spiritual qi. Spiritual qi surged in Xiao hands again. It turned into a ray of light and fell into the array. Then, the entire array was activated. The inside of the array was covered by a thin layer of fog. No one could see what was inside the fog. Outside the formation, there was a circle of white spirit qi. Some of the light was restrained, and some of the mist was rising. The test will last for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, I will remove the array, Xiao said. The new disciples also began to enter the array. They sat cross-legged and relaxed their minds. They wanted to be in their best condition for the test. Come, let's go join in the fun, Su Zimo said to Lin Ruhu. He also brought Lin Ruhu into the array. Just as he sat down, the array began to operate. Layers of fog shrouded everyone. The surrounding youths instantly entered an illusion. However, Su Zimo did not move. He sized up the array. In his opinion, although it was full of flaws, it was actually not bad according to the requirements of a level 2 array master. Su Zimo emptied his mind and allowed the fog to bring him into the illusion. If he was not willing, such a low-level array would not be able to make his mind fall. His surroundings were a vast expanse of whiteness. Su Zimo's ears rang with the sound of laughter. A few women in revealing clothes slowly walked towards him. They had soft breasts, long legs, and a head of fluffy black hair behind them. They seemed to have just finished bathing. However, before the group of women could reach him, Su Zimo hit them with his palm and dispersed all the illusions. Nothing new. Old-fashioned. Pink beauties can't escape the vicissitudes of time. Just a skeleton. In the next moment, deafening cheers suddenly sounded in Su Zimo's ears. He stood at the top of the sky with the will of heaven surrounding him. He had a dignified appearance and wore a purple robe. His aura was majestic and unstoppable, as if he was a great emperor who ruled the world. No, he was now a great emperor, the strongest person of this era. Countless creatures below were kneeling on the ground and worshipping him. Since I've been reborn in this lifetime, I'll definitely ascend to the top of the sky and ascend to the great emperor realm. There's no need to indulge in these illusions. Su Zimo shook his head and shattered these illusions with a single punch. In the next moment, the scene in front of Su Zimo's eyes suddenly changed. He became an ant crawling between heaven and earth. At the top of the sky, 10 great emperors walked in the air. Their emperor's aura was vast and mighty. Purple aura came from the east for 90,000 miles. They held the sun, moon, and stars in their hands. Su Zimo, do you know your crime? The 10 great emperors attacked at the same time. Their eyes were like gods and their figures were majestic. They carried the sky with their shoulders and stepped on the clouds. The pressure was as if the 9 heavens had collapsed. It was so oppressive that Su Zimo could not breathe. The great emperors of old, the vast emperor, the Feiyang emperor, the Tianqi emperor, Su Zimo's expression did not change as he looked at the great emperors who were revered by the people of the future. He said calmly, "What crime have I committed? Even if you all carry the mandate of heaven and replace it, what can you do?" Su Zimo really wanted to roar at this moment. Cultivators of my generation go against the heavens. Who dares to be high and mighty? Today, I'll crush the heavens. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was a little silly. He narrowed his eyes and pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back. He looked at the 10 great emperors in the sky and grinned, "So what if I pull you down from your pedestal?" He stepped into the air and the tyrannical shadow in his hand reflected a dazzling light. He roared as he charged towards the great emperors. My generation comes from the world. Once I enter the pugilistic world, time rushes by while I talk and laugh about my ambition for hegemony. Life is nothing more than a drink. Xiao Shan waved his hands, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires array gradually dissipated. The fog dispersed, and Su Zimo smiled. The 7 emotions and 6 desires array could stimulate a person's most primitive desires. Whatever you desired the most, it would create for you in the illusion. Power, wealth, beauty, or strength. Many of the youths in the field were already disheveled. Their hair was disheveled, and they looked very pathetic. Even the youths who were in a better state were either pale or flushed. They were covered in a layer of sweat. Ruhu, what did you see in the illusion? Su Zimo asked with interest. I saw many naked girls, but I wasn't interested, so I beat them up. Lin Ruhu said, I also saw myself carrying the mandate of heaven and becoming a great emperor. However, I knew that this generation's great emperor would definitely be Brother Zimo, so I killed all those who worshipped me. Su Zimo suddenly realized that this illusion was actually used to arouse the desires in people's hearts. However, people like Lin Ruhu had no desires at all. Ruhu, what do you like? Su Zimo asked curiously. I like to follow behind Brother Zimo, Lin Ruhu said with a silly smile. Let me say this first. My personal taste is very normal, Su Zimo quickly explained. I didn't mean that. Lin Ruhu quickly said, I have someone I like. Who is it? Su Zimo stared blankly. Lin Ruhu, this guy, usually looked like a quiet person. Who would have thought that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also be the kind of person who was inwardly passionate? 7th Elder's daughter, Lin Ruhu replied in a low voice. Hiss, Su Zimo gasped. That's F** King terrifying. Su Zimo had seen 7th Elder's daughter before. He didn't expect Ruhu's taste to be so heavy. What do you like about her? Su Zimo felt that he had to clarify. I think her personality is quite good, Lin Ruhu smiled foolishly, as if he had recalled something. His smile was as bright as spring. Sorry to disturb you, Su Zimo nodded silently and didn't reply. She's a werewolf. At this time, the inner sect elder had already started to read out the names of the top 100 disciples. The youths whose names were read out were all excited. They looked around proudly with their heads held high. Seeing that the names of the top 100 disciples were gradually being read out, the remaining youths looked gloomy. Their hopes for the whole year had been completely dashed. Those who couldn't join Glory Sect, don't give up. The path of a martial artist is full of setbacks. How can it be smooth sailing? The inner sect elder stood in front and comforted them. Everyone can come back next year, or choose to join another sect. It's not a bad choice. In this land of the far west, other than Jinwu Xingzong, there were many other sections. However, no matter how one compared them, Jinwu Xingzong was the strongest one. After that, the inner sect elder gave a motivational speech to the remaining 100 youths who had joined Jinwu Xingzong. The general content was, the sect is for me, and I am for the sect. After the speech, the inner sect elder took out a hexagonal crystal. The surface of the crystal was polished to the point that it was as smooth as a mirror. There were sparkles on it. The inner sect elder didn't tell them what the crystal was for. He just asked them to stand in a line and put their hands on the crystal one by one. What is this for? Lin Ruhu asked curiously from afar. Inheritance crystal, Su Zimo replied with a smile. He had already expected the result. This was the moment that could be recorded in Jinwu Xingzong's history. It was also the moment that Bai Li Xiao truly stepped into the Dragon's Gate. However, Su Zimo didn't stop it. Everything was so interesting and beautiful. It was so beautiful that he couldn't bear to destroy the hope of others. One by one, the youths placed their hands on the crystal. However, there was no reaction from the crystal. The inner sect elder's face was calm. He had already expected this situation. It's not easy to find a successor that can make the empress choose. The line started to dwindle. Yan Buhui, Gao Xiong, and the twin sisters all failed one by one. It was only when the young girl walked forward and placed her hands on the crystal that Bai Li Xiao felt a warm current flowing from the crystal. Then, the entire crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light. This is... The inner sect elder standing in front of the crystal lost his composure and looked at it. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Su Zimo, who was not far away, smiled and said, "TSK, what a historical moment. It's a pity that there's nothing to record it." When the crystal emitted a dazzling light, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of these figures exuded an earth-shattering aura. When these figures appeared at the same time, their auras faintly merged into one. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified, and the aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas was as majestic as the sea. Among these figures were the 7 great elders of Jinwu Xingzong, including the vice-sect leader. This crystal was the most precious treasure of the sect. Naturally, they wouldn't hand it over to an inner sect elder so easily. In fact, every time they searched for a successor, these big shots would hide in the dark. They just didn't want to show their faces. "Brother Zimo, what's happening?" Lin Ruha looked at the upper echelons of the sect and asked in surprise. The crystal slowly rose into the sky, emitting a dazzling light as if something was about to be born. Su Zimo smiled and said, "Before the 4 great emperors of Jinwu Xingzong ascended, they left their legacies in the sect. They hoped that one day, a suitable candidate would receive the legacies and lead Glory Sect to prosperity. The legacy of the divine travel. Great Emperor was obtained by our current sect leader, and the legacy of the Jinwu Great Emperor was obtained by my father. Now, only the legacies of the Great Emperor Sandao and Empress Hong Tian are empty. Today, the successor of Empress Hong Tian has appeared." Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. The smooth crystal gradually dissipated, and a shadow walked out of it. This shadow seemed to have crossed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, traversing the river of time and destiny. Everything was silent as the majestic emperor's aura swept across the entire Yuanyang continent. At this moment, regardless of whether it was an old monster who had cultivated for many years or a talented genius, they were all shocked. Everyone was shocked by this powerful aura, and they couldn't help but look in the direction of Jinwu Xingzong. "It's the Empress," someone shouted. Everyone in Jinwu Xingzong knelt on the ground and looked at the sky with reverence. Endless brilliance fell from the shadow, and it seemed to be covered by a fog. No one could see the Empress's face clearly. The inner sect elder swallowed hard and said, "The Empress's successor. She is the successor chosen by the Empress." The shadow looked back at the world, and time and space seemed to freeze. Then, the shadow turned into a silver light and flew into Bai Lixiao's body with an imposing aura. Then, everyone heard a rumbling explosion as the Empress's inheritance crystal shattered. A complete set of bones flew out from inside. This set of bones emitted a silver light, and rays of moonlight twined around it. "The flying fairy physique," an elder exclaimed. "It's the Empress's flying fairy physique. The Empress didn't take it with her before she ascended. She left it behind." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Bai Lixiao with eyes full of disbelief. Those who knew about it all understood that this young girl had obtained a great opportunity. The flying fairy physique was ranked 7th among the 100 great physiques. It was known as the physique that represented extreme speed. Among the 4 great emperors of Jinwu Xingzong, only Empress Hong Tian obtained the flying fairy physique, which was ranked 7th. Great Emperor Jinwu obtained the Jinwu sword physique, which was ranked 15th. The other 2 great emperors didn't obtain the flying fairy physique even after inheriting the mandate of heaven. Great Emperor Jinwu's inheritance was obtained by Su Qingshan, but he didn't leave behind his own flying fairy physique. No one expected Empress Hong Tian to leave behind her flying fairy physique. The soaring immortal physique fused with Bai Lixiao's body. Bai Lixiao fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Su Zimo could understand the intense pain of a body being modified. 6th Elder Xiao Yuexian promptly flew down from the sky and encouraged her from the side. "Xiao, hold on, this is an important moment for you to change your own destiny, you must hold on." Under everyone's nervous gazes, Bai Lixiao gradually calmed down. She sat down cross-legged and suppressed the spirit qi in her body before slowly exhaling. "Aunt." Bai Lixiao hurriedly greeted Xiao Yuexian when she saw her. "Child, you're also a source of fortune." Xiao Yuexian said with satisfaction, "You've obtained the Empress inheritance and fused with the soaring immortal physique. You definitely have the qualifications to compete for this generation's mandate." "I'll do my best. I won't disappoint you." Bai Lixiao nodded. The new disciple's trial had ended, and the girl became the sole protagonist of this trial. Su Zimo could now be considered one of Zhenwu Xingzong's outer disciples. According to Zhenwu Xingzong's rules, outer disciples must complete 3 sect missions within a month. There was a special mission hall in the sect. Disciples would go to the mission hall to receive their missions. Su Zimo didn't care how big of a commotion this trial caused to Zhenwu Xingzong. He brought Lin Ruhu to the mission hall. Accepting and handing in missions had to be completed in the mission hall. Therefore, when Su Zimo arrived, the mission hall was usually crowded. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was as busy as a marketplace. There was a very long line for accepting missions. Su Zimo was too lazy to queue and went straight to the front of the line. A disciple at the front was accepting a mission. That disciple smiled and said to the disciple in front of the counter who was giving out missions, "Senior, I want to accept a mission. What's your cultivation level?" The young man in front of the counter asked without raising his head. "Spiritual pulse level 5, the disciple quickly replied. "Spiritual pulse level 5 missions can only be accepted," the young man replied indifferently. Then, he casually threw a wooden token to the outer disciple. The outer disciple hurriedly took the mission token. When he saw the description of the mission on the token, his expression changed. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior, can you give me a level 5 mission?" There were all kinds of missions in the mission hall. Some were to kill monsters, some were to eradicate bandits, some were to escort caravans, and some were to excavate rare minerals. Some of these missions were issued by the sect elders, while others were issued by outsiders. As long as there was a reward of spirit crystals and the missions didn't harm others, they could be issued in Zhenwu Xingzong. Therefore, there were some level 5 missions that were easier and some that were more difficult. This outer sect disciple accepted a mission to kill a demonic beast. The young man who issued the mission frowned and said unhappily, "You're picking missions for this and that. Then I'll give you the easy missions. Who's going to complete the rest?" The outer disciple was submissive and didn't dare to object. These disciples who issued missions had a lot of power. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. If they really angered them, they wouldn't be able to say anything if they purposely gave them the hardest missions in the future. Su Zimo patted the outer disciple's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, cut the line." "Who are you?" The outer disciple frowned and looked at Su Zimo as he asked unhappily. Because Su Zimo usually stayed on Yannan Peak, many outer and inner disciples weren't familiar with him. Before Su Zimo could speak, a disciple behind suddenly kicked the outer disciple to the ground and said fiercely, "Open your dog eyes and look. This is the son of our Zhenwu Xingzong deputy sect master, senior brother Zimo. He can cut your line because he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful." The outer disciple's expression changed quickly. He apologized to Su Zimo and left with his tail between his legs. Su Zimo looked at the disciple who stood up for him and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhang Gilin." "Senior brother, you can call me Xiao Gizi," the disciple quickly replied. "Not bad, Xiao Gizi. You can follow me in the future," Su Zimo said with a smile. Although Su Zimo didn't like people who flattered him, it would save him a lot of trouble to have a lackey by his side. "Thank you, senior brother, for giving me the opportunity to follow you everywhere. Senior brother, you may not know, but my respect for you has always been like a surging river. It's endless and like the overflowing Yellow River. It can't be stopped once it starts," Zhang Gilin said with a smile. Then, he suddenly slammed the table and urged the young man who issued the missions, "What are you waiting for? Senior brother Su is here to accept missions. Why don't you take out the better missions?" Oh. The young man who issued the mission was stunned. He quickly took out a pile of wooden boards and placed them on the table for Su Zimo to choose from. Su Zimo looked at Xiao Gizi who was trying to intimidate others and did not stop him. He smiled and asked, "Show me some of the unrated missions." Usually, when outsiders issued missions in Zhenwu Xingzong, even the people who issued the missions were not aware of the danger level of some of the missions. Therefore, these types of missions would be classified as unrated missions. If a disciple accepted such a mission, they would be rewarded according to the difficulty level of the mission. The young man who issued the mission nodded and took out a pile of wooden boards. He reminded, "Senior Su, the danger level of these missions is unknown. Be careful when you choose. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. He took a look inside and then picked out a wooden plaque and held it in his hand. The mission on the wooden board was that minister whose house in 10 Miles Town had been haunted recently. He wanted to invite some skilled martial artists to capture the evil spirit. Su Zimo took the wooden board and left the mission hall. On the way, Lin Ruhu asked curiously, "Brother Zimo, are there really ghosts in this world?" "That depends on how you understand ghosts." Su Zimo smiled and explained, "There are no natural ghosts, but there are man-made ones." At this moment, in Jinwu Xingzong's main hall, Deputy Sect Leader Su Qingshan and the 7 elders were all present. "Deputy Sect Leader, I think we should allocate a large amount of resources." 6th Elder Xiao Yuxian said, "Xiao Heir has inherited the Empress's inheritance and the flying immortal physique. She is definitely qualified to fight for the mandate of heaven. Who knows, maybe another Empress will appear in Jinwu Xingzong in this generation." 6th Elder, "You are being too emotional." The Great Elder said, "The mandate of heaven is not so easy to fight for. Besides, Bailey Xiao just joined Jinwu Xingzong not long ago. She doesn't have a sense of belonging." "Oh, then what does Great Elder think?" Xiao Yuxian asked indifferently. "Yuer is the most talented person in this generation of Sage Sect. His Emperor-level talent is obvious to all," the Great Elder said slowly. "Furthermore, he has also grown up under everyone's eyes. You can completely rest assured in nurturing him." "I think my eldest disciple, Xiao Xinghe, is not bad either," the 2nd Elder interjected. "Xiao Xinghe won't do. I heard that he often peeks at the female disciples bathing." "His conduct isn't good," the Great Elder said with a frown. The 2nd Elder was silent for a moment. He wanted to fight for justice for his eldest disciple. At this moment, he really wanted to stand up and shout at the crowd, "The person who peeped at the female disciple bathing was me, it has nothing to do with my disciple." However, 2nd Elder was afraid that he would not be able to protect himself in his later years. He thought about it. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Moreover, the son had to pay for his father's debt. Thinking of this, the 2nd Elder felt a lot more comfortable. He didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for tricking his disciple. 7th Elder, what do you think?" Su Qingshan pondered for a moment, then looked at the man in the corner who had been silent the whole time. Jinwu Xingzong's 7th Elder gave off an especially refined feeling, looking like a scholar. He wore a gray robe, his hair tied up in a bun. He also didn't have much of a tyrannical aura about him. He looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary teacher. The 7th Elder smiled and replied, "I feel that Bailey Zhao's talent is not bad. If there are no problems after some observation, she is worth nurturing. I heard that the Divine Son sect has already decided on the candidates for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, and is preparing to nurture her to fight for the mandate of heaven. We shouldn't fall behind others." Hearing the 7th Elder's words, Xiao Yuxian smiled and said, "7th Elder's disciples, the 10,000 Formation 5 Masters are also all exceptionally talented, not much inferior to Xiao Er." "They won't do," the 7th Elder shook his head, not saying anything more. "The selection of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter cannot be sloppy," Su Qingshan pondered for a moment, then said, "Since everyone can't make up their minds, let's just have a competition." "I don't agree," Xiao Yuxian objected. "Xiao Er has only come into contact with martial cultivation for a short period of time. This kind of competition is unfair to her." 6th Elder, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Also, Bailey Xiao has inherited the female emperor's legacy. She might not fall behind by much, Su Qingshan said. "I don't want to have a competition now." Half a year later, Jinwu Xingzong will hold a 7-clan grand competition. At that time, we can choose the candidates for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter based on the results of the competition. After all, we have to decide from many aspects, and can't just look at talent alone. Hearing that it would only be held half a year later, Xiao Yuxian thought for a moment and felt that there was a lot of time, so she agreed. "I have no objections," the other elders all nodded in succession. At the end of the competition, Su Qingshan called Su Zimo to Mount Qingshan alone. "What do you think of the girl called Bailey Xiao today?" Su Qingshan asked tentatively. "She's just like that," Su Zimo knew what his father meant. "I have discussed it with 6th Elder, And we have decided to betroth her to you." Su Qingshan was silent for a moment, then said. As expected, Su Zimo smiled. It was the same script as in his previous life. In his previous life, the first time he met Bailey Xiao was when she inherited the female emperor's legacy. He was deeply attracted to her appearance, temperament, and talent. When his father was ready to betroth Bailey Xiao to him, he was wild with joy. Bailey Xiao also readily agreed and did not object to anything. Everything seemed so natural. But later on, Su Zimo found out that he was just a chess piece played by the other party. At that time, Su Zimo was like a bootlicker, often circling around the girl. However, the other party was extremely cold to him. Every time Su Zimo was disappointed and about to give up, Bailey Xiao would give him some benefits and reignite his hope. He was being played in the palm of the other party's hand. Bailey Xiao's aunt was Zhenwu Xingzong's sixth elder. Furthermore, as Su Zimo's fiancée, she borrowed the power of Su Qingshan. It could be said that she could do whatever she wanted in Zhenwu Xingzong. She used Zhenwu Xingzong's resources to grow stronger bit by bit. Then, when she really grew up, she broke off her engagement with Su Zimo with a single sentence and turned around to throw herself into her brother's arms. Zhenwu Xingzong was just a stepping stone in her life. Probably no one would have thought that this girl from an ordinary mountain village would have such ambition. Su Zimo thought of the miserable first half of his life in his previous life and could not help but laugh at himself. She's not my type, Su Zimo rejected with a smile as his thoughts returned to the present. What do you like? Su Qingshan asked. Su Zimo was silent for a while, then replied confidently, singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Looking at his father's increasingly serious expression, Su Zimo hurriedly replied, I really haven't thought about marriage. You're old, so don't talk about parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Nowadays, free love is popular. Don't you understand? Su Qingshan explained, Bailey Xiao is destined to be groomed by the sect. She might even fight for the mandate of heaven. I'm doing this for your sake. Moreover, feelings can be cultivated slowly. So, you and my mother are also cultivating slowly? Su Zimo asked. How is that possible? Su Qingshan hurriedly replied. The spring breeze brushed against my face, beside the willows, a graceful young man, a slender young lady. Your mother and I fell in love at first sight. Then I also want to find someone who fell in love at first sight, Su Zimo said. Do you want to fight for the title of Great Emperor? Su Qingshan looked at Su Zimo and asked seriously. Who doesn't want to be Great Emperor? Su Zimo retorted. I understand. Su Qingshan was silent for a while, then said, Go. In half a year, the sect will hold a 7-sect tournament. Prepare in advance. When the time comes and you win the competition, I can make you the Holy Son legitimately. In fact, Su Zimo wasn't interested in the position of saint. However, he still nodded and left Green Peak. Then, he brought Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi to 10 Miles Town. The few of them went to the Imperial Beast Pavilion and rented a flying desert horse each. Then, they left Zhenwu Xingzong in a grandiose manner. It was spring now. The willows by the side of the road had sprouts, and the flowers were in full bloom. A few wisps of spring breeze blew from afar, stirring up a cloud of dust. On Qingyang Village's battle stage, a fierce competition was going on. Chu Yang looked at the young man in front of him. He unsheathed his swimming dragon sword and used the 13 shadow sword technique that Elder Imo had taught him. The long sword buzzed in the air and transformed into 13 shadows that charged towards the young man opposite him. The youth opposite him held a saber with both hands and struggled to block the sword shadows. He fought and retreated, and just as he was about to retreat to the edge of the stage, Chu Yang's eyes flashed. The sword shadow's speed became faster and faster. Then, he took the opportunity to kick his opponent off the stage. I announce that Chu Yang is the winner of the martial arts competition in Qingyang Village, Instructor Imo shouted with relief. He had witnessed the rise of this young man with his own eyes. Back then, he was so weak that he couldn't even stand in a horse stance. Now, he was already at the 5th level of the spiritual pulse realm and was one of the best in the younger generation of Qingyang town. However, this young man had only used a few short weeks. He was neither anxious nor impatient, nor did he feel proud of his small achievements. The future was promising. Coach Mo, I think it's time for me to leave Qingyang village. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. After the martial arts competition, Chu Yang found Coach Mo and told him his thoughts seriously. Coach Mo was stunned for a moment. Then, he felt relieved and said with a smile, "That's right. I should have thought of it. A hidden dragon in the abyss, there will be a day when you will achieve meteoric success. Our Qingyang village is too small for you to conquer. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. You are the most talented person I've ever seen. Even compared to the disciples of the big clans in the imperial city, you are not inferior. No matter what happens to me in the future, I will remember that I am from Qingyang village," Chu Yang replied firmly. Good, good. Coach Mo laughed heartily and asked, "Where are you going? Have you thought of a place?" "I don't know. I want to go all the way north to the imperial city to see the world," Chu Yang said with a smile. "When I was young, I worked in Xianyuan City. If you don't mind, I can recommend you to go there," Coach Mo said. "Okay. Anyway, I will pass by Xianyuan City on my way to the imperial city," Chu Yang said with a smile. Then, Coach Mo took out half of a jade pendant and handed it to Chu Yang. He said, "Take this jade pendant to the military camp in Xianyuan City. Find a man called Du Tianyin and tell him that you are Mo Tianqi's nephew. He will understand." Chu Yang took the jade pendant and thanked him solemnly. Coach Mo smiled and waved his hand. He said, "Go. There will be a bigger stage waiting for you outside. Your journey has just begun." Early in the morning of the next day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Chu Yang had already packed his luggage. He stepped into the night that was about to dissipate and left Qingyang village. The young man looked back at the small village that he had lived in for more than 10 years. This ordinary village had been drifting in the wind and rain for decades. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with endless longing and reluctance. "Little Yang, don't look anymore. We should go," Elder Mo's voice rang in his ears. Chu Yang turned his head and carried his luggage. He walked slowly into the distance. "Elder Mo, have you met anyone or anything that you miss in your life? You have learned to be sentimental at such a young age," the old man laughed. He suddenly fell silent and asked slowly, "Little Yang, do you know what it means to walk alone?" "Walk alone?" The young man's voice was full of doubts. "The peak of martial arts is loneliness, is a long search, is loneliness at the top." The old man replied emotionally, "The path of martial arts is ultimately a person's carnival. The strong will always be lonely. When you stand at the beginning of this path, there will be many people by your side. So you walk forward silently. Along the way, you will lose some people and make some new friends. You will bear the scorching sun, face the wind and rain, shed blood and tears, step on mountains of swords and seas of fire. When you look back, you will find that the people who once accompanied you have all disappeared. Some people give up their martial arts. They have families and careers. They have concerns and choose to live an ordinary life. Some people reach the end of their lifespans and eventually fall on this path, turning into piles of bones. This path is long. The further you go, the lonelier you will be. There will be fewer and fewer people by your side. In the end, you will be like others and reach the end of your lifespan, adding another set of bones to this path. Or you will step into the peak of martial arts. At that time, you will understand how lonely it is to be invincible." Su Zimo and the others walked for half a day. Suddenly, there was the sound of fighting not far ahead. "Senior brother Su, there seems to be bandits robbing in front," Xiao Gizi said. "Interesting," Su Zimo smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." The few of them rode their flying desert horses to the place of the fight. They saw a group of people in black clothes and masks had already taken control of the situation. And in the center, a rather luxurious-looking carriage was being surrounded. The guards who escorted the carriage were almost all killed. Only a few people were holding on. "This is the Sidhu family's carriage. You bandits are really bold. Aren't you afraid of the Sidhu family's revenge?" The old man guarding the carriage said sternly. "So what if it's the Sidhu clan's carriage?" The leader of the bandits laughed heartily. "Our brothers will rob your carriage and find a new place to settle down. The sky is high and the birds can fly freely. Do you think your Sidhu clan's influence can spread throughout the entire eastern continent?" At this time, the guards of the carriage had all been killed. Only a spiritual pull stage 9 old man was still bitterly holding on. This group of bandits was basically all in the spiritual pull stage. Only the leader seemed to have just advanced to the meridian condensing stage. He was not in a hurry to kill the old man. Instead, like a cat catching a mouse, he said jokingly, "Let the people in the carriage come out. I want to see who they are from the Situ clan." "Boss, someone is coming." At this time, a small bandit saw Suzimo and the others and hurriedly said to the bandit leader. The bandit leader turned his head and walked forward arrogantly with a machete in his hand. He said to Suzimo and the others, "You over there, take advantage of the fact that I'm in a good mood today and get lost quickly. If you take another step forward, I'll chop off your head. We're not leaving. As a bandit, you should at least have some professional ethics." Suzimo said unhappily, "What right do you have to rob them and not us? What right do you have to look down on us? How are we inferior to them?" The bandit leader was dumbfounded. "Is this person crazy? I told you to leave, but you didn't. You just had to make me rob you." The bandit leader waved his hand. A group of bandits swarmed forward and surrounded Suzimo and the others. "Xiaogizi, I'll leave them to you," Suzimo said with a smile. "Don't worry." Xiaogizi took out a metal rod from behind him and nodded confidently. Although Xiaogizi usually looked like a lackey, he was a genuine inner disciple of Zhenwu Xingzong and a meridian condensing stage 5 martial artist. It was more than enough to deal with this group of bandits. Xiaogizi waved the metal rod in his hand. Like smashing a watermelon, the bandits' heads exploded. "Brothers, this is a tough one. Let's attack together," a bandit shouted from the side. Xiaogizi was not afraid. He directly jumped off the flying desert horse. The iron staff in his hand was like a tiger, and his aura was astonishing. Every strike seemed to have the strength of 1,000 caddies. The air around it was squeezed and made a sonic boom. In just a few rounds, these bandits had all fallen to the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing that the situation was not good, the bandit leader hurriedly urged his horse to escape. Xiaogizi's eyes were like torches as he threw out the iron rod in his hand. The metal cudgel buzzed in the air and turned into a stream of black light, stabbing into the bandit leader's back. The iron cudgel's momentum did not diminish. After piercing through the bandit leader, it crashed into a huge rock in front of him. The iron rod was heavily inserted into the stone before it slowly came to a stop. "You seem to be quite proficient in this mad demon staff technique," Suzimo said. "My meridian technique has just reached the nirvana realm." "It's still a bit away from perfection," Xiaogizi replied. Subtlety, mystery, nirvana realm, perfection. These were the 4 levels of the meridian technique. Don't care too much about the surface meaning of the mad demon staff technique. This mad demon staff technique does not mean crazy. Demons are not those demons who kill people like flies. Suzimo casually gave a few pointers. The mad demon staff technique focuses on a spurt of energy and the momentum to move forward. Looking at Xiaogizi's contemplative expression, Suzimo rode his horse forward. Beside the carriage, the remaining old man quickly thanked Suzimo. "It's not your turn to thank me," Suzimo said calmly. "Let the people in the carriage come out." The old man hesitated for a moment. At this moment, a voice that sounded like a lark's came from within the carriage. "Uncle Fu, it's fine. I should also meet my savior." The curtain of the carriage was pulled open and 2 women slowly walked down. The woman on the left was dressed like a maid. The woman on the right was wearing a light green dress with lotus flowers embroidered on her sleeves and collar. She had a fair and seductive collarbone and long black hair that fell over her shoulders and was tied with a pink ribbon. She looked fresh and refined with light makeup. Her big black eyes were bright and intelligent. She had a fine nose and an oval face. "I'm Situ Yunqing. Thank you for saving my life," the woman bowed slightly and said softly. "TSK, this little face is quite delicate," Suzimo said with a straw in his mouth. As he spoke, he reached out his right hand to touch her face. Situ Yunqing turned her head to the side. Suzimo hooked her chin with his right index finger and looked at her with admiration. Situ Yunqing was so scared that her face turned pale. But she still pursed her lips and looked at Suzimo. Senior apprentice brother Su, if you want, I can go to the side and keep watch for you, Xiaogizi said from the side. Let go of my young Mississippi, the maid wanted to push Su Zimo away, but Lin Ruhe grabbed her collar and threw her to the side. I've never liked to force people to do things against their will. Su Zimo smiled and retracted his right hand. If you want to thank me, don't just say it. At least show some sincerity. Sita Yunqing looked at Su Zimo and sincerely said, I don't have anything with me right now. If young master doesn't mind, you can come with me to Zhou City. When we reach the Sidu family, I will definitely thank young master. You're the young miss of the Sidu family? Who are you trying to fool? Xiaogizi questioned. Although the Sidu family isn't much, it is still a large family in Zhou City. You don't even have a pulse condensation realm guard when you go out. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been robbed by bandits. Do you think we don't know anything? My mother is just an ordinary woman from a small town. Her meeting with my father was purely an accident. Sita Yunqing was silent for a moment before slowly replying, my mother is very strong and doesn't want to live under someone else's roof. So, she raised me alone for the past few years. Originally, she didn't want to have anything to do with the Sidu family, but this time, my mother was seriously ill. Before she died, she couldn't stop worrying about me, so she asked me to come to the Sidu family to find my father and ask for shelter. Hearing Sita Yunqing's words, Su Zimo understood. Sita Yunqing's mother was just an ordinary woman, while her father was the Sidu family's patriarch. The difference in status between the two was too great. Sita Yunqing's mother didn't want to live under someone else's roof, so she raised Sita Yunqing alone outside. In other words, many people in the Situ family didn't even know that their patriarch had an illegitimate daughter outside. Situ family. Speaking of this, Su Zimo suddenly remembered something from his previous life. The Situ family was originally just a small family in Zhou City. Their strength and fame could only linger around Zhou City. But later, it was said that a woman appeared in the Situ family. She established the Sidu Chamber of Commerce and spread the business of the Chamber of Commerce throughout the eastern continent. She also led the Sidu family, which was only able to run rampant in Zhou City, to rise to prominence. In his previous life, Su Zimo had heard that the extraordinary woman was called Sita Yunqing. However, he had never seen her before. He had only heard about her from other people's conversations. Speaking of which, Su Zimo's previous life was quite dramatic. In the beginning of his previous life, he was the crown prince of Zhenwu Xingzong. It could be said that everyone wanted to kneel down and lick his boots. However, after he was struck down from the Nether Dragon Stream, his father's hair turned white overnight. Without Zhenwu Xingzong's support, Su Zimo's status fell from the clouds. Those people that he had never cared about were now out of his reach. Su Zimo had wanted to establish his own force before. However, 10 miles long sky was too busy to do it alone. Moreover, Su Zimo had to think about how to establish his force. If his force was hidden in the dark, Su Zimo couldn't always pay for the daily expenses of so many people. Su Zimo wanted to establish his force in the open, in the form of a restaurant. This way, his force could be self-sufficient. Moreover, a restaurant was one of the best ways to obtain information. Many people would talk about the recent events while eating and drinking. Su Zimo didn't need his force to provide him with secret information. However, he still needed to know about some remote areas. If the Sita Yunqing in front of him was the same person he had heard about in his previous life, then she had the ability to help Su Zimo manage his force. Su Zimo was thinking about how to lure her over. Moreover, he wanted her to do it willingly. Zhou City is in front of us. Let's rest in the city for a night, Su Zimo suggested. Everyone nodded. Then, they saw Su Zimo jump into the carriage and walk into the cabin of the carriage. Everyone present was stunned. Xiaogizi immediately reacted. He said to Sita Yunqing, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and accompany our senior brother. Sita Yunqing glanced at them and then silently walked into the carriage. The servant girl at the side still wanted to say something, but when she saw Lin Ruhu's ferocious eyes, she quickly retreated to the side. The carriage slowly moved forward. There was a faint fragrance in the carriage. Su Zimo rested his head on Sita Yunqing's lap and then closed his eyes to sleep. Zhou City was faintly discernible in the distance. It was like a giant steel beast lying quietly on the ground. Yunqing quietly looked at the sleeping Suzimo, her long eyelashes fluttering. Suzimo wasn't the type of person who had dashing eyebrows and starry eyes that could make people's hearts race at first glance. However, he was the kind of person who got more and more interested the more he looked at him. When he smiled, he gave people the feeling of a bad boy. Yunqing pursed her lips, stretched out her right hand, and gently poked Suzimo's face with her index finger. Then, for some reason, she suddenly smiled. "Do you want me to have an in-depth discussion with you?" Suzimo suddenly opened his eyes and asked faintly. Yunqing was startled and her face instantly turned red. She lowered her head in silence. "If it were up to me, you shouldn't go back to the Situ family. I just happen to be lacking a servant girl to warm my bed," Suzimo casually said. "Many thanks for young lord's consideration. Unfortunately, Yunqing doesn't have this fortune." Yunqing calmed herself down and calmly replied. "You don't need to refuse so quickly," Suzimo said with a smile. "Do you think the Situ family will welcome you?" "What does young lord mean?" Yunqing asked hesitantly. "You don't really think this robbery was an accident, do you?" Suzimo asked, baffled. Yunqing's expression changed. She was naturally intelligent and naturally thought of the worst possible outcome. The competition between large families was particularly cruel. If the Situ family recognized Yunqing as an illegitimate daughter, then in the future, she would naturally have a share of the Situ family's property. She could even compete for the position of family head in the future. No one was willing to have another competitor appear out of nowhere, so many people in the Situ family were unwilling to see Yunqing come. "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet," Suzimo said with a smile. "Bet on what?" Yunqing asked curiously. "After we enter Zhou City, there will definitely be people coming to make trouble for us," Suzimo said. "Because I ruined their plan, we are definitely being watched by others right now." "I won't bet," Yunqing shook her head because she also agreed with Suzimo's words. "Boring," Suzimo yawned and stretched. Then, he squeezed his head into Yunqing's arms and went back to sleep. The closer they got to Zhou City, the more people there began to gradually increase. The carriage slowly drove into the city. The central street paved with green granite was also very lively at this time. People came and went, and hot snacks were on both sides of the street, exuding a tempting fragrance. "My father sent someone to pick me up. I should go," Yunqing said softly as she woke up the sleeping Suzimo. At this time, in front of the carriage stood a group of soldiers in green leather armor. The leader was an old man with a ruddy face. "Miss Yunqing, my surname is Tian. I am the guard of Master. Master sent me to pick you up," the old man said in a kind tone. "Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Tian," Yunqing nodded. Seeing Suzimo coming down from the carriage, Uncle Tian's eyes narrowed and asked, "Is this Miss Yunqing's friend?" "You guys talk, I'm just a bystander," Suzimo waved his hand and said to Lin Ruhu and Yunqing, "Let's go find an inn first." Yunqing originally wanted to invite Suzimo to stay in the Situ family, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. After all, she could not even protect herself. She did not know how the Situ family would react to her arrival. Linjiang Restaurant, Suzimo looked at the signboard in front of him and said, "Let's go here." The three of them walked into the restaurant. Xiao Gizi threw the silver pouch on his waist on the table with a bang and shouted, "Shopkeeper, are there any more rooms?" The shopkeeper of the restaurant was wearing a hat and had a mustache. He quickly came up and said with a smile, "There are many rooms." "What kind of rooms do you want?" "I want 3 rooms facing the street, with ventilation from the north and south, and with a view of the sunrise and sunset," Xiao Gizi said as he stretched out 3 fingers. "Okay, would you like to eat in the rooms or downstairs?" the shopkeeper asked politely. "Let's do it downstairs. Otherwise, it'll be hard to clean up the room when they start fighting," Suzimo said something that came out of nowhere. The shopkeeper was puzzled, but he did not ask and went to prepare the food. Suzimo and the others ordered a pot of wine. Just as they were drinking, 3 men walked out. Among the 3 men, the men on the left and right seemed to be his subordinates, and the man in the middle was burly with a prominent scar on his face. The murderous aura on his body was very strong, and he seemed to be a bloodthirsty person. At this time, Suzimo and the others were eating. The scarred man walked directly to Su Zimo's table, picked up the drumstick in the bowl, and ate it without saying anything. Who are you? Can't you see that this is the food we ordered? Xiaogizi stood up and said sternly. The scarred man glanced at Xiaogizi from the corner of his eyes, and the spiritual energy in his right hand surged, and he slammed his palm on the table in front of him. The table was instantly torn apart, and all the dishes were knocked to the ground. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? A diner who was eating asked in confusion. The leader of the White Crane mercenary group, Xiao Baihe. This is a ruthless person, don't make a sound, someone next to him advised. Who ordered you to come? Su Zimo was not angry, and asked with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Baihe was stunned, and his face changed slightly, but he still said casually, What do you mean who ordered me to come? I just don't like you. Su Zimo smiled and wiped his mouth with a paper. Then, everyone only saw a flash of a knife in front of their eyes, and Xiao Baihe's legs were directly cut off from the knee position. At this time, Xiao Baihe had not reacted yet. Because the speed was too fast, he did not feel any pain. When his two legs fell to the side, Xiao Baihe had no support and fell to the ground directly. That piercing pain was transmitted to his nerves. He looked at his legs and cried out in pain. His face was pale, and bean-sized sweat beads flowed from his forehead. Who ordered you to come? Su Zimo still asked with a smile. I don't know, Xiao Baihe replied stubbornly. The sharp blade cut across his neck, and blood spurted out a meter away. Xiao Baihe's eyes were still full of disbelief before he died. Next to him, the two men who came with him seemed to be scared silly, and they were stunned in place. When Su Zimo's gaze swept past, the two trembled and reacted. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Who instigated you? Su Zimo asked again. It's the Situ clan. It was their clan's inner courtyard's general manager who found our regiment commander, one of them. Quickly replied. Then, are you willing to follow me to the Situ clan to testify? Su Zimo asked. I. The man hesitated. Saber light flashed, and a head fell to the ground. Are you willing to testify with me? Su Zimo looked at the last remaining person and asked. That person struggled for a moment before frantically kowtowing to Su Zimo on the ground. His forehead was already dripping with blood. My lord, please spare me. If I go and testify, my entire family won't be able to live. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Su Zimo shook his head and raised his knife again. His head rolled on the ground like a ball. He yawned, shook his head helplessly, and muttered to himself, boring. Brother, you're too impulsive. A young man dressed in white walked out from the side with a folding fan in his hand. He looked at Su Zimo, shook his head, and sighed. What do you mean? Su Zimo looked at the other party in confusion. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia. The young man opened the folding fan in his hand and said slowly, I can see that you're not an ordinary person. If you had spared these three people, even if there was only one of them, you could have gone to the Situ clan to seek justice. However, now that you've killed all three of them, there will be no witnesses or evidence left. Isn't that a pity? What does that have to do with you? Su Zimo asked. The young man was stunned. He had brought a snub upon himself, so he stood aside and did not say anything. Su Zimo looked at Xiaogizi who was at the side and said, Xiaogizi, please start your performance. Xiaogizi nodded. Then, he picked up the iron rod on his back and directly slashed at Su Zimo. Su Zimo kicked him to the ground and asked sternly, Tell me, who ordered you to do this? It's the chief steward of the Situ clan's inner court. I'm willing to testify, Xiaogizi quickly replied. Let's go. We'll go to the Situ clan to settle the score with him. Su Zimo pulled Xiaogizi, and Lin Ruhe followed behind. The few of them walked towards the Situ clan in a grandiose manner. The young man named Xianxia was dumbfounded. He looked at the leaving crowd and felt that it was an eye-opener. *CK, there's such a thing, the few of them walked on the bustling street. Lin Ruhe asked curiously, Brother Zimo, why is the Situ clan looking for trouble with us? Because we saved Situ Yunqing and disrupted some people's plans. Su Zimo smiled and said. Lin Ruha nodded as if he understood. He said, if we let Xiaogizi pretend to be a member of the White Crane mercenary group, will the Situ clan believe us? Don't you understand? It doesn't matter if Xiaogizi is a member of the White Crane mercenary group. It doesn't matter if they believe us or not. Su Zimo said, what's important is that we have big fists. Lin Ruhu was stunned. Big fists? He seemed to understand a little. It's because of big fists that white can be said to be black, and black can also be said to be white. At this moment, the entire Situ clan was in a state of foreboding because of Situ Yunqing's arrival. In the Situ clan's meeting hall, the atmosphere was a little heavy. The great elder looked at the Situ clan's patriarch, Situ Yuntian, and said, Patriarch, we're very happy that niece Yunqing is back. However, isn't it a little inappropriate to let her return to the clan as soon as she comes back? After all, she didn't grow up in the Situ clan. Shouldn't this matter be delayed? I agree with the great elder. The second elder and third elder nodded at the same time as if they had discussed it beforehand. Why? Do you have objections to my decision? Situ Yuntian frowned and asked. We're just thinking about the Situ clan's future. The great elder said in a deep voice. Moreover, we're not the only ones against this matter. There are rumors spreading throughout the entire clan. I think the patriarch should consider the big picture. As the few of them were talking, they saw a servant running in a panic. Parents, elders, there are 3 people outside who said that they want to seek justice from our Situ clan. They have injured several members of the patrol team. Instructor Lu tried to stop them, but he was killed by one of them with a single slash of a blade. Situ Yuntian frowned slightly. Instructor Lu was in charge of the clan's safety and patrol team. He was also the strongest person in the Situ clan other than himself and a few other elders. The person who came said that he's Zhenwu Xingzong's disciple. He also said that someone from the Situ clan ordered someone to assassinate him, the servant continued. Zhenwu Xingzong? Situ Yuntian also instantly felt that this was a thorny problem. This colossus was simply like a huge mountain, towering over the entire far west region. We don't seem to have offended the disciples of the true martial sacred sect. Let's go take a look. Situ Yuntian frowned. When he led the 3 elders to the entrance, they saw a few patrolling disciples lying in a pool of blood. Instructor Lu's corpse was also at the side. It seemed like he had been killed by a sword. The wound on his neck was very thin. May I know why the geniuses of the sword sect have come to my Situ family? Situ Yuntian looked at Su Zimo and asked. Who are you? Su Zimo asked casually. I am the head of the Situ family, Situ Yuntian. You came at the right time. I also wanted to ask, did we offend your Situ family in any way? Why did you send people to kill us? Su Zimo asked. Why do you say that? Situ Yuntian frowned and asked. I can testify that I am from the White Crane mercenary group. This afternoon, the head steward of your Situ family's inner court looked for our group leader and asked him to help kill a few people. Xiaogizi said hurriedly. He was crying and snot. His acting was as exaggerated as it could be. You are? Situ Yuntian looked at Xiaogizi and asked. I am the new underling of our group leader, Xiao Baihe. Xiaogizi replied. Don't be anxious. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Situ Yuntian thought for a moment and said to the servant beside him, go and call Haidafu over. The servant hurriedly left. Not long after, he saw a fat man swaggering over. Because he was too fat, he had to pant after taking a few steps. That's him. Xiaogizi's eyes were sharp, and he immediately pointed at the fatty and shouted. Situ Yuntian frowned slightly. Haidafu walked in front of Situ Yuntian and asked respectfully, Family head, is there anything you need from me? Don't you know what you have done? Situ Yuntian asked sternly. Family head, I don't know. Haidafu shook his head and replied in fear. Let me ask you, were you the one who hired people to assassinate the geniuses of the sage sects? Situ Yuntian asked. Patriarch, even if you gave me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare. Haidafu quickly knelt down, tears and snot running down his face. His acting skills were far better than Xiaogizi's. Gentlemen, do you think there really is a misunderstanding? Situ Yuntian turned around and looked at Su Zimo. Furthermore, Can the few of you present your proof of being a disciple of Glory sect? It's not that I'm suspicious, I'm just taking precautions. I have an inner sect disciple's token. Xiaogizi hurriedly walked forward and placed his token in front of Situyuntian. Must it be so real? Situyuntian felt as if he had been cursed. Didn't you just say that you're a member of the White Crane mercenary group? How did you suddenly become an inner sect disciple of Glory sect? But it was precisely this sort of facade that caused Situyuntian to feel troubled. If the other party was really an inner sect disciple of Zhenwu Xingzong, how shocking could the identity of this young man be if he was just an errand boy? You really didn't do it? Su Zimo walked forward and asked, or perhaps, you're not the mastermind, and someone else ordered you to do it. I really don't know. Haidafu's face was filled with panic as he looked at the three elders and said hurriedly. You don't have to be in a hurry to deny it. Su Zimo said, in our Zhenwu Xingzong, there's a method to search one's soul. It can search a person's memories within a month. However, the price is that the person who was used on the soul-searching technique will either die or become mentally retarded. Haidafu's face changed, as if he was struggling. As for Situyuntian, he frowned. He looked to the side and discovered that the expressions of the three elders had changed. Haidafu, you still won't admit it? Situyuntian roared as the spirit energy in his palm surged. 3 of his meridians opened up, and the aura of a peak true meridian cultivator burst forth. His palm landed on Haidafu's shoulder, and Haidafu's entire body began to bleed from all 7 orifices. Geniuses, don't worry. Our Situ family will definitely not protect any suspects. Situyuntian said firmly, whether or not this Haidafu is a suspect, we should give everyone an explanation. That's right, that's right. The other elders also heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied. What a pity. Who knows, we might have lost some clues just like that. Su Zimo raised his head and sighed. Then, he smiled and said to everyone, but it's fine. There's still plenty of time in the future. It's not easy for the geniuses of Glory sect to visit our Situ family. If you don't mind, I'll get someone to prepare a feast? Situyuntian asked with a smile. I have no objections. Su Zimo smiled and followed Situyuntian into the main hall. Su Zimo realized that many people liked to bond with each other at the dining table. But this Situ family also gave Su Zimo some ideas. Who knew, he might be able to bring forward his plan of setting up his own forces. Subduing the Situ family and using them as a springboard was a pretty good opportunity. During the meal, Su Zimo drank a few cups of wine and asked tentatively, Situ family head, the Situ family has always been staying in Zhou City. Do you have any intentions of expanding outside? Situyuntian was stunned for a moment. He understood what Su Zimo meant. With the Situ family's current strength, it was not enough for them to expand. But if they had Su Zimo's help, things might be different. But Situyuntian also understood the conditions. Currently, their Situ family was still surnamed Situ. If they really cooperated with Su Zimo, then their Situ family would be in Su Zimo's camp. Although their strength would increase, many things would be out of their control. After all, the premise of cooperation was that the difference in strength between the two sides was not too great. And between the Situ family and Su Zimo, they were clearly not qualified. Child Su must be joking. Our Situ family just wants to have a stable life. We don't have any other thoughts, Situyuntian replied with a smile. Very good. Su Zimo nodded and said with a smile, steady development is quite solid. After dinner, Su Zimo tactfully declined Situyuntian's offer to let them stay in the Situ family. Then, he left with Lin Ruhu and Xiaogizi. He did not see Situyunqing's face. After all, she was a very important part of his forces. After returning to Linjiang restaurant, Su Zimo stood in front of the window and looked at the setting sun in the distance. He knocked on the window 3 times and said with a smile, Black 13, come out. A black shadow suddenly walked out from behind him without any warning. Black 13 was a bit confused. He was very confident in his concealment skills, but he did not know where the problem was. Young master, the vice sect master is worried about your safety and told me to follow you. If there is no danger to my life, I will not appear. Black 13 explained his mission. Help me kill someone, Su Zimo said lightly. After a moment of silence, Black 13 slowly said, "Please give your orders, young master." The head of the Situ clan, Situ Yuntian, Su Zimo said softly. "This subordinate understands." Black 13 paused and slowly nodded. Then his figure disappeared from the room. Su Zimo looked at the silent room and slightly raised his head to look at the bright moon that was gradually peeking through the clouds. What a pity. I want a family that is like a dog, but you have your own ideas. In the inner courtyard of the Situ clan, Situ Yuntian had just taken off his clothes and was still thinking about today's events. He felt that things would not end so easily. Su Zimo's attitude made him confused. At this moment, a gust of wind blew in and extinguished the lights in the room. Situ Yuntian focused his gaze and saw a black figure suddenly appear in front of the window. Before this, he had not noticed at all. The absolute power of the void pulse realm enveloped the entire room. The curtains of the bed swayed gently in the wind. "Who are you?" Situ Yuntian took a deep breath. The aura of the true Meridian realm rose little by little. He felt the killing intent. His heart seemed to beat much faster than usual. The tangible killing intent filled the entire room. The black-clothed man slightly raised his blade. His figure transformed into an afterimage in the air. Situ Yuntian's eyes sunk. His face was filled with shock. Before he could even react, he felt his body go cold. He looked down and saw that his waist had been cut in half. His body had been split in half. He raised his head again. Looking at the black-clothed man, he could not speak. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and then fell to the ground. In Linjiang restaurant, Su Zimo listened to Black 13's report. He nodded slightly and said, "Since he is dead, there needs to be someone to take the blame." "What do you mean, young master?" Black 13 asked in confusion. "The three elders of the Situ clan are a good choice," Su Zimo said to himself. "But why would they be willing to take the blame?" Black 13 asked in confusion. "Everyone who lives in this world has something they desire. Wealth? Status? Beauty? Or strength?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "I understand." Black 13 nodded and waved at Su Zimo. Then his figure gradually disappeared. After a night of silence, the next morning, the entire Situ family was shrouded in a haze. Situ Yuntian had died. The death of this ambitious and ruthless character of complete execution city had shocked too many people. The entire Situ clan was in a state of depression. Situ Yuntian had 3 sons, and counting Situ Yunqing, there were 4 children in total. At this moment, Su Zimo had just brought Lin Ruhu and Xiaogizi into the Situ residence when they saw a group of people crying around a stretcher. Situ Yuntian's corpse was sewn together and wrapped in white cloth. "Father, I will definitely find the culprit to comfort your spirit in heaven," Situ Yuntian's eldest son, Situ Bo, vowed. Situ Yunqing was also kneeling to the side. She looked at everyone's faces and their expressions, hoping to see something. Then she looked at the man on the stretcher. Although the two of them hadn't known each other for long, ever since she had come to the Situ family, Situ Yuntian had doted on her. Originally, she had been a bit cold towards Situ Yuntian, complaining that he hadn't taken care of her and her mother for so many years. However, that was just a young girl's resentment. In truth, she had already accepted this father of hers. But now, seeing her father lying on the stretcher, she couldn't help but feel sad. At this moment, Su Zimo looked at the scene in front of him. He pushed away the people around the stretcher and laid down beside Situ Yuntian's corpse. He said sadly, "Brother Yuntian, although you and I have only met once, as the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. Don't ask where we came from. I haven't had the chance to talk about life with you. I didn't expect that in just one night, we would be separated by life and death. As the saying goes, good people don't live long. Fate makes fools of people, fate makes fools of people. Senior brother, don't be too sad. The dead can't come back to life," Xiaogizi quickly comforted him. "How could I not understand? It's just that it's a pity for a hero like Brother Yuntian." Su Zimo took a deep breath, his eyes filled with sorrow. Then he looked at Situ Yunqing, who was sobbing softly, and comforted her, "Don't be too sad. The most important thing right now is to quickly find the murderer and avenge your father." Situ Yunqing slowly nodded. She looked at Su Zimo and said hopefully, I know you're a very capable person. Can you help me? No matter how powerful Situ Yunqing was in her previous life, she was just a weak woman now. She had no one to rely on and no power to support her. It was simply unrealistic for her to find the murderer alone. It's not that I don't want to, but this is an internal matter of your Situ family. As an outsider, if I interfere, it'll easily cause rumors, Su Zimo said awkwardly. Situ Yunqing was silent for a moment. She did not know what to say. Let's settle your father's funeral as soon as possible. Although I can't directly intervene in the investigation, I will secretly keep an eye out for the murderer for you. Su Zimo comforted her and left with Lin Ruhu. Brother Zimo, do you want to take over the Situ family? On the way back, Lin Ruhu asked curiously. You can tell? Su Zimo asked with a smile. I'm not too sure. I just feel that you're too concerned about the Situ family, Lin Ruhu said. Something like that. But now's not the time. The fire isn't burning hot enough, Su Zimo said with a smile. What should we do? Xiaogizi asked. Go find the Wang family and the Wan family. Get them to work together to suppress the Situ family's business, Su Zimo said to Lin Ruhu. In this Zhou city, only these two families could compete with the Situ family. Now that Situ Yuntian, the main figure, was not here, these two families would definitely be interested in the Situ family. Xiaogizi, go find someone to sow discord between Situ Yuntian's three sons. Get them to kill each other for the position of family head, Su Zimo said. Don't worry, young master. I'll definitely cause chaos in the entire Situ family, Xiaogizi replied confidently. When everything goes out of control, I'll come out to clean up the mess, Su Zimo said slowly. I want Situ Yunqing to willingly join my faction. Brother Zimo, why don't you just call them directly? Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Lin Ruhu asked in confusion. You have to understand one thing. Although we are villains, we are definitely not brainless. Su Zimo laughed. What I want is not only Situ Yunqing, but also her heart. Furthermore, the Situ family is indeed a good springboard. Also, Black 13, go to Heaven Sword City and find Shirley Zhangkong. Tell him to come here. Inside the Situ family's meeting hall, dark clouds were currently gathering. Many people's expressions were somewhat ugly. First Elder, the Wang family and Wan family have been like mad dogs these days, specifically attacking our Situ family shops. The servant below reported, several of our pill shops and weapon shops have been forced to close. In the past, our three families were still developing peacefully. I didn't expect them to not be able to endure it after father left. The eldest son, Situ Bo, said indignantly, if it were up to me, I would fight with them and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Even if we want to fight now, we can't. The first elder said without raising his head, the family head is at the peak of the true pulse realm. He has been restraining the other two family heads. Now that he is not here, how can we fight? Right now, our Situ family is in a state of panic. I think it is better to choose a capable leader first. The second son, Situ Yu, stood out and said. I think second brother is right. I am not talented, but I am well read. I am willing to lead our Situ family through this crisis. The third son, Situ Jing, said firmly. Third brother is too serious. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like the father. Since father is no longer here, as the eldest brother, I naturally have the responsibility to shoulder the burden. Situ Bo hurriedly said. I feel that the position of family head cannot be decided based on seniority. After all, it is related to the entire family's interests. It depends on ability. Situ Yu said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. I think I have some ability. The first elder, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned and angrily slammed the table. He said, for the position of family head, it is improper to quarrel like this. I will temporarily act as the family head until there is a new candidate. First elder, at least give us a standard. How about we have a competition? The winner can inherit the position of family head. The three brothers looked at each other at the same time and said to the first elder. Although the competition between the three of them was very big and they were all determined to get the position of family head, they did not want to let the third elder take advantage of it. Situ Yunqing sat in the corner silently. She looked at the quarreling people and could not help but feel sad for the family. It was a kind of heartfelt sadness. These people all wanted to seize power, but they didn't have the ability. Moreover, they were all doing it for their own selfish desires. They didn't care about the safety of their families at all. Situ Yunqing even felt that if the Situ clan was handed over to her to manage, it would be much better than these people. Unfortunately, he had no power or influence, so he couldn't fight for anything. At this time, the first person that came to her mind was Su Zimo. She had also found out about the other party's identity. It was said that he was Zhenwu Xingzong's disciple, and his background was not ordinary. Situ Yunqing was deep in thought. She didn't want to be a flower vase and live an ordinary life. 3 days later, because of the secret confrontation between the 3 great clans of Zhou City, the people in the city were somewhat on edge. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city, ready to destroy it. It was as if a storm was about to come. I heard that the Situ clan's eldest young master, Situ Bo, was assassinated the day before yesterday. Inside the restaurant, someone was discussing in a low voice. That's right. The Situ clan is really plagued with misfortune. I heard that their second young master was also assassinated last night. Why did I hear that their third young master was also assassinated? The restaurant was mixed with people, but most of the topics of conversation were about the Situ clan. Many people were not optimistic about the Situ clan's future. Do you think it was done by the Wang and Wang clans? They want to take the opportunity to destroy the Situ clan and change the tripartite situation. Who knows? Maybe it was done by the Situ clan's own people. They all want to fight for the position of patriarch. In the guest room of Linjiang restaurant, Su Zimo was listening to Xiao Gizi's report. His right hand tapped rhythmically on the windowsill. I've already reminded the Wang and Wang clans. They definitely didn't send anyone to assassinate, Xiao Gizi said. Those assassinations should be done by the Situ clan's own people. After everything is prepared, arrange to close the net tomorrow. There's no need to waste so much time, Su Zimo said. I understand. I'll make the arrangements right away. Xiao Gizi nodded and left. The night sky was alluring. A few faint stars hung sparsely in the sky. The entire Zhou City was in a deep sleep. Early the next morning, when everything was still in a deep sleep and had yet to wake up completely, the disciples of the Wang and Wang clans had already surrounded the entire Situ clan. The Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Qing, and the Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Songqiong, walked together to the Situ clan's entrance. Do you want to start a war with the Situ clan? The first elder roared, waking up the entire Zhou city that was still in a daze. Situ Mang, stop your pointless struggle. Today, we'll remove the Situ clan from Zhou city, Wang Songqiong said loudly. The aura of the peak of the true meridian realm emanated from his body. The first elder's expression changed slightly. Although he was also at the true meridian realm, he was only at the 7th level. He was no match for Wang Songqiong at all. Patriarch Wang, we don't seem to have any enmity between us. Why do you have to kill us? The first elder began to persuade them. Although the patriarch of the Situ clan is no longer around, we're still not easily touched by anyone. I can guarantee that the Situ clan's pill shop and weapon pavilion in Zhou City will give 50% of the profits to both of your clans. Situ Mang, don't tell me you still don't understand after living for so many years? Wang Qing smiled contemptuously. The winner takes all. There's no need for a reason to destroy the Situ clan. It's just survival of the fittest. If you insist on fighting, I'll accompany you to the end. The first elder's expression was solemn as he said to the people behind him, ancestors, please. Then, a purplish-black coffin was carried out. The coffin seemed to have been stored for a long time. There were pieces of red crystals embedded around the coffin. Both of you should think carefully. Once I open the ancestral coffin, it'll be a fight to the death, the first elder said overbearingly. Let's give it a try then. I'd also like to meet the previous patriarch of the Situ clan. Wang Songqiong did not panic. He was only slightly more vigilant as he said this. The person lying in the ancestral coffin was the previous patriarch of the Situ clan. In fact, many powerhouses would seal themselves when they did not have much lifespan left and had no hope of breaking through to a higher level. The red crystals outside the ancestral coffin were called dust blood stones. They could effectively slow down the flow of time. These ancestors sealed themselves in the ancestral coffin with dust blood stones. Under the effect of dust blood stones, their lifespan consumption would be reduced to the minimum. In other words, they originally only had 5 years to live. However, due to the slowed flow of time, they could extend their lifespan to 10 or even 20 years. Of course, the price of being sealed in the ancestral coffin was that they could no longer cultivate. They could only die slowly until the dust blood stone ran out of time and their lives came to an end. However, the benefit was that they could live for a long time and have more time to protect their family. Usually, these old antiques would not come out easily because they had to spend a lot of their lifespan every time they left the seal of the dust blood stone. Moreover, the dust blood stone was very expensive and small families could not afford it. Unless it was to the point of extermination, most people would not open the ancestral coffin easily. "Are you sure you want to become enemies with my Situ clan?" the first elder asked sternly. "Situ Mang, your Situ clan will be exterminated today," Xianxia replied. "Open the ancestral coffin." The first elder shouted and the black coffin slowly opened. The seal that had been covered in dust for decades finally saw the light of day again. An invisible aura condensed in the sky and a sigh came from the coffin. "Has our Situ clan finally reached this point?" The person in the coffin did not know what was happening outside, but he knew that the moment the ancestral coffin was opened, it meant that the Situ clan was on the verge of extermination. Other than this reason, they would not open the ancestral coffin. "Old clan head, we were useless. We did not bring glory to the family business you passed down. Instead, we created this situation," the first elder said sorrowfully as he knelt in front of the ancestral coffin. "Where's Xianxia?" The voice in the coffin sounded again. "Clan head, he's dead." "The culprit has not been found yet," the first elder said truthfully. "Life is like a dream," the person in the coffin sighed. Then, with a clatter, the coffin was completely opened and an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out. The old man wore a light green robe with white clouds embroidered on many parts of his robe. His temples were full of white hair and he was not tall. His skin was somewhat dry and tightly wrapped around his bones. At first glance, this old man looked like an ordinary old man in his twilight years. However, his eyes were shining brightly, and the aura on his body was like a landslide, rapidly growing stronger. His aura was maintained at the peak of the true Meridian realm and stopped just as it was about to break through to the void Meridian realm. People often said that the path of martial arts was difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. Every step he took was like a blue sky. It was this small barrier between the true Meridian stage and the void Meridian stage that had trapped this old man for his entire life. In reality, there were many people like the old man. They didn't have the support of large factions or resources. Many of them were still stuck in the pulse condensation period for their entire lives. "Situ Yunlei?" Xianxia looked at the old man and asked. "Brat from the Wan clan, and brat from the Wan clan, both of you are pretty good." Situ Yunlei narrowed his eyes as he looked at the people surrounding the Situ clan. "Senior Situ, we all respect you very much. However, there are some things that we have no choice in," Wanqing said. "There's no point in saying so much. It just so happens that my old bones haven't exercised for a long time." Situ Yunlei laughed heartily. Then, his aura surged as he charged towards Wanqing and Xianxia. The two of them did not dare to be too careless. Although they were both at the peak of the true pulse stage, the other party had already made a name for himself. The two of them simultaneously attacked Situ Yunlei. "Protect our homeland. Charge!" The great elder roared at the disciples behind him and took the lead to rush out. Then, the disciples of the three clans also engaged in a chaotic battle. Although the disciples of the Situ clan were brave, they were still outnumbered in the end. Under the joint attack of the Wang and Wan clans, they were forced to retreat. Although Situ Yunlei could still suppress Wanqing and Xianxia in the beginning, as the battle continued, he gradually could not keep up with the exhaustion of his physical strength due to his old age. In this battle, more than half of the Situ clan was destroyed. There were also corpses lying around one after another. Looking at Wan Songqiong and Wan Songqiong, who were getting braver as the battle went on, Situ Yunlei gritted his teeth and completely ignored their attacks. He actually planned to fight with his life on the line. He used the flying cloud palm in his palm. Tens of thousands of white clouds gathered together and an astonishing aura burst out from his palm. Both palms hit Wan Songqiong and Wan Songqiong's chests. The white clouds exploded and endless waves of air completely scattered the three of them. Wan Songqiong and Wang Qing both spat out a mouthful of blood. Situ Yunlei's injuries were not light either. He had just taken a punch and a kick from the two of them. Although he forced himself to swallow the blood, he was not in a good condition at the moment. His internal organs were in pain and his face was pale. Do you still want to fight? Situ Yunlei stood up slightly. His green robe and white hair were like snow as he asked indifferently. Fight. Wan Songqiong roared angrily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to attack again. However, he was stopped by a voice. Everyone, can you calm down first and allow me to say a few words? Su Zimo walked over step by step under everyone's shocked gaze. The great elder looked at Su Zimo and hurriedly said, Child Su, I hope you can uphold justice for us. Wan Songqiong frowned and looked at Su Zimo. He asked, Child Su, are you representing Glory Sect? No, no, no. Glory Sect will not interfere in any healthy competition. Su Zimo shook his head. I'm only representing myself. Child Su, what do you mean? Situ Yunlei thought for a moment and asked Su Zimo. This is a matter between the three of you. It's indeed inconvenient for an outsider like me to interfere. Su Zimo smiled. However, if your Situ family is willing to become my personal subordinate force, I can help you get through this difficult time. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Situ Yunlei was stunned. Without a doubt, this matter would be very beneficial to the Situ family. Not only would they be able to get out of this crisis, but they could also rely on Su Zimo and obtain his resources to develop and grow stronger. However, the problem was, would the Situ family that was under Su Zimo still be the original Situ family? Other than that, I can also help you find Situ Yuntian's murderer. Su Zimo continued. You know who the murderer is? Situ Yunlei's eyes flashed as he asked. Of course, I won't speak carelessly. Su Zimo said casually. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. You don't have to force yourself. After all, this is a cooperation of mutual consent. I promise you. Situ Yunlei knew that he had no choice, so he agreed without hesitation. Now, you can tell me who killed Yuntian, right? As soon as Situ Yunlei finished speaking, the three elders of the Situ family suddenly exploded. The three of them hit Situ Yunlei with a sword, a fist, and a palm. Situ Yunlei did not even have time to react before he was severely injured. You all. Situ Yunlei looked at the three elders in disbelief. He didn't think that his own people would betray him at such a critical moment. Situ Yunlei spat out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to understand something and gave Su Zimo a deep look. Everyone, I believe I don't need to say much about who killed the Situ family head. Su Zimo looked at the three elders of the Situ family with a smile as he spoke to the crowd. It was the three elders. Some people still couldn't believe it. I know, it must be the three elders who coveted the patriarch's position and worked together to kill him. A disciple analyzed with wide eyes. Child Su, this matter originally had nothing to do with you, so why did you have to interfere? The first elder had a sinister smile as he walked towards Su Zimo. I had no choice. Who told me to be such a warm-hearted person? Su Zimo smiled. Then, he snapped his fingers, and an extremely powerful pressure descended from the sky. Everyone's expression changed. He San stood in the sky with a saber on his back. His aura was awe-inspiring as he quietly stared at the three elders. Under this pressure, the three elders found that they didn't even have the strength to move. They were inexplicably frightened as beads of sweat dripped down their foreheads. Su Zimo smiled and walked in front of Situ Yunqing to say, Do you want to take revenge for your father? Situ Yunqing was stunned. She looked at the sword that Su Zimo handed over and accepted it in a daze. It's time for everything to end. Su Zimo patted her shoulder and seriously said. Situ Yunqing nodded and slowly walked towards the three elders with the sword in her hand. The three elders' expressions greatly changed. Then, the first elder angrily shouted, "I have dominated my entire life, but this time, I admit defeat. However, even if I die, I won't die at the hands of a little girl like you." The three elders exerted their strength at the same time. Waves of spirit energy surged from their bodies and temporarily broke Xianxia's aura. The three elders raised their swords and stabbed towards their abdomens. With a poof sound, the long sword pierced through their bodies. The three of them spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The Situ clan is finished, the people who were watching the show muttered to themselves when they saw this scene. The entire Situ clan's high-level combatants were finished, and it was very difficult for anyone else to carry the burden. Su Zimo turned around, looked at Wan Songqiong and Wan Qing, and said, "The two of you, the Situ clan will belong to me from now on. Do the two of you want to start a war or develop peacefully?" The two of them looked at Xianxia who was flying in the air and quickly swallowed their saliva. They smiled and said, "Child Su, you must be joking. Since the Situ clan belongs to you from now on, we should take care of each other." "Yes, yes, yes. We're neighbors. Harmony breeds wealth," Wang Qing said with a smile. "All right, get your men to clean up this place," Su Zimo said to Wan Songqiong and the other man. Then, he looked at Situ Yunqing and asked, "I want you to manage the Situ clan in the future. Are you interested?" Situ Yunqing was stunned. Her big watery eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. "Don't be in a hurry to answer. Think about it tonight and give me an answer tomorrow." Su Zimo smiled, then left with Lin Ruhu and Xiaogizi. Although today's battle had already ended, its aftermath was still spreading throughout the entire Zhou city. In Linjiang restaurant, Su Zimo was listening to Xiaogizi's report. "Young master, I've already explained to the Wang clan and the Wang clan. This time, they'll play along with us. When the time comes, I'll pick 2 talented disciples from their clans and let them join Jinwu Xingzong. It doesn't matter if the 2 disciples are talented or not, but they must be their direct descendants. When they go to the sect, they'll be tied to our ship." Su Zimo nodded. "I understand." Xiaogizi nodded and continued, "Situ Yuntian's 3 sons are dead. They died in today's battle. Now, only Situ Yunqing is qualified to inherit the position of the head of the Situ clan. Do this secretly. Don't let anyone get a hold of it." Su Zimo said, "I don't care about Zhou City. The key is not to let the great elders people know about it. Otherwise, he'll complain to my father." "I understand. The Sage Sect branch in Zhou City is under the Great Elders faction. He'll definitely pay attention to this matter." Xiaogizi nodded. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Su Zimo was silent for a moment, then said, "Come in." The door opened, and the 3 elders of the Situ clan walked in unscathed. "Child Su." The 3 elders greeted with a smile. "Aren't you all dead?" Xiaogizi was stunned. He had seen the 3 elders pull out their swords and stab themselves in the abdomen. Stabbing the abdomen will definitely kill you? How can a martial artist be so weak? Not to mention a true Meridian martial artist. Su Zimo shook his head. "This is just a show?" Xiaogizi was stunned. He thought that he already knew Su Zimo's plan. He did not expect that he only knew half of it. Otherwise, why would I let the Wan and Wan clans clean up the scene? I was afraid of being exposed. Su Zimo said. "Young master, what about the thing you promised us before?" The great elder asked with a smile. "Don't worry, I will let you join the Glory sect and help you break through to the Void Meridian stage. You can go back first. I will let Black 13 take you back to the Glory sect when it's dark. Try not to be seen by others." Su Zimo said. "Thank you very much, young master." The 3 of them hurriedly nodded and left. In order to break through to the Void Meridian stage, they killed Situ Yunlei and took the blame for Situ Yuntian's death? Xiaogizi said in disbelief. Breaking through to the Void Meridian stage will not only increase their strength, but also increase their lifespan by 100 years. If they join the Glory sect, they will have a better future. Isn't that enough? Su Zimo retorted, "Compared to this, a small Situ family is nothing to them." Xiaogizi was silent. His father was an outer elder of Zhenwu Xingzong. He grew up in Zhenwu Xingzong and did not know much about the outside world. But now, this incident seemed to have opened a cruel window for him. In fact, Su Zimo had already planned from the beginning. Whether it was Situ Yunlei, Situ Yuntian, his 3 sons, or the 3 elders, none of them could stay in the Situ clan. Because Su Zimo was determined to hand over his power to Situ Yunqing, as long as one of them remained, it would be a big problem. That was why he contacted the Wang and Wan family. He wanted to borrow the power of the 2 families to kill Situ Yuntian's 3 sons. Including the last trump card of the Situ family, Situ Yunlei. As for what to do with the 3 elders? Su Zimo's lips curled into a smile. At this point, Zhao Gizi had already returned to his room. He still couldn't figure out Su Zimo. He always felt that his senior brother didn't play by the rules. The sky gradually darkened. Tonight, Zhou City seemed a little too quiet. In Su Zimo's room, he looked at Black 13 and ordered, "Send the 3 old men away." "Leave Zhou City?" Black 13 asked doubtfully. "No, leave this world," Su Zimo said flatly. Black 13 paused, but nodded and left the room. Outside Zhou City, 4 figures were running. The first elder looked at Black 13 and said politely, "It's already so late, but we still have to trouble you to send us to the Glory sect." "Thank you." Black 13 shook his head calmly. The night wind blew gently. The moonlight reflected a pale white color on the ground. Tonight's wind seemed to be exceptionally cold. Behind them, in the silent city, there seemed to be the sound of dogs barking. Their line of sight gradually faded away, and the scenery of Zhou City blurred in their eyes. Finally, they came to a high hill. Black 13 stopped. He stood at the top of the hill, his hair dancing in the cold wind. He looked at the 3 elders without a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at corpses. "What's wrong?" The first elder laughed dryly. "Nothing, you should be on your way." Black 13 pulled out his long sword and looked at the 3. "What do you mean?" The second elder frowned. He took a step back and asked cautiously. Black 13 didn't answer. With a clang, he unsheathed his long sword. Pung 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 pung. Luan Quan, Bone Sage, Chao Ying Feng, and Kuan Hai's meridians were all opened. The aura of the Void Pulse realm enveloped the surroundings like a huge mountain. "To think that you're Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples. I knew that these people couldn't be trusted completely," the great elder shouted. Then, the 3 elders stood in 3 different directions. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged, and their 3 meridians opened wide. The 3 of them each took out a disc array from their storage rings and poured their spirit chi into the disc array in a frenzy. When the disc array was activated, the 3 of them simultaneously threw the disc array into the air. A dazzling black light shone out, the 3 discs fused into one, forming a black cage, trapping Xianxia inside. The disc array shattered and countless array seals flew out from it. Then, they arranged themselves according to the rules of the array formation. "Fortunately, we were prepared," the first elder said proudly. The function of the array disc was to store array seals. Generally, when array masters were fighting with others, they had to form seals on the spot. This was too slow and the opponent could easily dodge. Thus, a long time ago, someone had researched and created a disc array, which could be used to form an array seal in advance and then store it in the disc array. If necessary during battle, one only needed to shatter the disc array and the array seals could be activated in an instant. All of this appeared to be very complicated, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Xianxia looked at the black cage around him and frowned slightly. The long blade in his hand exploded with a blue light. The blade swept up a cloud of dust, and even the ground beneath his feet was sliced open. But when it struck the black cage, it seemed to be swallowed up. It didn't even cause a ripple. "Don't waste your energy. This is a 4th grade array formation, the dark cage. Although we can't kill you, we can still trap you for a night," the great elder said proudly. Since Su Zimo was the one who did this first, he can't blame us for what happens next. We'll go to Zhou City right now and spread this news. We'll let everyone see the true face of that bastard. "That's right, we'll expose all of his crimes," the second elder said through gritted teeth. That bastard had promised them that he would take them into Zhenwu Xingzong and help them break through to the Void Meridian stage. But now he had gone back on his word and wanted to kill them to silence them. The three elders had betrayed the entire Sidhu clan, and now this was the result. The anger in their hearts could be imagined. "Don't treat everyone as fools," the third elder said with a cold snort. "From the first day you came to cooperate with us, we wanted to hold back and prepared this fourth grade array formation. I didn't think it would really come in handy. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Xianxia found that he couldn't break the array formation, so he sat down and stopped attacking. "What do you mean?" the great elder asked with a frown. "I admit that you're not stupid and know to hold back. But you don't understand how big the world is," Xianxia said calmly. "Who are you trying to scare?" the third elder said calmly. "You can't even protect yourself now, and you still dare to talk big." Xianxia looked coldly at the three of them. He didn't say anything and closed his eyes to rest. "What do we do now?" Just as the three of them were discussing countermeasures, a voice suddenly sounded from above. "It seems that young master was right. 3 little mice, you actually want to jump out of the cage." Who's talking?" The three of them shouted at the same time and looked up nervously. 10 miles long Sky was wearing white clothes and holding a sword in his arms. He walked through the air and yawned casually. "Who are you?" The three elders swallowed their saliva and asked nervously. The other party could walk through the air, which meant that he was at least in the Void Pulse realm. Although the other party didn't reveal any aura, the pressure he gave the three of them was even greater than when they faced Xianxia. "The farce is over." 10 miles long Sky didn't even bother to draw his sword. He just casually slashed the air with his unsheathed sword. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light bloomed in front of the three of them. Their lives were sealed at the last moment. The next day, Zhou City didn't look any different from before. The hawkers woke up at a fixed time and set up their stalls at a fixed place. The city also started to bustle and flourish at a fixed time. "I'm willing to help you manage the Sidhu family." Early in the morning, Situ Yunqing, who had been tossing and turning all night, found Su Zimo and said seriously. Su Zimo introduced 10 miles long Sky to Situ Yunqing and said, "In the future, he will be your guard. The two of you will jointly manage the Sidhu family. If there's any danger, he can also protect you." After sending Situ Yunqing off, Su Zimo called 10 miles long Sky to the side. "You can stay by Situ Yunqing's side in the future," Su Zimo said. 10 miles long Sky nodded and asked, "Are you really going to hand over your power to a little girl?" Su Zimo smiled. If his memory wasn't wrong, Situ Yunqing was not a woman to be underestimated. In his previous life, she had only spent a few decades in the Sidhu family to expand the Sidhu Chamber of Commerce to become one of the top powers in the eastern continent. If Situ Yunqing didn't have this ability, Su Zimo wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort to pull her under his wing. "If she can spread her power throughout the far west in 2 years, then I'll believe in her ability," Su Zimo said. "What if she can't do it in 2 years?" 10 miles long Sky asked. "What's the point of living for a worthless person?" Su Zimo said with a smile. 10 miles long Sky was silent for a moment and thought to himself, how cold-blooded. After settling the matters in Zhou City, Su Zimo and the other two also decided to leave. After all, he still hadn't completed the sect mission he received when he left the sect. The few of them galloped on their horses. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the flying desert horses galloped into the distance. Birds flapped their wings and circled above their heads. A gentle breeze swept up the withered leaves in the air. Under the scorching sun, the few of them were riding on their horses. Suddenly, an explosion came from above. Following that, they felt a powerful aura envelop them from above. Above their heads, there were 2 people walking in the air. One of them was an old man wearing a gray robe. He held a 5-foot-long heavy sword in his hand. An invisible aura rippled around him, causing the entire space to explode from the pressure. The other person was a middle-aged man. Flames burned on his body. The flames were hot and beautiful, and it seemed as if the space around him was about to be incinerated. The gray-robed old man's expression was calm as he spoke. His voice shook the universe, and the space around him rumbled. "Ren Pingsheng, hand over the inheritance of Great Emperor Devouring Sun, and I'll spare your life." The flaming man smiled in disdain. He seemed to be heavily injured and his face was pale. He said in disdain, "Beauly you, how can a despicable person like you be the leader of a sect? What a joke." Su Zimo was lying on the back of his horse, watching the fight between the two with great interest. Xiao Gizi, who was standing at the side, looked flustered. Seeing that Su Zimo was not nervous at all, he asked doubtfully, "Senior brother, do you know them? What are you afraid of? Who dares to touch you if you follow me?" Su Zimo chuckled. "The gray-robed elder is called Yu Beauly. He's the sect master of the Sky Sword sect." Lin Ruhu explained, "As for the white-robed man, I don't know him." Ren Pingxing, the descendant of the Great Emperor Devouring Sun, Su Zimo said with a smile. "Great Emperor Devouring Sun," Xiao Gizi exclaimed. "That was a very famous great emperor from the emperor's era." Beauly Yu is a Zun Pulse realm expert while Ren Pingxing is only in the Void Pulse realm. "It seems like he won't be able to last much longer," Xiao Gizi said in deep thought. "Don't ever underestimate the methods left behind by a great emperor." Su Zimo waved his hand and said, "Let's go. This has nothing to do with us." In the air, Beauly Yu held his heavy sword. Endless sword chi gathered on his sword, condensed, and then exploded. Cracks started to appear in the space. This sword contained endless killing intent. The wind roared around him. He raised his heavy sword high above his head as if the entire sky was about to be sliced apart. "Beauly Yu, do you really want to fight to the death?" Ren Pingxing asked with an ugly expression. "Hand over the treasure of the Great Emperor Devouring Sun and I'll spare your life," Beauly Yu roared. Endless power gathered on his sword. His entire face changed a little. It seemed like he was going to use this sword to end the battle. "You forced me to do this." Ren Pingxing coughed a few times and slowly took out a flute from his waist. Su Zimo saw the flute and his eyes narrowed. Then, he smiled and said, "Seems like there's going to be a good show. Is this flute very strong?" Lin Ruhu asked curiously. "The origin of this flute is related to the love of the Great Emperor Devouring Sunday. Do you want to hear about it?" Su Zimo smiled and said. Xiao Gizi was a little confused. The Great Emperor Devouring Sun was someone from many eras ago. How did senior brother know about his love story? However, Xiao Gizi was still very interested in the gossip of great emperors. Rumor has it that it was the story of the Great Emperor Devouring Sun when he was young. Su Zimo smiled and said with interest, "The Great Emperor Devouring Sun had a childhood sweetheart when he was young. They were betrothed since they were young and their relationship was very good. However, one day, the girl suddenly fell seriously ill. Before the girl passed away, she gave her favorite flute to the Great Emperor Devouring Sunday. She used it to commemorate their precious but short-lived love. From then on, whenever the Great Emperor Devouring Sun missed the girl, he would play the flute alone. Even after he became a great emperor, he still kept this habit. The flute was only made of ordinary materials, but there were emperor patterns carved on it." Following Su Zimo's narration, Ren Pingxing cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the flute. Then, he slowly played the flute. When a drop of his blood entered the flute, his originally pale face became even paler. The melodious sound of the flute sounded softly. The sound of the flute was very slow, giving people the feeling of a small bridge and flowing water. However, when such an ordinary sound of the flute sounded, the entire world seemed to have stopped. Everything was silent, whether it was the surging river in the distance or the quiet breeze in the sky. Even the sword aura that Yu Beauly swore to cut the sky in half seemed to have stopped silently. The sound of the flute was still ringing. Yu Beauly's face was filled with shock. The flute stirred up endless wind and waves. A black scorching sun appeared at the end of the sky. Then, the space collapsed and the rules became chaotic. Endless power gathered in the sky. This is a great emperor?" Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi were both shocked. "It's just a used flute with emperor patterns and it already has such power. How magnificent must the great emperor's original body be?" "Ren Pingxing, you're lucky this time. But you haven't gained the recognition of the treasure. How many times can you use it with your essence blood?" Yu Beauly roared unwillingly. Then, he flew off into the distance as if his life depended on it. The whirlpool-like scorching sun was about to form. Yu Beauly's heart felt like it was being squeezed by a pair of hands. It was about to explode. He didn't dare to stay here for long. The great emperor's dignity couldn't be violated. Seeing Yu Buli run away like a madman, Ren Pingxing slowly put down the flute. The scorching sun dissipated bit by bit. He stumbled and almost fell. He had used up too much energy just now. Then, he slowly landed and glanced at Su Zimo and the others. "Kid, hand over all the healing pills on you," Ren Pingxing said as he looked at them, his emptiness pulse realm aura enveloping them. "The descendant of the great emperor devouring sun is really a disgrace to your ancestor." Su Zimo was not nervous and said with a smile, "It's really pitiful for a descendant of the great emperor to end up like this." Ren Pingxing snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy in his body surged even more violently. The spiritual energy transformed into a giant hand that grabbed Su Zimo and the other two. "You dare to touch us? We are the disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong," Xiao Gizi shouted from the side. "My father is the inner elder of Zhenwu Xingzong." Ren Pingxing frowned, and the spiritual qi giant hand stopped. He wasn't afraid of the ordinary disciples of the saint sects, but there were so many disciples of the real martial saint sect. It was impossible to take care of all of them. But if the other party was the son of an elder, it would be a little troublesome. If he killed the other party's son, even if Sage Sect did not care, his father would not let it go. The inner elders of Sage Sect were all venerable pulse experts, and some of them were even emperor pulse experts. Ren Pingxing could not afford to offend them. Although he was the descendant of the great emperor devouring sun, in terms of status, he was much nobler. But the awkward thing was that he did not get the inheritance of his ancestor. Now, he only had a title. Ren Pingxing took a deep look at them, then turned and prepared to leave. "Hey, do you want to make a deal?" Su Zimo stopped him and said. "I'm not interested in Zhenwu Xingzong," Ren Pingxing turned and said lightly. No. "Do you want to get the inheritance of your ancestor?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Ren Pingxing's eyes narrowed, and at this moment, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He stared at Su Zimo and asked in a hurried tone, "What do you know?" "Let's talk about conditions. I can heal your injuries and even help you obtain the legacy. In return, you will sell your life to me. How about it?" Su Zimo said straightforwardly. "Impossible." Ren Pingxing's expression changed. Working for others was equivalent to losing his freedom. This was not his style. Think about it carefully. In your current situation, if you don't have anyone to help you, you won't be able to survive. Those who are greedy for the inheritance of the great emperor devouring sun will definitely not let you off. You will only be able to escape in the endless pursuit for the rest of your life, Su Zimo said patiently. "And if you follow me and become my general, I will bring you to see the scenery above the dome of heaven." "The scenery in the sky," Ren Pingxing muttered to himself. Su Zimo took out a healing elixir from his storage ring and threw it to Ren Pingxing. He said, "If you are willing, eat it to heal your injuries and then make a heavenly oath." Ren Pingxing pondered for a while. Then, his eyes emitted an inexplicable glow. He looked at Su Zimo and said, "I can join your force, but you have to help me kill that hypocrite Yu Buli. I will never take revenge for others." Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. "Isn't it best to kill your enemies with your own hands? But the gap between us is still very big. I don't know how long it will take." "I can't wait," Ren Pingxing said thoughtfully. Although there was only a gap of one realm between the Void Pulse realm and the Zune Pulse realm, this gap was like a chasm that many people could not cross in their entire lives. "You have to have confidence in yourself," Su Zimo said. "After you obtain the inheritance of your ancestor, you will embark on the path ahead." In his previous life, Ren Pingxing was a truly ruthless person. However, he had not obtained the inheritance yet, so he was obviously lacking in confidence. "I hope you are not lying to me." Ren Pingxing nodded. Then, he looked up at the sky and made a heavenly oath. "The heavenly Tao is supreme. Today, I, Ren Pingxing, make a heavenly oath. If Su Zimo can help me obtain the inheritance of ancestor Tun Ri, I am willing to follow him for the rest of my life. I will conquer the heavens until I die." As soon as Ren Pingxing finished speaking, the wind suddenly blew and clouds rolled in the sky. The white clouds piled up and blocked the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. This kind of oath was not just spoken. It was engraved on the heavenly Tao with one's true fate. Once violated, one would be killed by the heavenly Tao. Moreover, not everyone could make a heavenly oath. Only after opening the fourth meridian and successfully condensing the heavenly Tao could one make a heavenly oath. Previously, 10 miles long sky had also made a heavenly oath. Now, can you tell me where my ancestors' inheritance is? Ren Pingxing asked. Go back to your Ren family's ancestral hall. There is a statue of Emperor Tunri in your ancestral hall. Su Zimo said, when you go back, move the statue away. There is a hidden brick under it. The key is the flute in your hand. When the time comes, use the flute to open the brick. Everything will be clear. My ancestors' inheritance is in the ancestral hall? Ren Pingxing was surprised. Why did the Ren family never know about it? If they had obtained the inheritance earlier, their Ren family would not have declined so much. Su Zimo did not say much. Go back and take a look. If I am not lying, when you obtain the inheritance, come to Zhenwu Xingzong to look for me. Ren Pingxing nodded. Then, he bowed deeply to Su Zimo and stepped into the air to leave. Looking at the other party's departing figure, Su Zimo's lips curled into a smile. Ren Pingxing in the misty rain. In his previous life, this person's name was known throughout the entire Yuanyang continent. In fact, Su Zimo was just going with the flow. Because even if he did not tell Ren Pingxing would find the inheritance of Emperor Tunri by chance soon. Then, he would truly embark on the journey of becoming famous all over the world. Senior brother, how do you know so much? Xiaogizi still could not wrap his head around it. See more, do more, and ask less, Su Zimo said as he raised his head. Xiaogizi quickly nodded. He knew that he was being too talkative. He should not ask what he should not ask. 10 Miles Town was the location of Su Zimo's mission this time. It was located in the east of the land of the far west. It was under the jurisdiction of Three Moon City and also the territory of the Qingmu Empire. Red maple trees swayed slightly on both sides of the town entrance. Dark red maple leaves fell to the ground and floated into the distance with promises and dreams. In the afternoon, the three of them arrived at 10 Miles Town. The flying desert horse, which had been running for the whole day, neighed and looked very tired. A cold wind blew in the sky. Birds spread their wings and flew low in the distance. Suddenly, it started to drizzle. At first, it was just raindrops. In the end, as the sky darkened, it became a hazy drizzle. Senior brother, let's go to Squire Hu's house first, Xiaogizi said. Squire Hu was the person who issued the mission this time. Su Zimo nodded. They rode their horses for a few steps. Then, they saw a group of people coming in from the direction of the town entrance. There were a total of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in faint golden robes, riding blazing flame stallions. They're disciples of the Divine Sun clan. Xiaogizi's gaze hardened slightly as he said. The Divine Sun clan was also an imperial lineage of the far west, founded by the Divine Sun Emperor. It was just that compared to Zhenwu Xingzong's lineage, which had 4 emperors, the Divine Sun clan had only produced a single emperor, its foundation being much weaker. The 3 disciples of the Divine Sun clan also saw Su Zimo's group. The male disciple in the lead, with a sword hanging at his waist, snorted coldly, then rode his blazing flame stallion over arrogantly. The relationship between the Divine Sun clan and Zhenwu Xingzong was not good, mainly because Zhenwu Xingzong was too powerful, the absolute hegemon of the far west. Even the Divine Sun clan, which was also of the imperial lineage, was suppressed by him. What's there to be cocky about, Xiao? Gizi snorted lightly, unconvinced. If you don't like them, just beat them up. What's the point of holding back? Su Zimo said with a smile, with me backing you, what are you afraid of? Senior apprentice brother, I've been waiting for you to say this, Xiaogizi chuckled, looking at the 3 who had already walked to the front, spiritual chi surging on his palm. Then, his right hand sliced through the air, a saber formed of spiritual chi directly chopping towards that disciple. The leg of the blazing flame stallion which the leading disciple of the Divine Sun clan was riding was directly chopped off. The blazing flame stallion raised its head and neighed, directly falling to the ground. Caught off guard, that disciple was also sent flying miserably. What do you want to do? That disciple stood up, drawing the sword at his waist, angrily looking at Su Zimo's group. I don't like you, what about it? Xiaogizi took out his iron rod, roaring loudly as he struck towards that disciple without saying a word. Seeing that the two had already begun fighting, Su Zimo rode his flying desert horse towards the female disciple of the Divine Sun clan. When the other male disciple saw this, he quickly pulled out the scimitar on his back and stood in front of the female disciple. He frowned at Su Zimo. Little brat, don't disturb my brother Zimo from picking up girls. Lin Ruhu stomped his feet on the saddle and flew into the air. His fists were full of power as he charged towards the male disciple. The male disciple unsheathed his saber to meet Lin Ruhu's attack. Not to be outdone, the saber aura on his saber was sharp and fierce as he fought with Lin Ruhu. The female disciple looked at Su Zimo with vigilance. Her right hand slightly pressed on the hilt of the sword at her waist. May I know your name, miss? Su Zimo stepped forward and asked with a smile. What do you want to do? The female disciple took 2 steps back on her horse and asked cautiously. Su Zimo let out a hoodlum whistle, clicking his tongue as he said, your figure is not bad. It has nothing to do with you. The female disciple hurriedly covered her chest, her frown deepening. What is your purpose in coming to this 10 kilometers town? Su Zimo asked. Why should I tell you? The female disciple retorted. Su Zimo smiled, not saying anything more. The female disciple only saw a white light flash past her eyes at an extremely fast speed. Sword drawing arts. The white sword light struck the wrist of the male disciple who was currently fighting with Xiaogizi at a speed hard to see with the naked eye. That male disciple only felt an intense pain from his wrist. The sword in his hand also involuntarily fell to the ground. Xiaogizi's metal cudgel stopped just 3 centimeters away from the male disciple's head. If you don't say it, he will die. Su Zimo said with a smile. Creating conflict, do you want to start a war with my Divine Sun clan? The female disciple said with an ugly expression. If we want to start a war, then let's start a war. Could it be that our Zhenwu Xingzong would be afraid of you? Su Zimo said amusedly, but I wonder if your Divine Sun clan would really dare to start a war with us over a few unimportant disciples. The female disciple's expression changed slightly, her chest rising and falling unsteadily. Finally, after a moment of silence, she said, I can tell you, but you first have to let go of my senior apprentice brother. You have no right to bargain. Su Zimo shook his head. By the side, Xiaogizi retracted his metal cudgel, kicking the male disciple in the chest. The male disciple cried out in pain, directly falling to the ground as he looked at Su Zimo with rage and fear on his face. Don't hit him, I'll speak. The female disciple hurriedly replied, this Tenli town steward whose house is haunted. We accepted a mission from the clan to help catch the ghost. Su Zimo was stunned. These 3 actually had the same mission as him. He stroked his chin, interesting, looks like this steward who not only issued a mission in Zhenwu Xingzong, but also in other clans. When Su Zimo had completed this mission in his previous life, he hadn't met anyone from the Divine Sun clan. It looked like he had come too late in his previous life, and these people from the Divine Sun clan had already died here. Su Zimo smiled, waving at Lin Ruhu and Xiaogizi, saying, let's go. Looking at the backs of Su Zimo and the other 2 leaving, the male disciple's expression was uncertain, his thoughts unknown. The Hu family was the largest family in Tenli town. It was said that steward whose family was extremely wealthy, and was the richest person in this town. Su Zimo and the other 2 arrived at the Hu residence. Through the servant's report, it did not take long for them to see a middle-aged man dressed in garish clothing walk out. The middle-aged man wore a loose robe of blue, green and yellow, with a green veil hat on his head. His face was a bit sallow, and his eyes seemed to be a bit swollen from staying up late for a long time. He looked very haggard. Geniuses, you've finally come. This old man has been worried all day, and almost couldn't see you again. Steward who saw Su Zimo and the others, and hurriedly said excitedly. He brought the 3 to the main hall. Su Zimo smiled thoughtfully, saying, Steward who is too polite. The 3 of you have come from afar, I've already had people prepare a meal. Let's talk while eating. Steward who didn't seem to be in a good mood, but he still said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded. Just as they were about to eat, a servant suddenly came in to report that the disciples of the Divine Sun Sacred Clan had also arrived. Just in time. You geniuses being able to come together is also fate. I feel much more at ease now. Steward Hu smiled, and then had people bring the disciples of the Divine Sun Sacred Clan in. Seeing Su Zimo and the others, the expressions of the disciples of the Divine Sun Sacred Clan all changed. The sword-wielding male disciple asked, "Why are you here? Do you geniuses know each other?" Steward Hu hurriedly walked forward, explaining. Then, he brought them into the side hall, and they sat down. They also introduced themselves to each other. On the Divine Sun Sacred Clan's side, the sword-wielding male disciple was called Wang Tao, the one with the scimitar on his back was called Xing Lin, and the female disciple was called Xiao Yu. Tell me what happened. Your mission wasn't very detailed. Xing Lin's expression was rather normal as he asked Steward Hu. This incident happened 2 weeks ago. Squire Hu sighed and began to recount his story. 2 weeks ago, in the middle of the night, I suddenly heard a woman singing in my sleep. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it, until early the next morning. The leader of the guards in the estate suddenly died. His death was especially gruesome, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. It was as if he had been scared to death. From then on, every night, a woman would sing in our Hu estate. However, no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find where the singing came from. Every morning, someone would die in the estate. Even if I gathered everyone together and didn't sleep for the entire night, people would still die. The next day, there would still be people missing and dying. Until now, our Hu estate has lost close to 20 people. Many servants have resigned and left. Many people said that I was cursed. There are no ghosts in this world. It must be some villain causing trouble. Wang Tao said disdainfully, Squire Hu, don't worry. I will personally patrol the Hu estate tonight. I guarantee that the culprit will be caught. Good. Those prodigies, be careful. If you need anything, just say the word. Squire Hu hurriedly said. Gather everyone left in the estate tonight. No one is allowed to leave. I want to see who is causing trouble. Wang Tao said sternly. No problem. Then I'll leave it to you prodigies. Squire Hu nodded. Looking at Wang Tao's arrogant guarantee, Su Zimo didn't say anything. He only smiled faintly. Whether or not the sex mission was completed was meaningless to him. He only came here to take something. He even hoped that these people would all die. The more that thing devoured, the stronger it would become. In the future, it would be even more useful to Su Zimo. They were chatting and eating when suddenly, a little girl ran in from outside. Father, is there a guest in the house? The little girl had 2 small braids and her voice was childish. She looked to be only 4 or 5 years old. Inger, quickly come to father's side. Squire Hu seemed to dote on his daughter very much. He hurriedly carried the little girl in his arms and introduced her to everyone. This is my daughter, Hu Ying. She was seriously ill some time ago. Fortunately, the curse did not harm my daughter. After they finished eating, the sky gradually darkened, and the drizzle seemed to be getting heavier. Raindrops began to drip down along the eaves, and the entire Hu clan was shrouded in a layer of faint fog. Afterwards, Squire Hu called all the servants in the mansion to the side hall. In fact, there were not many people left in the mansion. As the servants either died or left, there were less than 20 people left in the entire Hu residence. We will be responsible for patrolling the east courtyard, and you guys will patrol the west courtyard. How about that? Wang Tao looked at Su Zimo and the others and asked. Brat, do you still want to get beaten up? It's not up to you to tell me what to do, Xiaogizi said as he looked at the other party. Then, he looked at Su Zimo, waiting for Su Zimo's instructions. You guys go patrol. I'll stay in the hall to protect Squire Hu and the others, Su Zimo stretched lazily, saying somewhat uninterestedly. Okay, Wang Tao did not dare to say anything more, and left with the people of the Divine Sun clan. Seeing your apprentice brother, then we'll go patrol the west courtyard, Xiaogizi said from the side. Su Zimo raised his head. The rain seemed to be getting heavier and heavier, and the pitch-black sky gave people a particularly strange feeling. What's there to patrol? Go back and rest early, Su Zimo said nonchalantly, and then went to the side hall. Leaving behind a stupefied Xiaogizi and Lin Ruhu. Ren Pingxing hurried back home. After eating the medicinal pills that Su Zimo had given him, the injuries on his body had mostly healed. His mind was now filled with the matter of the legacy of his ancestor, the sun-devouring emperor. Finally, when the sky gradually darkened, he hurried back to the ancestral hall of his Ren family. Ever since their Ren family had fallen, very few people came to the ancestral hall anymore. He opened the small wooden door that had already been eroded by time. The lights within the ancestral hall were rather dim, and the air inside was stuffy. Right in front of him was the statue of his ancestor, the sun-devouring emperor, covered in dust and cobwebs. This statue had been carved by the later generations according to the portrait of his ancestor. However, no matter how skilled the craftsmen had been, they had not been able to completely restore his ancestor's appearance. In the end, the later generations had only carved a statue of his back. Ren Pingxing walked before the statue, kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times, and then 3 more times. Only then did he come before the statue, moving it away bit by bit. Afterwards, Ren Pingxing searched the altar for a bit, and found a hidden brick that could be moved. He moved the brick to one side, revealing a hidden groove, the shape of which was exactly the same as that of a flute. Ren Pingxing's breathing became heavier, and his mind went blank. His hands trembled as he placed the flute into the groove. Then, the entire ancestral hall began to shake, and endless spirit energy began to condense above the ancestral hall. An extremely deep whirlpool appeared before Ren Pingxing's eyes. The moment this whirlpool appeared, space collapsed, and the air was compressed and exploded, turning into arrows of air that scattered in all directions. Ren Pingxing looked at the scene before him and was extremely excited. He muttered to himself, "You Bewley, just you wait. When I return, I will crush your Sky Sword sect." Ren Pingxing walked into the whirlpool with surging emotions. Then, the whirlpool closed, and the surroundings returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, in Jinwu Xingzong, on the 6th Elder's Miaolu Peak, Bai Li Xiao was sitting on a white lotus. This white lotus was the legacy of Empress Hong Tian. Bai Li Xiao's expression was indifferent, and a lock of her hair fluttered with the breeze. Spirit energy condensed above the white lotus, constantly nourishing her body. White mist floated around her, and she was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her white clothes fluttered, her skin was whiter than snow, her lips were bright, and her teeth were white. It was as if looking at her was blasphemy. After not seeing her for a long time, the celestial spiritual energy on her body seemed to have increased. Suddenly, with a bang, the meridians of the bone sage in Bai Li Xiao's right hand opened, and she broke through to the meridian condensing stage. Endless spirit energy cleansed her body. She slowly stood up and walked out of the white lotus. 2 maids had been guarding her for a long time. These 2 maids were the twins that Su Zimo had seen during the new student's trial, Shui Qianxia and Shui Mengmeng. "Big Sister Xiao, you broke through to the meridian condensing stage?" Shui Mengmeng blinked her cute eyes and asked in surprise. Bai Li Xiao smiled and gently said, "I just broke through. You guys have to work hard too. Don't worry, I'm already at the 7th level of spiritual pulse. I'll definitely get a good ranking in the outer disciple competition," Shui Mengmeng said confidently. Bai Li Xiao smiled and nodded. Then, she went to the top of Mialio Peak alone and looked at the endless skyline in the distance. It was the direction of Qingshan village. She muttered to herself, "Brother Chu Yang, what are you doing now? Are you thinking of me too?" A series of light footsteps interrupted Bai Li Xiao's thoughts. She hurriedly turned around and called out, "Auntie." Xiao Yuxian nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "You've broken through to the meridian's condensing stage?" Bai Li Xiao nodded and said, "I've just broken through. I've discussed it with the Vice Lord. Your marriage with Su Zimo might not be possible," Xiao Yuxian said regretfully. "What's wrong?" Bai Li Xiao asked doubtfully. She was still somewhat confident in her appearance. Of course, she had no interest in Su Zimo. The reason why she agreed to her aunt's proposal to marry Su Zimo was because she wanted to borrow the Vice Lord's power. When she became the saintess of the sect, she would be given all the cultivation resources. When she succeeded in her cultivation, this meaningless marriage would be useless. From the beginning to the end, she only had Chu Yang in her heart. The true martial holy sect was just a springboard in her life. What she needed now was to borrow her aunt's power. If she could become Su Zimo's fiancée, she could also borrow the Vice Lord's power. Su Zimo has some objections, Xianxia said, but I don't think it's a big problem. I have confidence in you. After some time, when Su Zimo comes back, you can interact with him more. It's just the temperament of a young man. I understand, Bailey Xiao nodded seriously. The sun was like a layer of golden silk, sprinkling down from the sky and enveloping the whole world. Chu Yang took half of Instructor Mo's jade pendant and left Xingyang village. From then on, he began his journey. After he arrived at Xianyuan City, he rested for a night and then went directly to the military camp that Coach Mo had mentioned the next day. Basically, there were military camps in every city. They were responsible for the safety of the entire city. However, they were an independent organization and were not under the jurisdiction of the city lord. The military camp was heavily guarded. Soldiers in uniform black armor were patrolling the surroundings. Little kid, you want to join the army? At the registration area of the army camp, two big men looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Do you know someone called Du Tianyin? Chu Yang asked. Why are you looking for General Du? The soldier restrained his expression and asked. His old friend, Mo Tianqi, told me to look for him. Chu Yang took out the jade pendant that Instructor Mo had given him. Wait a moment. The soldier's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly ran into the barracks. Not long after, a hearty laugh could be heard coming from the barracks. Then, a tall and sturdy man with long black hair walked out with a majestic aura around him. Your old Mo's nephew? The man looked at Chu Yang and asked. He was wearing a particularly exquisite black armor with a battle sword hanging on his waist. The exposed part of his neck was full of scars. At first glance, one could tell that he was someone who often fought in the battlefield. Yes, Instructor Mo told me to come to Xianyuan City to look for you. Chu Yang nodded and handed over the jade pendant. Since you're old Mo's nephew, don't be so distant. You can call me Uncle Du in the future. The man, Du Tianyin, patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said. Hello, Uncle Du. Chu Yang also hurriedly greeted him. Since old Mo asked you to look for me, he must want you to join the army camp to train yourself. Du Tianyin said, I'm not worried about the person he recommended. If you don't have anything else to do, you can come directly to the army camp to report. Chu Yang nodded and followed Du Tianyin into the army camp. There were tents everywhere in the army camp. The brown-green tents were scattered in picturesque disorder. There were bare-chested martial artists who were holding huge rocks and practicing frog jumps. There were also soldiers who were practicing with swords. The sword aura spread out over 4 meters and the saber light slashed through the air. Chu Yang registered his personal information, and then received a token. From today onwards, you are a member of our Blood Wolf Guard. In the days when you become a Blood Wolf Guard, you must strictly abide by the rules of the army camp. The soldier who gave Chu Yang the token said in a firm tone, if one day you want to quit the Blood Wolf Guard, please remember to hand in the token. This token is not only the proof of your Blood Wolf Guard, but also the glory of your life. Chu Yang nodded seriously and received the token with both hands. Then, under the guidance of the soldier, he received a robe and 2 Xian-level meridian techniques. This robe was the symbol of the Blood Wolf Guard. The color of the hat was blood red, and the rest was dark black. Chu Yang put it on and felt that it was quite domineering. As for the 2 Xian-level meridian techniques, one was called Blood Saber Chop and the other was called Blood Yuan Palm. Every soldier who joined the Blood Wolf Guard could learn these 2 meridian techniques. As for other meridian techniques in the future, if you wanted to learn them, you had to complete missions and earn merit points to exchange for them. In the Blood Wolf Guard, there was also a strict division of ranks. Those who had just joined the Blood Wolf Guard were ordinary soldiers. The ones in charge of these ordinary soldiers were the 10 captains. Above the 10 captains were the 100 captains, 1,000 captains, and above them were the generals. Because Du Tianyin was too busy, he assigned Chu Yang to 1,000 captains so that they could make arrangements. Du Tianyin would not keep Chu Yang by his side. Although it was safer this way, Mo Tianqi must have recommended Chu Yang to grow and train. Then, the 1,000 captain assigned Chu Yang to a 10 captain. The 10 captain was in charge of a small team. Including himself, there were a total of 10 people. It just so happened that someone in this team had died, so Chu Yang was assigned. Then, he introduced himself in front of everyone. The other people in this team were all older. Only a young man looked similar to Chu Yang. After introducing himself, the young man found Chu Yang and said with interest, "My name is Tong Guan. Do you want to be my little brother?" Not interested, Chu Yang shook his head. He was still busy practicing the 2 meridian techniques given to him by the Blood Wolf Guard. Think carefully. If you are willing to be my little brother, I can use my discretion to protect you when you go on missions in the future. Otherwise, a newcomer like you will have the most casualties, Tong Guan said threateningly. Scram, Chu Yang looked at him indifferently and said. You wait for me. Tong Guan's complexion slightly changed. He looked at Chu Yang with uncertainty in his eyes. Then, he angrily shook his head and left. Chu Yang did not care too much. He began to study the meridian technique called Blood Yuan Palm. Kid, have you killed anyone before? The old man in the same team as Chu Yang asked with interest as he wiped his saber. Yes, Chu Yang said hesitantly. On the way from Qingyang village to Shanyuan city, he had met a few blind thieves. That was also the first time he had killed someone. Strangely, he didn't feel disgusted or nauseous at all. Instead, he felt slightly curious. The old man continued to wipe the mo saber in his hand. He blew on the blade and said with a smile, "In our military camp, you often have to kill people. You will soon get used to it. As for that little guy just now, he is a disciple of a big clan in Shanyuan city, the Tong clan. He is a little arrogant. Don't take it to heart." Why did the Tong clan come here? Chu Yang was curious. It was reasonable to say that a big clan like the Tong clan should not be lacking in cultivation resources. Their strength was not inferior to the military camp. Why did they send their disciples to the military camp? Our military camp may not be able to provide you with too many cultivation resources, nor can it provide you with much prestige and power. However, you will definitely be able to learn 2 things by coming here, the old man replied with a chuckle. What things? Chu Yang asked. Courage and blood. When the old man said this, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. It was as if a sea of blood had descended. Boundless evil energy wrapped around his body. Chu Yang was immediately frightened. He felt as if he was a lone boat in an endless ocean. He seemed extremely small. Because of this, many disciples of the clans come here not to cultivate, but to temper themselves. The old man laughed heartily. He stood up and sheathed his mo sword before walking away with the wind. Kid, you still have a long way to go. Little Yang, this place is quite suitable for you, old Mo said with a smile from inside the ring. I will work hard, Chu Yang nodded and stood up. In the next few days, Chu Yang gradually adapted to the living environment here. The youth called Tong Guan was the team's favorite. He was quite kind, but he was a little arrogant. The old man who chatted with Chu Yang was called Wu Sanlang. It was said that he was called that because he often fought with his life on the line. The leader of the 10-man team was called Feng Bing. He was a big man with a strong back and a strong waist. He used a pair of big iron hammers and was born with great strength. After breakfast, Feng Bing gathered the team and said, "There is a mission. It's about the remnants of the 13 thieves of Lianyun. Someone saw them in the nearby Blackwater Mountain. Exterminating them this time will reward everyone with 1,000 merit points." Yo, the rewards this time are so generous, someone said with a smile. That's rich? If you can find the clear sky battle body, I'll give you 100,000 merit points, joked Feng Bing. If I had the clear sky battle physique, I wouldn't trade for it even if you offered me 100 million merit points. That person also laughed loudly. Alright, go and get ready. We'll set off at noon, Feng Bing instructed. Chu Yang looked at the group of people dispersing. Only Chu Yang had a puzzled look on his face. What 13 thieves of Lianyun? What was the clear sky battle physique? He found Mo Sanlang. The two of them had a pretty good relationship. These days, Chu Yang would consult Mo Sanlang about anything that he did not understand. Do you know the legend of the 100 battle physiques? Mo Subarang asked with a smile. Chu Yang nodded. The clear sky battle physique is the 72nd battle physique, explained Mo Sanlang. A long time ago, there was a Lianyun village at the foot of Blackwater Mountain. There were 13 sworn brothers in the village. Rumor has it that one day, they accidentally dug out the clear sky battle physique jewel under a big tree at the entrance of Lianyun village. The leader of the 13 brothers fused with the clear sky battle physique. As they grew stronger and stronger, some of them started having evil thoughts. They became bandits on Blackwater Mountain, and specialized in robbing passers-by. And then? Yang asked curiously. Later, someone in Jinwu Xingzong issued a mission to exterminate the 13 thieves of Lianyun, Mo San Lang said with a smile. Some elite disciples accepted the mission, and then personally went to exterminate the 13 thieves of Lianyun. The leader of the 13 thieves died on the spot, and the other 11 brothers were also not spared. It is said that only the youngest brother of the 13 thieves of Lianyun village managed to escape under the cover of the others. Then this time, we are going to exterminate the 13 thieves of Lianyun village? Yang asked. More or less, I don't know if this news is accurate, Mo San Lang smiled and replied. Then where did the clear sky battle physique go? Why? Do you have any thoughts? Mo San Lang looked at Yang and said, some people say that the clear sky battle physique was taken away by the elite disciples of Jinwu Xingzong. Others say that the 13 thieves of Lianyun village escaped and took the clear sky battle physique jewel. There are many different opinions, and some even say that there is no such thing as the clear sky battle physique. Everything was made up by someone to target the 13 thieves of Lianyun. No, I am just curious, Yang smiled. At noon, the scorching sun was high in the sky. The 10 Blood Wolf Guards set off for Blackwater Mountain. Blackwater Mountain was located in the east of Xianyuan City. This mountain was famous because of the Blackwater River. The Blackwater River was known as the longest river in the far west. It started from the 100,000 mountains in the west, and its source in the east was said to be beyond the far west. It was located in the center of the eastern continent. Yang's cultivation was the lowest in the group, only at the 7th level of the spiritual pulse stage. The others were all at the meridian condensing stage. The head of the 10 households, Feng Bing, was at the peak of the meridian condensing stage. The group arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountain was not high, and the dense forest covered the entire mountain. Not long after they climbed the mountain, they could hear the sound of the Blackwater River. Someone came here, Mo San Lang found a pool of blood in a bush by the side of the road. He smeared the blood on his hand and smelled it, saying, it is the blood of a first-stage demonic beast, the swift cloud leopard. Let's go forward, Feng Bing said after thinking for a while. The group walked forward, and there were already some fighting scenes in front of them. Several of the surrounding trees were broken, and the ground was full of potholes. There were several puddles of blood in the surroundings. The blood is not dry yet. It seems that the battle ended not long ago, Mo San Lang said. Someone is there. Just as Mo San Lang finished speaking, Tong Guan suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with spiritual energy, and light blue electric arcs wrapped around his feet. Using the flying lightning steps, he took a step forward, and it seemed as if there was lightning running. He directly went to the bush at the side and grabbed a man in a red robe. The man was only at the peak of the spiritual pulse stage. His fist was filled with dark yellow spiritual energy, and he was actually on par with Tong Guan. Feng Bing waved his hand. Other than Yang, the other 8 people in the group rushed forward and subdued the man in an instant. If you can fight as a group, try not to fight one-on-one. There is no point in wasting time, Feng Bing looked at the surprised Yang and explained. Yang quickly nodded. Then, Feng Bing looked at the man who was caught. After carefully sizing him up, his expression changed greatly. Feng Bing grabbed the man's right hand and pulled his sleeve up a little. There was a tattoo on the man's arm. This tattoo was an extremely ugly monster's head. Its skin was brown and its face was especially ferocious. Guming clan, Feng Bing said through gritted teeth when he saw this tattoo. What's the Guming clan? Everyone present was very puzzled. What's your purpose for coming here? Feng Bing was very agitated. He grabbed the man's collar and asked with an ugly expression. The man revealed a sarcastic smile and a strange bird-like sound came out of his mouth. He's leaking information, Feng Bing panicked and hurriedly killed the man with a palm. It's too late. His companions should know that something strange has happened, Wu San Lang said with a frown. We're just investigating the 13 bandits of Lianyun. How could it have anything to do with the Guming clan? Feng Bing said with a headache. Head of the 10 households, what exactly is the Guming clan? Tong Guan asked the question in everyone's mind. A clan that shouldn't have appeared in this world, Feng Bing said. Actually, I don't know much about it. I can't explain it to you now. Then should we continue investigating? Wu Sanlang asked. Why not? Let's go to the top of the mountain and take a look, Feng Bing said firmly. But there's no point in doing so. The other party knows that we're here. They've either left long ago or set a trap for us, Wu Sanlang said with some confusion. The situation is unclear. I think it's better to report it to the military camp first. It's okay. I have a plan, Feng Bing said and took the lead to walk towards the top of the mountain. Everyone present looked at each other. Helpless, they could only follow him. Elder Mo, why is Captain Feng so persistent? It feels weird, Chu Yang could not understand and could only ask Elder Mo, do you know what the 13 bandits of Lianyun are related to? Elder Mo asked with a smile. Clear sky battle physique, Chu Yang was stunned. He felt that he had figured something out. The 100 great battle physique. That's something that even a great emperor would find difficult to obtain. Do you think that others would hand it over to the 10 of you blood wolf guards to handle? Old Mo said with a smile. I understand. We are just the vanguard. Chu Yang suddenly realized. No wonder Captain Feng was so persistent. Even if the other party had set a trap, he didn't panic. The Blackwater River had a faint fishy smell. It divided the entire Blackwater Mountain into 2 halves. The lush trees were particularly tall, and the soil under their feet was slightly damp. They followed the path all the way to the top of MT Blackwater. Strangely, they didn't encounter any traps or obstacles along the way. There was no wind at the top of the mountain. Instead, the air was somewhat hot. The smooth journey made the blood wolf guards feel that the other party had already escaped. However, at the top of the mountain, a group of people in red robes was quietly waiting for them. There was a huge furnace at the top of the mountain. The flames inside the furnace were purple-blue, and the flames were crackling. Above the furnace, there was a large pot filled with fresh blood. The blood in the pot bubbled, and the hot air carried a fishy smell along with the sunlight. Above the blood, 2 pearls were spinning and floating. One of the pearls was green and had a very smooth appearance. The other was black and had a demonic aura rising from it. 200 great battle physiques, Old Mo exclaimed from the ring. What 200 great battle physiques? Chu Yang was a little puzzled. That green pearl is the clear sky battle physique. As for the other black pearl, if I'm not wrong, it should be the dark devil physique, ranked 51st among the 100 great battle physiques. Chu Yang's gaze focused on the 2 pearls floating in the air. Beside the furnace, there was an old man in a red robe. He quietly looked at the furnace and stirred it from time to time. Beside him, there were also 3 men in red robes. 13th Master, the rats are here, the 2 men in red robes said respectfully to the man in the middle. Zhan 1, Zhan 2, let's go meet them, the 13th Master smiled and walked forward. As a human, you're willing to become Gu Ming's lackeys. You're really a disgrace to our race, Feng Bing looked at the 13th Master and said with a disgusted expression. So what if he's Gu Ming? You're really funny, the 13th Master said disdainfully. As long as I control the power, what's the difference between evil and light? Back then, you were lucky enough to escape. Now, you dare to come back and die. Feng Bing's spiritual energy surged and he slowly took out his sledgehammer. Back then, the people who issued the mission in Jinwu Xingzong to eliminate the 13 bandits of Lianyun were your blood wolf guards, right? The 13th Master asked. I don't know what happened back then, Feng Bing said indifferently. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. You all deserve to die. The 13th Master's eyes shone with hatred. He opened 3 meridian gates in his body and a powerful aura enveloped the entire area. True Meridian Realm. Feng Bing's expression was serious. He remembered that the 13th Master was only at the peak of the spiritual meridian realm when he escaped back then. It had only been a few years, but he was already at the true meridian realm. Although his realm seemed superficial, he was truly at the true meridian realm. Are you surprised? Back then, I was lucky enough to escape. You put me on the wanted list all over the country. I was like a rat hiding in a crack, silently planning my revenge. Unfortunately, you were too powerful, the 13th master said through gritted teeth. In fact, I only joined Guming for a month, and in a month, I became a true Meridian Realm warrior. Guming's power is beyond your imagination. So what? No matter how powerful we are, we will not become Guming's lackeys. I believe that no human on the Yuanyang continent will forget the disaster they brought about back then. Feng Bing's expression was firm. He shouted and directly swung his sledgehammer at the 13th master. Although the 13th master was at the true Meridian realm, he only had two subordinates, Zhan 1 and Zhan 2. On the Blood Wolf Guard's side, everyone was at the Meridian realm. In addition, some of them were array masters. With the help of arrays, they outnumbered the 13th master and could hold on for a while. However, no matter how fierce the battle was, the old man in a red robe standing next to the stove did not pay any attention to it. He just silently stirred the blood in the pot alone. His eyes were fanatical as he looked at the two pearls spinning in the air. Since you're here, come out, the old man said indifferently. You Guming are really bold. Du Tianyin stepped on air, dark blue spirit energy surrounding him. He snorted and said, how dare you appear so brazenly? Things are different now. The Guming clan is making a comeback. This is no longer the era of the human race, the old man said calmly. Du Tianyin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the two pearls floating in the air. It seems that the Guming clan has not given up on this experiment. It's impossible to merge the battle constitutions. The Guming clan will always have the spirit of exploration and innovation. We will never be satisfied with the status quo like the human race, the old man said calmly. Then, the old man took off his red robe, and his appearance underwent a drastic change. His body grew to 2 meters tall and a pair of horns grew on his head. His eyes were wide open and his nose became tall. 2 streams of white smoke came out of his nose. His mouth was wide and there was not much hair on his head. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet a pure-blooded Guming, Du Tianyin said with a relaxed smile. The old man's void pulse realm aura was majestic, and he looked at the Du Tian seal with an uncertain gaze. Then, he stretched out his 5 fingers, and the dark spiritual chi turned into 5 solid spiritual fingers that shot towards the Du Tian seal. Since you've delivered the 100 great battle constitutions to me, I'll gladly accept it. Du Tianyin raised his right hand and destroyed the 5 spiritual chi finger lights in his palm. Then, like a sharp arrow, he took a step forward. Whistling wind swirled under his feet as he arrived in front of the furnace and reached for the 2 pearls. The old man snorted and his aura became even more turbulent. Dark spiritual chi wrapped around his arm and he hit Du Tianyin's chest with a ferocious expression. You're still far from it. Du Tianyin laughed loudly. With a bang, his 5th Mirage Blood Meridian opened. The venerable Meridian aura turned into a solid white light that broke through the sky and distorted the surrounding space. The old man was shocked. He did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Du Tianyin's slap. Venerable Meridian. The old man stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Du Tianyin. Thank you for your gift. Du Tianyin laughed heartily and reached out to grab the 2 pearls. Enough, the farce is over. At this moment, a disappointed and angry voice was heard. Suddenly, the spirit chi in the sky became violent. Strands of spirit chi condensed, and then there was a crackling sound of explosion. The space collapsed, and a pitch-black and deep black hole suddenly appeared. Master. The moment the black hole appeared, the old man hurriedly knelt down. Trash, how could you make a mistake in such a simple matter? A majestic voice came from the black hole. The moment the black hole appeared, Du Tianyin's entire body tensed up. His heart beat rapidly for no reason. He felt an extremely powerful force locking onto him. Faintly, he looked at the black hole in the sky. Boundless black gas was being emitted from it. He could vaguely see a throne, and a man was sitting on it. Emperor Vane Realm Expert, Du Tianyin said with an ugly expression. An Emperor Vane Realm Expert could already condense a true fate golden body. Their every move contained the truth of heaven and earth, bringing with it a might that could destroy heaven and earth. The moment the black hole locked onto him, Du Tianyin knew that this matter was serious. Thinking about it, it made sense. The value of 200 battle constitutions was immeasurable. How could the Guming clan be at ease with giving them to avoid Meridian Realm clansmen? If you want to kill me, then come. You remnants of the Guming clan are like rats in the sewers. One day, you'll all disappear, Du Tianyin said with some anger. He was not afraid. Hand it over, the voice said from the black hole. What is it? Du Tianyin asked in surprise. We've already researched the fusion of the 100 battle constitutions for tens of thousands of years. You humans should know that the fusion of the battle constitutions requires emperor blood, the voice said indifferently. How could I have emperor blood? I'm not a descendant of an emperor. Du Tianyin's expression changed, but he still denied it. There had indeed been a Du Tian emperor in history, but that had nothing to do with Du Tianyin. It was just that the name was similar. We've set up such a big trap to lure you here. Naturally, we have absolute confidence, the voice from the black hole said majestically, open his storage ring. Yes, master. The old man beside him quickly nodded and walked over to Du Tianyin. Du Tianyin's expression changed greatly. He had kept the fact that he had emperor blood a secret. How did they know? When he was young, he had indeed gone to a small inheritance ground of an emperor. That was the inheritance of Emperor Wankuan. There were no true treasures or treasures, only a drop of emperor blood. Du Tianyin originally wanted to use this drop of emperor blood to enter the Emperor Meridian realm and open his 5th meridian. Little Yang, do you want the 100 battle constitutions? The old man from Samsara asked Chu Yang. Yes. Chu Yang nodded and said, but with the current situation, it seems impossible. You're just an Emperor Meridian realm cultivator. When I was at my peak, I didn't care about you at all. The old man from Samsara said, later, try your best to get closer to the furnace. I'll temporarily merge my power into your body. It can allow you to temporarily erupt with power comparable to an Emperor Meridian realm cultivator. But you have to remember that this power will only last for a few seconds. This is the limit of what your body can bear. Otherwise, you'll explode. Chu Yang pondered for a while. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll give it a try. The old man held Du Tianyin's storage ring and was destroying the restrictions on it. On the Blood Wolf Guard's side, the battle hadn't ended yet. Feng Bing swung his sledgehammer fiercely. The more he fought, the braver he became. It was hard to determine the victor in a short period of time. They were just small fries. Gu Ming's people didn't care about them. Even the 13th master was just Gu Ming's dog. On this side, the 13th master's true Meridian realm strength was the strongest. Even though there were 10 Blood Wolf Guards, they were still suppressed. Dark black demonic energy enveloped his right palm. The air let out a sonic boom. When the 13th master's palm landed, the Blood Wolf Guards all dodged and avoided the attack. However, Chu Yang was the only one who was sent flying by a palm strike. And the direction he was sent flying was where the furnace was. Teacher, now is the time. Chu Yang roared. Chu Yang's roar attracted everyone's attention. With an Emperor Meridian Realm cultivator here, a Spirit Meridian Realm ant actually dared to roar. Noisy. The voice from the black hole was a little impatient. It didn't even bother to make a move. With just 2 words, Chu Yang immediately felt that the air around him was sealed. Countless amounts of air squeezed towards him as if it was going to crush him. Just as Chu Yang's consciousness was about to collapse, a wave of power entered his body through the ring. When this force fused with Chu Yang, a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Then, cracks appeared in the space where he was. Then, with a bang sound, the space actually shattered. Boundless power burst out from Chu Yang's body. Clouds rose in the sky, and a roaring storm shrouded the entire mountain peak. Wisps of Samsara's power filled his body. The laws of nature were chaotic, and the space was recovering and breaking. Samsara didn't stop. He was like a high and mighty ruler who controlled the fate of the world. Everyone was an ant, and only he was the emperor. Chu Yang stood in the air slowly. He clenched his fist gently, and the space in front of him shattered again. Go, don't dawdle, the old man and Samsara shouted from the ring. Chu Yang quickly woke up from his daze. The space around him seemed to be illusory and meaningless. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of the two pearls. The face of the figure in the black hole changed drastically. He felt the power of Chu Yang's body. A big hand covered in black gas covered the sky and the earth, and hit him. Samsara's power filled Chu Yang's fist, and it collided with the big hand. Suddenly, a boom sound was heard. Energy poured out in torrents and exploded. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky. "Go," Du Tianyin shouted at the Blood Wolf guards. Then, he stepped into the air and fled into the distance. The Blood Wolf guards who were present all reacted and ran down the mountain desperately. At the moment of the explosion, another big hand appeared from the black hole and grabbed the two pearls. Chu Yang didn't want to be outdone. Samsara's power filled his palm, and the two of them grabbed the pearls together. Then, the two spinning pearls were forcibly separated. The big hand in the black hole snatched the dark devil body, and Chu Yang got the Qingyun battle body. "Go, it's almost time," the old man and Samsara reminded anxiously. Damn it, the person in the black hole seemed to be very angry. He formed another big hand and hit Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not dare to continue fighting. The power of Samsara in his body surged, and he directly opened a space door. He stepped into the space door. Then, the giant palm arrived. The space shattered, and the door collapsed. However, Chu Yang had already disappeared. The black hole quietly floated in midair, and the entire mountaintop was razed to the ground. It's been tens of thousands of years. This is the first time someone has dared to snatch something from me, Gu Ming. The calm voice was filled with unimaginable anger, as if it was the calm before the storm. Chu Yang opened his eyes weakly. He felt that his whole body was powerless. He felt extremely weak. Vaguely, it seemed like someone was feeding him. He didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. He just wanted to fall asleep and sleep until the sky turned dark. The night was getting darker. Crickets and other small insects were chirping in the forest. The moon was hanging above the willow branches. The round moon was hanging quietly in the sky. The caravan traveled on a small path in the forest. The old man in the lead looked at the gradually darkening sky and said loudly, "Everyone, let's set up camp here and rest. We should arrive at Fire Beacon City tomorrow." There were about 20 people in the caravan. There were a total of 3 carriages. The guards around the carriages were all wearing the same green robes with the word Ning embroidered on the back. At this time, a shout came from behind the carriage. "Miss, the young man you saved yesterday has woken up." Chu Yang opened his eyes weakly. He felt that his body was much better, but the spiritual energy in his body was dried up. He was not in a hurry to resume his cultivation. Instead, he looked at the surroundings. He seemed to be in the cabin of a carriage. There was a faint fragrance in the air, like a girl's perfume. Before Chu Yang could observe further, he saw the curtains of the cabin being pulled open. A woman wearing a green dress appeared in front of him. "You're awake," the woman said with a smile on her face. Her voice sounded very gentle. "Yes, may I ask where this is?" Chu Yang nodded confusedly and asked curiously. "We are from Fire Beacon City's Ning family. We had just gone to another city to trade some supplies. On the way back, we saw you fainted on the side of the road. I saved you," the woman said with a smile. "My name is Ning Yuyan." "Thank you, my name is Chu Yang said quickly. "I am unable to repay the kindness of saving my life. If there is anything in the future, just let me know." Ning Yuyan smiled and shook her head. "I didn't save you to repay you. Your body is still very weak. Rest well." After watching Ning Yuyan leave, Chu Yang began to communicate with Elder Imo. "Teacher, are you still there?" The voice in the ring sounded a little weak. Elder Imo said slowly, "Little Yang, I am fine. It's just that I used the power of my soul too frequently. I may have to sleep for a while. Take care of yourself first. If you encounter some medicine that can restore your soul, remember to help me look for it." "I understand, teacher," Chu Yang said worriedly. "I will find you a medicine that can restore your soul as soon as possible." Then, Chu Yang began to sit cross-legged and operate the celestial art of combat, absorbing spiritual energy bit by bit to restore his body. A huge amount of spiritual energy flowed into his body. His internal organs, skin, flesh, tendons, and bones were all healing bit by bit. The feeling of weakness in Chu Yang's body gradually dissipated. He realized that although the side effects of fusing with Elder Mo's power were great, he had unknowingly advanced to the peak of the spiritual pulse stage. He was only one step away from breaking through the mystic skeleton stage and advancing to the pulse condensing stage. This could be considered an unexpected gain. The night sky looked exceptionally beautiful with stars dotting the sky. The night breeze gently blew the green leaves on the branches and gently caressed the earth. The convoy had already finished setting up camp. The guards began to boil water and surrounded the bonfire, preparing dinner after a tiring day. The maid accompanied Ning Yuyan to sit at the side and served the freshly cooked meat soup. "Xiao Chui, you eat too." "Don't worry about me," Ning Yuyan smiled. Then, the old man who was leading the convoy walked over and said with a worried expression, "Miss, is that person awake? Didn't you ask him about his identity?" "Uncle Ning, it's okay. I am quite good at judging people. He doesn't look like those evil people," Ning Yuyan said as she shook her head. "Miss is a kind person. Since you insist on keeping him in the convoy, I will not force you." Uncle Ning pondered for a while, then said, "But I still hope that Miss can stay away from him. After all, you may know a person's face but you may not know his heart. When we reach Fire Beacon City, let him leave." "I know. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Ning," Ning Yuyan nodded with a smile. After a silent night, the guard on night watch yawned. The sky began to turn white, and the color of the sky gradually brightened. Chu Yang walked down from the carriage. He looked at the red clouds that had dyed half of the sky red. He stretched his body. He walked towards the two guards and asked with a smile, "Brothers, may I ask how far is this place from Xianyuan City?" "Xianyuan City is in the south. It will take at least 7 days to get there by riding a flying desert horse," the two guards replied cautiously. One of them said with an unfriendly expression, "Boy, if you have recovered, then leave. The carriage that you have been sleeping in for the past few days originally belonged to our young miss. Don't be ungrateful." Chu Yang smiled and did not say anything. He was not familiar with the roads here, so he naturally had to follow the convoy to a nearby city. Once he reached the city, he would naturally leave. The convoy went all the way to Fire Beacon City without encountering any danger. However, Chu Yang and Ning Yuyan had become closer these days. The other party was the second young miss of the Ning family in Fire Beacon City. She was in charge of the convoy under the family's business. This time, she had personally gone to another city to discuss business. On the way back, she had saved Chu Yang. When the space door opened, because of Gu Ming's interference, the space coordinates were in chaos. Even he himself did not know where he would be sent to. Now it seemed that the situation was not that bad. At least he was still in the far west. West of Fire Beacon City, 100 Feet Tower, Dusk Alone Sea Breeze Autumn, Fire Beacon City belonged to the Purple Sun Empire's territory. In front of the city wall, there was a wide and clear river flowing slowly. It was like a sparkling and translucent dragon emitting a silver light. There was no end to the river, it meandered and disappeared into the horizon. Chu Yang followed the convoy and stepped onto the moat, entering Fire Beacon City. The scene in the city was much more prosperous than he had imagined. Not to mention that both sides of the street were already filled with peddlers selling all kinds of elixirs, divine weapons, and martial arts manuals. The center of the street was also filled with people. Among the dense crowd, there were young men with swords on their waists, young men with curved blades on their backs, and young men riding on precious demonic beasts. In the attics and courtyards on both sides of the street, young ladies from noble families stood on tall buildings, observing the young talents coming and going, trying to find their ideal husband. "Miss Ning, your Fire Beacon City is quite lively," Chu Yang said with a smile. "Today is the day that the Sky Sword sect came to Fire Beacon City to recruit disciples." "Naturally, it would be much livelier than usual," Ning Yuyan replied with a smile. "Heavenly Sword sect?" Chu Yang's interest was piqued. He wanted to join a sect. This way, not only would he have a place of protection, but he would also get the resources he needed for cultivation. He might even be able to find a spirit herb that could help Elder Mo recover his divine soul. However, Chu Yang did not know how strong the Heavenly Sword sect was. Ning Yuyan smiled and said, although the Sky Sword sect is only a third-rate force in the far west, the sect leader, Yu Buli, is indeed a strong cultivator at the Venerable Pulse realm. Miss Ning, how are the first-rate and second-rate forces differentiated? Chu Yang humbly asked. He had never left Xingyang village before. The strongest person in the village was only Coach Mo. His understanding of the world was no different from a blank piece of paper. If there are no martial artists beyond the Void Pulse realm in the sect, then these forces are collectively referred to as unrated, Ning Yuyan explained to Chu Yang as she walked. If there is at least one Venerable Pulse realm martial artist in the sect, then it can be classified as a third-rate force. If there is an Emperor Pulse realm martial artist in charge, then it is a second-rate force. If there is a Saint Pulse realm martial artist in charge, then it is a first-rate force. Then Jinwu Xingzong is a first-rate force? Chu Yang asked doubtfully. No. Ning Yuyan shook her head and said, above the first-rate forces, there is a force called the Imperial Lineage. In every Imperial Lineage, there are more than 10 Saint Pulse realm martial artists. They also have various means left behind by the previous great emperors of the sect before they ascended. There are even rumors that there are some extremely ancient Divine Pulse realm martial artists in the Imperial Lineage, such as the Laozu sect. Hearing Ning Yuyan's introduction, Chu Yang was silent. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he realized how insignificant he was. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bright, and he said firmly, Miss Ning, I have decided. I want to participate in the Sky Sword sect's disciple selection. Chu Yang had also thought it through. No matter how strong the other party was, he could not bite off more than he could chew. He had to take it one step at a time. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He believed that one day, he would have the power to fight against such a colossus. Okay, then young Master Chu, be careful. Ning Yuyan nodded and encouraged him. Do your best. I believe that you will definitely pass the selection. Miss Ning, I have no way to repay you for saving my life. If there is anything in the future, you can come to the Sky Sword sect to find me, Chu Yang replied seriously. After bidding farewell to Ning Yuyan, Chu Yang followed the crowd all the way to the center of the city. In Squire Hu's residence, it was quiet in the middle of the night. All the people in the Hu residence were gathered in the hall, on tenterhooks. The dim night was like a silent giant beast, swallowing the whole world. The hall was brightly lit, and everyone was on tenterhooks. Before Su Zimo and the others came, Squire Hu had tried to use this method to gather everyone together, but it was useless. Early the next morning, there would still be people dying. The servants who were still in the Hu residence now were all looking at the several times monthly salary. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. Su Zimo found a chair in the hall, then yawned and lay down on it to sleep. Not long after, a melancholic and sad song sounded in the Hu residence. The song was full of misery, like the sound of teeth grinding mixed with the cry of a woman. It made people's hair stand on end, and their ears were very uncomfortable. In front of the house in the east courtyard, Wang Yang, Xing Lin, and Xiao Yu each held a torch in their hands. The lanterns on both sides of the courtyard lit up everyone's faces. Where is the song coming from? Wang Tao frowned and said. The three of them listened carefully, but the song was sometimes far and sometimes close, as if it was spreading from all directions. They couldn't tell where it was coming from. Let's search the rooms one by one. I don't believe that it can hide anywhere, Wang Tao said coldly. Brother Wang, we'd better be careful, Xiao Yu reminded him. It's hiding its head and showing its tail. If it really had the ability, it wouldn't use this kind of trick, Wang Tao nodded, but still replied disdainfully. Then the three of them began to search, one room after another in the east courtyard. The Hu residence wasn't very big, and they didn't find anything in the middle of the night, but the woman's song still sounded. This is a little strange, Xing Lin frowned slightly and said. It was a silent night. They busied themselves for an entire night, but without any results at all. As the sky began to brighten, the people of the Divine Sun Sacred Clan returned to the hall. Wang Tao was the first to ask, Squire Hu, did anything happen last night? No, no, Squire Hu hurriedly shook his head, replying, I did a roll call just now. Everyone was fine. Looks like that person is just like that, pretending to be mysterious, only knowing how to play some small tricks. Wang Tao let out a sigh of relief, saying. By the side, Su Zimo stood up from his reclining chair, stretching his waist as he looked at Wang Tao, saying, Young man, I see that your glabella is turning black. Who knows, there might be a calamity of blood. What do you mean? Wang Tao frowned, asking. Su Zimo didn't answer, only smiling mildly, before walking out of the hall on his own, beginning to exercise his fists and legs against the rising sun. Everyone, stop quarreling. I've already had the servants prepare breakfast. You've been busy for an entire night, quickly go and eat something, Squire Hu hurriedly advised from the side, smiling, I was still hoping that you would all stay for a few more days, helping me catch this murderer earlier. Wang Tao glanced at Su Zimo, saying mildly, I'm going to the latrine. Then, he left by himself. At breakfast time everyone sat down, but after waiting for a long time, Wang Tao still didn't appear. Xiao Gizi joked, did this senior apprentice brother Wang of yours fall into the latrine pit? I'll go call him, Xing Lin frowned but still suppressed the anger in his heart, hurriedly leaving the side hall. Not long after, a servant girl ran in, trembling, saying in a panic, Master, young Master Wang Tao is dead. Dead? The wine cup that Squire Hu had just picked up instantly fell to the ground. His expression changed greatly as he stood up, walking outside as he asked the servant girl about the specifics of the situation. Wang Tao was dead. However, he didn't die in the latrine, but in his room. This morning, a servant girl had passed by his room. Smelling a very strong stench of blood, she had opened the door to Wang Tao's room out of curiosity. The scene inside was somewhat nauseating. Wang Tao was lying on the bed in his room. His head had been chopped off, and the blood from his neck had dyed the entire bedsheet red. His eyes were closed and he looked very peaceful. It was as if he had been beheaded in his sleep. Didn't he say he was going to the toilet? He was fine just now, how could he? Minister whose face was filled with shock, and he stammered, unable to speak. Xing Lin also ran over from the toilet, but there was no sign of Wang Tao. Everyone looked at the scene in the room and fell silent. Xing Lin walked forward and began to examine Wang Tao's body. He checked the coagulation of the blood at the scene and the temperature of the flesh around the wound. After Xing Lin finished his examination, he was silent for a long time before he slowly said, he has been dead for at least 12 hours. Are you kidding me? Who was the person who was with us last night and chatted with us in the morning? Xiao Yu's face was pale. She still couldn't believe it. This mission might be beyond the scope of our abilities. Xing Lin thought for a while and said to Minister Hu, I'm sorry, but we have to give up on this mission. When I go back, I will grade the mission and see if any of the senior brothers are willing to come. Minister Hu was anxious, but he also knew that he couldn't force them to stay. That morning, Xing Lin didn't even eat breakfast. He left the 10-mile town with Xiao Yu and returned to the Divine Sun sect. Child Su, are you also leaving? Minister Hu looked at Su Zimo and asked. Minister Hu, do you want to watch a good show? Su Zimo said with a smile. What show? Minister Hu asked nervously. Then Su Zimo called Minister Hu, Xiao Gizi, and Lin Ruhe together and secretly gave them a few instructions. Looking at the strange expressions of the three, Su Zimo said, if you are afraid, you don't have to do it. I can handle it. What are you afraid of? In any case, my Hu family has already become like this. Minister Hu pondered for a moment and then made up his mind. That day, a few more of the Hu Manor servants resigned and left. No matter how much the monthly salary was, they still needed to be alive to receive it. Perhaps the impact of Wang Tao's death was too great, becoming the straw that broke the camel's back. After all, the disciples of the Divine Sun sect were still very famous. After eating breakfast, Su Zimo moved a reclining chair and leisurely leaned against it to bask in the sun. He was thinking about breaking through to the true meridian stage. He had already been at the peak of the meridian condensing stage for some time. Then, he slowly mobilized the power of the round pearl. The third meridian of the true meridian stage, facing the wind, was located on his chest. The opening of the meridian was extremely smooth. Under the dual support of the divine meridian stage power and the 10 meridian fruit, the third meridian was instantly opened. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, without the slightest obstruction. With a boom, surging spiritual chi flowed within Su Zimo's body, like a river breaking through a dam. The water of the yellow river came from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning. The dense spiritual chi quickly cleansed Su Zimo's entire body, strengthening his muscles and bones bit by bit. Luan Quan, Bone Sage, facing the wind. There was a small cycle between these 3 meridians, the spiritual chi circulating and fusing on its own. The 12 meridians formed a large cycle, and every 3 meridians formed a small cycle. Su Zimo felt that the spiritual chi within his body had at least increased by several times. When he opened the 4th meridian, Descendant C, he would possess the basic ability to fly. In the very center of the Humaner's courtyard, there were many low-grade spirit herbs of various colors. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and a group of butterflies danced around the flowers. Meanwhile, Squire Hu's 4-year-old daughter was running amidst the flowers, happily catching butterflies. "Brother Su, look, I caught another butterfly," Hu Ying ran in front of Su Zimo, showing off. Good girl." Su Zimo bent down slightly, stretched out his right hand, and pinched Hu Ying's chubby face. The little girl's face was almost deformed. With tears in her eyes, Hu Ying touched her chubby face that was pinched until it was red. She cried loudly and ran to Squire Hu to complain. Behind her, Su Zimo's loud laughter could be heard. After an entire day of peace, the Humaner finally welcomed the night. As the sun set in the west, everyone in the Humaner felt as if their hearts were being ruthlessly squeezed. In the main hall, Squire Hu held a wine cup and drank one cup after another, as if to boost his courage. "Senior Brother Su, are you really confident?" Xiao Gizi asked worriedly. "Would I do something I'm not confident in?" Su Zimo laughed. "I believe in Brother Zimo," Lin Ruhu nodded and said. The few of them looked at the dark night sky, and the melancholy song sounded again. The night seemed to be covered by a strange veil, and the woman's singing became more and more stifling. In the hall, Su Zimo looked at Squire Hu and smiled. Then, he pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back and stabbed himself in the stomach. The curved blade entered the body, but there was no blood as expected. Instead, Su Zimo's entire body became illusory. Xiao Gizi and the other 2 looked at each other and swallowed. "It's just suicide. What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Ruhu shouted. He also picked up a blade and stabbed himself in the stomach. Squire Hu and Xiao Gizi saw this and nodded to each other. Then, they clenched their teeth and did the same thing with their blades. The 4 corpses quietly fell in the hall. The night grew darker, and the dim lights on the side began to flicker. The curved blade entered the body, but there was no pain. Su Zimo and the other 3 only felt the scene in front of them become illusory. The scene in the hall began to distort. When the 4 people's vision returned to normal, Squire Hu was surprised to find that they were sitting at the dining table in the side hall. The leftover food on the table had not been cleaned up, and the fish in the bowl emitted a fishy smell. How could this be? Squire Hu was confused. He remembered that after they finished eating, he clearly saw the servants clean up the table before they went to the hall. Squire Hu stood up. At the door of the side hall stood the only 2 servants left in the entire Hu estate. The eyes of the 2 servants were tightly shut. Squire Hu patted their shoulders heavily. The 2 did not react at all. They seemed to be breathing steadily, as if they were asleep. Seeing everyone's confused gaze, Su Zimo stood up and said with a smile, "Night is coming. The entire Shirley town will be enveloped in a dream. And before dawn, people will return from the dream to reality." "You mean to say, from the moment we started eating, everything we experienced, including the suicide, was a dream?" Squire Hu asked in shock. "In a shallow dream, you will wake up if you are frightened. In a deep dream, unless you commit suicide, you will never be able to escape from the dream," Su Zimo explained. "I understand. Wang Tao's death was like this." Xiao Gizi's eyes lit up and shouted. Wang Tao and the others patrolled the Hu estate for the entire night. In reality, everything was a dream. In reality, everyone was already in a deep sleep. They were meat on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. No wonder when the next day, when we returned from the dream to reality, we found that Wang Tao had been dead for 6 to 7 hours. It turns out that he was already killed in his dream that night. You can understand it that way. For example, tonight, after we finished eating, we had already fallen into a dream. Su Zimo nodded and said, after that, Squire who had the servants clear the table and we went to the hall together. Even if it was suicide, it was just something that happened in the dream. I see. Squire who nodded in realization. Then, he asked doubtfully, Child Su, who is the murderer? When we were eating, there were a few people. Now, whoever is missing is the murderer, Su Zimo replied with a smile. The few of them looked at each other with a puzzled expression. Xiaogizi pondered and said, aren't we all here? Are you sure? Su Zimo's lips curled into a smile as he asked. In the next moment, the three of them widened their eyes at the same time. It was as if an idea flashed through their minds. They shouted that name together. Hu Ying. How is that possible? My daughter is only 4 years old, Squire who took 2 steps back and said in disbelief. Didn't your daughter get seriously ill before the incident in the Hu estate? Su Zimo looked at Squire who seriously and asked word by word, are you sure she is your daughter? Squire whose face was pale. He carefully thought about his daughter's recent actions. Indeed, ever since his daughter got seriously ill, she gave him a strange feeling. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He just thought it was a child's unpredictable personality. That mellow and desolate singing voice still sounded in their ears. However, it was different from the ethereal feeling in the dream. This time, the singing voice sounded very real. Squire who walked out of the side hall and began to search for the source of the singing voice. Along the way, Xiaogizi asked doubtfully, Senior Su, since all of us were trapped in the dream, why didn't she kill us all at once? Why did she kill us one by one? To be precise, it wasn't that she didn't want to kill us all at once. She was raising us, Su Zimo said with a smile. Raising us? Xiaogizi muttered to himself. He didn't seem to understand this word. Su Zimo smiled and didn't explain anything. Squire who walked at the front. The singing voice in their ears became clearer and clearer. Finally, they stopped in front of a small courtyard. This is the courtyard where Inger's room is, Squire who said with an embarrassed expression. They walked into the courtyard and kicked open the door in the middle of the room. The singing voice came to an abrupt end. They saw Hu Ying wearing a pure white dress. She was sitting on the windowsill. Her 2 slender legs swayed in the air. She looked at the people who had barged in with a surprised expression. She was holding a harmonica-like object in her hand. At this time, she was gently blowing on it. At Hu Ying's feet was a small red beast. The small beast didn't have hands or feet. It looked like a dolphin. At this time, seeing the arrival of the people, the small beast slowly opened its eyes. Its light body floated in the air. It looked a bit like a jellyfish. Its nose and mouth were so small that they could be ignored. Its 2 round eyes looked very cute and innocent. Inger, is that you? Squire who said with a trembling voice. Father, what are you talking about? Hu Ying opened her big innocent eyes and asked innocently. You are not Ying, Squire who was silent for a while, then slowly retreated to the side. Hu Ying didn't panic. She just looked at the people with a playful expression. The small red beast floated in the air. It looked like it was going to attack at any time. Su Zimo walked forward and asked with a smile, Hey, you people of God's Gate don't stay in the old territory. Why did you come to our far west to stir up trouble? It seems that there are still people among you who have seen the world, Hu Ying said softly. You must be the one who saw through my dream world. Your dream world? Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. If I'm not wrong, the dream world here was arranged by this little guy. Su Zimo looked at the small red beast. He clicked his tongue and said, Nightmare Beast, ranked 7th on the world's mysterious creatures list. To be precise, Su Zimo's purpose in coming to 10 Mile Town was for this nightmare beast. Dreams belonged to a branch of the long river of time. In his previous life, Su Zimo had cultivated to the venerable Pulse realm. He should have stepped on his own martial path. However, at that time, he was very confused about his martial path. He had been hesitant and couldn't take a step forward to walk on his own martial path. That was until he accidentally came to 10 Mile Town. In his previous life, the nightmare beast wasn't discovered so quickly. It had spent a long time growing, and its dream power could already cover hundreds of miles. At that time, under the threat of the nightmare beast's life and death crisis, Suzimo inadvertently comprehended the mystery of the long river of time. The past, the present, and the future, he had created a martial path that belonged to him, and had also successfully created the cultivation technique that he was currently cultivating, the only self-freedom technique. The nightmare beast's dream was very beneficial to Suzimo's cultivation. Whether he could break through the divine pulse realm and deduce his martial path to a higher realm depended on this nightmare beast. Dreams belonged to one of the branches of the long river of time. It was like when you were doing something in reality, you suddenly realized that the scene you were in was very familiar, as if you had experienced it a long time ago. If you thought about it carefully, you would realize that a long time ago, you had dreamt of a certain scene or scene that you would experience in the future. It was just that you didn't realize it at that time. In his previous life, Suzimo had captured this nightmare beast. It had an undeniable contribution to Suzimo's martial path deduction. However, this nightmare beast died later. He didn't expect that in his second life, this nightmare beast still couldn't escape from his evil clutches. The nightmare beast's food was dreams. Just like what Xianxia had asked before, why didn't it kill everyone in one go after they fell into the dream? This was because this nightmare beast was still in its infancy. It only needed to devour one person's dream every day. The others were kept by it to ensure that its food supply wouldn't be interrupted. Nightmare beasts were extremely precious. According to Suzimo's knowledge, there was only one place in the entire Yuanyang continent where nightmare beasts could be found, and that was the Old Land. The Old Land was one of the 10 Great Forbidden Zones, and it had long been occupied by an organization called God's Gate. In every era, apart from the great emperors of each generation, there were only a few people who could enter the old territory. It seems like you know quite a lot. Hu Yingying looked at Suzimo in surprise. Soon after, she waved her right hand, and pale white spiritual energy filled the air. The nightmare beast roared towards the sky. She floated her smooth body towards Suzimo. When Xianxia saw this, he quickly took out his iron rod and used the Mad Demon Rod technique. Layers of rod shadows overlapped each other, leaving a whoosh-whoosh sound in the air. Dark black spirit chi emerged from the iron rod, and it heavily smashed into the nightmare beast's body. However, the strange thing was that the nightmare beast didn't dodge. The iron rod went straight through its body, hitting nothing but air. The nightmare beast opened its small mouth and made a beep-beep-beep sound wave. Xianxia instantly bled from his 7 orifices, and he felt as if a huge rock was crashing into him. His entire body flew out and slammed heavily against the door. Then, Xianxia instantly jumped into the air, wiped the blood off his face, and looked at the nightmare beast with a dignified expression. Suzimo waved his hand and said, "You guys step aside. Ordinary attacks are useless against it." Nightmare beasts didn't actually exist in the real world. They lived in the dimensional space, and only in this way could they freely devour other people's dreams. Spiritual energy emerged from Suzimo's body, and 3 meridians were opened at the same time. This was the first time he used his own power. The power of the Megalopolis technique came from the river of time, and wisps of space-time energy filled his palm. Looking at the nightmare beast charging towards him, Suzimo condensed the space-time energy in his hand into a large net, enveloping the nightmare beast. The nightmare beast roared, and its small mouth spat out sound wave bubbles from time to time. Suzimo faintly smiled, and the space-time net in his hand began to shrink. The nightmare beast screamed, and its body shrank bit by bit. Finally, it became the size of a fist. Suzimo grabbed the nightmare beast and directly put it into his mouth. Ever since he entered the True Meridian realm, he had opened up a space within his body. This space was similar to a martial artist's dantian. There were countless bright spots in this space, like stars in the night sky, dazzling the eyes. When Suzimo opened another meridian and entered the Void Meridian realm, he would be able to condense his true fate. And these specks of light were the Tao aura needed to condense his true fate. At this moment, the nightmare beast was swallowed into the space. It crazily struggled, but it was useless. This was because the space it was in was different from the space within Suzimo's body. Simply put, the space it was in was confined by the space within Suzimo's body. The nightmare beast floated in this boundless space, unable to escape. What did you do? Hu Yingying's expression changed. She tried to summon the nightmare beast, but found that the connection between the two had been cut off. Do you want to discuss something with me? Suzimo asked with a smile. What is it? Hu Yingying retreated a few steps and asked in surprise. If you help me bring out another nightmare beast, I'll spare your life, Suzimo said. In your dreams, Hu Yingying coldly snorted, then directly jumped out of a nearby window. Suzimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back. A saber light slashed out, and the space seemed to become a thin line. The dark saber light carried the aura of nirvana and directly slashed at Hu Yingying's back. Hu Yingying's body also emitted a black gas. Then, a face condensed from the black gas appeared in the air. The face stared at Suzimo, then turned into an aurora and fled into the distance. Xianxia was about to chase after it with his iron rod, but he was stopped by Suzimo. Don't go. I'm still waiting for her to bring another nightmare beast to take revenge on me, Suzimo said with a smile. He stared at the direction the black gas disappeared. He heard that the people of God's Gate were all rich. They occupied the forbidden area of the old territory. Although it was dangerous, it was also full of opportunities. As the black gas left, Hu Yingying's body fell to the side. Hu Yuanwei quickly ran over and hugged his daughter. It's hopeless. She's already dead. Suzimo looked at Hu Yuanwei's pleading eyes and shook his head. Then, he took out the harmonica from Hu Yingying's body. Because the nightmare beast was still in its infancy, there were still many flaws in the dream it created. Therefore, it was necessary to use this harmonica to play a requiem song to numb the senses of those in the dream. It was a silent night. After settling the matter in the Hu Manor, Suzimo and the others prepared to leave. Hu Yingying had not been saved in the end, and Squire Hu could only accept the fact in his grief. He told Suzimo that maybe he had earned too much money in the first half of his life and the heavens had given him such retribution. He decided to dissolve the Hu Manor and take out all his wealth to help the poor. He would then find himself a peaceful little village and live out the rest of his life like that. The three of them rode their flying desert horses towards Shenwu. Suzimo looked at the small town that stood tall on the ground, his objective for this trip having been successfully accomplished. In the evening, the few of them came to a city called Clear Breeze City. The sky was gradually getting dark and the few of them decided to rest in the city for the night and continue their journey back the next day. Walking into the city, they saw that it was bustling with activity. People came and went on the streets, most of them 15 to 16-year-old youths. The few of them found an inn and walked in. Are you guests here to eat or? The innkeeper looked at them and asked. Eating and staying in the inn. Xianxia took out the spirit crystals and replied. Eating is fine, but there are no more empty rooms in the inn. The innkeeper said with an apologetic smile. Business is that good? Xianxia blurted out. This must be the first time you guests have come to Clear Breeze City. The innkeeper said with a smile, you may not know this, but tomorrow is the day of the Heavenly Tiger Academy's enrollment and the youths from the nearby cities have all come here. I reckon that in the entire Clear Breeze City, it is not only my inn that does not have any empty rooms. I'm afraid that the other inns have all run out as well. The Heavenly Tiger Academy? Suzimo smiled. He remembered that the Heavenly Tiger Academy had something very interesting. That thing was of no use to him, but to Lin Ruhu, it was a great opportunity. Let's eat first. Suzimo looked at the innkeeper and ordered, bring out the best dishes in your inn. Then, they found an empty seat and sat down. Xianxia looked at Suzimo and asked curiously, Senior brother, I heard that this Heavenly Tiger Academy has a terrifying background. Is that true? More or less. They belong to a branch of the Heavenly Tao Academy, Suzimo explained. The Heavenly Path Academy was known as the #1 academy in the Yuanyang continent. Its long history was untraceable. Legend has it that the Heavenly Tao Academy was already established in the Desolate Era before the Emperor's era. This academy had taught many famous students in the past. For example, Eternal Universe Emperor and Mu Emperor had studied in the Heavenly Tao Academy when they were young. The Heavenly Tao Academy's headquarters was established in the central continent, but at the same time, they also established 4 branches, which were located in the East, West, South, and North continents. The Eastern continent's Heavenly Tiger Academy, the Western continent's Azure Dragon Academy, the Northern continent's Vermilion Bird Academy, and the Southern continent's Black Tortoise Academy. It was said that these 4 branches would hold a competition every year. The students with the best results would be sent to the central continent to study in the Heavenly Tao Academy. "Let's go to the Heavenly Tiger Academy tomorrow," Su Zimo said to the 2 of them while eating. "Then we won't return to the sect for the time being?" Lin Ruhu asked. "It won't take long. I think a day will be enough," Su Zimo said. "Then where are we sleeping tonight?" Xiao Gizi asked. "You have a big fist. Are you afraid of not having a room?" Su Zimo replied in surprise. "I understand." Xiao Gizi understood immediately. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and went to the table next to them. There were 2 people sitting at the table. One was a young man, and the other was a middle-aged man in a green robe. The 2 of them should be father and son. The middle-aged man brought his son to participate in the Heavenly Tiger Academy's recruitment. "Do you have a room here?" Xiao Gizi looked at the 2 of them and asked softly. "Yes, we came early and booked a room in advance." The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Gizi in confusion and replied. "Oh, that's good." Xiao Gizi nodded. He then said with a fiendish expression, "You were talking too loudly when you were eating and disturbed me. What do you think we should do?" "We weren't talking." The middle-aged man was startled and hurriedly explained. "I said that you disturbed me. Do you think that I, Xiao Gizi, am the kind of person who would casually slander others?" Xiao Gizi snorted coldly. "Brother Xiao Gizi." The middle-aged man carefully greeted. However, he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Xiao Gizi slammed his palm down and the table in front of him instantly split into pieces. He glared angrily, "Is Xiao Gizi someone you can call? Let me tell you, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Otherwise, your head would have rolled on the ground already. Give me your 2 rooms, and I can pretend that nothing happened. You're deliberately bullying us." The young man at the side pulled out the long sword at his waist and said indignantly, "You clearly came late and didn't have a room, but you're deliberately slandering us and trying to snatch our rooms." "Sure, don't speak." The middle-aged man at the side glared at his son sternly. He then turned to look at Xiao Gizi with a smile and said, "The child is still young and doesn't know any better. Don't take it to heart. Since we disturbed you just now, we'll give these 2 rooms to you." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he pulled his unwilling son and left the inn. What a character! Su Zimo muttered to himself as he watched the father and son leave with interest. Although the middle-aged man was only at the spiritual pulse realm, he knew how to examine the situation. He knew when the situation forced him to do so, and he wasn't stubborn. After dinner, the 3 of them returned to their rooms. There were a total of 2 rooms. Su Zimo stayed in one, while Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi stayed in the other. The dazzling stars illuminated the incomparably dark night sky. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the people on the streets were gradually thinning out. The young man still looked at his father unhappily and asked, "Father, why didn't you reason with them just now and just let them have our rooms? We clearly didn't do anything wrong." "Child, being weak is a sin." The middle-aged man looked at the young man's stubborn eyes and patted his son's shoulders with both hands. He said seriously, "Son, when you go to the Heavenly Tiger Academy tomorrow, you must pass the examination and then work hard to cultivate. Remember that you are weak and powerless today. When you grow up, you must become someone above others." "I understand." The young man nodded. A seed of strength had been planted in his young heart. The city that had been sleeping in the night finally awoke with the first ray of light on the horizon. 20 meters down from the room's window, the central street became noisy and lively with more and more people. The smell of steaming buns wafted through the air. The youths who came to enroll in the Heavenly Tiger Academy woke up early, dressed neatly, hung their swords, and carried their long blades. They were ready to take the first step to change their lives. Enter the Heavenly Tiger Academy and make a name for themselves. Su Zimo and the other two finished packing up and headed straight for the Heavenly Tiger Academy. Qingfeng City was bustling with activity. The closer they got to the academy, the denser the crowd. Although the Heavenly Tiger Academy was a branch of the Heavenly Dao Academy, it was not the only academy. According to Su Zimo's knowledge, there were no less than 10 academies in the far west. In the entire eastern continent, there were more than 100 academies. These academies were the most terrifying. They taught everyone regardless of background. No matter what your identity or race, as long as you passed the academy's test, they would teach you wholeheartedly. Think about it, the Heavenly Dao Academy had gone from the Desolation era to the Age of Emperors. As long as the academy needed them, with a wave of their arms, these former students would all step forward bravely. What a terrifying force this was. Many people even believed that the Heavenly Dao Academy's foundation was much stronger than many imperial lineage academies. Brother Qing, I didn't think that we would meet again after parting that day. Brother Fan, I wish you success on this trip to the academy. In the bustling crowd, the youths who were once acquainted with each other greeted each other. In front of the academy's main gate, 2 lifelike white tigers were carved out of black iron. Although they were inanimate objects, their bodies constantly emitted the aura of a king among beasts. They looked as if they were about to come alive. In front of the academy, the students lined up neatly in 2 vertical lines and walked into the academy. Su Zimo and the others also followed the line into the Heavenly Tiger Academy. All the students were arranged in a very wide open space. The parents who accompanied the youths were also arranged on both sides of the open space. The entire scene was chaotic and noisy. The Heavenly Tiger Academy's enrollment did not depend on cultivation. They only tested 2 things, talent and Dao heart. Due to the different family backgrounds of the students who came to register and the different resources they had enjoyed since young, it was impossible to directly judge a person's potential. Those who relied on a competition, where everyone fought and the one with the bigger fist would enter the academy, were the lowest of the low tests. The students stood on the empty ground and looked into the distance. That was the true inner courtyard of Tianhu School. There was a mountain peak that was hundreds of feet tall and was shrouded in white fog. Some students of the inner yard were riding on flying demonic beasts, flapping their wings and flying high into the sky. The buildings were majestic, and the schools were arranged in picturesque disorder. There were 100-story iron towers and sword-shaped mountain peaks. All the young boys and girls looked at the academy with longing. If they passed the test, that place would become the place where they could cultivate in the future. Senior brother, what are we doing here? Xiao Gizi asked in confusion. For Xiao Gizi, who grew up in Zhenwu Xingzong, Tianhu School was indeed a little ordinary. Zhenwu Xingzong was a force that could rival the Heavenly Path Academy, so it was only natural that he looked down on this place. I'm here to take something, Su Zimo replied with a smile. While they were chatting, a shifty-eyed young man wearing a white robe came in front of Su Zimo and the others. He looked at everyone and asked with a smile, "You guys are also here to register for Tianhu School, right?" "What's the matter?" Xiao Gizi asked with a frown. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Yi, just like you guys." The young man smiled confidently and said, "You guys might have just arrived at the academy and are not clear about the situation inside, so I'll briefly explain it to you. For new students like us, when we first arrived at the academy, we were definitely bullied and attacked by some older students. After all, where there are people, there are gangs. This is understandable, right? That's why new students like us have to stick together and work together. My cousin is a student from the previous batch and is quite famous in the academy. He formed a force called the Fingyu sect. To put it simply, it's a small group. If new students like us join the Fingyu sect, as long as we pay 20 spirit crystals a month, he can protect us from being bullied." Looking at the young man's long-winded ramblings, Su Zimo and the others felt a little amused. "So he wants to cheat us of our money? Forget it, we're not interested. Whether we can pass the academy's test is another matter." Xiao Gizi shook his head and refused. "I see that you guys have amazing physiques, so it won't be a problem for you to pass the academy's test," the young man said confidently. "Now, as long as each of you pays 20 spirit crystals, you can join the Fingyu sect. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to pay more next time." "I said we're not interested." I don't want to repeat the same words twice, Xiaogizi said indifferently. What are you being so arrogant for? Wait until you enter the academy, the young man snorted with an ugly expression, you don't know what's good for you. Seeing that the young man turned to leave and was about to trick the others, Xiaogizi kicked the young man from behind. Then, he and Lin Ruhu went forward and gave the young man a good beating. Try hitting me again. Pa. Are you looking for trouble? Do you want me to call for help? Pa. My cousin is a second-year student in the academy. He won't let you guys off. Pa. Brothers, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Pa. Can you give me some face? Pa. Dad, spare me. Pa. Su Zimo went forward and pulled Xiaogizi and Lin Ruhu apart. He looked at the young man with interest and asked, your cousin is a second-year student? The young man's white robe was already covered with footprints. Even his face had a few irregular footprints. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. How can you guys do this? You have to look at the owner before you hit the dog. Su Zimo looked at Xiaogizi and said sternly, let's go and hit his owner. Bring me to your cousin, Su Zimo said to the young man. Strictly speaking, the open space where the students were now was only a place used by Tianhu School to test the new students. It wasn't considered inside the academy, but the thing that Su Zimo wanted to retrieve was inside the academy. If he wanted to enter the academy, he couldn't be bothered to participate in these meaningless tests. He could only find a senior to lead the way. The young man's cousin was called Qingfeng. At this moment, other than the new students, there were also some seniors who were watching the show. These seniors were like the young man's cousin. They wanted to recruit people for their own clubs, and these juniors who had just arrived were the best candidates. That's my cousin, Qingfeng. Lu Yi pointed at a young man in the distance and said submissively. The young man wore a long blue robe and his black hair was combed behind his head. He looked quite handsome. At this moment, he was chatting with a junior who had just finished her test and was preparing to enter the Heavenly Tiger Academy. Senior Qingfeng, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future. The junior's voice was soft and weak, sounding very coquettish. Junior Xianxia, don't worry. If you join my stormy sect, I won't dare to say much, but at least you can do whatever you want among the new students. Qingfeng replied confidently. He was in the middle of bragging when he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. Who is it? Qingfeng impatiently turned his head and asked Su Zimo and the others. Are you called Qingfeng? Xiaogizi asked with a smile. Yes, what's the matter? Qingfeng frowned and replied. Then there's no mistake. Xiaogizi nodded and suddenly threw a punch. Qingfeng was caught off guard and was directly smashed to the ground by the sneak attack. Immediately after, Xiaogizi and Lin Ruhe gave him a round of beatings. Qingfeng was also a meridian condensation stage martial artist. Every time he tried to use his spirit energy to resist, he would be suppressed by Xiaogizi and Lin Ruhu. Who are you? Did you get the wrong person? I'm Qingfeng. Qingfeng held his head and hurriedly asked. That's right, you're the one I'm beating. Xiaogizi didn't seem to enjoy beating him up to his heart's content and directly took out his iron rod. What are you doing? If you continue like this, I'll tell the teacher. The junior anxiously shouted from the side. Because there were too many students in the open space, small fights didn't attract much attention. After all, students who openly disrupted the order would be directly eliminated from the Heavenly Tiger Academy. In the past, students who came to study didn't dare to fight. If you shout again, do you believe that I won't beat you up too? Su Zimo looked at the junior and fiercely said. The junior was so scared that her face turned pale. She stood at the side and didn't dare to say a word. Rather than calling it a violent beating, Xiaogizi both knew their limits. At most, they would only inflict some physical pain. Xiaogizi looked at Qingfeng, whose face was bruised and swollen. He grabbed the collar of Qingfeng's shirt and lifted him up, bringing him to Su Zimo. Take me to the inner courtyard of the academy, Su Zimo said. What do you want? Qingfeng asked casually. Su Zimo waved his hand. He didn't want to say anything more. It seemed that this guy still didn't know his situation. If he could fight, he would try not to make a fuss. Xiaogizi's expression was ferocious. He grabbed Qingfeng and prepared to beat him up again. Qingfeng was so scared that he struggled with all his might. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop fighting, I still need to rely on my face to make a living. I'll take you there, okay?" There was a formation set up in front of the Heavenly Tiger Academy's main gate. This formation was used to identify students. Every student had an identity token, and every student who entered the Heavenly Tiger Academy would leave their own spirit chi seed in the array. If a student wanted to enter the academy, they had to bring their identity token and their spirit chi had to match the spirit chi seed they left behind. Although this method was strict, it still had its flaws. Qingfeng stood in front of the Heavenly Tiger Academy's main gate. After passing the identity test, the formation automatically opened up a small opening. Su Zimo and the rest took the opportunity to sneak in. The Heavenly Tiger Academy wasn't afraid of people sneaking in. This was because it was a pure academy. There was nothing that people coveted. Even if there were some forbidden areas in the academy, it wasn't something that could be entered just by sneaking in. "I've already brought you in. Can we leave now?" Qingfeng asked tentatively. Standing inside the Heavenly Tiger Academy and experiencing the majestic building, he felt a sense of awe. The academy was divided into 3 grades. The first grade was mainly made up of new students. They were all in the Spirit Pulse realm. They all wore light blue robes. The second grade students were in the Meridian Condensation realm. Their robes also changed from light blue to dark blue. The third grade students were in the True Pulse realm and the Void Pulse realm. They all wore purple robes. This realm was enough for them to graduate and wander the world on their own. After all, the strongest person in the Chang clan in Sky Sword City, including the Situ clan in Zhouke City, was only in the True Pulse realm. "Bring me to the Academy's Glory Monument," Su Zimo said indifferently. Qingfeng was startled. He didn't understand why Su Zimo and the rest were going there. However, he still led the way obediently. The Glory Monument was probably a place that every student who entered the Heavenly Tiger Academy had to visit. This small monument carried the glory of the Heavenly Tiger Academy for thousands of years. The monument, which was dozens of meters tall, quietly stood on the ground with a vigorous aura. Those who stood under the monument would always feel a sense of oppression. The black surface of the monument was engraved with densely packed names. These names were all students who had walked out of the Heavenly Tiger Academy. They symbolized the Academy's glory. Sword Elder, Three-Eyed Sovereign, Heavenly Tiger Ancestor. Looking at the familiar names on the stone tablet, even though they weren't as brilliant as the great emperors, every one of them had left behind a legend that was known to every household. Those who had their names engraved on the monument had either made great contributions to the Academy or were experts whose names shook the continent. "What about him? Kill him or?" Xiaogizi looked at Qingfeng and asked Su Zimo. "We're not devils who kill people like scything flax. There's no need to fight and kill for everything." Su Zimo shook his head. He always felt that after Xiaogizi followed him, his personality seemed to have become more decisive. Xiaogizi's right hand turned into a knife and lightly chopped at Qingfeng's neck. Then, he threw the unconscious Qingfeng to the side. "Go to the side and keep watch. Don't let anyone come over," Su Zimo said to Xiaogizi. Then, he used the knife to cut his finger and dripped his blood on the monument. In just an instant, the entire monument began to buzz and tremble. The ground at the edge of the monument shook for a moment. The entire monument emitted a pale white light. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of a tiger roaring in the forest. Then, the surface of the monument rippled a little, as if a dragonfly was gently touching the surface of the water. A pale white bead flew out of the monument and slowly stopped beside Su Zimo. "Eat it." Su Zimo threw the white bead to Lin Ruhu. Lin Ruhu took the bead and looked at it. The bead was pale white and had the image of a flying tiger imprinted on its surface. "What is this?" Lin Ruhu asked curiously. As he spoke, he swallowed the bead. He had absolute trust in Su Zimo. Ranked 17th on the top 100 battle constitutions, the celestial tiger body, Su Zimo said with a smile. Lin Ruhu was stunned. Then, his expression changed. The moment the celestial tiger physical jewel entered his stomach, it turned into a white skeleton. From the outside, it looked like the body of a celestial tiger. A shadow was reflected on the skeleton. This shadow raised its head and roared towards the sky, then completely merged into Lin Ruhu's body. A dense aura filled his body. In the outside world, Lin Ruhu was rolling on the ground in pain. The veins on his face were bulging, and the blood vessels on his body were also visible. The dark red blood vessels looked extremely terrifying, and Lin Ruhu's face gradually became ferocious. "I've given you the opportunity. Endure it and you'll be reborn," Su Zimo said calmly as he looked at Lin Ruhu's pained expression. Perhaps the pain on his body was slowly becoming numb. Lin Ruhu struggled to sit up, then activated the strength formula. Then, his body slowly began to change. The hair on his head turned pure white, and scattered around his head. White stripes also appeared on his face. Especially his eyes, they became even more ferocious, like a tiger staring at its prey. His muscles bulged, and even his height increased by a few centimeters. Lin Ruhu slowly stood up, exhaling a long breath of white air. He looked at the changes in his body, then looked at Su Zimo excitedly. "All right, swallow your thanks," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Change back to your original form, or else it'll be too eye-catching." Lin Ruhu nodded, then cancelled his battle form and changed back to his original form. The feeling of power in his body also gradually disappeared. "Let's go. Be careful of the changes here that might attract attention." After that, Su Zimo led Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi out of the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Tiger Academy. The Glory Monument also returned to its original calm, as if nothing had happened. Those familiar with the Heavenly Tiger Academy all thought that after the Heavenly Tiger Academy was established, the Glory Monument was built to commemorate the students who had made great contributions to the Academy. First, there was the Heavenly Tiger Academy, then there was the Glory Monument. In fact, only the first batch of founders of the Heavenly Tiger Academy knew that this ancient stone tablet had already existed on this piece of land before the Heavenly Tiger Academy was even built. After the establishment of the Academy, many people came to investigate this stone tablet, but they didn't find anything unusual. Thus, the Academy used this stone tablet as the honor tablet. A few thousand years later, a great war descended upon the Heavenly Tiger Academy. At that time, a talented genius had appeared in the Heavenly Tiger Academy. He had fused with the Ash Wolf battle physique, which was ranked 69th among the top 100 battle physiques. He rose to lead the weak academy to meet the enemy head-on. However, that battle ended in failure due to the disparity in strength. That genius fell in front of the stone tablet, and his blood splattered all over the Tablet of Glory. The countless names of the ancestors carved on the surface of the Tablet of Glory glowed with a golden light under the scorching sun. Then, the stone tablet changed, and the Big Dipper fiend tiger body was released. It was not until a long time later that people learned that the Big Dipper tiger physique was sealed inside the stone tablet. Only by absorbing the blood of a prodigy with one of the 100 battle physiques could the seal be broken and the Big Dipper tiger physique be released. Of course, this was the plot of his previous life. In this life, that great war had yet to descend upon the Heavenly Tiger Academy. Because Su Zimo had fused with the hell-suppressing immortal physique, his blood could naturally break the seal. Life was full of drama. The 13 brothers of Lianyun town had easily dug out the clear sky battle physique under a big tree at the entrance of the village, but generations of emperors had bitterly pursued it but failed. Thus, people often said that the appearance of a battle physique had little to do with strength, but rather with luck and that illusory fate. As for Su Zimo, he didn't have luck or fate. He just had one more life's worth of memories than others. However, it was the memories of this life that were like butterflies in the butterfly effect. A butterfly flapped its wings and caused a tornado on the other side of the ocean. It was also like the wind in a pig's mouth. When the wind blew, even a pig could be blown into the sky. The three of them left the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Tiger Academy and arrived at the open space where the new students were tested. At this moment, it seemed like something extraordinary had happened in the open space. Cries of surprise came from all around. King-level aptitude, this young man's future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Of course, there's only one king-level aptitude among so many people. Didn't you see that even the vice principal was alarmed? Looking at the noisy crowd, Su Zimo and the others were about to leave, but still squeezed in with interest to take a look. In the open space in front of them stood a young man with a sword hanging from his waist. His face seemed to be flushed from excitement, and even his body was slightly trembling. Xianxia, have you thought it through? Are you willing to be my direct disciple? The vice principal stood to the side and looked at the young man with satisfaction. He wore a green robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had a white beard and his smile was especially amiable. However, his body had an otherworldly aura. The air around him was compressed and condensed, causing the people around him to unconsciously feel pressured. I'm willing. Xianxia recovered from his great joy and hurriedly knelt down. It's fate that we met, master and disciple, the old man said with a gratified smile. How about this, while I'm happy today, you can make a request. As long as it's not too much, I can satisfy you. This can be considered a greeting gift from me. Hearing the old man's words, Xianxia was about to refuse. After all, he did not want to be arrogant. The vice principal was willing to give it to him, but he could not accept it so openly. At this moment, Xianxia's gaze inadvertently fell on Suzimo and the others who were watching from the side. His expression instantly became ugly. The indignation and humiliation from yesterday instantly surged into his heart. His face darkened slightly. He looked at the old man and said respectfully, "Teacher, I don't have any other requests. I just hope that our academy can chase those 3 people out and not recruit them." Looking in the direction Xianxia was pointing at, Suzimo was stunned. He asked Xiaogizi, "Is that kid talking about us?" Xiaogizi nodded. "Why? Are we drawing hatred out of thin air?" Suzimo asked doubtfully. "Senior brother, have you forgotten?" Xiaogizi hurriedly replied, "We didn't have a place to stay last night, so we snatched his and his father's room. He's probably thinking of revenge now." "Who am I? Can't I remember every Tom, Dick, and Harry?" Suzimo glared at Xiaogizi and said, "Besides, you were the one who snatched the room. What does it have to do with me?" Hearing Suzimo's words, Xiaogizi was stunned. "F***ck, do you still want your face? You were the one who told me that I should be afraid of not having a room to stay in if I'm strong. You told me to snatch a room, and now you're turning your back on me. You're so good at pushing the blame." Of course, Xiaogizi could only shout these words in his heart. He definitely did not dare to say it out loud in reality. He could only nod his head in agreement with Suzimo's words like a wronged wife. The old man glanced at Suzimo and the rest, feeling a little troubled. Although he was the vice principal of the academy, it would be detrimental to the academy's reputation to expel a student in public. After all, they had traveled thousands of miles to participate in the test. If Xianxia had told him about this behind his back, he could have considered it. But in front of so many people, the old man not only had to consider the academy, but also his own reputation. Xianxia seemed to have seen through the old man's concerns and hurriedly replied, "Teacher, I'm not targeting them on purpose. It's just that their conduct is not right. Last night, because they came late and didn't have a room, they took advantage of their numbers to slander me and snatch my room. How can such people enter the academy? Isn't this tarnishing the academy's reputation?" Hearing Xianxia's words, the old man nodded in agreement, then walked towards Suzimo and the rest. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. Suzimo looked on calmly and amusedly. The old man stopped in front of Suzimo. His aura as majestic as the sea. He asked in an aggressive tone, "Is what he said just now true? Although I want to say don't slander others if you don't have evidence, I think there's no need to." Suzimo smiled and said, "It's true, so what? Where are you from?" The old man frowned and asked in response to Suzimo's attitude. "Zhenwu Xingzong," Xiaogizi replied proudly. Once he said this, the surrounding people, who had wanted to watch a good show, were shocked. Compared to the Heavenly Tiger Academy, Zhenwu Xingzong's name was naturally more resplendent and resounding. Ever since the man called Zhenwu founded the sage sect tens of thousands of years ago, this sect was like a blazing sun, enveloping the entire far west. Even before the Empress Hong Tian, when the sect was in a period of decline, no one dared to offend it. Or perhaps when the Divine Sun Emperor was carrying the mandate of heaven, he still treated Zhenwu Xingzong with respect. Of course, the Heavenly Tiger Academy's motto was to educate without discrimination, no matter what sect you came from or how ancient your family was. As long as they passed the test, they would be able to enter the Heavenly Tiger Academy. Of course, this was the Heavenly Tiger Academy's mission. The disciples of the other large sects would not even bother to enter the academy. Since you admit to what happened just now, our Heavenly Tiger Academy cannot accept you, the elder said with an unkind expression. There's no need for you to say that. Even if your academy wanted to recruit me, I wouldn't enter, Suzimo chuckled. What do you mean? A glint flashed across the old man's eyes. His venerable meridian aura rose bit by bit. Just because a student's conduct is a little improper, you're going to deny him like this. What was the academy for? What is a teacher's responsibility? Suzimo smiled and said slowly, a teacher's job is to preach, teach, and dispel doubts. If everyone was talented and upright, what was the point of coming to school? Isn't your duty to take 10 years to plant trees and 100 years to educate people? Also, I've taken a look at your school, and the students you teach don't seem to be that good. The elder pondered for a long time before saying slowly, young man, don't be so full of yourself. How about this? Suzimo looked at the crowd and said to the elder, call out the strongest student in your academy and have a competition with me. Anyway, I'm just an ordinary outer disciple in Jinwu Xingzong. I'm not going to bet anything with you, I just want to prove something. Prove what? Are you looking down on my students? The elder asked coldly. No, don't misunderstand, Suzimo quickly shook his head and said with a smile, I'm not targeting anyone here. I'm saying that all of you are trash. Following Suzimo's words, the elder's expression changed instantly. All the students present were in an uproar. All of them glared angrily at Suzimo, filled with righteous indignation, and shouted that he was too arrogant. How about this? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance, Suzimo said with a smile, pick out the strongest student. If he can make me take a step back, you win. The elder was silent for a while, then said to the teacher in charge of the test, go and find the heaven roll student. His voice was very calm, but it was this repressed calmness that seemed to contain the calm before the storm. It seemed that after this calm was over, there would be hysterical rage. In the Heavenly Tiger Academy, there were two roles, the Heaven Roll and the Heaven Roll. The Heaven Roll was specially prepared for the third-year seniors. It would select the top 100 strongest students from these seniors. The competition was very cruel, and the Heaven Roll rankings were constantly changing. Not long after, a young man in a purple robe with an arrogant expression walked over. He carried a long spear on his back, and his expression was cold. He walked with his head held high, and his chest puffed out. He had the firmness and determination of a soldier. The long spear on his back was 7 feet long and completely black. The tip of the spear was made of high-grade black tortoise iron, and it glowed with a cold light. The body of the spear was engraved with a silver-white dragon. The dragon had 8 claws, and it looked as if it was about to charge out of the spear. Vice Principal, the young man walked in front of the elder and greeted him respectfully. Vice Principal, the top few students on the Heaven Roll have all gone out to train and have not returned yet, the teacher said. He is ranked 4th on the Heaven Roll, and his cultivation is at the peak of the True Pulse realm. He is also one of the best among the seniors in our academy. Hearing the teacher's words, the elder nodded. Students who could enter the Heaven Roll were naturally extraordinary, especially those who could fight their way into the top 10. It was even more precious. However, the elder felt that it was a pity that the top 3 on the Heaven Roll were not here. One had to know that the 3 of them were at the Void Pulse realm. The young man slowly walked in front of Suzimo and said coldly, 4th on the Heaven Roll, Xianxia. Only those who can take 3 of my moves have the right to know my name. Suzimo smiled and shook his head. Xianxia stared at Suzimo for a while, then snorted coldly and slowly took out the long spear on his back. The crowd automatically retreated to an empty space, leaving enough space for the 2 of them. Can Senior Zhang do it? A student who had just joined the Heavenly Tiger Academy asked curiously. Yes, this person is so arrogant. I think he should have some ability. A senior student who knew the situation laughed disdainfully and explained, Senior Zhang is ranked 4th on the Heaven Roll, although he can't compare to the top 3 monsters. However, he once created 3 meridian techniques and named it the 3 spear techniques. Watch carefully. Created? The students present were extremely surprised and felt that it was inexplicably powerful. For them who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, it was difficult to cultivate other people's meridian techniques. Not to mention creating one himself. I once watched the ebb and flow of the tides, the rolling clouds, and the rising and falling of the day. I created the three-path spear technique. Xianxia had an imposing appearance. With the spear in his hand, his entire aura seemed to have changed. He seemed to be like a spear with a soaring edge, as if he wanted to tear the entire sky apart. His voice was high and carried an imposing aura as he said loudly, "Please advise me." As soon as his voice fell, the aura on his body seemed to be able to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It all pressed down on Suzimo. It seemed that he wanted to subdue Suzimo without fighting. He wanted to crush his aura. Suzimo smiled and allowed the aura to surge like waves, crashing towards him wave after wave. From beginning to end, he remained calm and unaffected, not affected in the slightest. The spear's aura was like a drum of energy, then weakened and exhausted. Zhang Xianjuan's face darkened. He quickly waved the spear in his hand and directly stabbed it towards Suzimo. The first move of the three-path spear technique, a ray of dawn. The tip of the spear glowed with endless brilliance. It was like a white light piercing through the darkness. At dawn, everything was silent. This move carried the hope of dawn and infinite reverie. The white brilliance magnified in front of Suzimo's eyes. Interesting. Suzimo smiled with interest. He did not dodge and did not even bother to pull out the tyrannical shadow in his hand. He held the scabbard and filled it with the aura of nirvanic extermination. This dark aura of nirvanic extermination was cultivated from the three blades Great Emperor's nirvanic art. Looking at the aura of the spear tearing through the air and the sharp spear tip magnifying in front of his eyes, Suzimo slowly waved the scabbard and lightly hit the spear. However, with such a light touch, the weakest part of the entire meridian technique seemed to have been broken. The white light instantly dissipated and the entire spear trembled. Zhang Xianjuan's hands were numb from the shock and he almost threw the spear away. He quickly retreated to the side, took a deep breath, and gripped the spear tightly. The second style of the three-path spear technique, two paths of blazing suns. Zhang Xianjuan's expression was somewhat malevolent. He once again roared and charged towards Suzimo. This move carried the brilliance of the scorching sun. Golden light shot out in all directions, as if a huge fireball had exploded in front of him. It represented blazing brilliance, just like the fireworks on the balcony. Just for a moment of brilliance, one could sacrifice everything. After using this move, Zhang Xianjun had no way to retreat. He could either shatter all obstacles in his extreme madness, or he could only destroy himself in the struggle of Yuguang. He watched as the golden sun slowly rose and charged at him with all its might. The surrounding air was melting bit by bit. Suzimo pointed his scabbard again, and a sharp saber chi pierced through everything. The blazing sun was instantly shattered by the saber chi, and the light retreated. The endless cleansing and brilliance of the spear tip dimmed. But with this move, Zhang Xianjun had no way to retreat. He looked at Suzimo and drew a semicircle with the spear in his hand. The dark red spear chi burned in the air, leaving a significant white mark in the air. The third style of the three-path spear technique, three paths of dusk. If the first style of dawn was the first dawn, the blooming of the first sun, all things woke up in silence, representing hope and light. Then the second style of blazing sun was like the noon sun, the hottest time of the day. It sprinkled all its light on the world, wanting to roast, burn, and annihilate the whole earth. The sun rose slowly, but in the end, all things had a moment to move towards the end. The three paths of dusk roughly expressed the meaning of an end. All things walked towards destruction. The dusk looked at the horizon alone. The sunset and the setting sun blended into the darkness. It went from the first path to hope, the second path to blazing, and the third path to destruction. Withering intertwined with destruction. This spear seemed to want to end everything, to return everything to the end. This spear was nothing in Suzimo's eyes, but in the eyes of the students who had just stepped into cultivation, it seemed to have a different kind of artistic conception. They seemed to have really witnessed the beginning and end of a day. Zhang Xianjuan's distant and high-spirited words before the battle seemed to ring in everyone's ears again. I have watched the tides rise and fall, the clouds roll and disperse. I have watched the beginning and end of a day. I have watched the sea turn into mulberry fields. I have watched the dawn rise. I have watched the sun rise. I have watched the reflection of dusk on the horizon. I have watched the birds fly around the void. I have also watched the end. When this style of spear technique fell, the entire space was compressed and exploded by the endless airflow. The airflow scattered and flowed to both sides, turning into countless air arrows and breaking apart. Suzumo smiled. He slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow in his hand. This spear was enough for him to be serious. Since his rebirth, he had only displayed one move, the sword-drawing technique. It could also be called the sword-drawing technique. This move excelled in speed, not in strength. In his previous life, he had created countless pulse techniques. It was just that some of them were gradually eliminated as his cultivation increased. However, there were still a few sets of pulse techniques that accompanied him throughout his life. Even when he reached the divine pulse realm, they were still powerful. He named this pulse technique, 19 styles of Tao querying. This set of blade techniques had 19 styles. The first style started from nothing. This style was very ordinary, so ordinary that it was like a child playing around. It was casual and without any order. The second style was floating green duckweed. When the scimitar was waved casually in front of everyone only heard a dong sound, as if something extraordinary had been planted. The scimitar collided with the spear. The spear's aura was like a rainbow, as if it was going to destroy everything. The scimitar was ordinary, but as steady as Mount Tai. The third style was undefeated in 100 battles. The fourth style was against the current. The first few styles of Suzumo's 19 styles of Tao querying were not powerful. They were even inferior to some profound rank pulse techniques. Perhaps to be precise, the first few styles were all accumulating power and brewing. It was like a seed. The first style was digging a hole, the second style was sowing, the third style was watering, the fourth style was fertilizing, and the fifth style was germinating. When the first few styles of brewing reached a peak, the power of this set of blade techniques would increase exponentially as it progressed. Your strength might easily destroy a seed, but it would not be able to shake a towering tree. The spear and the scimitar were in a stalemate. Bright sparks flew in all directions, and the endless airflow shattered. Suzumo's face was calm as he smiled at Xianxia, his mouth softly calling out those few words. The fifth style, flying wind. When those words fell softly, they seemed to contain a great amount of power. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. With the support of the first four styles, it was as if a gust of wind blew past, annihilating the sand and dust that swept across the land. A crazy, endless, and irresistible aura bloomed from the scimitar. The wind swept up the boundless secular world. The seed broke through the soil. That unrivaled aura burst forth from the blade, as if it had the spirit to tear the heavens and earth apart. A huge blade shadow condensed in the air. Opposite him, Xianxia only felt an irresistible aura crash towards him, and the spear in his hand was broken in half. The energy force tore his entire body apart, and he was sent flying. His clothes were all torn, and his body was covered in wounds. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was dyed red. After falling to the ground, he lost consciousness. Suzumo slowly sheathed the tyrannical shadow in his hand and looked at the stunned students around him. He then looked at the old man beside him and chuckled. Not a single one can fight. The old man was silent for a while, and then said slowly, "You're probably not an outer sect disciple. Is that important? The important thing is that the students you teach are really not that good." Suzumo smiled and said to Xiaogizi and Lin Ruhu, "Let's go back to the sect." Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, everyone present was silent. Suzumo originally only wanted to give Lin Ruhu a battle constitution, but he didn't expect the world to be so small. Sometimes, you want to keep a low profile, but strength doesn't allow it. The old man looked at Yuzha, who was beside him, panicked. Obviously, he didn't expect this to happen. "Teacher." Yuzha looked at the old man timidly. "What, are you afraid that I'll take my anger out on you because of this?" The old man looked at Yuzha, shook his head, and said, "Actually, we're not wrong in this matter. You want to seek justice for your unwillingness. That's not wrong. Although I'm the vice principal, I have my own selfish motives, and it's not wrong for me to stand up for my students. Our mistake is that we're not strong enough, and our fists aren't big enough. Train hard in the future. Our Heavenly Tiger Academy is backed by the Heavenly Tao Academy. As long as you have talent and ability, we can give you a stage and opportunity here. The old man had experienced many things in his life. His vision and mentality were much better than these young people. Teacher, I will definitely work hard. After hearing the old man's words, Xianxia felt a warm current flowing through his heart. He replied with a firm tone. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Failure was not scary. Even great emperors would experience all kinds of hardships and setbacks when they were young. What was frightening was that some people had clearly failed, but they were still unwilling to repent and wanted to continue making mistakes. Su Zimo and the other two returned to the inn and brought out the flying desert horses. Then, they all headed towards Xianxia. During this period of time, Xianxia was particularly lively because they had recruited new students. Every year, there would be some outstanding individuals among the new students. These new students would also challenge the positions of the older students. In Xianxia's outer sect, there was a list called the Crouching Tiger List. Just like the Heavenly Tiger Academy's heavenly ranking, it would select the 100 strongest outer disciples and rank them. The disciples who were on the Crouching Tiger List would not only become famous, but they would also receive rewards from the sect every month. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. White clouds floated in the sky. A gentle breeze blew westward with the setting sun. The sky was dyed dark red by the sunset, and the faint afterglow melted into the skyline. After the three of them returned to the sect, Su Zimo returned to Yannan Peak, while Xiao Gizi helped to hand in the mission of Shirley Town. As for Lin Ruhu, he ran to find his old sweetheart, the seventh elder's daughter. After Su Zimo returned to Xianxia, he first went to visit his father, Su Qingshan, and reported some of the details of his trip. Of course, he did not mention the nightmare beast and the Big Dipper fiend tiger body. After all, he did not want to talk about his rebirth. Although the Heavenly Tiger Academy is not that great, it still has a good reputation. Try not to cause any trouble in the future. Su Qingshan looked at Su Zimo and said, Of course, we will not cause any trouble, but we are definitely not afraid of trouble. Su Zimo nodded. As for whether he could do it or not, that was another matter. He knew that ever since his father became the leader of Xianxia, he had been thinking about the interests of the sect. Oh right, in a few days, the seventh elder will be leading a team to participate in the Sacred Spring Sect's inter-sect competition. Do you want to go with them? Su Qingshan suddenly asked. Su Zimo was stunned. The Sacred Spring Sect was a first-rate sect in the far west. In fact, it was also considered a subsidiary power of Xianxia. Usually, when there were competitions within the sect, the other sects would be invited to spectate. This was also to allow the sects to interact with each other more and get to know each other better. Also, it was to display their strength to the other sects. Usually, when Xianxia held an inter-sect competition, he would also invite the Divine Sun sect and the Sacred Spring sect to spectate. A few sects would often hold a competition between themselves. Nothing much, I won't be going. Su Zimo shook his head and replied. He remembered that in his previous life, the Sacred Spring sect did indeed have a few good seedlings, but that was it. They could not be considered monstrous. Go and take a look. You have been in the sect since you were young, so you should also come in contact with the outside world. Su Qingshan said. All right then. Su Zimo nodded. Since his father had said so, he did not mind. He did not need to cultivate diligently every day like others. As long as his foundation was stable, his cultivation level would soar like a rocket. After leaving Green Mountain Peak, Su Zimo returned to his South Goose Peak. The two maids, Chun Xiao and Xiaoqiu, had already prepared hot water. Under the care of the two, Su Zimo took a hot bath and felt his entire body become much more comfortable. Then, Lin Ruhu brought the seventh elder's daughter, Mu Qingqing, to South Goose Peak. In Su Zimo's memory, Mu Qingqing was like a big boss. Otherwise, why would he say that Ruhu's taste was heavy? From the outside, Mu Qingqing could not be considered ugly. Although she was a little chubby, it could also be understood as plump. What left a deep impression on Su Zimo was Mu Qingqing's character. To put it nicely, she was natural and unrestrained. To put it bluntly, she was valiant. Su Zimo remembered that when they played together when they were young, the first elder's grandson once mocked Mu Qingqing for being a fatty. In the end, Mu Qingqing chased him around Shenwu Xingzong with a 3-meter-long broadsword. From then on, that kid was obedient whenever he saw Mu Qingqing. Su Zimo, if you go out to play next time, remember to bring me along. Mu Qingqing looked at Su Zimo and shouted loudly. She was wearing a light green dress. Her long black hair was casually scattered behind her back and was tied up with a pink ribbon. Her face was a little chubby. At first glance, she did not look stunning, but she was the kind that became more attractive the more you looked at her. We are not going out to play. We are going to complete a mission, Su Zimo said with a smile. He did not dare to bring Mu Qingqing along. Given her character, she would probably not have a peaceful journey. Then, Su Zimo quietly pulled Lin Ruhu to the side and said, I'm going to the Sacred Spring sect with the 7th Elder in a few days. Do you want to come along? I promised Qingqing that I would accompany her to the town outside the sect, Lin Ruhu replied awkwardly. It's okay. I'll go with Xiaogizi then, Su Zimo said with a smile. Then, he was silent for a while. Finally, he said solemnly, Ruhu, have you thought about the path you want to take in the future, if you want to follow me to carry the mandate of heaven and be my #1 warrior? I don't object to your love life, but I hope you can distinguish your priorities and don't drag your cultivation down. If you don't have the kind of pursuit for the peak of martial arts, then I hope you can live your life the way you like. With the protection of Shenwu Xingzong and Brother Zimo, you can definitely live a worry-free life. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lin Ruhu was about to speak. However, Su Zimo shook his head and said, You don't have to rush to answer me now. Go back and think about what your heart desires. Tell me the answer when I return from the Sacred Spring sect. Lin Ruhu was silent for a while. Then, he nodded vigorously. Looking at Lin Ruhu and Mu Qingqing's backs, Su Zimo let out a long breath. He came to the peak of Yannan Peak alone. The cold wind was like a knife blowing from the top of the mountain. People often said that the path of martial arts was lonely. Why was it that there were so many people who started with you, but you were the only one left at the end? Some people did not have enough talent. In the end, they reached the end of their lifespan and turned into piles of bones on this path. There were also people whose ambition was not to reach the peak of martial arts. They would meet the girl they liked and want to live their life the way they desired. Not everyone's dream and goal was to reach the end of martial arts. Therefore, Su Zimo had to let Lin Ruhu know his heart. In his previous life, he didn't pay much attention to Lin Ruhu's matters. That young man had always stood by his side silently supporting him. Su Zimo didn't even know that Lin Ruhu liked Mu Qingqing until this life. If Lin Ruhu's ambitions did not lie here, he would not force him to do anything. With his ability, he was more than capable of protecting Lin Ruhu in this lifetime. If Lin Ruhu was willing to accompany him to conquer the heavens, step into the endless purgatory, and shoulder the mandate of heaven, he would not treat him unfairly. The heavenly dipper fiendish tiger physique was for the sake of Lin Ruhu's future, which was why he had specially obtained it. Su Zimo felt that he was not a sentimental person. His goal was unprecedentedly clear. Bearing the mandate of heaven. As for what came after the mandate of heaven, he didn't know. Was the end of martial arts the Great Emperor? Su Zimo felt that the Great Emperor was just a dazzling scenery on the path of martial arts. There were 12 meridians in the human body. The Divine Pulse realm had only opened 8 meridians. He didn't believe that the Great Emperor could open 12 meridians, complete the transcendence of the species, and possess unimaginable power. Then where did the great emperors of the past go? What were they pursuing? After calming himself down, Su Zimo returned to the courtyard. Xiaogizi had also returned after handing in the mission. Has anything happened in the sect recently? Su Zimo asked. Nothing big. Because of the new disciples, the outer sect has been bustling for a while. The Crouching Tiger list has also been updated a few times. Xiaogizi replied, the few people you asked me to pay attention to. There's a disciple called Yan Buhui who reached the 11th place in the Crouching Tiger list in just half a month. The disciple called Gao Xiong also reached the 23rd place. As for the sixth elder's niece, Bailey Xiao, she doesn't seem to have shown much and has always kept a low profile. The twin sisters, Xianxia and Meng, have now become her maids. The script is exactly the same as in my previous life. Su Zimo smiled. Oh, by the way, senior brother, I heard from some disciples that not long after you left, a woman called Ji Baiyu came to the sect to look for you. Xiao Gizi suddenly remembered and said. Where is she now? Su Zimo was stunned. The last time he went to Heaven Sword City, he seemed to have promised to let Ji Baiyu join Jinwu Xingzong. However, it had been so long. If not for Xiao Gizi's reminder, he would have forgotten about it. Because we couldn't confirm her identity, the sect arranged for her to stay at the Hero's Peak, Xiao Gizi replied. Then bring her here, Su Zimo said after thinking for a while. The Hero's Peak was a place that Jinwu Xingzong specially arranged for outsiders to stay at. Not long after, Ji Baiyu followed Xiao Gizi to the South Yanfeng Peak angrily. After not seeing her for a long time, Ji Baiyu seemed to have gained some charm. She was wearing a tight blue gown, which showed off her graceful figure incisively and vividly. Su Zimo smiled and did not speak first. Ji Baiyu also stared at Su Zimo angrily without saying a word. Su Zimo looked at Xiao Gizi, who was beside him, with the flames of gossip in his eyes. He said in surprise, "Can't you see that the boss is about to speak? Why are you still standing here? Why don't you have any expression?" "I'm worried about you." Xiao Gizi smiled and quickly left. "Where have you been all this time?" Ji Baiyu asked angrily. "Why? Did you miss me?" Su Zimo smiled and asked. Ji Baiyu took a deep breath and calmed herself down before asking, "What did you promise me before? Now you're making me wait for so long. I asked you to come on the day of the recruitment, but you missed it. You can't blame me." Su Zimo shook his head and replied, "I can't waste my time waiting for you." "Okay, then I'm here now." Ji Baiyu said, "You should fulfill your promise, right? You've missed the day of the recruitment, and your cultivation is already at the True Pulse realm. It's not suitable for you to stay in the outer sect." Su Zimo replied, "Now I can only send you to the inner sect." "The inner sect is fine too." Ji Baiyu nodded. She came to Jinwu Xingzong to seek protection anyway. It was fine as long as she could join. "Let me finish," Su Zimo said. "It's inevitable that people will gossip if I bring you into the inner sect for no reason. Also, it will take a lot of my connections. Shouldn't you compensate me?" "Compensate for what?" Ji Baiyu's expression changed, and she quickly said, "Didn't you take enough Emperor's blood before?" "Emperor's blood? What Emperor's blood?" Su Zimo was confused. "Did I take Emperor's blood before?" You. Ji Baiyu pointed at Su Zimo and was speechless for a long time. In the end, she gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words, "Shameless." "You can say whatever you want. The decision is in your hands," Su Zimo replied. "If you want to join Jinwu Xingzong, you have to compensate me for using up a lot of my connections. Otherwise, you can leave now. I won't stop you." Ji Baiyu was silent for a while. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What kind of compensation do you want? Emperor Featherflight's inheritance is with you, right?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "What do you want?" Ji Baiyu asked cautiously. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had overreacted. She quickly added, "No. You should know about the Featherflight steel, right?" Su Zimo did not mind and continued asking. "I don't know. I've never seen it before," Ji Baiyu said firmly. She immediately denied it. "As long as you give me 3,000 Featherflight crystals every month, I'll help you stay in Jinwu Xingzong," Su Zimo said. "You don't have to reject it so quickly. If you don't want to, you can leave now." The Featherflight steel was originally a nameless steel. It was erected in the Nether Ghost Sea, one of the 10 great forbidden lands. After Emperor Featherflight inherited the mandate of heaven, he went to the Nether Ghost Sea and uprooted the nameless steel. He took it for himself and named it the Featherflight steel. The Featherflight steel did not have a strong attack power. However, it had a function that made people drool. The Featherflight steel could create Featherflight crystals. As long as there were enough spirit crystals, it could create unlimited crystals. The feather flight crystal was used to increase one's perception and inspiration. With the help of the feather flight crystal, the speed of a martial artist's cultivation or meridian skills would greatly increase. This function was especially useful for people like Su Zimo who wanted to walk on his own martial path. Although it could not be said that he could achieve twice the result with half the effort, it was still very useful. This was also the wealth that Emperor Featherflight wanted to leave behind for his descendants before he ascended. Su Zimo was not afraid that Ji Baiyu would refuse because he knew that Ji Baiyu needed Jinwu Xingzong's help. In order to obtain Emperor Featherflight's inheritance, a group of people had joined forces to annihilate Ji Baiyu's family. She fled from the northern continent's Linyun city to the eastern continent's westernmost land. She originally wanted to wait until she was stronger before returning to take revenge on those people. In the end, before she had even grown up, those people from back then had already tracked her down. Therefore, she had to seek refuge in Jinwu Xingzong. Speaking of which, this was also a kind of sorrow. Back then, when Emperor Featherflight inherited the heaven's will, how glorious was the Ji clan. Unfortunately, even a great emperor's family would decline one day. 3,000 flying feather crystals is too much. I can give you 300 at most, Ji Baiyu said slowly after pondering for a while. Alright, 500 yuan it is. Su Zimo nodded. Consider it a loss for me to make friends with you. I said 300 yuan. Ji Baiyu was taken aback. She thought that Su Zimo did not hear her clearly. What? 1,000 yuan? Su Zimo was also taken aback. Then, he nodded emotionally. I know this is a heavy gift. It would be impolite for me to refuse. Ji Baiyu felt that her face should be filled with black question marks. Tens of thousands of divine beasts were galloping in her heart. Ji Baiyu was silent for a long time. She felt that she had a new understanding of Su Zimo's shamelessness. She calmed down the anger in her heart and slowly said, just 300 yuan, no more. 500 flying feather crystals per month, Su Zimo replied. Seeing that Ji Baiyu still wanted to say something, he snorted and said indifferently, you have to understand one thing. You don't have the right to choose. I can capture you right now. Believe me, I have countless ways to get Emperor Featherflight's inheritance from you. The reason why I don't do that is because Emperor Featherflight's inheritance is not that tempting to me. Ji Baiyu felt that people like Su Zimo were simply temperamental. 1 second, he could be talking and laughing with you. The next second, he would turn hostile. 500 yuan it is. Ji Baiyu left after saying that. She did not want to stay here for a second longer. She also did not want to say anything to Su Zimo. After Ji Baiyu left, Xiao Gizi also walked in. He looked at Su Zimo and said, Senior Marshal Brother, I feel that there is something I need to report to you. In the past few days when Ji Baiyu was at the distinguished peak, an outer sect disciple called Yubo often harassed her. Where have I heard this name before? Su Zimo thought for a moment and felt that it was somewhat familiar. This Yubo is a new disciple that our sage sect recruited this year. I heard that during the aptitude test, he was a king-level aptitude. He was directly taken in as a personal disciple by an inner sect elder, Xiao Gizi explained. Oh, I remember now. Su Zimo nodded. He was also there at the time. It was just that he did not care about some clowns. Senior Marshal Brother, what do you think we should do? Xiao Gizi asked. Bring him to Yannan Peak. Su Zimo smiled and replied casually. Xiao Gizi nodded and then left the hall. Not long after, Xiao Gizi came back with an ugly expression. What happened? Did you get rejected? Su Zimo asked with a smile. He remembered that in his previous life, although this Yubo's aptitude was not bad, because he was too arrogant, he was extremely lazy with his cultivation. In the end, he did not have any great achievements. He said he had to cultivate and did not have time to see you. Xiao Gizi snorted and said, this person is too arrogant. He thinks that with the protection of an inner sect elder, he can look down on you. What's the big deal? There's no need to get angry over these small fries. Su Zimo shook his head and said, what's the Yubo's rank on the Crouching Tiger list? 68th. King-level aptitude. His cultivation is only at the peak of the spiritual pulse realm. Such good aptitude is wasted. Xiaogizi had done enough research before. With his personality, go and see who in the outer sect has a grudge against him. Su Zimo took out a pill from his storage ring and said, after taking this meridian condensing pill, a spiritual pulse realm martial artist can instantly break through to the meridian condensing realm. Go find an outer sect disciple who has a grudge against him and let him take this pill to challenge you both. Things like challenges are inherently risky. It's possible to accidentally beat someone half to death or even directly kill them. Disciples on the Crouching Tiger list in the outer sect could challenge disciples who were ranked higher than them every month. Every disciple had to accept 3 challenges in a month without any excuses. Otherwise, it would be considered as admitting defeat. I understand. Xiaogizi's eyes lit up. After taking the pill, he left in a hurry. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with Yubo and wanted to punish him as soon as possible. The sky gradually darkened. Although Zhenwu Xingzong was not brightly lit at night, it was still very lively. The disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong were under a lot of pressure. Many of them used their sleeping time to cultivate. In fact, after a martial artist entered the heavenly path, they would need less and less sleep as their cultivation level increased. In the later stages, many people would go into seclusion for at least a few years, and at most 100 years. Looking at the pitch-black night sky, a few stars dotted the sky, twinkling like stars. Su Zimo prepared to go to the sword cleansing pool. The sword cleansing pool was a sacred place in Zhenwu Xingzong. It was very helpful in activating the spirituality of weapons. Su Zimo went to his father and asked for a token. This token was used to enter and exit the sword cleansing pool. For ordinary disciples, they would need a lot of contribution points to enter the sword cleansing pool once. However, Su Zimo, who was the son of an official, did not have to worry about contribution points at all. There was a high-level formation around the sword cleansing pool. It was personally set up by the 7th elder. If one's cultivation level had not reached the Holy Vein realm, they would die if they tried to force their way in. Su Zimo came to the front of the formation. At the front of the formation was a big tree. A part of the tree's trunk was completely hollowed out. Su Zimo placed the token in the hollowed-out tree hole. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged. White fog filled the empty space in front of him. In addition to the defensive formation around the sword cleansing pool, there were also some fog formations around it. The fog array formation in front of him automatically tore open a hole, and Su Zimo walked in. When he walked into the sword cleansing pool, everything inside was white. He could not see anything. Su Zimo knew that the white gas inside was not white fog. It was a kind of spiritual energy that nourished weapons. He continued to walk forward. He could already hear the sound of flowing water in front of him. The ground under his feet was soft. Su Zimo slowly pulled the tyrannical shadow out of its sheath. Then, he saw all the surrounding spiritual energy rushing toward the blade. After walking for about 5 minutes, Su Zimo's vision gradually became clear, and the white gas in the air dissipated a lot. In front of him was a lake. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. In the center of the lake, there were a few green lotuses growing quietly. The pink lotus emitted a fragrant aroma. The lotus had 8 petals and was rooted at the bottom of the lake, sending a light green liquid into the lake. Emerging from the mud without being stained, clear ripples without being demonic. This green lotus carried a proud fragrance, giving people a feeling that it was especially pure and holy, as if it did not belong to the mortal world. Each of the 8 petals had 8 different colors: white, black, yellow, red, blue, purple, gray, and green. Beside the lake, there was an especially huge rock. This rock was light green in color, smooth and delicate, and the patterns on its surface were carved with the shapes of countless weapons. Swords, spears, staffs, axes, hooks, tridents, all kinds of weapons. Su Zimo slowly sat on the edge of the lake and placed the tyrannical shadow on the scimitar pattern on the rock. He then splashed some of the lake water with his hand. He began to rub the scimitar on the rock. Rustle, 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 and rustle. When the friction began, the tyrannical shadow became brighter and brighter, and it began to emit a dim white light. This friction seemed to have a certain charm. Su Zimo slowly closed his eyes. The surroundings were very quiet, and only the sound of the scimitar being sharpened echoed in the air. His vision was pitch black. Suddenly, a white light flashed and filled his entire mind. When the white light dissipated, the image of a scimitar suddenly appeared in his mind. Although he closed his eyes, the image of the scimitar was very clear. It was as if he could not see it clearly even if the scimitar was placed in front of him. What is a scimitar? Su Zimo had heard a saying before: scimitars are scimitars for killing, and scimitar skills are for killing. Su Zimo felt that the shape of the scimitar was becoming clearer and clearer in his mind. He was not looking at it with his eyes, but with his soul. To stimulate the weapon's spirituality, it did not directly give the weapon the same consciousness as a human, but it allowed the weapon to have ignorant and shallow thinking. It allowed the weapon to recognize its own owner. When the weapon's spirituality was stimulated, it could be used as freely as one's own arm. It might be able to become a part of one's body, and not the unfamiliar feeling of relying on external objects. As the weapon transformed bit by bit, and even grew into a great emperor true weapon, its consciousness would become more and more mature, and it would be no different from a human's. At that time, other than the person it recognized, no one else would be able to use other people's weapons. In this life, follow me to conquer the universe, crush the sky, carry the mandate of heaven, and look down on all living things. How about we fight to our heart's content? Su Zimo muttered to himself. Its voice was very soft, as if it was talking to itself, but also as if it was awakening something. Then, the image of the scimitar in his mind suddenly enlarged, and it was the shape of the tyrannical shadow. The scimitar began to tremble. It seemed that the scimitar in his hand was trembling, or it seemed that the scimitar behind his head was trembling. Or perhaps both. A white mist shone from the tyrannical shadow, and the tyrannical shadow began to be reborn in the vast white light. It was originally an ordinary weapon, but now it had completely evolved into a yellow-grade weapon. The curve of the scimitar's body seemed to be more inclined, and the black color on it became purer, as if it was shining with a black light. On the pitch-black scimitar's handle, the shape of a shadow dragon could be faintly seen. Su Zimo looked at the new tyrannical shadow with satisfaction, smiled, and sheathed the scimitar. The process was very smooth. In fact, even without the help of the sword cleansing pool, he could still activate the tyrannical shadow, but it would take some effort. Before leaving, Su Zimo looked at the few green lotuses in the center of the lake. Number 13 on the world's mysterious items list, Myriad Green Lotus. The name of the green lotus sounded very domineering, but in fact, its function was relatively simple, which was to produce holy water that could help activate the weapon's spirituality. However, legend said that there were a total of 8 myriad green lotuses, just like the color of the 8 petals. The lotus in Jinwu Xingzong's sword cleansing pool was only one of the 8 lotuses. It was said that if all 8 of the lotuses were gathered, one could even compete for the number 1 spot on the world's mysterious items list. In Jinwu Xingzong's historical records, it was recorded that Empress Hong Tian had once gathered all 8 myriad green lotuses. However, for some unknown reason, before she ascended, she only left the lotus behind, and no one knew where the other 7 were. Su Zimo sheathed the tyrannical shadow and left the sword cleansing pool. After a weapon reached the yellow grade, it was time to start weapon nurturing. Weapon nurturing methods were widespread and varied. As for what kind of weapon you wanted in the future, you had to choose the corresponding weapon nurturing method. Su Zimo already had his own plans in mind. Su Zimo had already chosen his weapon nurturing technique. He remembered that in his previous life, there was an expert called Old Man of the 6 Realms. After reaching the peak of the Emperor Vane realm, he did not insist on breaking through to the Saint Vane realm. Instead, he slowed down his cultivation speed and focused on studying the weapon nurturing technique. He spent 100 years creating a set of 6 realms weapon nurturing technique. The 6 realms did not refer to the outer realms or regions, but the 6 attributes: heavenly thunder, earthly fire, hurricane, flood, moon essence, sun essence. He lived in seclusion in the mountains for 100 years and mastered the weapon nurturing technique. It was said that when he pulled out his divine saber, when the saber was unleashed, thunder rumbled, flames raged, hurricanes blew, and torrents filled the sky. The essence of the sun and the moon blended and illuminated the firmament. He stabilized his state of mind after cultivating his weapon for 100 years and broke through to the Saint Vane realm. The battle that made him famous was when he used his divine saber to suppress a Saint Vane 3rd level expert who was 2 levels higher than him. In the end, he killed his opponent with serious injuries. Since then, the Six Realms weapon nurturing technique became famous in the entire eastern continent and everyone fought to learn it. Su Zimo thought about it. At this time, Old Man of the Six Realms had not broken through to the Emperor Vane realm. His Six Realms weapon nurturing technique was only an idea. If that was the case, he should be the first person to try it. It was already late at night when he returned to the South Swallow region. On the way back, Su Zimo even saw some people running and training with huge rocks on their backs. There were many of them. Some were practicing swords, while others were learning new saber techniques. We are all ordinary people who carry shackles on the martial path and move forward silently. Even the great emperor can only go a little further than others. Looking at these people working hard to cultivate, Su Zimo shook his head. On the top of South Swallow Peak, Su Zimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow. Looking at the new scimitar, he gently stroked the blade. The Six Regions tool nurturing method first required one to cultivate the Six Regions spirit chi within one's body. Su Zimo began to cultivate according to the tool nurturing method in his memory. In his previous life, he had cultivated the Six Regions artifact nurturing technique. Although it was not difficult, the first wisp of Six Regions spirit chi was produced in his body. The night passed, and the sky gradually brightened. Looking at the purple chi coming from the east, the morning glow covering the vast sky, the white of the fish belly gradually turning into the morning sun. Su Zimo circulated the Six Realms spirit chi and slowly dragged the tyrannical shadow, allowing the tyrannical shadow to float in midair. Then, strands of purple sun essence sprinkled down from the sky, merging into the blade bit by bit. 2 hours before the sun rose was the time when the essence of the sun was at its densest. After this time, absorbing the essence of the sun would be almost impossible. Similarly, the moon essence had to wait for the first hour of the moon's appearance. There wasn't much difficulty in upgrading these two attributes. Only the remaining 4 attributes, heavenly thunder, earthly fire, hurricane, and flood, were somewhat lacking. For Su Zimo, it wasn't difficult to obtain the path, but it wasn't worth a trip. Zhenwu Xingzong had a lightning pool, so he could refine the heavenly thunder's attribute first. Early in the morning, Ji Baiyu sent 500 flying feather crystals over. With the flying feather steel, Ji Baiyu definitely didn't lack flying feather crystals. She must have prepared these flying feather crystals for him. After sending the flying feather crystals over, Ji Baiyu left without saying anything. She felt that it was better to avoid interacting with people like Su Zimo, who was never at a disadvantage. Some of the inner sect elders were from Su Qingshan's faction, which was the so-called Young Strong faction. Su Zimo visited them personally and finally allowed Ji Baiyu to enter the inner sect. Su Zimo's current status was actually quite awkward. Objectively speaking, he was actually an ordinary outer sect disciple. However, subjectively speaking, his father was the master of the sect. With this identity, he wasn't afraid of anyone, but he couldn't command others as he wished. If he wanted to ask for help, he had to treat them with respect. Perhaps they would help him out of respect for Su Qingshan. In other words, everything he had now was given to him by his father, Su Qingshan. He didn't have anything worth investing in. And the best way to change this situation was to become a holy son. Not only would the saint receive more resources, but it also carried the sect's expectations for the great emperor. Every sect saint was likely to be selected as a contender for the destiny. If he succeeded, the sect would naturally shine like the blazing sun in the era of the great emperor. Even if he failed to compete for the destiny, the saint could still be a strong contender for the next sect master. Failing to compete for the destiny didn't mean that the saint wasn't outstanding enough. It just meant that someone else was more talented than him. After sending Ji Baiyu off, Su Zimo began to cultivate, comprehend, and deduce his own cultivation method. The flying feather crystal's function was to strengthen the spiritual perception of living creatures. Su Zimo placed 500 flying feather crystals around himself. Then, he slowly absorbed the energy within. In his true fate space, the nightmare beast was still struggling with all its might. The nightmare beast's strongest ability was to create dreams. After Su Zimo opened his true fate space, he let the nightmare beast out. The little guy opened its scarlet eyes and looked at Su Zimo. Then, layers of ripples appeared on its body. Su Zimo didn't resist and allowed the nightmare beast's dream to envelop him. He wanted to find a trace of possibility in this illusion. River of time. The deduction of martial arts was a very energy-consuming thing. It couldn't be rushed and had to be done step by step. Perhaps when the inspiration came, the thoughts would be like the dam that was washed away. The torrent came from the sky and never returned. Su Zimo's deduction lasted for an entire week. When he woke up from the dream, he first locked the nightmare beast in his true fate space. The 500 flying feather crystals around him also turned to dust. This was because the energy inside had been completely absorbed. Su Zimo stood up. Although he didn't find the river of time during this seclusion, his deduction of martial arts had taken another step forward. The road ahead was long. This was destined to be a long one. When he walked out of the room, it was already afternoon. Dusk dyed half of the sky. There were disciples riding flying beasts under the reflection of the sunset. The scene was extremely beautiful. The white clouds were like burning clouds. From afar, this scene looked like a different kind of painting. Xianxia also just arrived at the courtyard of Yannan Peak. Seeing Su Zimo come out, he quickly said, "Senior brother, you're finally out. In a few days, I'll be going to the Sacred Spring sect. You'll come with me then?" Su Zimo said. Xianxia nodded his head and said, "Senior brother, in the past few days when you were in seclusion, people from the Huang family came to our sect." The Huang family of the Northwest City? Su Zimo was a little surprised, but he immediately understood. They came to find Yan Buhui? Yes, the one who came this time was the second young master of the Huang family. I heard that he wants to expel Yan Buhui from Xinwu. Xianxia replied. Since when did the Huang family have the right to speak in our sect? Su Zimo asked in amusement. I heard that the second young master of the Huang family, Xianxia, is friends with the great elder's grandson, Xianxia. Moreover, the two of them seem to have made some shady deals. Xianxia replied with a smile. With Xianxia's help, this matter should not be difficult. That's interesting. Su Zimo smiled with interest. Senior brother, should we help Yan Buhui? Xianxia asked. Didn't you care about him a lot before? Go out and spread the news that Xianxia and I are enemies. Su Zimo thought for a while and said, spread the news as much as possible. Xianxia nodded his head. Although he did not know the purpose of Su Zimo's actions, he did not dare to ask. Looking at Xianxia's back as he left, Su Zimo smiled. This Yan Buhui was indeed a talent. Perhaps it was like what many people said, the path of an expert was not always smooth sailing. Everyone had to go through setbacks and failures. Only then would they reach the peak step by step. According to the memories of his previous life, Su Zimo knew that even without his help, Yan Buhui's future achievements would not be low. What he needed to do now was to turn the icing on the cake into charcoal in the snow and maximize the benefits. Who knows, Yan Buhui might even be one of his candidates for the position of battle general. This time, he would help Yan Buhui, but he would not take the initiative to help. Instead, he would let the other party seek help from him. The place where the outer disciples of Xinwu lived was an especially wide open space. Countless courtyards were intertwined together. At this moment, in front of Yan Buhui's courtyard, a few outer court disciples were chatting loudly. Have you heard? Our outer sect's crouching tiger ranking, Yan Buhui, is actually a bastard. That's right. I heard that his mother was just a lowly maid. Once, his father got drunk and messed around. That was how he was born. Sigh, how pitiful. I heard that the Huang family doesn't approve of him. His position in the Huang family is even lower than a dog. That's why he came to our sect. If you ask me, his mother is definitely a scheming bitch. She took advantage of the fact that the Huang family's master was drunk and did that on purpose. You want to climb up the social ladder and become a phoenix? Shameless. These people's voices were very high-pitched, and could be heard even from far away. In a room in the courtyard, the veins on Yan Buhui's forehead bulged as he clenched his fists tightly. He knew that these people were trying to provoke him so that he would challenge them out of anger. These people were all disciples ranked in the top 10 of the Crouching Tiger ranking. He was no match for them. Even though he understood everything, he still wanted to tear these people apart. The rage in his heart could not be suppressed. His mother had always been his taboo. Everything he did now, including his cultivation, was so that he could destroy the Huang family in the future and seek justice for his mother. "You're really my good brother." He clenched his fists tightly. The humiliating words of those people outside still rang in his ears. He knew that his brother was here and that he was the one behind all of this. Even though he did not approve of the Huang family, blood ties could not be erased. In order to escape from the Huang family, he had traveled thousands of miles to Xinwu. He did not expect that these people would still not let him go. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. He repeatedly told himself that now was not the time to be impulsive. What these people did today, he would definitely return it 100 times over. After a long while, Yan Buhui realized that his heart was in a mess. He looked at the long sword on the table beside him. Gently picking up the sharp sword, he stroked the blade. A swordsman, undefeated in 100 battles, must have the sharpness of the heavens. He muttered to himself, as if he had made a great decision. Picking up the sword, he opened the door and walked out with a solemn face. When the people outside saw Yan Buhui walk out, a young man immediately stood out. With a cheeky smile, he asked, "Oh, isn't this our junior brother Yan? I heard that your mother is a servant of the Huang family. I wonder if it's true. Can you verify it?" Yan Buhui raised his long sword and pointed it at the other party. In a low voice, he said, "To be honest, your provocation is very naive and disgusting. But you succeeded. Why, do you want to challenge me?" The young man was stunned. He smiled and asked, "Yes, a life and death battle. Do you dare?" Yan Buhui said word by word. His eyes were filled with madness and violence. His voice was calm and even trembling. The young man opposite him could not imagine how much hatred was hidden in those eyes. The young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and his aura weakened. But thinking about it, he was at the peak of the pulse condensation stage. This level of cultivation was enough for him to become a normal inner sect disciple. His opponent was only at the 5th stage of the pulse condensation stage. There was nothing to be afraid of. Forget about the life and death battle. Just follow the rules of the Crouching Tiger list. The young man thought for a while and said. Even though he had absolute confidence in himself, the young man was still cautious. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you have to help them. But he did not want to gamble with his life. The young man's name was Su Ren. He was ranked 7th on the Crouching Tiger list. According to the rules of the Crouching Tiger list, the higher-ranked disciples could not challenge the lower-ranked disciples. So they could only provoke Yan Buhui and make him challenge them. Xingyu Peak. This was the peak where the great elder's grandson, Xianxia, lived. At this time, in a courtyard on the peak, 2 young men were sitting opposite each other. Wearing a purple robe, his aura like a rainbow, the young man with the confidence of a leader raised the teacup in front of him. Smiling, he said to the young man beside him, "Brother Xianxia, the fish has taken the bait. This time, I'll have to trouble Brother Xingyu." The young man beside him said with a smile. He wore a white robe and had a black long sword hanging behind him. He had short hair and could not be considered handsome. But his entire person was full of energy and gave people a feeling that he was not simple. "Don't worry. If he remains in the outer sect, it will be inappropriate for us to act against him. But once he is crippled, I still have the ability to expel a piece of trash from the sect." Xiao Xingyu said with a confident smile, "The battle is set for tomorrow at noon. Should we go and watch?" "It's all up to Brother Xingyu." Huang Tianxia said with a smile. There was a special place in Xinwu called the Lightning Pool. Legend had it that the pool was built in the era of the Divine Travel Emperor. When the Divine Travel Emperor was young, he had a powerful opponent. He and the Divine Travel Emperor fought 6 times, winning 3 times and losing 3 times. People called him the Thunder Venerable. When the Thunder Venerable broke through from the peak of the Venerable Meridian Realm to the Emperor Meridian Realm, he attracted thousands of lightning tribulations. The area where he underwent the tribulation was shrouded in a huge sea of lightning. The 9 heavens Cloud Thunder, Purgatory Thunder, Imperial Capital Thunder, and countless bolts of lightning gathered together. That day, the thunder exploded in his heart. Purple Chi came from the east, and the lightning was like a long river crossing the sun, hanging upside down in the air for hundreds of miles. The Thunder Venerable walked out of the sea of lightning. Thousands of divine lightning bolts were like divine help. He finally reached the Emperor Meridian realm and became supreme. Later, the divine travel emperor personally took care of the Sea of Lightning after inheriting the mandate of heaven. That was the origin of the lightning pool. First, it was to commemorate an old friend. Second, it was to leave a place for future generations to temper their bodies. When Su Zimo arrived at the lightning pool, there were already many disciples cultivating here. Endless lightning filled the land. Looking into the distance, it was as if he was in a purple and light blue world. At the edge of the lightning pool, there were small electric arcs. As he went deeper, the lightning began to expand, and its power increased bit by bit. It was said that the 9 heavens' divine thunder existed in the innermost part of the lightning pool. This was the divine lightning used by the Thunder Venerable. Lightning body tempering was the most direct way to strengthen the body. However, the lightning in the lightning pool was only effective for those below the Venerable Meridian realm. Once one broke through to the Emperor Meridian realm, it would be useless. Su Zimo walked into the Sea of Lightning. After his body merged with the hell-suppressing immortal body, he was very powerful. The light blue electric arcs hit his body, but it was no different from scratching an itch. As he went deeper, the color of the lightning began to darken. His body also felt a faint numbness. Looking up, the light blue lightning turned into a long dragon, shuttling back and forth in the Sea of Lightning. It seemed to be roaring. Su Zimo took a deep breath. The lightning pool was divided into 5 areas. In the first area, there were slight electric arcs, and in the second area, there were ordinary lightning bolts. As for the third zone, it was a type of lightning called the geocentric flame thunder. When Su Zimo walked into the third zone, he could clearly feel his body being torn apart. These thunderbolts struck his body, and the cells in his body changed between killing and strengthening. There were already very few disciples in the third district. Other than a few people, Su Zimo could only see a deep blue ocean in front of him. He had only taken a few steps when he bumped into a familiar face. Dao Xiong, the young man who came from the 100,000 Great Mountains and possessed the bloodline of the ancient mighty bear. At this time, Dao Xiong was standing in the area with the densest lightning in the third zone. His muscles were bulging and his hair was standing on end. His entire body was bathed in a sea of lightning. He raised his head to the sky and allowed the lightning to crackle and explode on his body. His expression wasn't one of enduring the pain of being torn apart by lightning. Instead, it was one of enjoyment. The Sea of Lightning was like a spring breeze to him. It did not seem to be a threat at all. The bloodline of the ancient mighty bear was indeed powerful. When he grew up, he would even be able to compete with some of the last 100 battle constitutions. At this time, Dao Xiong also saw Su Zimo. He said with some surprise, "It's you." After the freshman entrance trial that day, he deliberately asked someone to inquire about Su Zimo's identity. He didn't want to offend the son of the deputy sect master, Su Qingshan. However, he didn't want to be reduced to a simp either. "Do you want to go to the 4th zone to play?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Dao Xiong looked at Su Zimo in surprise and then quickly shook his head. Previously, when he felt no pressure in the 3rd zone, he also wanted to break into the 4th zone to have a look. However, when he entered, he found that the thunderbolts inside were not at the same level as the ones in the 3rd zone. It wasn't a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. Under Dao Xiong's deep gaze, Su Zimo walked step by step toward the 4th zone. The purple thunderbolts were majestic. They were roaring, and hysterical as if they were going to destroy the entire sky. The imperial thunder was the divine thunder of the 4th zone. The thunderbolts turned from dark blue to purple. As soon as Su Zimo stepped in, he felt his whole body sink. There was a strong tearing feeling in his muscles as if his whole body was going to be annihilated in this madness. Su Zimo could feel the intense tearing and pain. He sat cross-legged and used the cultivation method in his body to repair his body bit by bit. Although the thunderbolts were painful, they were not fatal. However, Su Zimo also knew that he could only stay here. However, Su Zimo understood the purpose of this trip. He came to refine the tyrannical shadow, not to temper his body. When the pain in his body was almost numb, his body gradually adapted to the attack. Su Zimo stood up and walked toward the fifth zone. Is this guy crazy? Behind him, Gao Xiong saw the situation and his expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself. Su Zimo came to the intersection of the fourth and fifth zones. He did not rashly enter. Instead, he filled the tyrannical shadow with spiritual qi of the 6 zones. Then, he used the spiritual qi to drag the tyrannical shadow to the 5th zone. He himself sat at the border of the 4th zone. There was no end to the thunderbolts in the 5th zone. The dark purple thunderbolts covered the entire zone. He could even hear the roars of some thunder dragons. The thunderbolts here had already developed intelligence. The 9 heavens thunder, purgatory thunder, purple gold thunder, countless thunderbolts that only existed in legends merged into one. When the sea of thunder that had been silent for a long time was broken again, the tyrannical shadow appeared like a small stone on the surface of a lake. First, there were a few ripples, then surging waves, followed by the roar of an earth-shattering tsunami. Countless thunderbolts seemed to have found a vent and all of them struck the tyrannical shadow. Crackling sounds reverberated in the thunder. Sparks flew in all directions, and the divine might was brilliant. The tyrannical shadow's blade began to tremble in the middle of the thunderbolts. Su Zimo's eyes narrowed. He increased the spiritual qi of the 6 zones in his body and channeled all of it into the tyrannical shadow. As time passed, the tyrannical shadow's trembling gradually stabilized. The blade seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. There was even a hint of dark purple thunderbolts. Su Zimo took a deep breath and began to let the tyrannical shadow refine in the 5th zone. Meanwhile, he also began to cultivate in the 4th zone. The thunderbolts in the sea of thunder boiled. It was not until noon the next day that Su Zimo woke up from his cultivation. Today was the day of Yan Buhui's competition. He was prepared to bring Xiao Gizi to watch the show. Looking at the tyrannical shadow that was refining in the sky, Su Zimo waved his hand. The tyrannical shadow turned into a ray of light and flew over. He looked at the tyrannical shadow. Although the refinement did not completely activate the lightning attribute, the weapon's quality had increased by quite a bit. Su Zimo felt that after a few more refinements, the tyrannical shadow would be able to activate the lightning attribute, and the weapon would be able to advance to the mystic grade. This was also why high-grade materials were used to forge weapons. Although the tyrannical shadow was only a normal weapon, its potential was limitless. If it was a weapon made from normal materials, it would probably break apart within a few seconds. Sheathing the tyrannical shadow into the scabbard on his back, Su Zimo walked towards the outer sect. There was a special stage for the outer sect Crouching Tiger list battles. At this moment, the stage was surrounded by a crowd of outer sect disciples. As a newcomer who had just entered the outer sect this year, Yan Buhui was ranked 11th on the Crouching Tiger list. It could be said that he was the most dazzling among the newcomers. And now, he was going to challenge Su Ren, who was ranked 7th on the Crouching Tiger list. One had to know that every battle between the top 10 of the Crouching Tiger list would cause a commotion in the outer sect. People were happy to see the rise of a newcomer, to see him rise like a new star. They were also happy to see a genius fall. While they were gloating, they were also happy to see a genius fall. The stage was made from pieces of green granite. The defensive power of the green granite was extremely strong. Without the power of the True Pulse realm, it was impossible to break it. At this moment, on the stage, Su Ren was dressed in white. He leaned against the metal chain at the edge of the stage, a long sword hanging from his waist. His aura was majestic. He squinted his eyes and waited for Yan Buhui's arrival. With the arrival of autumn, the scorching sun began to dissipate bit by bit. The autumn wind swept up the withered yellow leaves on the branches, and they gently fluttered in the air. "They're here!" Someone shouted, and everyone's eyes turned to the front. The mountain range in the distance was shrouded in fog. The outer sect disciples' courtyards were scattered in picturesque disorder. The small path in front of the stage was paved with white cobblestones. The willow trees on both sides swayed gently in the breeze. A young man in a white robe with a long sword on his back, his long hair fluttering behind his back. He walked towards the martial arts stage step by step with powerful steps. "I thought you would be afraid," Su Ren opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch, and there was a flash of sword light as he chuckled. You talk too fast. I hope you don't admit defeat later, Yan Buhui said indifferently. Sword chi wrapped around his body. With his head held high and his chest puffed out, he looked like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Su Ren snorted coldly. Following which, a clanging sound rang out as he unsheathed his sword. A white streak of light appeared in the air as he charged towards Yan Buhui. Yan Buhui did not panic as he slowly pulled out his own sword. As the two swords clashed, sparks flew in all directions. When the long swords collided in the shape of a cross, the spiritual energy on Su Ren's body exploded, forcing Yan Buhui to retreat step by step. Mystic ranked meridian technique, horizontal slash. Su Ren snorted lightly. His long sword was wrapped in waves of spirit energy, and every strike seemed to contain an astonishing amount of power. Yan Buhui hastily blocked the attack and felt his hands going numb from the impact. He was about to retreat to the edge of the stage. He quickly fell to the ground and rolled, narrowly avoiding Su Ren's attack. Mystic ranked meridian technique, explosive kill. Yan Buhui also roared as he came behind Su Ren. His long sword slashed out with an indescribable force. The battle between the two could be said to be deadly with every strike. There was no mercy. Su Ren did not turn around. His body moved slightly to the side, and then he dodged the sword. His right arm shook a little, and then it directly hit Yan Buhui's chest. Yan Buhui did not have time to dodge, and his entire body was sent flying, heavily crashing into the iron chain fence beside him. Looks like we did not miss a good show. Su Zimo and Xiaogizi rushed over. Looking at the crowd that had already gathered on the stage, they found an empty space to watch from afar. Yan Buhui stabilized his body and stared at Su Ren. Indeed, disciples that can fight their way into the top 10 of the Crouching Tiger list are not simple people. No matter if it is battle experience or the use of meridian techniques, they are not inferior to me. That's all you have. Su Ren laughed lightly, slowly raising the long sword in his hand. He said proudly, "This sword will finish you." His long sword was enveloped by a dark black spirit energy, and the spirit energy around the long sword began to vibrate. Stone-shaking wave sword. Su Ren lightly muttered. He took a step back with his right foot, his waist bent slightly, and his right elbow moved a little. Then, he lightly stepped on the ground with his left foot, and his entire body flew out like a sharp arrow leaving the bowstring. As the vibrations of the long sword became stronger, the air around his sword began to distort. As the sword slashed down, an especially beautiful sword light condensed in the air, as if it wanted to split Yan Buhui into two from head to toe. Yan Buhui's gaze was serious. He did not dodge. If he could not block this sword, he would not have the chance to fight anymore. Looking at the beautiful sword light expanding in front of his eyes, Yan Buhui took the opportunity to move his body to the side. This movement did not allow him to completely dodge. The entire long sword pierced into Yan Buhui's abdomen. When the long sword pierced into Yan Buhui's body, it was as if everything stopped. Even Su Ren was stunned. He knew that although his sword was powerful, if Yan Buhui really wanted to dodge, it was not impossible. But just now, he hesitated. Su Ren wanted to pull out the long sword, but he saw Yan Buhui's right hand holding the sword tightly, not letting the long sword leave his body. Then, he raised the sharp sword in his left hand and directly slashed at Su Ren. This guy is doing it on purpose. Su Ren was shocked. He quickly let go of his long sword, wanting to dodge, but his right arm was still cut by the sharp sword. Su Ren retreated to the side, staring at his right arm that was already stained red with blood. Then, he turned to look at the youth in front of him. That guy did not dodge on purpose. He is trading his life for an injury. Although his right arm that was holding the sword was injured, that guy's injury was much more serious. His life was already in danger. I know that I am not your match. Yan Buhui smiled. His face was a little pale, and his smile was very scary. But I just want to prove it. I want to let all of you understand that no one can humiliate my mother. Even if you are a lion, an ant like me will tear off a piece of meat. Yan Buhui pulled out the long sword from his abdomen. Blood spurted out, but he did not seem to care. At this moment, he was like a demon god on an expedition in a sea of blood. Fearless, fearless. This was his philosophy in life, and also his way of the sword. Due to the excessive blood loss, Yan Buhui's face grew increasingly pale. He knelt on the ground, obviously unable to fight anymore. Admit defeat. Su Ren walked forward and kicked Yan Buhui to the ground. Yan Buhui's body slammed heavily against the metal chain beside him, and the two swords in his hands fell to the ground. Su Ren walked forward and stepped on Yan Buhui's sword, then bent down to pick up his own sword. In the outer sect grand competition, one was not allowed to harm one's opponent's life. Even though there were uncertainties in the competition, and mistakes could occasionally occur. But in the current situation, Yan Buhui no longer had the strength to fight back, and Su Ren naturally could not kill him. Furthermore, there were outer sect elders watching from the side. Looking at his own sword being stepped on by Su Ren, Yan Buhui's eyes turned red. He did not know where he got the strength from, but he actually charged towards Su Ren. Su Ren was shocked by his opponent's stance, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Yan Buhui picked up his own sword, and gently wiped the footprints on the sword. What is this guy doing? The disciples below whispered, as if they did not understand his actions. To Yan Buhui, there was one person and one thing in his life that he could not let down. One person was his own mother, and he would not allow anyone to slander her. His mother had died of an illness when he was young. Actually, it was not a serious illness, and to a big family like the Huang family, a single pill could have cured her. But those people did not care about anything. At that time, he was only 7 years old, and he saw his mother leave just like that. At that time, he swore that he would become a man above others, and destroy the entire Huang family to seek justice for his mother. As for the other thing, it was his own sword. After his mother passed away, this sword became his only support. He did not have any friends, and did not need any bullshit kinship. The only thing that accompanied him was this sword. This sword was not just like a brother or a good friend. Every time he held the sword, he was filled with infinite hope and confidence. That was the power that belonged to him. But now, this sword was being stepped on by someone else. Blood continued to flow from his body, and even the entire sword was stained with blood. The blood-red color was a ghastly sight, and Yan Buhui could clearly feel that his head was dizzy, and his vision was becoming blurry. Yan Buhui slowly laid down on the martial stage. His ears were ringing, and the surrounding noises started to become noisy. That's all there is to it. Trash, trash. He seemed to be able to faintly hear the disdainful discussions of the people around him. Yan Buhui could feel the emotions of his sword through the mournful cry of his sword. When he was very young, he could feel the emotions of his sword. Only when he grew up did he realize that he had unintentionally activated the weapon's spirituality. His vision became more and more blurry, and his eyelids gradually became heavy. Yan Buhui calmly looked at the mournful sword. He could feel his life force flowing away. He suddenly remembered a lot of things. From the first day he got this sword, he couldn't bear to part with it. Especially after his mother left, he would sleep with his sword in his arms every day, almost never leaving his side. They had accompanied each other for countless years. Countless days and nights had passed. They had watched the moon together, laughed together, and grew up together. He had also poured out all his thoughts to the sword. Bastard, he is not a cold-blooded weapon. He is my good brother. How can I let him be stepped on by others? Yan Buhui's lips curled into a relieved smile. He thought of the long nights in the past, with only his sword as his companion. Suddenly, it was as if a beam of light shot from his spine into his brain, and he was completely stunned. What is a sword? Thunder exploded in his heart, and Yan Buhui's mind was completely blank. He had never been so clear in his life. His vision seemed to have turned into a gray fog, and the rumbling sound in his ears did not stop. The sword light in his mind intertwined with countless patterns. I ride the wind and tread the 9 heavens. I carry the 3-feet dragon spring sword. In the outside world, the sword began to tremble slightly, and wisps of sword chi surrounded his body. Yan Buhui slowly rose to his feet as the sword chi entwined around him, followed by the sound of thunder and dispersal of the fog. Everything in the world had its own aura. Be it flowers, trees, or heroes, everything in the world had its own aura. And the sword had its own aura as well. When the aura gathered together, Yan Buhui's vision was clearer than ever, and he seemed to have seen something different. Intent. That sword will. Is it over just like that? The disciples below whispered. This newbie does not know his place. Let's take him down a notch and let him know that the outer sect is not a place where he can do as he pleases. To dare to challenge senior brother Su Ren, I thought he would have some capabilities. Nothing special. I've long expected this outcome. Looking at Yan Buhui's dead dog face, Su Ren shook his head and prepared to kick him off the stage to end this duel. The difference in cultivation state was not so easy to cross. When he was young, he was a genius as well. When he first entered Glory Sect, he shone brightly. But the thing that this world did not lack the most was geniuses. A truly powerful person had to have a heart of respect. The one who could walk till the end was the true winner. Just then, a ray of sword chi slashed towards Su Ren. Su Ren was stunned. Tilting his body, he dodged the attack of the sword chi and looked ahead. Countless sword chi that caused one's scalp to go numb revolved around Yan Buhui's body. That young man, who was on the brink of death, picked up his sword and struggled to stand up. Yan Buhui only felt that his heart was filled with a grand ambition to slay the devil. His pupils shrank as a chill ran down his spine. His mind was lit up like fireworks. Dispersing the sword chi, the seed of satisfaction was planted in his heart. The aura around him grew stronger and stronger, as though a storm was brewing. The long sword in his hand hummed joyfully as countless sword intents enveloped the entire martial arts arena. He opened his eyes slightly as endless sword chi cleansed and burst forth. This is? Su Ren's face changed as he took 2 steps back instinctively. Looking at the endless amount of sword chi floating in the air, he swung his sword. Yan Buhui waved his sword slowly. The sword chi seemed to have found an opening as they all flew towards Su Ren. Su Ren looked at the stage that was filled with swords. He knew that he could not avoid it, so he hurriedly raised his sword to meet it. Clang! A loud sound rang out as sparks flew from the sword. Su Ren could only feel his hands going numb. His face was filled with shock as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Even though there was a difference of a few cultivation states between the both of them, he could barely take on a single sword chi. Looking at the endless sword chi in front of him, the sword intent tore through the silent sky, exploding with an unstoppable momentum. Su Ren's heart seemed to have stopped beating as a suffocating feeling from the depths of death surrounded him. I admit defeat. Su Ren's veins almost popped out as he roared, I admit defeat. When the sword aura filled the sky and the magnificent scene appeared in the sky as if it was blotting out the sun, Su Ren shouted those words. After shouting out those words, Su Ren seemed to have used up all the energy in his body as he collapsed onto the ground. Those sword chi also stopped when they were only 2 centimeters away from his nose. But because the sword chi was too strong, a few sword chi still landed on Su Ren's body. He screamed out in shock as his entire body was sent flying by the sword chi. His white robes were instantly dyed red in the air. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Ren, who was sent flying as he landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fill the air. He did not move, his life and death unknown. On the stage, Yan Buhui also grinned as his body could not hold on any longer and collapsed onto the ground. The crowd around the stage started to clamor. Some people were in a daze as they muttered to themselves, that newcomer won. It was as if no one dared to believe that he would be defeated. How did he suddenly turn the tables? Yan Buhui's body was unconscious on the stage, but no disciple dared to care about him. Of course, there were also many people who wanted to save Yan Buhui. It was a convenient favor. Based on Yan Buhui's current potential, his future achievements would definitely not be low. But Xiao Xingyu had previously said that anyone who dared to come into contact with Yan Buhui would be his enemy. Therefore, the outer court disciples all sighed a few times and then silently left. Su Zimo brought Xiaogizi up to check on Yan Buhui's condition. Although his injuries were serious, he would not die in a short time. But if he was not treated in time, it would be dangerous. The two of you, it's best not to meddle in some things. On the other side of the stage, Huang Tianxia walked up slowly in his white robes. Scram, Xiaogizi said with a frown without even looking at him. Anyway, with Su Zimo backing him up, he didn't have to be afraid. Gentlemen, I'm a friend of Xiaoxingyu, the grandson of your great elder, Zhenwu Xingzong. Huang Tianxia's eyes narrowed as he looked at Xiaogizi and said, "You'll have to pay for what you said just now. Xiaoxingyu is nothing." Su Zimo raised his head slightly and said disdainfully, "This is Zhenwu Xingzong, not your northwest city. You'd better tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind turning you into him." Su Zimo pointed at Su Ren, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and replied indifferently. Huang Tianxia's expression changed as he stared at Su Zimo. He wasn't stupid. Since Xiaoxingyu's name couldn't suppress the other party's background must be quite strong. "How should I address the two of you?" "You don't deserve to know," Su Zimo replied calmly. Then, he gave a look to the outer sect elder beside him and left with Xiaogizi. The outer sect elder understood and hurriedly brought the severely injured Yan Buhui away for treatment. Huang Tianxia looked at Su Zimo's back as he left. His expression was uncertain, and in the end, he snorted coldly. At noon the next day, Xiaoxingyu came to Yannan Peak to look for Su Zimo personally. As for Xiaoxingyu, he was 2 years older than Su Zimo and had started cultivating 2 years earlier. It was said that when he was born, he was tested to have a king-level aptitude. His grandfather, the great elder, spent a lot of effort to raise his aptitude to the emperor level. Among the younger generation of Zhenwu Xingzong, he was considered to be one of the best. Perhaps it was because the great elder and Su Qingshan didn't get along that Su Zimo and Xiaoxingyu often fought since they were young. In the courtyard of Yannan Peak, Su Zimo was lying on a chair, basking in the sunlight leisurely. Xiaoxingyu stood beside him, dressed in a purple robe. He stared at him and said, "Yan Buhui's matter has nothing to do with you." "I don't need you to teach me how to do things," Su Zimo replied calmly. "Even if you intervene, it's useless. I think I still have the ability to chase an outer sect disciple out of the sect," Xiaoxingyu replied without backing down. "Don't forget, the leader of this sect still has the surname Su," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Helping others to target your own sect's disciple, you're really something. This matter isn't big, but it's definitely not small either. I wonder what will happen if I complain. Do you think I'll do it myself?" Xiaoxingyu replied calmly. "Then you'd better be careful," Su Zimo pointed at his eyes and chuckled. "I'm watching. Because of an outer sect disciple that you don't even know, you really want to interfere?" Xiaoxingyu was silent for a moment, then asked again. "Scram, don't think you're so great," Su Zimo said with disdain. "You're like a hopping grasshopper. If I want to, I can easily squash you to death." Xiaoxingyu's expression changed. He seemed to be so angry that he laughed and said, "All right, then we'll wait and see." Looking at Xiaoxingyu's back as he left in anger, Su Zimo secretly shook his head. Some people were indeed not worthy of his attention. It was not because he was arrogant, but because he had a different perspective. In his second life, he had seen a much wider world and scenery. Then, Su Zimo called Xiaogizi over and said, "Go to Zhou City and bring Shirley Zhangkong here. When Huang Tianxia returns to the northwest city, ambush him on the way." "Senior brother, you want to kill him?" Xiaogizi was stunned and asked. "No, although the Huang family in the northwest city isn't as strong as our Zhenwu Xingzong, they're not weak either. As the second young master of the Huang family, how can he go out without protection?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "It's not enough to kill him with just a venerable vein. I just want to give him a reminder. This world is very dangerous." Xiaogizi nodded. Sometimes, he did not understand Su Zimo's thoughts, but he still left Zhenwu Xingzong that day. In the next few days, Su Zimo's life returned to normal. During the day, he went to the Thunder Sea to refine the tyrannical shadow, and at night, he absorbed the essence of the moon. Occasionally, he would deduce his own cultivation method. The day to leave the sacred spring sect was getting closer and closer. On this day, Su Zimo was resting in the courtyard. Maid Chen Xiao suddenly came to report that someone from Fine Willow Peak was looking for him. Fine Willow Peak was the mountain where the sixth elder lived. Su Zimo immediately thought of Bai Li Xiao. When the people from Fine Willow Peak came in, Su Zimo saw the two sisters, Shui Qianxia and Shui Mengmeng. "Why are the two of you looking for me?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "We are here to pass on a message for senior sister Bailey," Shui Qianxia said softly. Senior sister Bailey has always wanted to visit you. She wants to know when you have time. If it's the two of you, I can consider it. As for her, I'm not interested. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. Can't you speak properly? Xianxia said helplessly. We are just here to pass on a message. Senior sister Bailey has always admired you. Admired me? I don't believe you. Xianxia thought it was funny. However, he still narrowed his eyes and looked at the sisters. He said, then tell her to come to Yannan Peak tomorrow afternoon to find me. Seeing Xianxia's unscrupulous eyes, Shui Mengmeng wrinkled her nose. She looked at Xianxia fiercely and said, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? I don't lack beauties. The thing is, the sisters haven't tried it yet, Xianxia said with a smile. Sister, let's go. We don't want to talk to a bad guy like him, Shui Mengmeng said with a red face as she pulled Xianxia's sleeve. Remember what you promised. Tomorrow afternoon, Xianxia looked at Xianxia deeply and prepared to leave with her sister. I observed the sky. Tonight, the stars are bright and the moon is round like a plate. Why don't the two of you stay and admire the moon, drink some wine, talk about life, and get to know each other better? Isn't that great? As Xianxia's laughter sounded behind them, Shui Mengmeng and her sister couldn't help but quicken their pace. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, the smile on Xianxia's face slowly returned to normal. He clicked his tongue and said, Bailey Xiao, I want to know what tricks you are playing. Xianxia had been thinking. In his previous life, he had pursued Bailey Xiao so hard. Did he really like her? In fact, he just wanted to have sex with her. Any bullshit love at first sight was actually just an appearance association. True love was something that happened after a long period of time. Since the afternoon, Xianxia had been staying in the lightning pool, because the refinement of the tyrannical shadow's heavenly thunder attribute was almost complete. To be precise, the first stage of the heavenly thunder attribute had been completed. If he wanted to refine the second stage, he would have to refine the other 5 attributes. In the 5th region of the lightning pool, a huge amount of lightning weaved into a net of electricity. Silver dragons roared and purple lightning roared. Anyone who entered the lightning pool for the first time would be shocked by the scene. But for people like Xianxia, after coming here many times, it was just the same. The blade of the tyrannical shadow quivered as a blade light burst out from it. Besides the mark of the shadow dragon on the blade, a mark of thunder and lightning appeared near the hilt. After Xianxia walked out of the lightning pool, he realized that he had been in there for a day and a night. It was afternoon outside, the time he had agreed to meet by Li Xiao. This can be considered the first time the two of them have officially met in this life. Xianxia shook his head and smiled as he walked towards Yannan Peak. The sunset was infinitely beautiful, but it was close to dusk. In front of the courtyard of Yannan Peak, the woman's back was facing the mountain path. She stood at the edge of the mountainside and stared at the setting sun in the distance. The halo of the setting sun hung on the horizon. The sunset today seemed to be much more brilliant. The blue sky, white clouds, and lush green mountains. The woman's hair was scattered behind her. She wore a thin white blouse inside and a light blue muslin outside. The muslin fluttered in the wind along with her hair. There was a faint fragrance on her body. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were full of tenderness and spirituality. The most eye-catching part was her pair of white and straight long legs. When the light blue veil was gently blown up, her exposed legs made many people's hormones explode. It was a pity that no one passed by the courtyard of Yannan Peak. Xianxia walked up to Yannan Peak and saw Bai Li Xiao at first glance. The other party also sensed his arrival and slowly turned around. Her eyes were like water, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. From a bystander's point of view, Bai Li Xiao was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. It was as if looking at her was a kind of blasphemy. Junior sister Bai Li Xiao, why are you looking for me? Xianxia walked forward and asked with a smile. Senior brother Su, you should have heard that I used to live in a small mountain village. I just came to the sect and am not familiar with many things, so I wanted to visit senior brother. If anything happens in the future, I hope senior brother can take care of me. Bai Li Xiao's smile was like a spring breeze. She said slowly, actually, I should have come to visit long ago, but senior brother was not in the sect. So I specially sent someone to ask about you. I hope senior brother doesn't mind. Su Zimo stared at Bai Li Xiao deeply. Many people would want to cover up their lowly and ordinary experiences after they achieved meteoric success overnight. However, Bai Li Xiao said it very calmly, that's right. No problem. Su Zimo said as he walked into the courtyard. You came to find me because of this? Previously, my aunt and the vice sect master arranged a marriage for us. Although I don't like this kind of arranged marriage, I don't reject it. Bai Li Xiao followed into the courtyard and looked at Su Zimo with a stubborn expression. She asked, may I know why you refused? Su Zimo looked at Bai Li Xiao. She also looked at him with a stubborn expression. It was the unwillingness of a young girl. What good acting skills. Su Zimo chuckled. If it weren't for his experience in his previous life, he would have treated this girl as an ordinary girl. Senior brother, what are you laughing at? Bai Li Xiao pursed her lips and said with some grievance, is shower so unbearable? Looking at the girl's self-directed performance, Su Zimo suddenly felt a little funny. It was as if he was the only one who was sober while the world was drunk. He shook his head and laughed. I just don't want to take away someone's love. Bai Li Xiao was stunned and quickly replied, Junior's sister doesn't have anyone she likes. Is that so? Su Zimo looked at Bai Li Xiao with a smile. Then, he called the guard Zhang Zhongtian over. He said slowly, help me kill someone. Zhang Zhongtian was stunned but still said respectfully, young master, please instruct me. Go to Qingyang village and kill a young man called Qiyang. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Bai Li Xiao's expression changed instantly. She quickly replied, senior brother Su, Qiyang and I are just friends. There's no other relationship. Why do you have to kill the innocent? Why are you so nervous? Su Zimo smiled and reached out his right hand to touch Bai Li Xiao's chin. However, Bai Li Xiao turned her head and said unhappily, senior brother Su, please respect yourself. If you don't want me to kill Qiyang and slaughter Qingyang village, you'd better not move, Su Zimo said lightly. Bai Li Xiao's expression was ugly. She looked deeply at Su Zimo, but did not dare to act rashly. You're really affectionate. Su Zimo stretched out his right hand and slowly lifted Bai Li Xiao's chin. He clicked his tongue and said, what a beautiful body. What do you want to do? Bai Li Xiao's eyes narrowed. She bit her lips and said. Su Zimo smiled evilly, then grabbed Bai Li Xiao's neck. He squeezed so hard that Bai Li Xiao's face turned pale and she could not even breathe. He grabbed Bai Li Xiao's neck and pulled her head closer to him. He looked at her lovely face and said in a low voice, everyone has the right to choose their own path in life. I don't casually judge other people's lives. But once you make a choice, you have to pay the price. Even if it costs your life, I won't hesitate. After Su Zimo finished speaking, he threw Bai Li Xiao away. Bai Li Xiao's body crashed heavily into the rockery in the courtyard. She stood up awkwardly. Her face was pale, and she was panting heavily. Sweat was dripping down her forehead. I don't know how I have offended you, senior brother Su. If it was an unintentional action, please forgive me, senior brother Su. Bai Li Xiao was not angry. Instead, she looked at Su Zimo with sincerity. An adult would always control their emotions appropriately. Those who wanted to achieve great things would not bother about trifles. Su Zimo looked at Bai Li Xiao and said, get lost while I'm still in a good mood. But it's not over between us. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being unable to do anything when the person you love the most is cut into pieces in front of your eyes? It's really satisfying. Su Zimo laughed as he spoke. His face was a little twisted, and his smile was also a little crazy. If senior martial brother Su has any requests, this is a matter between us. I hope that senior martial brother will not kill the innocent, Bai Li Xiao calmly replied. Then, she said, junior martial sister is not feeling well today, so I will go back first. I will come find senior martial brother again when I have the chance. Looking at Bai Li Xiao's departing figure, Su Zimo leaned against a recliner in the courtyard and turned to look at the setting sun with a deep gaze. 2 days later, Xiao Gizi also returned from Zhouke City. Since it wasn't convenient for Shirley Zhangkong to come to Zhenwu Xingzong, Xiao Gizi arranged for him to stay in a small town under Glory Sect. And in the courtyard where the outer sect disciples lived, Yan Buhui woke up from his coma. This time, he was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. When he regained consciousness, his first reaction was his sword. Seeing the long sword lying quietly on the table, he breathed a sigh of relief. The wounds on his body were all wrapped up with gauze. Although he was very weak now, the only real wound was the sword that stabbed into his abdomen. Just then, the door opened, and an old man walked in with a bowl of porridge. "If you can move, eat your porridge," the old man said calmly. Yan Buhui recognized the old man. He was the outer sect elder of Zhenwu Xingzong, and also the judge of his duel with Su Ren. "Thank you, Elder Pang." Yan Buhui knew that the old man had saved him, and hurriedly thanked him. Then, he picked up the porridge and drank it. "Although you've won against Su Ren, things won't end just like that." The old man looked at Yan Buhui and said, "I know. Different situations call for different actions." Yan Buhui smiled as he replied, "I'll point you in the right direction. Go to Yannan Peak and take a look. There's someone there who can help you." With that, the old man left. Looking at the slowly closing door, Yan Buhui remained silent for a while, then picked up the porridge and drank it again. "Senior brother, Yu Bo's matter has been settled." A few days later, Xiaogizi came to Yannan Peak and said to Su Zimo with a smile, "What's the result?" Su Zimo asked curiously. "I did as you said and went to the outer sect to ask around. That Yu Bo relied on his high talent and did not put many outer sect disciples in his eyes. Especially when he seduced the companion of one of the outer sect disciples." Xiaogizi laughed and said, "I found that disciple and gave him the meridian condensing pill. He agreed to my request and immediately challenged Yu Bo after breaking through to the meridian condensing stage." "And then?" Su Zimo asked. "Just now, I came back from the martial arts stage." That disciple might have been angered. Yu Bo had already admitted defeat, but he still did not stop. Xiaogizi smiled and said, "Now, he was suppressed by the outer sect elder, but Yu Bo was also beaten half to death. I estimate that he won't be able to recover for at least 10 days to half a month." Su Zimo nodded and said, "Hit the snake where it hurts. You have to hit it where it hurts. You have to be ruthless. Otherwise, he won't remember the lesson." "Senior apprentice brother, what do you mean?" Xiaogizi was stunned and asked. "Find someone to destroy his aptitude," Su Zimo calmly said. Xiaogizi hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "After all, his master is an inner sect elder. If this kind of thing is discovered, it will be very bad. You have to understand one thing. It is precisely because he has a king-level aptitude that the inner sect elder was willing to accept him." Su Zimo chuckled and said, "If his aptitude is destroyed, there will be no point in investing in him. Do you think that inner sect elder will go through so much trouble for a piece of trash and make a big deal out of it?" Xiaogizi nodded in confusion. He felt that Su Zimo's words made sense. "Go and do it. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Su Zimo waved his hand and replied. The Sky Sword sect was located in the west of Fire Beacon City. The entire mountain peak was like a sharp sword that stood between heaven and earth. The strongest person in the Sky Sword sect was only at the Venerable Pulse realm and belonged to an ordinary third-rate force. However, to many young people with no background, this was still a holy land for cultivation in their hearts. In the morning at the Sky Sword sect, the sun shone down from the sky and everything woke up. The light indicated the arrival of a new day. In the center of the Sky Sword sect, there was a strange place called the Sky Sword Peak. The name of the Sky Sword sect also came from this strange place. It was said that the first-generation founder of the sect, the Sky Sword Elder, once fought with a powerhouse at the Venerable Pulse realm for 3 days and 3 nights here. In the end, the sword intent tore through the sky and killed the opponent with a single strike. After that, the sword intent did not stop. It split a nearby mountain peak into 2 from the middle. The sword intent lingered around the mountain peak for tens of meters. From then on, the mountain peak had a new name. Sky Sword Peak. As for the old man who wielded the sword intent, his name was a mystery, and the world was used to calling him the Sky Sword Elder. The Sky Sword Peak contained the sword intent left behind by the Sky Sword Elder during the battle back then. Therefore, Every disciple of the Sky Sword sect often came here to comprehend the sword intent, hoping that they could comprehend their own sword intent one day. The ground below the heavenly sword peak was devastated. Invisible sword intent lingered around the peak. The wind howled. Sword energy soared through the clouds. The peak was hundreds of feet high. Sword intent could be vaguely seen in the middle of the split mountain peak. The disciples who visited later could also imagine how tragic the battle was. Only 3 meters away from the heavenly sword peak, Xianxia sat cross-legged and circulated the celestial combat art technique, using the surrounding sword intent to suppress and temper himself. Comprehending sword intent was difficult. Xianxia also knew this. However, during this period of comprehension, he had vaguely touched the threshold. Around Xianxia, there were also many disciples sitting cross-legged, comprehending sword intent or using sword intent to temper themselves. Do you see that? That's senior brother Xianxia. Some disciples gathered together and pointed at Xianxia's back as they whispered to each other. One day, I will also become someone like senior brother Xianxia. That's enough. He just got lucky and was accepted as the last disciple of the sect master. What's so great about that? Some disciples said indignantly. Don't be jealous. He can defeat a true pulse realm cultivator with his pulse condensation realm cultivation. You're still far from that. During this period of time, the Heavenly Sword sect was very lively because the sect had recruited a new batch of disciples this year. With the influx of new blood, the sect was naturally full of vitality. And this youth called Xianxia could be said to be the most influential person in the Heavenly Sword sect during this period of time. He passed the test in the Fire Beacon City and came to the Heavenly Sword sect. As a newcomer with no background, it was common for him to be suppressed by some senior disciples when he first came to the sect. However, this youth called Xianxia did not choose to give in. Like the other new disciples, he compromised and gave the cultivation resources given by the sect to those senior disciples. He chose to fight to the end. Just when everyone thought that Xianxia would finally succumb under the suppression of these senior disciples and have no choice but to compromise and leave in defeat, after all, it was not as if they had not met some stubborn newcomers in the past. However, probably no one expected that this youth would rise like a comet and shine like fireworks. When he joined the Heavenly Sword sect, he was already at the pulse condensation realm. This kind of cultivation was only at the spirit pulse realm in the outer sect. It could be said that he was a crane in a flock of chickens. After he won the outer sect grand competition, he naturally entered the inner sect. After he entered the inner sect, many people thought that he would be punished and that the older disciples would kill this newcomer's spirit. In the end, he was invincible in the inner sect. Invincible among those of the same level, would you believe it? The inner sect disciples that were at the same pulse condensation stage as him were not his match. Even if they were 1 or 2 stages higher than him, they would not be able to last for long. After that, because his name was too famous, he angered a core disciple. One had to know that core disciples were all at the true meridian realm. That core disciple challenged Xianxia to a duel, and the two of them fought on the sect's battle stage under the watchful eyes of thousands of disciples. With his peak pulse condensation cultivation, he had defeated a true pulse stage core disciple. This competition caused a huge uproar within the sect. It was like a storm that swept through the entire sect overnight. The youth could be considered to have become completely famous. In the end, even the sect leader of the Sky Sword sect, Yu Bewley, was alerted and announced that he would be taking him in as his last disciple. The youth's fame spread far and wide, and he became the idol of many disciples. Everyone was a new disciple with no background. Since you can succeed, why can't I? There were many disciples who had such thoughts. Because everyone had climbed up from the bottom, they could empathize with him. Thus, Xianxia's reputation among the disciples at the bottom was greater. Of course, these disciples would never have thought that the person they admired was a cheat with an old grandpa. Senior brother, the sect leader is looking for you. At this moment, a disciple came to Xianxia's side and woke him up. Got it. Xianxia nodded. After not seeing him for a long time, the youth had grown a lot taller. His young face had also gradually become more determined and mature. The swimming dragon sword hung on his back, and he wore a pale white robe. Because he had not cut his hair for a long time, it looked a little messy. I'm already at the peak of the pulse condensation stage. It won't be long before I can advance to the true meridian stage, Qiyang thought to himself as he stood up. Before leaving, Qiyang looked deeply at the broken peak of the Sky Sword Peak. During this period of time, the sword intent in his heart had become clearer. It seemed that he was only one step away from breaking that barrier and comprehending sword intent. Qiyang went all the way to the peak where Yubuli lived. In the courtyard, Yubuli was wearing a green robe. He was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, drinking tea. "Master, you're looking for me?" Qiyang walked up and asked. "I don't have anything to give you since you're my disciple." Yubuli nodded. Then, he took out a book and mailed it to Qiyang. He said, "Take it. It might be useful to you." Qiyang took the book. This should be a handwritten martial technique. The paper was very new, and there were 4 big words written on the pale white cover. Tiangang Sword Codex. Seeing Chu Yang's confused expression, Yubuli smiled and explained, "This sword codex was left behind by the founder of the Sky Sword sect. If you can comprehend it, you can comprehend the Tiangang sword intent." "Thank you, Master." Chu Yang hurriedly kept the sword codex and replied respectfully. "To be honest, I've seen many talented disciples in my life. But what attracted me the most about you was your Tao heart." Yubuli said emotionally, "A Tao heart that dares to move forward. It's not a coward or a coward. I'll work hard." Chu Yang replied solemnly. "I'm old. If there aren't any accidents in my life, it'll be hard for me to improve. This era belongs to you youngsters after all." Yubuli finished the tea in front of him, shook his head, and smiled. "You know that our Sky Sword sect isn't famous in the far west. Many disciples want to join a sect, and their first consideration is definitely the imperial lineage like Xinwu Xingzong and the Divine Sun Sacred Clan. At the very least, there are some first-rate and second-rate sections. Many of the disciples who can come to third-rate sects like our Sky Sword sect have been eliminated. Their talents are poor to a certain extent." Qiyang nodded and didn't interrupt Yubuli. After all, not only could the large sects give their disciples a bigger world, their strength was also a kind of better protection. With your talent, even if you go to those imperial lineage, you won't sink. Yubuli smiled and said, "Actually, I have some selfish motives for taking you in. I want to tie you to the sect. I hope you don't blame me." Yubuli spoke very frankly. People often said that since ancient times, true feelings couldn't keep people, only tricks could win people's hearts. But in fact, when tricks were used too many times, you would realize that true feelings were the most precious. And sometimes, true feelings were just the opposite of the bad tricks that people were used to. "Master, don't worry. No matter how great my achievements are in the future, I won't forget that I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect," Qiyang replied solemnly. "Okay, go ahead. If there's anything in the sect in the future, you can come and find me directly," Yubuli said with a smile. After Qiyang left the mountain peak, he returned to his courtyard. He took out the Tiangang Sword Codex and studied it. Looking at the ring, he asked, "Master, what do you think of this sword codex?" "It's SOSO, but it's suitable for your current cultivation stage." Elder Mo's voice sounded. "You can cultivate this sword codex first and treat it as building your foundation. Even if I give you a profound sword intent meridian technique now, you won't be able to understand it." Qiyang nodded. The path of cultivation was incomparably mysterious. In fact, he couldn't understand many parts of the celestial combat art that he was cultivating now. He still needed Elder Mo to explain it to him. The Ren clan's ancestral hall was located in a deserted valley. Since the ascension of the great emperor Devouring Sun, the Ren clan had completely declined. To the descendants of the great emperor, decline was a very terrifying thing. Everyone thought that you had the inheritance of the great emperor, but when you didn't have the ability to possess this inheritance, some things would no longer bring glory, but disaster. Just like the Ji clan, the descendants of the great emperor Feiyu, the Ren clan was also worried about this happening. They had moved to this deserted valley a long time ago, wanting to live in seclusion. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't let them. At this moment, the surroundings of the Ren clan's ancestral hall had been quiet for several years. Suddenly, a black light shot up into the sky from the ancestral hall. Then, space collapsed and the spiritual energy became chaotic. The space around the ancestral hall fell into an irregular distortion. The surrounding wind blew, and many trees were uprooted. The space was like a spider web, and dense cracks began to appear. A deep and boundless black hole suddenly appeared above the ancestral hall. The moment the black hole appeared, all the spirit chi in the surroundings raged like a storm around the black hole. Waves of devouring power filled the surroundings and a man slowly walked out from the black hole. He was wearing a long black robe, and his short hair was all sticking up. Black spirit chi was flowing around his body. He walked in the air with a calm expression. Black light faintly flashed in his eyes, and devouring power suffused his body. Ren Pingxing surveyed his surroundings and released his venerable pulse aura. He looked into the distance where the Sky Sword sect was located. "You Bewley, it's time to settle our debts." The morning light was bathed in the spring breeze, and the light of dawn was always so gentle. With the arrival of autumn, the green leaves on the tree slowly turned yellow, and then withered away from the tree under the pursuit of the breeze. Yu Bewley stood at the edge of the mountain and looked at the hundreds of kilometers that belonged to the sect. The mountain range was winding, and the disciples had already begun to cultivate in the silent fog that had yet to disperse last night. Some were sparring with each other, some were meditating to absorb spirit chi, and some were going to the heavenly sword peak to comprehend sword intent. Yu Bewley smiled and returned to the courtyard. "Master, I didn't let down the sect that you left for me." Although the sect was small, it was thriving. He should be able to see hope. Yu Bewley knew that the Sky Sword sect was still far from being a second-rate sect. The main reason was that there were no experts in the sect, and they didn't have enough high-level combat power. He sat in the pavilion and poured himself a cup of tea. Suddenly, he felt something and looked into the sky. He saw a ball of black fog flying over from afar. It was extremely fast, and the surrounding spirit chi surged. Wherever the black fog passed, the space started to collapse. The thick killing intent on the black fog was almost materialized. In the blink of an eye, the black fog was in front of Yu Bewley. Ren Pingxing stood in the sky and looked down at Yu Bewley. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yu Bewley, long time no see." Yu Bewley looked up at Ren Pingxing and felt like he was in a dream. The aura on the black fog was surging. The pressure of the venerable meridian realm enveloped the mountain he was on. The faint devouring power on Yu Bewley's body made him fearful. "Brother Pingxing, long time no see." Yu Bewley smiled. He picked up the cup of tea in his hand and drank it. He sighed. "I still miss you calling me Brother Bewley. You still have the cheek to say that. You betrayed us. You slaughtered my entire Ren family for a fake emperor's inheritance." The veins on Ren Pingxing's face bulged. The black fog on his body became thicker. "I've always treated you as a good brother. I didn't expect you to befriend me for the emperor's inheritance. Everyone has their own mission in this world." Yu Bewley didn't reply. Instead, he said calmly, "Brother Pingxing, what is your mission?" "Mission?" Ren Pingxing was stunned. He stared at Yu Bewley. "I grew up in the Sky Sword sect. At that time, I was determined to turn the Sky Sword sect into one of the most powerful sects in the far west." Yu Bewley smiled faintly. "I want to lead this sect to glory. This is my dream and also my mission." "Your so-called mission is to build your dream on other people's pain?" Ren Pingxing looked sad. He shook his head and said, "Brother Pingxing, you're wrong. Everything I've done is just the basic law of survival in this world. Survival of the fittest. The strong will be strong and the weak will die." Yu Bewley knew that he was in the wrong and didn't want to argue too much. "That's right. The two of them were good brothers. Or rather, they used to be good brothers. They used to ride horses together. They used to travel half of the far west with a pot of turbid wine. They knew each other for more than 10 years and even became sworn brothers." But what Ren Pingxing didn't know was that from the moment they met, everything was just a trap that he had planned. As the saying goes, life is like a play. A play is like life. His initial goal was the great emperor's inheritance. Unfortunately, they had known each other for more than 10 years. He searched the entire Ren family but couldn't find the inheritance. He couldn't wait any longer. He was already old. Unless he obtained the great emperor's inheritance, it would be difficult for him to improve. So, he massacred the entire Ren family. He wanted to use this to threaten Ren Pingxing to hand over the great emperor's inheritance. Alright, since you said it's survival of the fittest. Ren Pingxing laughed. His black hair moved without wind. The black fog on his body covered half the sky. Even the sun seemed to have been swallowed. The light dimmed and darkness descended. He looked at Yubuli with a maniacal smile. Today, I'm not just going to kill you. I'm going to destroy this sect in front of you. I'm going to bury your so-called glory in the ground with you. Go to hell. Black fog rose from Ren Pingxing's body and a ball of black flames was ignited. When the flames started burning, the surrounding space and air were completely annihilated. There was actually a temporary vacuum around Ren Pingxing. Flames spread all over his body. Ren Pingxing was like a falling meteor. He charged towards Yubuli with an unstoppable aura. Looking at the flames descending from the sky, Yubuli's eyes seemed to reflect the reflection of the flames. He slowly pulled out his sword. The blade was more than a foot wide and it had an ancient and heavy aura. The entire sword was brown. When he held the sword in his hand, Yubuli's calm aura changed instantly. The sharp sword intent rushed into the sky. The space above his head seemed to be cut in half. It was as if the sky was going to be torn apart. Yubuli's eyes were like torches. He waved his sword and slashed at the incoming black flames. With one slash, countless spaces started to explode. There were endless rumbling sounds. The air was compressed and condensed together. Then, it exploded. When the sword and the fireball collided, a scorching wave spread out between the two. The surroundings of the mountain were destroyed by this wave. The courtyard, the pavilion, the fake mountains, the weeping willows, and Yubuli's courtyard were all razed to the ground. The mountain started to crack. Cracks started to spread from the foot to the middle of the mountain. The rumbling sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the entire Sky Sword sect. Oh my god, that's the mountain where the sect master lives. This strange situation immediately attracted the attention of all the disciples. Is someone invading our Sky Sword sect? Who is the sect master fighting with? There's actually such a huge commotion. Putting aside the discussions of the Sky Sword sect disciples, Yubuli looked at the face in front of him. His hands, which were covered in black flames, hit his sword. That strong impact caused his arms to tremble uncontrollably. The cracks on the ground also became deeper and deeper. The blazing flames that seemed to want to burn everything rushed towards Yubuli's face. He hurriedly withdrew his heavy sword and took a few steps back in the air. He also stepped into the air and held his sword with both hands. He faced Ren Pingxing from afar. You obtained the inheritance of the sun-devouring emperor? Yubuli asked solemnly. Not only had the other party reached the venerable Meridian realm, even the flames that he used seemed to have evolved by a level. His entire being seemed to have been reborn. He couldn't think of any other way to achieve such a drastic change in such a short period of time. Cut the crap. Today, I'll definitely destroy your heavenly sword sect. Ren Pingxing coldly snorted. His aura was overbearing as he threw out another punch. Yubuli took in a deep breath. He held the sword with both hands and raised it above his head. The sword intent on the blade was a little weak. Yubuli slowly closed his eyes and when he opened them again, the sword intent on the blade was a little weak. The remaining sword intent of the heavy sword seemed to have undergone some kind of earth-shattering change. Sword intent flashed in his eyes, and a fierce and tenacious white sword intent slowly rose from his body. It was the Heavenly Dipper sword intent, the sword intent left behind by Sanzu's master, Old Man Sky Sword. Compared to ordinary sword intent, the Heavenly Dipper sword intent's attack was much stronger. The sword intent broke through the clouds and even dispersed the black fog above. Yubuli stood in the middle of the white sword intent, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. When the sword landed, a white crack appeared in the space. The sword intent around the crack didn't dissipate for a long time. Ren Pingxing furrowed his brows. When the two of them fought, he could clearly feel the sharpness and toughness of their weapons. Not only was the sword intent stronger, but its defense was also much stronger. With one sword, the black flames on his fist were actually suppressed, and a faint sword mark appeared on the back of his hand. Ren Pingxing retreated to the side and focused on Yu Buli, who was getting stronger and stronger. "Leave the inheritance of the sun-devouring emperor and I'll let you go," Yu Buli said calmly. Ren Pingxing smiled in disdain and muttered to himself, "Sun-devouring demonic fist." In an instant, the swallowing power spread out from his body. It got stronger and stronger, and a black hole actually appeared behind him. The spiritual energy in the space exploded and was actually all absorbed by the black hole. When the black hole was full, it started to condense and shrink. Then, it became the size of a fist. Around the black hole, a small part of the space had already collapsed. Space turbulence raged and whizzed past. The fist-sized black hole was actually attached to Ren Pingxing's right fist. Ren Pingxing clenched his right fist and punched towards Yu Buli. He was like an arrow that left the bow. He was extremely quick, and wherever his fist passed, the space would shatter like glass. Yu Buli swung his sword to block, but the moment his sword touched the fist, his expression changed drastically. That fist seemed to have a swallowing power, and the Heavenly Dipper sword intent on his sword was instantly swallowed. Kacha! He heard the sound of something breaking. The sound of something breaking rang out one after another. Yu Buli saw that there were actually cracks on his sword. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger, spreading bit by bit. He was shocked. One must know that his sword was made from heaven-grade materials. Pung! The sword seemed to have reached its limit and finally broke into pieces under Ren Pingxing's power. Ren Pingxing didn't stop there. After his right fist broke the sword, it didn't reduce in strength and smashed into Yu Buli's stomach. Yu Buli could feel a bone-deep pain. His entire chest seemed to have sunk in. Blood splattered in the air as his body was sent flying. His clothes had been torn to shreds and his long hair had fallen to the ground. At that moment, Yu Buli thought of many things. Was I really wrong? Because of his decision, he brought calamity to Heaven Sword Sect. Many people said that before humans died, their consciousness would go through a period of transmigration. Their life experiences would be shown in front of their eyes like a movie. Yu Buli didn't know whether he was about to die or not, but his consciousness seemed to bring him back to the past. He remembered clearly that he was born in an ordinary village. He wasn't talented, but he dreamed of becoming a hero since he was young. He wanted to become a hero in a legendary story, and he longed for the day when his life would be celebrated and known by everyone. When he was 15, he left his parents and wanted to join a big sect to start his dream of becoming a hero. However, reality was cruel. He went to the imperial lineage, as well as many first-rate and second-rate sections. In the end, he failed because of various aspects. Yu Buli remembered it clearly. It was a rainy night. He curled up beside a tree and cried. The path of a martial artist is destined to not be smooth. The old man's words rang in his ears. He raised his head slightly. That night, the old man told him a lot. Before he left, the old man smiled and asked him, "Do you want to cultivate?" His heart seemed to have skipped a beat. He nodded excitedly and in disbelief. The old man brought him into the sect and took him in as a personal disciple. Later, he found out that the sect was called the Sky Sword Sect. His master was the second sect master of the Sky Sword Sect. White Cloud Sword Master. His master wanted to bring the Sky Sword Sect to greater heights. At that time, he swore in his heart, "I want the name of the Sky Sword Sect to be known throughout the far west. I want to show those sects that rejected me how powerful I am." His thoughts were childish. Perhaps it was because of the stubbornness and unwillingness of a young man. But the precious thing was that after so many years, his original intentions had not changed. However, his talent was limited. The sect's resources could not nurture a strong martial artist. Perhaps hard work was the most humble way to achieve success. He could only set his sights on the emperor's inheritance. If he could get an emperor's inheritance, as long as he was given time. He was confident that even if he could not compete with the imperial lineage, he could compete with the first-rate sections. He slaughtered the Ren family and hunted down Ren Pingxing. Not only was Ren Pingxing sad, but he was also sad. Humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? Even plants that had cultivated successfully understood emotions. He and Ren Pingxing had known each other for more than 10 years. He was not cold-blooded, but between his brothers and the sect, he chose the sect. No one would understand his pain and suffering because he was the one who raised the butcher's knife. He only had himself to blame. Yubuli's vision was a little blurry. If he died like this, it might be a relief. He seemed to have lived too tirelessly. The wind whistled past his ears. Just when he thought he would be smashed into pieces, his body suddenly felt light, as if someone had leaped into the air and caught him. He laid in a warm embrace. Yubuli raised his head and saw an elder catching him. He looked at the old man, and the old man looked at him. The atmosphere seemed to be a little ambiguous. Grand Elder, you. Yubuli was about to say something, but the Grand Elder shook his head and replied, "Don't speak, kiss me." Cough cough, the author was just being naughty. Don't talk. You're heavily injured now. We've already brought out the ancestral coffin. You should rest well. Yubuli nodded and started to circulate his cultivation technique to heal his messy body. At the sight of the Sky Sword Peak, a few elders from the sect ran over while carrying 2 coffins. One of the coffins was black while the other was white. The black coffin was engraved with the image of a sword, while the white coffin was engraved with white clouds. Your Excellency, are you bent on fighting to the death with our Sky Sword sect today? The Grand Elder looked at Ren Pingxing and asked. Back when he slaughtered my Ren family, did you ever think of fighting to the death? Ren Pingxing questioned with a twisted expression. The demonic aura around him intensified and almost half the sky was covered by the black fog. He was like an indifferent demon king, standing tall and looking down at the entire Sky Sword sect. Open the ancestral coffin. The Grand Elder knew that there was no room for negotiation. He naturally didn't want to leave a threat like Ren Pingxing outside. If he didn't kill Ren Pingxing today, the disciples wouldn't even dare to step out of the sect if he wanted to take revenge on the Sky Sword sect in the future. The elders used a special method to awaken the ancestral coffin. All the disciples of the Sky Sword sect knelt down. In the past, our ancestor established the sect here to slay powerful enemies and intimidate the weak. However, we were incompetent and disturbed the ancestor's slumber. We hope that the ancestor will help us overcome this crisis. The Grand Elder stood before the ancestral coffin and said with a sorrowful expression. He knew that every time the ancestor came out of the coffin, not only did he consume a large amount of dust blood stones, but he also consumed a few years of his lifespan. To someone who was about to reach the end of his life, not to mention a few years, even a few seconds was precious. As the Grand Elder's words fell, the white ancestral coffin beside him started to tremble. White clouds bloomed around the ancestral coffin. White clouds, many sorrows. How many years has it been? An old voice came from the ancestral coffin. Ancestor, it has been 200 years since you fell asleep, the Grand Elder hurriedly replied. Seeing the lid of the ancestral coffin open bit by bit, Yubuli's body started to tremble. He still remembered that rainy day when the old man brought him into the Sky Sword sect. Everything in his memory was so unforgettable. White clouds spread out one after another, covering the entire ground. When the white clouds spread out in front of their eyes, everyone was stunned. Time passed like a dog, the clouds rolled and dispersed. It was as if the past was just like smoke. The hostility in everyone's hearts gradually calmed down and the world was in a state of peace. Could this be? An old disciple who was watching the battle from afar was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Ancestor Baiyun, known as Sword Master Baiyun, is the previous sect master of our Sky Sword sect, a disciple said with a trembling voice. Sword Master Baiyun was a figure from hundreds of years ago. For many disciples, such a figure only existed in the historical records of the sect. The moment the real person appeared, many people couldn't help but become excited. The lid of the coffin was completely opened and an old man in white robes with white hair walked out. The old man didn't have an overbearing aura. He looked very calm and his smile gave off a very kind feeling. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and looked like an otherworldly expert. Even though he had been asleep for hundreds of years, his clothes were still spotless. If Ancestor Baiyun is inside the white coffin, what about the black coffin beside it? A disciple asked curiously. Could it be? Some of the disciples seemed to have thought of something. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with disbelief. Old man Sky Sword, someone said with a trembling voice. These disciples couldn't help but be shocked. Old Man Sky Sword's influence on the Sky Sword sect was too great. Whether it was the fact that he personally established the sect back then or the legend of the Sky Sword Peak where the ancestor killed a powerful enemy and split the nameless peak with a single sword, it was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. A gentle breeze blew a few weeping willows. Under the fluttering willow leaves, everyone watched as the black coffin began to tremble. The moment the black coffin began to tremble, everyone's heart seemed to be gripped. In the courtyard where the outer sect disciples lived, Qiang looked at this scene and asked curiously, "Teacher, who do you think will win?" "I'm not sure. It depends on how much the inheritance of Great Emperor Devouring Sun has left behind," Elder Imo replied. Sword intent filled the air and the space was sliced into countless pieces. The black coffin also shattered completely under the sword intent. Then, a middle-aged man in a golden robe walked out. When the middle-aged man walked out, it was as if the world was sliced apart by the sword intent. He held a sword in his arms and his golden robe suddenly blew in the cold wind. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were like two sharp swords. He gave people the feeling that he was a sharp sword. Many people didn't even dare to stare at him for too long. It was as if their eyes were cut by the sword light if they stared for too long. "Teacher," White Cloud Sword Master looked at Sky Sword Elder and greeted him with a smile. "I thought that my old bones would be buried in the dust blood coffin. I didn't expect that we would meet again." Sky Sword Elder looked at White Cloud Sword Master and said with a smile. His voice was very loud and his laughter was a little deafening. "I hope that we will never meet again." White Cloud Sword Master shook his head and said with a smile. The two of them slept in the dust blood coffin. Unless the sect was in a life and death crisis, they wouldn't be awakened. When the two of them met again, it meant that the matter had reached a point of no return. "I want to see who dares to invade my Sky Sword sect," Sky Sword Elder snorted coldly. He looked at the sky and countless sword intents burst out from his eyes. "Oh my god, it's Sky Sword Grandmaster. It's really Sky Sword Grandmaster." At this moment, the Sky Sword sect was completely in an uproar. Although they were only watching from afar, that figure seemed to be engraved in everyone's mind. Seeing Sky Sword Elder and White Cloud Sword Master come out of the coffin, all the elders at the side greeted them respectfully. White Cloud Sword Master looked at Yubuli. Yubuli's body trembled. Tears of excitement flowed from his eyes as he walked up to the old man. "Teacher," he said softly as he looked at the old man who had left a deep mark in his life. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would meet his master again one day. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would be able to call this old man, who had taken care of him like a father, master. "Bewley, long time no see," said the White Cloud Sword Master with a smile. "Master, I have disappointed you," Bewley said sorrowfully. He had failed to manage the sect well, and now that he had attracted powerful enemies, he even needed the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect and his master to come out of their coffins at the cost of their lifespan to help him clean up this mess. "No, you've always done well." The White Cloud Sword Master shook his head and said, "Do you still remember what I told you? Any reform and progress would be full of setbacks and tribulations. And it is accompanied by failure and destruction. Everyone, are you done catching up?" Ran Pingxing stood in the air and chuckled. "How touching. Aren't you being too arrogant?" Old Man Heaven Sword stared at him, and his peak venerable pulse aura surged like a long river. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand and slashed towards the air. It was just an ordinary slash, but it actually burst forth with a celestial dipper sword intent that was tens of meters long. The black fog dissipated, and the space seemed to have been slashed into two. Ren Pingxing destroyed the sword intent with a punch, but his right hand was trembling slightly, numb from the impact of the sword. In any case, it's already a matter of life and death for the sect. There's no need to pay attention to any one-on-one heroism. Old Man Heaven Sword glanced at the White Cloud Sword Master. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, they attacked Ren Pingxing together. At this moment, they did not care about their reputation and chose to attack together. Before they entered the dusty blood coffin to sleep, they were also well-known figures. They felt that it was shameless for the two of them to attack one person together. However, at this moment, they had abandoned their reputation. Everything they did was for the sake of the sect. Old Man Heaven Sword walked in the air. With every step he took, the sword intent on his body became stronger. When he walked in the air and faced Ren Pingxing from afar, the sword intent on his body had already condensed into the shape of a long dragon. The dragon roared in the wilderness, tearing the sky apart and shaking the sky. As for the white cloud sword master, each step he took created a white cloud. It was as if everything in the world was evolving as the clouds gathered and dispersed. The autumn wind bathed his body. He was like a hermit who was untainted by the mortal world. With a fly whisk, he gently waved it. Then, the Uniged void fell into shattering and destruction. The three of them faced each other from afar. Their auras were faintly connected. Ren Pingxing used the sun-devouring demonic fist. Every punch was wide open and demonic aura seethed. It was as if he wanted to smash the entire sky apart. As for Old Man Heaven's sword, he used the Tiangang sword intent to perfection. His long sword cut through the silent void. His aura was like the sea. He was able to deal with Ren Pingxing's attacks with ease. As for the white cloud sword master, he waved his fly whisk. White clouds gathered and stacked together. Every attack seemed to be as light as a feather. However, when Ren Pingxing came into contact with his fly whisk, the powerful force almost sent him flying. Under the attacks of Old Man Heaven's sword and the white cloud sword master, it did not take long for Ren Pingxing to find it hard to hold on. His black robe had been torn apart, and his body was covered in scars. Although he still clenched his teeth and persevered, he looked like he was barely holding on. Old Man Heaven's sword saw the opportunity and slashed his long sword at Ren Pingxing's abdomen with a shocking sword gleam. Ren Pingxing quickly dodged. His black robe was completely shredded. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, the white cloud sword master's fly whisk had already struck his back. He only felt an irresistible force coming from his back. Then, he fell to the ground. Boom! Ren Pingxing's body heavily smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Dust flew everywhere, and the earth trembled. The ground was already in a state of devastation. There were a few more cracks. Seeing this, the other people from the Sky Sword sect heaved a sigh of relief. Although this person is powerful, he's still not a match for the Patriarch. Old Man Heaven's sword and the white cloud sword master looked down at the deep pit in the ground. When the dust settled, the scene inside became clear. They saw Ren Pingxing lying in the deep pit covered in blood. There was not a single spot on his body that was unscathed. Strong winds whistled past. The branches of the weeping willows on both sides had already bent down due to the cracks. In the strong winds, the weeping willows were like demons and ghosts. The willow branches swayed to their heart's content. Ren Pingxing supported his weak body and slowly stood up. He coughed a few times and spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body was completely dyed red with blood. Looking at the hateful gazes of the people from the Sky Sword sect around him, he did not care at all. Instead, he slowly took out a black axe from his storage ring. The moment the black axe appeared, the world fell into silence. Yu Bewley, who had studied the sun-swallowing Great Emperor's life, was shocked. His voice trembled as he said, "Sun-swallowing axe. What's the sun-swallowing axe?" An elder asked curiously. "Emperor True Treasure." Yu Bewley gave a concise reply. However, just these 4 words caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Only weapons that had been carved with emperor patterns and tempered by destiny could be called Emperor True weapons. When an emperor inherited destiny, he could choose to use destiny to refine 2 weapons. One was his own life weapon. A life weapon was a weapon that had accompanied the emperor since he was young. It had killed enemies with him and grew with him. For example, Su Zimo's tyrannical shadow and Chu Yang's swimming dragon sword. An emperor would usually take his life weapon with him after he ascended. The other weapon was a replica of his life weapon. Then, he carved the emperor patterns and tempered it with destiny. This weapon was called an Emperor True weapon. It was left behind by the emperor for his descendants. An Emperor True weapon was stronger than a universe weapon. It could be said that it was second only to an Emperor True weapon. One had to know that an emperor pattern and destiny couldn't be compared to an ordinary weapon. Only an emperor could do it. The moment the sun-swallowing axe appeared, the Samsara elder in the outer sect disciples' courtyard shouted to Chu Yang, "Run, run! Leave the Sky Sword sect!" What's wrong, teacher? Yang asked curiously. That's an Emperor true weapon. With that guy's current strength, he won't even be afraid of Emperor Meridian experts. He can destroy the entire Sky Sword sect. The Samsara elder said anxiously, if we don't leave now, everyone will die with him. Then I'll go inform teacher. Yang looked at Yubuli on the mountain peak and said quickly. It's too late. I can't protect you with my recovered strength. The Samsara elder said hurriedly, leave now. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape. But Master is also very good to me. If I just leave like this, it would be too heartless, Yang said hesitantly. You should think about it the other way around. If you don't leave now, everyone will die. Who will avenge the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, including your master? Elder Mo explained, if you leave now, when you grow up and become stronger, you can help them take revenge. This is the best way to repay them. Hearing the Samsara elder's words, Yang was still somewhat unwilling. He looked at Renpingxing's back as he rose into the air once again. The sun-devouring axe was raised above his head, and a demonic aura filled the entire sky. In the depths of the clouds, demonic aura surged, and black fog filled the air. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Teacher, if you lend me your strength, just like that time at Blackwater Peak, and cooperate with the White Cloud Sword Master and Sky Sword Founder, would we have a chance to defeat that guy? Little Yang, you still don't understand what I mean. The old man from Samsara sighed and said, let's not talk about the three of us. Even if 3 Emperor Meridian experts came, it would be useless. Unless someone has the same Emperor true weapon. It's just a weapon. Is it really that powerful? Yang said in disbelief as he looked at Renpingxing, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger. Do you think it's as simple as a weapon? The old man from Samsara sighed and said, everything has a spirit. Be it flowers, plants, trees, humans, or demonic beasts. Even if it's a sword or a piece of scrap metal, after being personally carved by a great emperor and being tempered by fate, it's no longer as simple as a weapon. You can even say that it has broken its own shackles and can already be considered half a living creature. In the sky above the Heavenly Sword sect, the black fog was getting thicker and thicker, almost covering the entire sky. It was so thick that not a single bit of sunlight could be seen. A ray of black light shot out from the sun-devouring axe into the sky. Following that, a hurricane swept away the clouds, and demonic aura erupted. Kakik! A sinister and terrifying face formed from demonic aura condensed in the sky. Who woke me up? A deafening and loud voice exploded in the air. Senior, I'm the descendant of Ancestor Sun Devouring Axe, Renpingxing hurriedly said. Descendant of Boss Sun Devouring Axe? The face formed from black fog looked at Renpingxing for a long time before sensing the bloodline aura from him. Since you're a descendant, according to the agreement, you have 10 chances to obtain my power. After 10 times, I'll be free, the face said slowly. Great Emperor true weapons also had spirits. In terms of thinking and intelligence, they were not inferior to humans. Even if the Great Emperor had given them everything, it did not mean that they would be controlled by the Great Emperor's descendants forever. If the price of giving them spirituality was to lose their freedom and become someone's lackey, then the Great Emperor would rather kill them. In that case, these artifact spirits would rather be obliterated. This was their final pride. Therefore, the great emperors of each generation would make a deal with the great emperor's descendants. The great emperor's descendants would help the great emperor's descendants 10 times. After 10 times, they would be able to leave and regain their freedom. Of course, not all great emperor true weapons would leave the great emperor's descendants after 10 times. For example, forces like Shenwu Xingzong would. They would reach a deal with the Great Emperor and provide the Great Emperor's cultivation resources. In return, the Great Emperor would help them when the sect needed it. As for people like Renpingxing, the Great Emperor's weapon spirits would definitely not be willing to stay when the Ren clan had already declined. Looking at the sky that was already covered in darkness, Elder Heaven Sword and Sword Master White Cloud saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Master, this might be the last time we fight side by side, Sword Master White Cloud said with a carefree smile. Dying under the Great Emperor true weapon is better than dying of old age in the dusty blood coffin, Elder Heaven Sword laughed. Existences like them had already disregarded life and death. The reason why they were still struggling at death's door in the dusty blood coffin was because they wanted to contribute their last bit of strength to the sect. Yubuli and the other elders in the sect quickly dismissed the disciples. It was better to let as many of them escape as possible. Chu Yang looked at the already chaotic sect and shook his head with a bitter smile. His smile was filled with bitterness. Although he had not been here for a long time, he had developed feelings for this place and treated it as his home. Chu Yang knew that he could not change anything. After all, he was too weak now. After lamenting for a while, Chu Yang did not dare to stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Yubuli walking in the air and looking for him. "Master, you." Chu Yang looked at Yubuli curiously. He did not know why Yubuli was looking for him. "If the sect is destroyed today, I will bear all the responsibility. I will be the sinner of the sect and also the sinner of this catastrophe. I hope you will feel ashamed of me." Yubuli looked at Chu Yang and said seriously, "Although we have not known each other for a long time, I believe that I will not misjudge you. If you have any achievements in the future, I hope you can revive our sect." Yubuli took off the ring on his right hand and handed it to Chu Yang. He said, "This is the sect master's ring. If you are willing, from now on, you will be the fourth sect master of Skysword sect. If you are not willing, it is okay. Everyone has their own aspirations. Follow your heart and don't be bound by anything." Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he slowly took the ring and said firmly, "Teacher, as long as I have some achievements, I will definitely let the name of Heaven Sword spread throughout the entire Far West." Yubuli laughed heartily. He looked at Ren Pingxing, who was full of power, and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He said with satisfaction, "Let's go quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late." "Teacher, are you not leaving?" Chu Yang asked. "I will live and die with the sect." Yubuli shook his head. "I was the one who caused this. It will definitely be appeased with my sacrifice. It's just that the price is too high." Yubuli sighed and looked at the devastated sect. "Bastard, this is the result of the efforts of several generations." Looking at Chu Yang's departing figure, he once again looked longingly at this world. Then, he soared into the sky and charged towards Ren Pingxing. When the power of the Emperor pattern and the mandate of heaven was added to his body, Ren Pingxing was like a demon god descending from the sky. He held his head high and the sun-swallowing axe carried with it a black aura. As the axe fell, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the space ruptured, and all living things disappeared in silence. The space on the horizon was violently torn apart. After a few minutes, the torn space still didn't heal. Boundless demonic aura brought with it a spatial turbulence in the torn space, turning the entire world upside down. After the sword and sky sword elder's hand collided with the sun-swallowing axe, sparks flew everywhere. In just a moment, the sword actually shattered into pieces. Sword Master White Cloud's originally ethereal aura was no longer present. He wrapped his horsetail whisk around the sun-swallowing axe, wanting to pull it over. But the boundless demonic aura immediately swallowed his horsetail whisk. Sword Master White Jade's expression was horrified. He hurriedly retreated to the side with Sky Sword Elder. It was just a simple move, but both of their weapons were destroyed just like that. Ren Pingxing raised the sun-swallowing axe high above his head. In just a breath's time, the axe actually became several times bigger. Demonic aura surged in the sky. All the black fog condensed together. As the huge axe slashed across, the black fog seemed to be guided. Like meteorites falling from the sky, they all fell towards the territory of Skysword sect. Countless rumbling sounds exploded on the ground, accompanied by the extreme collision of demonic aura. The glory of the Heavenly Sword sect for hundreds of years had been completely destroyed. Dust filled the air and everything came to an end. Old Man Heaven Sword looked at the sect that had been completely destroyed and his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing Old Man Heaven Sword, Sword Master White Cloud, and Yubuli charging at him without any regard for their lives, Ren Pingxing's expression was calm. In the aftermath of the destruction, the scene of his Ren clan being annihilated seemed to be reflected in his eyes. He slowly waved the sun-devouring axe in his hand, and then everything returned to silence. A gentle breeze blew from afar, and the black fog in the sky had already dissipated. A few white clouds under the azure sky were particularly eye-catching. The world was very quiet. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a heartbeat. It was as if the destructive battle just now had never happened. If it weren't for the smoke on the ground and the ruins of the sect, the world would never be able to imagine the intensity of the battle. Ren Pingxing stood at the edge of the sky, looking at the setting sun that was gradually disappearing into the distance. 2 streams of hot tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. I've taken my revenge, but why don't I feel happy at all? Instead, I feel so depressed. He descended from the sky and stood in the middle of the ruins, looking at the masterpiece that he had created. The injuries on his body were still very serious. He ate a few elixirs to stabilize his injuries. Then, he left Heaven's Sword Sect to find a place to recuperate. After Qu Yang left Heaven's Sword Sect, he headed west. The black fog behind him fell like meteorites. He ran west with all his might, but the speed of the black fog was extremely fast, and the range of the explosion was very wide. After dodging a few balls of black fog, he was finally hit by a ball of black fog. At the last moment when the black fog hit him, Qu Yang activated the clear sky combat physique. Red and green covered his entire body. A whirlpool mark appeared on his forehead, and the light of life circulated in his hair. His ears were also long and sharp like an elf's. Then, he was hit by the black fog, and he lost consciousness completely. After an unknown period of time, Qu Yang woke up from his coma. His entire body was sore and weak, but fortunately, he wasn't injured. Qu Yang knew that this was due to the clear sky combat physique. Other than increasing his overall strength, the clear sky combat physique also had a combat physique technique. Light of life. It could quickly heal his injuries. He looked at his current environment. It seemed that he was at the bottom of a cliff. Qu Yang remembered that there was indeed a cliff near Heaven's Sword Sect. Black water flowed past him, and the surrounding trees were lush. Qu Yang suddenly realized that sometimes, life was really quite fated. The river in front of him was the Black Water River. The Black Water River spanned the entire far west. It was said that one end of it was in the center of the eastern continent. When he snatched the clear sky combat physique, he was on the Black Water Peak. He didn't expect to see the Black Water River again. Little Yang, are you okay? In the ring, the old man from Samsara asked with concern. I'm fine. Fortunately, I have the clear sky combat physique. But I'm afraid the others in the sect. Qu Yang was silent for a moment, and then let out a deep breath. Don't think so much. Let's leave here first, the old man from Samsara said. Qu Yang nodded and looked at the sect master ring on his right hand. He knew that this was a heavy responsibility. Looking around slightly, Qu Yang was about to follow the flow of the Black Water River. But he found that there was a very hidden cave on the cliff in front of him. The cave was covered by vines. Because there were no living creatures here for a long time, the surroundings were overgrown with weeds. If it weren't for his good luck, he probably wouldn't have found this cave. Qu Yang thought for a moment, picked up a stone from the shore and threw it into the cave to see if there was any danger. After confirming that there was no movement inside, he pulled out the swimming dragon sword. The sword's spiritual energy surged and cut these vines in a few moves. Qu Yang walked into the cave. The light inside was a little dim, and the space was not very big. It seemed to be man-made. There was nothing in the cave except for a stone table in the middle. On the stone table, there was a very simple book. It was covered with dust. Qu Yang blew the dust away and gently picked up the book. There was only one word written on the yellowed cover, forgotten. What is this? It doesn't look like a cultivation technique or meridian technique, Qu Yang muttered to himself. But the word forgotten seemed to have some special meaning. He slowly opened the first page of the book. After reading for a while, he found that it was an autobiography. My name is Forgotten Daoist and I was born in an ordinary village in the far west. When I was 6 years old, my parents passed away due to a serious illness. I was all alone and climbed up a mountain not far from the village with my frail body. There was a Daoist temple on the mountain. The temple master pitied me and took me in as a disciple. When I was 15 years old, I picked up a glowing ball on the way down the mountain. When I held the ball in my hand, it turned into a fragrant pill. Because I was young, I could not resist the temptation and ate the pill. Since then, my life has undergone a tremendous change. When I returned to the Taoist temple, none of my fellow disciples recognized me. Even the temple master who took me in did not have any impression of me. I wondered if I had been forgotten by the world. I left the Taoist temple and began to travel around. In my life, I found that things were far worse than I imagined. Not only did people forget about me, they also forgot about the things that I came into contact with. I ate a bun in front of a stall, but the stall owner did not remember that he had sold me a bun. When I broke a branch, the tree would grow a new one in the blink of an eye. It was as if the tree had forgotten that I had broken a branch. As I grew older, this forgetfulness became more obvious. I started to forget my smile and sadness. Or it could be said that my smile forgot me and so did my sadness. I stabbed myself with a sword, but it was as if I could not feel the pain. I knew that the pain had forgotten about me. I found that people of the same age as me were dying bit by bit, but I only aged a little. It was as if even time was forgetting about me. Later on, I found out that the bead that I had swallowed when I was young was called the forgotten bead. It was ranked 4th on the world's mysterious object list. There were only 2 forgotten beads in the world. One was the yang bead and the other was the yin bead. The yang bead was obtained by the forgotten dust heavenly emperor and the yin bead was swallowed by me. There were only 2 ways to break the curse of the forgotten bead. The first way was to gather 2 forgotten beads and swallow them together. Not only could this change the fate of being forgotten, it could also completely master the Tao of yin and yang. The other way was to inherit the mandate of heaven and become a heavenly emperor. I knew that my talent was low and the yang bead was in the hands of the forgotten dust heavenly emperor. I had no hope. As for shouldering the mandate of heaven, that was even more ridiculous and lamentable. I went to Dragon City to ask for 10 sheets of indestructible paper and recorded my life's events here. It can be considered the only proof that I have ever been to this world. From now on, I will travel the entire Yuanyang continent and slowly die in loneliness. Chu Yang finished reading this autobiography. Then, he slowly closed the book. He pondered for a long time in his mind. He deeply sympathized with this senior's experience. "Teacher, have you heard of the forgotten Taoist?" Chu Yang asked. "No, probably some strange people," the old samsara man replied. "Since this is the senior's autobiography, I'll leave it here. I also hope that later generations will know of this senior's existence." Chu Yang smiled. He placed the book on the stone table and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the book emitted a white light, and then countless words appeared in the white light. Chu Yang looked at these words and his pupils suddenly shrank. On the cover of the autobiography book, the word forgotten suddenly flew out and rushed directly into Chu Yang's forehead. He quickly sat down cross-legged and tried to comprehend the essence of the word forget. After a long time, the book turned into powder and dissipated in the air. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. There was a hidden meridian technique in this book. For forms of oblivion, it was a pity that this book only had one form of the 4 forms of oblivion. Everlasting regret. Ordinary meridian techniques were active skills. They needed to be used by the martial artist himself. However, the 4 forms of oblivion looked more like a passive skill. It had long been integrated with Chu Yang. This was one of the 4 forms of oblivion, everlasting regret. Its function was to help Chu Yang forget pain. From now on, no matter how serious his injuries were, he would not feel pain. Of course, forgetting did not mean that there was no pain. The injury would still be there. If it was not treated, he would die. It could only help Chu Yang forget the pain. Chu Yang pulled out his swimming dragon sword and cut a bloody mark on his arm. However, he did not feel any pain at all. "I really forgot." Chu Yang looked at the wound in surprise and muttered to himself with joy. "Little Yang, this is your opportunity," the old samsara man said with a smile. "I wonder what the other 3 forms of the 4 forms of oblivion are. Forgetting time? Forgetting oneself?" Chu Yang muttered to himself. This everlasting regret did not seem to increase one's fighting strength. However, it was actually quite useful. When one was seriously injured, his fighting strength would be greatly reduced. One of the main reasons was naturally the weakness of one's body. Another reason was that when one was seriously injured, fighting would tear one's wounds and send pain to one's brain through the nerves. Every movement would cause a heart-wrenching pain. One's fighting strength would definitely be reduced. As the saying goes, when two enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will win. Chu Yang felt that with this passive meridian technique, everlasting regret, at least in front of opponents of the same level, he would have the upper hand. At this time, in Jinwu Xingzong, Yan Buhui had fully recovered after a few days of recuperation. After thinking for a while, he dragged his weak body to Yannan Peak. "You want me to help you?" Su Zimo looked at Yan Buhui with interest and asked with a smile. "Yes, I don't need you to help me destroy the Huang clan. As long as you can help me keep Jinwu Xingzong, I will take care of the Huang clan myself in the future," Yan Buhui said. He knew that with the title of Jinwu Xingzong's disciple, the Huang clan would not dare to deal with him openly. However, once he was chased out of the sect, he would face endless pursuit. He was not afraid of death. He only wanted to seek justice for himself and his mother. It did not matter if he died after destroying the Huang clan. "Why should I help you?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "I am willing to be a sword in your hand," Yan Buhui looked at Su Zimo and said seriously, "or you can state your conditions. Other than my sword, I am willing to agree to any other conditions." Yan Buhui knew that he did not have a choice. He was willing to put his life in the hands of Su Zimo. This was all his bargaining chips. "Be my subordinates. When I inherit the mandate of heaven, I will confer you all as generals. This is a great honor." "Don't make it sound like I am taking advantage of you," Su Zimo replied with a smile. Yan Buhui looked at Su Zimo. He did not know where the other party's confidence came from. The mandate of heaven had not appeared yet. The far west was only a corner of the eastern continent. Not to mention the other continents, just the vast middle continent alone was a hurdle that many people could not cross in their lifetime. Furthermore, in the Yuanyang continent, many of the imperial lineage were even stronger than Jinwu Xingzong. Yan Buhui glanced at Su Zimo but did not say anything. After all, he had a favor to ask of Su Zimo. "You're still too weak. Grow up quickly. Otherwise, you'll be useless even if you become my subordinate," Su Zimo said with a smile. "I understand. I'll work hard." Yan Buhui nodded. "Not only for you, but also for the destruction of the Huang family. Go. With me around, Xiaoxingyu won't be able to do much." Su Zimo nodded. "Thank you." Yan Buhui looked deeply at Su Zimo, then turned and left. After that, Su Zimo called Xiaogizi over. Looking at the setting sun in the distance, he said with a smile, "Go to the outer sect and spread some news. Say that Yan Buhui is now one of us. If anyone dares to go against him, they'll be going against me. Also, tell those people to think carefully. The person in charge of this sect is surnamed Su, not Xiao." "I understand." Xiaogizi nodded and left. In the next few days, Su Zimo stayed at Yannan Peak to cultivate. A few days later, Shirley Zhangkong also came to Jinwu Xingzong. "Huang Tianxia left?" Su Zimo asked in surprise. Shirley Zhangkong nodded and said, "Young master, I couldn't kill him. He had at least 2 venerable Vane guards with him. It's fine. I just gave him a reminder. However, he left so early. I didn't expect him to leave so early." Su Zimo rubbed his chin and said softly. "Actually, even if he stayed in the sect, it would be useless. Because of your words, none of the disciples in the top 10 of the Crouching Tiger leaderboard dared to get involved." Xiaogizi explained, "Xiaoxingyu can't do anything, so he can only let Huang Tianxia leave first." Su Zimo nodded. He knew that Xiaoxingyu was the same as him. They didn't have any power. At most, they were just using the name of the great elder to intimidate others. However, one thing that Xiaoxingyu was better than him was that he had an emperor-level talent. This talent was a strong requirement for him to compete for the position of saint in the future. Therefore, there was something about him that was worth investing in. As for Su Zimo, because he rarely revealed himself, others did not have a deep impression of him. "How is the situation over at Zhouke City?" Su Zimo asked, looking at 10 miles in the sky. "According to your suggestion, Situ Yunqing is planning to open a branch in the form of a restaurant and spread our intelligence network throughout the Yuanyang continent," 10 miles long sky said. Recently, the Situ restaurant has already opened for business in several nearby cities. Her next step is to open the restaurant in the capital of the Purple Sun Empire, including the Greenwood Empire. She wants to conquer the Far West first. That's fast. However, tell her that she needs to train her own people to prevent disloyal people from sneaking in, Su Zimo said, nodding. After sending 10 miles long sky off, Xiaogizi also sent news. Yu Bo's talent had been crippled. In Jinwu Xingzong's outer sect, some disciples who didn't enter the inner sect due to insufficient talent or hard work would be expelled from the sect. This was the so-called survival of the fittest. Some disciples were willing to take the risk before leaving. Xiaogizi found such a disciple and promised him cultivation resources. Then, he had the disciple cripple Yu Bo's talent. After that disciple left Jinwu Xingzong, there was no need to be afraid even if his deeds were exposed. After all, the Far West was so big. If someone was hiding, Jinwu Xingzong wouldn't be able to find him or her. Moreover, the sect wouldn't spend so much effort to do this for an outer sect disciple. Therefore, that disciple accepted Xiaogizi's request. After crippling Yu Bo's talent, he wanted to take this batch of resources and leave Jinwu Xingzong. However, he was killed by Xiaogizi. After all, only the dead could keep secrets the best. As for Yu Bo's master, the inner sect elder was furious when he found out about it. After investigating, he found the outer sect disciple's body and the clues were cut off. The inner sect elder was kind enough to send Yu Bo, who was reduced to an ordinary person, out of the sect. However, when Ji Baiyu found out about this, he came to Yannan Peak to thank Su Zimo. Su Zimo accepted the gratitude calmly and increased the monthly payment of 500 flying feather crystals to 1,000. In the end, Ji Baiyu left Yannan Peak in anger, grievance, and all kinds of emotions. After 2 days, it was time for the sect to go to the Sacred Spring sect. This time, the leader was the 7th elder. In addition to Su Zimo and Xiaogizi, there was also the 7th elder's personal disciple, Luong, who was known as one of the 10,000 formation disciples. He was extremely good at killing formations. There was also the 6th elder's personal disciple, Kai Yufei. Early in the morning, they gathered at the Imperial Sky Pavilion of the sect. The Imperial Sky Pavilion stored the sect's sacred warship and flying shuttle. Generally, when the sect traveled, they rode on flying beasts. In the past, Jinwu Xingzong was also like this. However, in the era of the Divine Travel Emperor, he ordered people to build sacred warships and flying shuttles that were similar to airships. At that time, the Divine Travel Emperor personally studied this kind of flying formation. He engraved the formation on the sacred warship and then used spirit crystals to complete the flight. Later, the Divine Travel Emperor integrated the spirit gathering formation, so that the sacred warship could automatically absorb the spirit chi in the air during the flight. Then, it was self-sufficient, and the consumption of spirit crystals was greatly reduced. Therefore, from then on, this kind of sacred warship became the status symbol of many large sections. The 7th elder was dressed in white. His long hair was tied up in a bun. He looked like an ordinary scholar. He always gave people the impression that he was so indifferent and elegant. If people didn't know him, they wouldn't even think that he was a saint bloodline realm expert. His personal disciple, Luong, was majestic. He wore a purple robe and his body was surrounded by the aura of the venerable bloodline realm. He carried a circular formation plate on his back and a scimitar hanging on his waist. As for the 6th elder's personal disciple, Kai Yufei, she was also a first-class beauty. She wore a very tight white shirt on her body, revealing her curvy figure at a glance. She had short hair that reached her ears and a 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword hanging on her waist. Her appearance was heroic, unlike the weakness of ordinary women. Since everyone is here, let's set off. The 7th elder looked at everyone and said. The huge sacred warship was dozens of meters long. The curve of the hull flowed and was very dazzling. The entire body was golden. The shape of the sacred warship was similar to a ship, but it looked more delicate and majestic. They walked onto the sacred warship. Then, with a rumbling sound, the sacred warship flew into the sky like an aurora. The blue sky was exceptionally clear and white clouds floated in the sky. The speed of the sacred warship was extremely fast and the airflow on both sides was quickly separated. After the sacred warship stabilized in the sky, the seventh elder then stabilized the speed. The sacred warship moved towards the sacred spring sect at a constant speed. The few of them stood at the edge of the sacred warship and had the aura of looking down from the top. The blue sky was unbelievably blue and the white clouds seemed to be within reach. The scenery was beautiful but somewhat unchanged. After looking at it for a long time, one would gradually get bored. It's windy outside. Sit here and rest for a while. Luong pointed to the resting area in the center of the sacred warship and smiled at Kai Yufei. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Kai Yufei nodded coldly. The four of them sat in the resting area while the seventh elder returned to his room. Have you been very busy recently? Last time, there was a market in the town under the sect and you didn't go when I asked you to. Luong looked at Kai Yufei and said attentively. I usually have to cultivate and I'm not interested in things unrelated to cultivation. Kai Yufei shook her head and said, also, senior brother Lu, I hope you can call me junior sister Kai next time. Seeing Kai Yufei's cold answer, Luong smiled politely and awkwardly. He glanced at Su Zimo and seemed to want to ease the awkwardness. He smiled and said, Junior brother Su, I heard that you just started cultivating recently. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Su Zimo originally leaned against the chair and closed his eyes, wanting to sleep for a while. Hearing Luang's words, he nodded and said, Senior brother, I happen to have a question that I want to ask you. What question? Luong asked curiously. Say, if the girl you like doesn't like you, will you give up directly? Or will you surround her like a bootlicker? After Su Zimo finished speaking, he secretly glanced at Kai Yufei. Well, Luong coughed a few times, then sighed and said, Junior brother, I can see that you have never liked anyone. When you have someone you like, you will naturally understand. If you don't really like someone, who would be willing to be a bootlicker? Besides, it's not like no one wants senior brother. There are a lot of junior sisters and senior sisters in the sect who are chasing after me, but I'm a devoted person. I only love Kai Yufei rolled her eyes. This man is really shameless sometimes. I don't quite agree with senior brother's point of view. Even if I have someone I like in the future, I will never be a bootlicker, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. If you don't fight for it, are you going to let the person you like miss it? Luong asked doubtfully. Kai Yufei also looked at Su Zimo curiously. No, I agree with Ruhu's point of view. Su Zimo shook his head and said, if the person I like doesn't like me, I will force myself on her. If one time doesn't work, I'll do it 10 times. If 10 times still don't work, I'll do it 100 times. A forced melon is not sweet, but it can still quench my thirst. Although this sentence sounds weird, it seems to be coarse but not coarse. Luong looked at Su Zimo and said excitedly, Junior brother, listening to your words is better than reading books for 10 years. Senior brother seems to have understood a little. Shameless. Kai Yufei snorted coldly. Then, she walked into the sacred warship, unwilling to stay with them. Then, Luong pulled Su Zimo and insisted on discussing some embarrassing topics. Su Zimo realized that although this guy looked serious on the surface, he was actually very flirtatious on the inside. Just as the two of them were discussing excitedly, a soft chirp of a bird entered their ears. Su Zimo raised his head and saw that beside the sacred warship, a huge blue luan was flying with its wings spread. This blue luan was pure white and half the size of the sacred warship. When it spread its wings, it looked like it could cover the sky. Its feathers were extremely sharp, and there were green and red stripes on its tail feathers. Its neck was slender and proud, and there was a golden crown on its head. There was a group of people standing on the back of this blue luan. There were a total of 5 people, all dressed in white. At this moment, they stood on the blue luan with an otherworldly aura, just like fairies who had descended to the mortal world. Is this sacred warship a friend of Zhenwu Xingzong? At the front of the blue luan, a woman asked aloud. She was the leader of this group of people. She looked older than the girls beside her, but she took good care of herself. If one didn't look carefully, they would even mistake her for a young girl. I'm Zhenwu Xingzong's 7th elder. Elder Fan Yun, you can come down for a chat. At this moment, the 7th elder also walked out of the sacred warship and said aloud. So it's Elder Tianjin. A voice came from the blue lawn, then the huge blue lawn slowly descended. Who are these people? Xiaogizi, who was at the side, asked curiously. They should be from Xianling sect. The Sacred Spring sect seems to have invited them for the inner sect grand competition. Luong said softly. Xianling sect could be considered as a top power in the far west. Their founder was the Wind Ancestor. It was said that the Wind Ancestor was the wife of the Wuchen Emperor. Even though Xianling sect wasn't part of the Wuchen Emperor's power, there were still rumors that the Emperor true weapons left behind by the Wuchen Emperor were in the sect. As for whether or not these rumors were true, no one knew. The difference between Xianling sect and other sects was that they only recruited female disciples. They would never recruit male disciples. Furthermore, the holy lady of each generation of the sect was not allowed to marry a man. The blue wand descended from the sky. There were a total of 5 people from Xianling sect. Other than Elder Fan Yun, the other 4 girls were all dressed in white with a light green veil on the outside. After a round of introductions, Su Zimo found out that one of the 4 girls was the holy lady of this generation of the Xianling sect. This was beyond his expectations. He remembered that when he went to the Sacred Spring sect in his previous life, the holy lady of Xianling sect did not come. Seemed like there was indeed a butterfly effect. No matter what, he had to be careful. Becoming the holy lady meant that Xianling sect would give their all to nurture this girl and help her fight for the heaven's will. Even if she failed in the fight for the heaven's will, she would still have a chance to fight for the position of the master of Xianling sect. The girl's name was Xianxia. Su Zimo had heard of this name in his previous life, but he had never met her before. The space on the sacred vessel was extremely spacious. The 7th elder and Elder Fan Yun sat by the side and chatted happily. Luong looked at the 4 girls from Xianling sect and sighed unhappily to Su Zimo. They're all pretty good looking. It's a pity that they've joined Xianling sect. What's wrong with that? I remember that their rule states that only the holy lady can't get married. The other female disciples can still get married. Su Zimo chuckled. But the problem is that they only allow their disciples to get married. Luong shook his head in pity. Greetings, junior sisters. Luong led Su Zimo forward and greeted the 4 ladies of Xianling sect with a smile. Greetings, senior brother. Xianxia and the other 3 girls greeted him with smiles. However, Xianxia did not seem to be in a good mood. Junior sisters, are you all going to watch the inner sect competition of the Sacred Spring sect? Luong asked as he sat at the side. I'm just going home. Xianxia shook her head. Where are you from? Luong asked with a smile. To be able to produce a genius like you, it must be extraordinary. Sky Sword sect. Xianxia's voice was cold as she replied. Luong was stunned and asked instinctively, the Sky Sword sect that was destroyed some time ago? Luong realized that he was being too direct and hurriedly explained, Junior sister, I didn't mean anything else. There's nothing that can't be said. I just received the news not long ago. Xianxia shook her head. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. When the Sky Sword sect was destroyed, the first person he thought of was Ren Pingxing. In his previous life, Ren Pingxing had also destroyed the Sky Sword sect after receiving the inheritance of the Great Emperor devouring Sunday. In this life, he had told Ren Pingxing about the inheritance of the Great Emperor devouring Sunday. Did that mean that the destruction of the Sky Sword sect was brought forward? Su Zimo could not be sure now. He could only wait and see for himself at the Sky Sword sect. Junior sister, how are you related to the Sky Sword sect? Su Zimo asked curiously. He did not know much about Xianxia. In his previous life, he did not know that she was related to the Sky Sword sect. The sect leader of the Sky Sword sect, Yu Buli, is my adoptive father. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. After chatting for a while, Su Zimo finally understood the situation. The incident happened a few decades ago. One day, when Yu Buli was leaving the sect, he found a baby at the entrance. The baby was just 1 month old and was probably abandoned. Yu Buli thought for a moment. Since he had no children in his life, he adopted the baby. As the baby grew up day by day, she also became an extraordinary girl. Her talent gradually revealed itself. Yubuli felt that the girl's talent would be wasted if she continued to stay in the Skysword sect. Finally, when the girl turned 18, he sent her to the Xianling sect. This was the largest female sect in the far west. When the holy ship passed by the Heavenly Sword sect, it slowly descended. The huge body compressed the air together and then exploded in an instant. According to Xianxia, if there were still people in the Sky Sword sect alive, she would stay in the Sky Sword sect. If it had been completely destroyed, she would follow them to the Sacred Spring sect. When the holy ship landed not far from the Sky Sword sect, several people jumped down from the ship, including the seventh elder and Elder Fan Yun. It was a scene of devastation, and the countless cracks on the ground seemed to show the tragedy of that battle. There were some demonic beasts moving around in the sect. They were gnawing on the corpses that had already died and were about to rot. Xianxia released her Void Meridian Realm aura, and a purple light shot out from her hand. In the blink of an eye, a few demonic beasts were killed. When the other demonic beasts saw this, they all fled into the distance. It's all gone. Xianxia stood in the center of the ruins, and the familiar scenes of the past echoed in front of her eyes. That was the most beautiful memory of her childhood. Her adoptive father, her senior sisters who loved her, and her senior brothers who always liked to play with her. Suzimo looked around. Although the battle had been over for a long time, he could still faintly feel the remnants of demonic chi. The sun-swallowing Great Emperor's sun-swallowing axe. Suzimo thought for a moment. And confirmed it. He looked at the others who were still looking around. Suzimo came in front of Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Perhaps I know who the murderer is." "Who?" Xianxia instantly turned her head, and her aura surged like a flood. "How about we make a deal?" Suzimo said with a smile. Xianxia stared at Suzimo for a long time, and then asked, "What do you want?" "You received the inheritance of the Wind Ancestor, right?" Suzimo asked. Xianxia nodded. This was not a secret. It was precisely because she received the recognition of the Wind Ancestor that she could suppress everyone in Xianling sect and obtain the position of Saintess. "There's a painting in your Wind Ancestor's inheritance, right?" Suzimo said with a smile. "What painting?" Xianxia thought for a while and asked curiously. "You're not interesting." Suzimo shook his head and turned to leave. "Wait a minute, there are a few paintings in the Wind Ancestor's inheritance. I don't know which one you're talking about." Xianxia stopped Suzimo and said hurriedly. "That painting is your Wind Ancestor self-portrait." Suzimo said with a smile. "Let's make a deal. Give me the painting and I'll tell you who the murderer is." "Why do you want our Wind Ancestor self-portrait?" Xianxia asked curiously. "I've researched many important figures in history. I heard that your Wind Ancestor is a great beauty. I want to see her face." Suzimo said with a smile. "If you just want to see it, I can show it to you now. But if you want the whole painting, that's impossible." Xianxia shook her head and said, "I have no right to give my ancestor's inheritance to others." "So there's no room for discussion?" Suzimo smiled and shook his head. Then, he walked towards the sacred airship. This time, Xianxia did not stop Suzimo. She looked at his back view and pondered. She was not a fool. She would not believe him if he said that he wanted to see her face. If Suzimo wanted this painting, there must be a use for it. Previously, she did not pay much attention to this painting. Now, it seemed that this painting had a use that she did not know of. She could slowly investigate the death of her adoptive father and the annihilation of her family. There were bound to be some clues. If she really could not find anything, she could directly go to Zhenwu Xingzong and interrogate Suzimo if she could bear the mandate of heaven in the future. And if this painting was a great opportunity, she would never have another chance if she missed it. Everyone checked the Sky Sword sect for a long time. After confirming that there were no survivors, they boarded the sacred airship and headed towards the Sacred Spring sect together. During this time, Xianxia's gaze was fixed on Suzimo. She even wondered if the annihilation of the Sky Sword sect had something to do with Suzimo. Suzimo leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It did not matter whether Xianxia was willing to give the painting to him or not. What was important was that he could confirm that Xianxia had the painting with her. After traveling for half a day, the Sacred Spring sect slowly arrived at the Sacred Spring sect, a sect with a long history. End of chapter 87. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.